Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, people, into the church. You get me? Of the holy truth. Come on, people. What are we saying? Big up, big up, big up, big up. It's your Reverend Olushon, aka Pastor PayPal. You know what I'm saying? You know what to do when the collection plate comes round. Ah! In this sweltering afternoon, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be a hot one. You know what I'm saying? Big up all the people who already signed in, tuned in, and all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Let me see. John BB, as per usual, like number 1. You got me, Kel, Keel, like number 6. Big up yourself. Yasim, like number 6 also, but probably like number 7 or there. You get me? Moroccan Hebrew Israelite, 22. You got me? Big up yourself. Goddess, like number 11. Man like K, up in the building. Come on. Come on. Jeez. Top guy. Big up, John G. Hey, consistent, you know? We like that, man. Yeah, welcome in. Tell a friend to tell a friend. If you got a YouTube channel, share it. It's your thing. Let them all know this is where we are at on a Sunday afternoon in church. Grab your pew, take a seat, soon be entertained by the choir. Come on, you know what it is. Hey, but this would not be possible without y'all. You know what I mean? Blessings. Welcome to the church of the Holy Truth. No lies up in here. Hey, without you, come on. What we doing out here? Boom. Without you. Alright, we back. Normal service resumed. Fuck's sake. Where would I be? Oh. Come on. We got man like Smokey Joe. Unique Diamond, like number 13 in the building. Come on. Sun and shine. Come on. Grab a seat, grab a seat. Come on, big up people. Reverend starting his fuckery again. Big up to all our dearly departed, man. Come on, man. Grenfell, everybody. It's done now.
Yeah. Yo. Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in a zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, a broken a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend. But it's part of the journey comes to end.
Gotta say goodbye once again.
It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughed and now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking.
Big up Tree, like number 15 in the building. Come on.
That's not what I told him.
That's not what I told him.
I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. Bring down my people's vibes, but most of my real ones felt it. Numerous funerals, bodies in cubicles. Happens so regular, but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep. How could the lifespan be so brief? When the thoughts of my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my codees and snatching loved ones from my own knees. Tell me. Why?
Special mention to my brother, rest in peace, Bushman the Great, my brother Ozzy Tanwaka. You get me? Passed away last week. You get me? Special mention to man's auntie, great auntie, who like as a kid I used to go around her house and did it. She passed away the other week. Mad thing. You know what I mean? Life goes on. A new life has definitely sprung forth from many different avenues, but it's a cycle, right? So yeah, man, we acknowledge the respect to all our dearly departed. Get me? Whether it be short their life was or whether they had a long, enjoyable, healthy one. Oh, big up everyone, man. Come on, man. Wheel up and come again.
Yeah. Yo. Crying in the sun, singing in the rain. Lately I've been feeling different in my brain. Someone showed me how to get rid of all this rage. Head full of fire, I'm sitting in the flames. Lone survivor, I'm living with this pain. Your physical is gone, but your spirit isn't phased. Your soul is eternal, it isn't in the grave. I can feel it in my heart, it's not written in the page in a book, but I know that it's gospel. Tears flow as I blow smoke from my nostrils. There's truth in the zoo or hope in a bottle. Trying to figure out where this piece goes in a puzzle. Rich in a mansion, broken a hostel. I would still emotionally struggle to comprehend, but it's part of the journey comes to end.
Gotta say goodbye once again.
It's like we're born to die, everyone ascends. Even though I cry, I see you once again. Even though I try, I cannot pretend I'm not broken. At night I might cry you an ocean. Cry till my eyelids are swollen. Rewind the last words that were spoken. Looking for a clue, trying to see if you knew that moment. Was I laughed and now so golden? Every memory now so potent. Friends asking me how I'm coping. Waking in cold sweats, whole bed soaking. I'm numb and I'm frozen. Every breath feels like I'm choking. Wanna put a hole in my head like a dolphin. Close to imploding. Feel like a piece of my soul has been stolen. That's not what I told him. That's not what I told them. I just held it, cause I ain't wanna be selfish. I bring down my people's vibe, but most of my real ones felt it. Numeral funerals, bodies in cubicles. Happens so regular, but isn't unusual. Words are redundant, nothing is suitable. The cycle of life and death is so beautiful. The flesh ain't forever. We are delusional, and the grief goes so deep. How could the last man be so brief? And the thoughts of my head, I don't get no peace. Smoke a OZ or OG, feeling like G.O.D. owes me. Reason for taking my codees and snatching loved ones from my homies. Tell me. Why? Man? It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Pouring liquor just don't cut it.
It's one of the great wonders of life. What will it be like to go to sleep and never wake up? And if you think long enough about that, something will happen. You will find out, among other things, that it will pose the next question to you. What was it like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? That was when you were born. You see, you can't have an experience of nothing. Nature reports a vacuum. So after you're dead, the only thing that can happen is the same experience, or the same sort of experience as when you were born. In other words, we all know very well that after people die, other people are born. And they're all you. Only you can only experience it one at a time. Everybody is I. You all know you are you. And wheresoever beings exist throughout all galaxies, it doesn't make any difference. You are all of them. And when they come into being, that's you coming into being. You know that very well. Only you don't have to remember the past. In the same way, you don't have to think about how you work the thyroid gland, or whatever else it is in your organism. You don't have to know how to shine the sun. You just do it. Like you breathe. Doesn't it really astonish you that you are this fantastically complex thing? And that you're doing all of this and you never had any education in how to do it? Never learned, but you're this miracle? Well, the point is that from a strictly physical, scientific standpoint, this organism is a continuous energy with everything else that's going on. And if I am my foot, I am the sun.
Come on. From my dry foot, I'm the sun, man. I'm the sun. What the hell happened there? Who we got knocking at the door of the church?
Hey, Snipes.
Hey. Big up, Ari. Jeez, I gotta put different voice and different energy, man. Come on, it's Sunday.
Hey, this is my jam right here.
Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting on a bed for violating one of us. Take a king heart and then dip it in rage. Force a king to live in a cage. Make him a slave for minimum wage. Put death on his plate and then fill him with hate. This is the world that we live in today. All of our energy given away. Malevolent entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. So what, bruv? What's that got to do with essentially, they want us all gone eventually. Okay. Alliance of defiance, the rise of the rebellious tribes. I'm dead into ride. What is life if you ain't ready to die? I'm trying to thrive. What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly? What kind of guy am I if I ain't ready to try? Don't we know? All smartphone screens are scrying mirrors, don't you know? Where's the supreme beings food by lying lizards, don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't crying rivers. Strength, love, honor, trust is all you need if you're riding with us. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. Now I can see the clarity, actions with no disparity. Evildoers hiding the demons in the name of charity. All I need is honesty, honestly through this odyssey. Trust, love, honor, respect's a rare commodity. Integrity's a must in my presence, that's my policy. Guidance of the new generation, that's the monarchy. Gang, gang, If they ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry, wisdom is what I bring. Strength, love, honor, trust. 20 if that's I need freedom, that's a must. This is ebb and flow, cause and effect. Let them know, got these nooses round my people, them's neck. Let them go. Nowadays I watch while I step. You never know, cause your best friend could switch up the set and turn to foes.
Strength, love, honor, trust. 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 Strength, love, honor.
We got Aero Traumatic Productions. My brother, come on, man. We got this off. Yeah. Oh, this heat is affecting my laptop, bro. So if it's a bit twitchy, yeah, it's not my fault. I'm trying. I'm having to fan the thing down, blood. Because I got that oven on and all that. It's just warm in there, man. And it's warm out there, so windows are open, everything. But, bomber clot. Who's complaining? Yeah, weather warning for tomorrow. It's peak out here. Everyone's going to get that work. Everybody. Okay. You know what time it is. Choir mistress time. Come on, everybody. Grab a seat. Jump on if you want to jump on.
Hey,
Yeah.
I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go. But you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I know you want to see if you could be my one and only fantasy. Nah, I don't want you to be. So don't force yourself. I don't need no help. Whatever I say, I mean to take that, just don't make a scene. I know you think for me, it's all about you. And what you want, maybe think from she to see if that's what she wants to. Selfishness is a crowd, boo. Take your L and move on, boo. Negatives ain't my strength, boo. Hold on to your pride. Hey, you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go. But you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go. But you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I never will go, no. See, I never will go, no. I never will go, oh, I never will go, no, no. I never will go, I never will go, no. I never will go, oh, I never will go. Try to take yourself, I'm not in that. One come feed the boss, can't understand that. Me no know where you come from or where you want chat. Come out, me women, I no time for that. You're too forward. Nah, no manners, me know say your mother is your better too sour. If it was the right attitude, me woulda answer, can give you a chance. You woulda mash up my empire, me have too much things for do, you just tired. Don't inquire, me no day in, I no liar. Say you want link up fast, but they will have time for this scandal. Call me money, they pour my mind, this is essential. Hey, you, I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go. But you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? But I never will go, no. I don't like your flow. Ready to jump and go. But you never know how far it could go. If I choose to say no, will you fight my ghost and make a show? but I never will gonna. I never will gonna. See, I never will gonna. I never will go. Oh, I never will go. Nah, I never will go. I never will go. I never will go. Oh, I never will go. Nah.
Never will go now. Never will go now. Never will go now. Never will go now.
Come on.
Jeez. Ain't that how y'all say it? Jeez.
Jeez. Hey.
Peanut cooking.
Hey.
I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too, yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Can't say, nah, that I never gave it everything you played me. See, then expected me to stay. I don't know why. I found my eye. Then try those tears. My world's alive. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-prep. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too, yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. Mine is sit back. You got too confident, found out your game's whack. Let me stake facts. Losing control of the lies you started to believe in the lies that you told. Forgetting the mode, creating new scenarios. Stressing the brain, forgetting your name to go out for me to understand that's the aim. Breakdown, denial. I'm fighting through every breath of the title. You never deserve this. I'm in the earth. My mother said, "Chest move away, don't you? I do not see in its worth. It ain't even been cut yet. You lost out on the truest beauty, and that I can bear. Never having to be lost. But yeah, shut up, you can check. If a nigga wanna play, then that can easily be said. Let nigga make a move. He has to go get that bag. I won't ever play the game again unless I'm on the deck. So I turn up, got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-grab. So I turn up, I got myself back. Now I'm ice, so I don't need nobody's self-grab. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on too long. Yeah. I've been holding on too long. I've been holding on to you. I've been holding on to. Holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, holding on to, I've been holding on you, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on you, yeah, holding on to, I've been holding on to, yeah, holding on you, I've been holding on to, yeah.
Yeah, she used a lot of N-words in there.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm sick of this life. These humble beginnings, I come with the strife. My one only goal is to fight and get by, but sometimes life is fucked and it questions my mind. Fully well would know the pain that's inside is captivated by depression. My mind for time, keep your faith, I'll always survive. It's just sometimes I know, have to cry, it's just annoying fighting battles all day. Then creating a play, then it goes wrong, telling itself to stay strong, knowing all too well you're just taking it out. My mind is so good, I'm tired of the lies and the stories I have gone. I'm tired of the fight, keep fighting, taking lumps and bruises, then carrying on. What am I doing this for? Don't understand the hand that I've been dealt anymore, and I'm just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. Mine's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah, just like, nah, just like, nah, just can't do this. See, my mind's like, nah. I'm just like, nah. Yeah, cut. I be telling the people them every day I do this, that I just might be grown if I'ma pay my taxes. Fair enough, I'ma do just what I came to finish. Trying to smoke all the problems away. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish. Walking into new places every day. I say this, bottles on top of bottles, I'm okay. I don't drink high enough for my own energy. It's true, but living the life that I have made, that's coolish. Sanding the toes on the beach, that's nice-ish. Sunglasses and shades all up on my face, cause it's bright. Block all of the stupidity away, that's my ish. That's my ish. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish. It just might be coolish. As soonish I do this. Every time I put my mind to something, I achieve it. It's been a long time since I dropped something foolish. I'm sorry to the people that's been waiting, but you like this is a representation of more. In the purest, getting most of the darkness out like that shines. Cruise ship, always rocky, but it's soothing like a smooth skin pressed against yours like spoonish, fully nude-ish. Make you wondering why you got involved in the first place. You don't wanna know where I'ma go, cause it's 30 footsteps that haven't made, so I can see my way. It's murky, but I'm gonna be the one to work it out in my own way. I don't stay. This ain't a park, so don't expect the signs to be changed in the first place. This is my territory, so I'ma play how I wanna, man. Cause it's my new-ish, music can never deny it, man. I be on my new-ish, making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish, new-ish. Making ways to populate the way of music. Everything I do is for the love. I need this. Forget the pound signs, it just might be coolish. It just might be coolish, coolish. Da, 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 da.
Purchase your tracks today.
Big up everybody up in the church.
What if we could see cyber threats in real life?
Baby.
Yesterday's technology
Hey,
can
shut
no
them
longer
out,
stop
boy.
them, but they can be stopped. With consistent cyber
Mess up my service. Not gonna mess up my service. You know how we running it.
Turn on the big tune.
Jeez, Lord have mercy. What?
Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop, then y'all go who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling truths. You be on the low, who you running to. Set you free, cause you don't wanna spend time with me. Now you realize that you wanna for me, but I can't seem to let go of that need. You be ringing my line, then I pick up and smile, asking you when you go best by. It's a waste of my time. You be telling me you're on your way, then I'm up all night waiting for you to stay. All these lies you tell is leading me astray, and I don't really wanna do it, it is just that way. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running make it stop, then y'all go who you running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to? Every time I see you, you be running to. Make it stop, then y'all go who you running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to? Telling lies I don't know how far to go. All these ups and downs is killing me, but right now I'm not no joke. Can't be playing with no girls' emotion cards tonight, be too cold. I'm that yo that will roll up on you and show you I'm no joke. Setting up meetings and greetings is great, but what happens when a nigga be late? Why would you tell me to meet up if you get no communication that day? Play me down all the time is the option. I am not here to set things till you lost them. I don't need to ever think of coming back. My G car, your time will be up. Chilling on my own, I be sipping on my own, I be smoking on my own, I get make it on my own. Chilling on my own, I be sipping on my own, I be smoking on my own, I get make it on my own. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and y'all go who you running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to? Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop, then y'all go running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to? Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop, then y'all go running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to? Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop, then y'all go running to. I don't know, sometimes if you be telling the truth, you be on the low, so who you running to?
Are you sure you don't just want to show that you're in? Get rid of it. No? Okay, well, I'm going to keep checking back.
You never do anything by the book.
Sniper. Snipes. Where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, Ari. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I just want to say my apologies from yesterday for going in on Triller. I need some more panel etiquette. You know what I'm saying? Because
No. Well, it was totally fine. It's cool. Because Triller is, we know what Triller is, and it's like for a second, yeah, I forgot myself. I was just being a host, right? But then I forgot about all the things I'd watched a couple weeks before. Remember, I was calling out for Triller,
right?
And Jedi was like, nah. But I wasn't there when he was told not to come on the panel again. Do you get it? So I didn't know about his panel ban. Yeah, he kind of already banned himself from my channel already. Do you get it?
Really?
Yeah. So when the ban came in, I was like, rah. I would still have Triller on normally. It's just that he just gets cooked a lot of the time. You know what I mean? So yeah, then I saw the one with you and Ras and him.
Yeah.
And I said, hell to the motherfucking no. Because everything that had happened, he kind of revealed, right? And made it, yeah, Jedi said this and did it there. And I was like, okay. So that's what happened while I was away. Do you get it? So I understand now. All the pieces kind of fit together. But I was more on him like, bro, you trying this over here. Do you get what I'm saying? And saying all these things and derogatory things and lies and shit that you just made up. And I was thinking, nah, man. And he was calling you as an Islamophobe. I said, this guy's an idiot, man.
He did that just to trigger, you know who?
Yeah. But I was just like, bro, it's just idiotness. Yeah. You're not even smart enough for what you're doing, Mr. Drunkard. You need to fix up. You know what I mean? So yeah, you coming in roasting him yesterday is fine. Fine by me. But the other part of that is, the last part of the information about my tribe and certain things, I'm gonna do now, right?
Okay.
So you didn't miss out on anything. It weren't I was kind of disrupted. Then I went down a different direction, right?
Yeah,
so you could say yesterday was like one half of it, and then I'm gonna do the first video, and then that's done. You get me? We can get back out to the way, switch it to whatever, and yeah, it's a
Okay.
Sunday, so we can do whatever in it. You know what I mean? Any type of religious paradigm or whatever you want to know about, we can go down that route. Yeah.
Cool.
And I got some stuff put down already, you know.
Cool.
Because that's what I do sometimes during the weeks when I got a little time. I start going through videos and, you know, shit that's relevant. Start putting them in the playlists, relevant playlists for relevant days and all of that. So when it comes to this, it's never just a video I just pulled up. It's usually just like, boom, I've got it in my selection. And I thought, yeah, we should all take a look at this or whatever. Do you get it? Sometimes I don't watch them yet.
Oh, you just in the zone.
Yeah, I just like boom, yeah, straight in the playlist. I've heard two lines in it that made me say, yeah, this is gonna be interesting, and then I just move on. You know what I'm saying? I'll try and find another video and shit. But yeah, man,
just came
we
up
licked
here
them with this.
We licked
them with this. No, because with that one we can stop it and you can ask questions and shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay, tonight. So I'm in the chat.
All right, cool.
All right.
After this chong, I'm gonna start it. So yeah. Big up everyone. What is going on? Big up all the family. Yeah. Sunday service, you know what it is. Come on. Tell them what it is, chefs.
I am Chevelle Anderson.
You better get
and I am presenting to you
It's Shelly Chevy on the floor.
Unrequited my EP.
Go grab that. Call me, say so. I was passing by the road down the street. My heart was black and yours was purple. Too blind to see. Where do I go?
Come on.
When I'm in trouble, can't count on me. Pray through those trees. Shade when night time falls, 'cause it never leaves. Creeping in the light fades more. This is always shade when night time falls, 'cause it never leaves. Creeping in the light fades more. In the midst of showing you, can I follow something? Stop it. Behind the curtain is the world you view. Judgment lies beyond, they know the truth. Follow the path, the ground is ocean blue. Make a turn into a creed. All we have is mercy granted to you. Make the best while we live. Shade when the night time falls, 'cause it never leaves. Creeping in the light fades more. This is always shade when night time falls, 'cause it never leaves. Creeping in the light fades more.
Come on, make sure you give generously because you remember the thing about the church roof? Yeah, that needs fixing. So I would advise the congregation to give generously, you get what I'm saying, towards the rebuilding of the roof. Remember the roof, right? Lot of mercy. Big up man like S. Cold-Blooded Thriller, like number 23, up in the building. Bad Marsh, up in the building. Come on. Welcome to the Church of the Holy Truth. Big up. We're about to drop some fire in a minute. Drop some fire. Get me? Anybody want to jump in the church? Jump in the pulpit? You know what I'm saying? the hell is that? Okay. Anyone want to jump in? You are most definitely welcome. Boom. All right. So yeah, took some advice and moved the computer to another position near an open window. You get what I'm saying? Or laptop, should I say? And yeah, hopefully we won't get no more overheating. Right. I've never had such a thing. When's ladies hour? Whenever you want, milady. Yeah. Anytime you want, MJ. You know, you got the keys to the church, Deacon MJ. Yeah. Not interested with most of the proceedings, but she's there to get me, make it all gel and da. But no worry. Yeah, car. Right now, we're going back to Africa. Right. Let me just change the back screen. Get this party started. Boom, 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 boom. Goom, goom. Doom, 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 doom. Take myself out so you can see it fully. Yeah, anyway. Where are we going now? Right. Yeah, so as continuing on from yesterday, we learned about Mike's tribe, Yoruba, the Ishikiri, you know, from the people from Benin and the Delta. And I did try to tell people like that particular king, which you know as my granddad, my great great grandfather. Yeah, he well, let me show you the image. So yeah, it's fresh in your memory. Because what you're about to see, I'm gonna say, huh? I swear I remember that face. All right, you got it? Got it? Pretty it. The king of Benin. Boom. Boom. That's him, right? Military man. Look. Boom. That's it. Captured from Nana. Yeah, his name was Nana Olumu. Yeah. At Benin, 1894. Right. What was captured? Yeah. What was captured in 1894? Right. Is what I'm showing you is in the background, right? The Benin bronzes, right? I'm saying that's personal, man. That's family things. You get me? They stole it out the palace and all of that. And I told you about the situation with the British and the war. And you get what I'm saying? I told you these things, right? And you think, okay, and what legitimizes even my claim to the throne or whatever as a descendant and all of that, right? We got through all that, right? Right. Let's get to the video. Boom. How did I do that? Down low. That tune was fire though. Mad. Big up Chevelle, man. As I said, voice of an angel and that. So, let me go. Let me find this thing. Just the one. Okay. Yeah, we like that. We like that. All right. Sorry to keep y'all waiting. Let's do this. I mean, like, no, gone too far. So let's do this. Come on. You lot ready, huh? Let me take myself out of the thing, man. I don't even want. I don't even want myself involved. Yeah. So it's unbiased, you get me? Chase. I'm telling you. All the things I told you, all right, listen, let's go. Che. You know, like you open up with a picture of man's granddad, right? You hear me? Like this is where we at. No lies, no fakeness, no da-da-da-da. This is documented in history, standard procedure. You can Google it, you can da-da-da-da. This is why I laugh at these RGB niggas trying to claim shit and trying to tell you about your origins and your heritage and all of that. And it's like, bro, I love you and that, but bro, that's kind of disrespectful, bro. When you don't know shit about it, you don't know the lives lost, you don't know the situations, you just gonna come out with slurs like, oh, you lot sold us into slavery. Really? Really, cuz? You gonna believe the British? You gonna believe the oppressor? Yeah? You're not gonna listen to the people on the ground telling you, nah, in a gossa. We fought to the last person, last man. Yeah? Lives lost. That's why those things egg me and burn me and pain me when people say ignorant stuff like that. One, you're not well studied, and obviously you can't study every single place in Africa. But when you're talking about places like Nigeria and that, like, bro, we won't tell you that we was untroubled and untouched for a long period of history. Fuck your colonialism, yeah? And how for some of us, they just burnt our shit to the ground, executed everybody, do you get what I'm saying? And then took the king and exiled him. And then later he came back, built a new palace, and kept it moving. You know what I mean? So it's one of those ones, man. But let's go.
Some of the finest bronze sculpture in the world was made in Africa. But most of this is now in European museums, such as the British Museum. How did it get here? These works were made in the West African kingdom of Benin, situated in what is now Nigeria. The kingdom of Benin has ancient origins, but began to consolidate and develop with Benin City as its center from the 13th century. Great moats were built around the city, and a tradition of casting in copper alloys began to flourish. Most of the Benin artworks in museums today date from the 16th and 17th centuries. Although actually cast in brass, these sculptures made in Benin are collectively known as the Benin bronzes. Made using the highly skilled lost wax method, these works are exquisitely detailed. Many of them are in the form of plaques, which depict characters and events from Benin history. They were originally displayed in the royal palace. There are also freestanding sculptures, including commemorative heads of kings and queens. Would the ordinary people of Benin have known about the Benin bronzes? We put this question to Dr. Linda Buckley, a retired Open University associate lecturer who's done extensive research on Benin art and on how it ended up in Europe.
They would be known to members of the court, which would be the chiefs. And I think there must have been knowledge in the city that these things existed, but a lot of them were for private religious ceremonies rather than being displayed in public. Though I think bronze casting in Benin was a well-known art, and I believe that there were more brass foundries and casters than just the royal ones.
To find out how the Benin bronzes have come to be in Europe, we need to go back to the 19th century. Britain had been trading in various commodities with Benin as an independent kingdom long before this, but in the 19th century, although the king or Oba of Benin maintained tight control on exports, the trade relationship developed.
It was extremely well developed in some ways. If you go right back to the 15th century, there'd been the European trade with Portugal. But then what was important after that, the most important trade after that was probably the slave trade, in which Britain was very heavily involved. But then after that, after the abolition of slavery, at the beginning of the 19th century, the next stage really was what you could call exploitation of the local natural resources, and in particular palm oil, which was required in Britain for the follow-on from the Industrial Revolution, with the need to grease machinery, literally keep the oars of industry turning, but also used for things like soap and foodstuffs, as it still is.
In 1885, a British protectorate had been declared over the coast of Nigeria. 7 years later, in 1892, in an effort to improve trade relations with Benin, Captain Henry Galway, the new vice-consul for the Benin River section of the British Protectorate, travelled inland to Benin City to sign a treaty with the Oba in order to bring Benin too under British protection. What kind of man was Galway?
Oh, I think he was terribly arrogant. He turned up at the Oba's palace and really demanded to see the Oba now. Very impatient. I think that's something that comes through from the document that we've got. Just impatient, arrogant, goes without saying, racist, feeling superior. He was captain in the British Army, which is really quite a low rank. And he goes marching up to the Oba's palace and demands to see the Oba. No idea of the protocol involved in that. Keeps calling the chiefs liars and that he's been deceived and kept waiting for far too long, and he doesn't hang about, far too important for all this. And he's really treating with the Oba with contempt. Put that in context, the Oba was the king of a very large and important kingdom. The Oba was in charge of trade. It has always been the Oba's prerogative to control the trade. So for this young man, I think he's
so
in
you
his
do
30s
know that the
at the
Oba
time,
in question, right?
just going and talking like that to the Oba was really quite...
Yeah, the Oba there in question is my great-great-grandfather. You know what I'm saying? That's the Oba they're talking about. He's the leader, he's the king, he's the Oba sexy of the time. Yeah, that's why me and Oba's family. Did you get it? Has any descendants of the Oba? And it depends on what region. There's Obas all over Nigeria, but this is mainly in Benin in the south. Do you know what I'm saying? Where my mum's people come from, and my grandma and that. You know what I'm saying? So it's mad.
Quite outrageous, in my view.
But did the Oba?
Look at that sniper face, man. You see where I got my face from, right? Yeah, blood runs deep, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to mess with this guy? He will, you know what I'm saying? You look into the arms of father sniper, you know, grandfather sniper. You get it? You can see all the things that make me me. I'm a bit soft and more smoothed out and a bit fairer, but yeah, it's family, man. Yeah, as I showed you the pictures, man. Yes, Bound Rich.
What up, Sniper?
What you saying, family?
What's up, brother? So you said the Oba was your great or great? Just one time.
2 times great.
2 times. Gotcha.
So my sorry, my great grandfather is his son, which is the father of my grandmother, right?
Yeah.
Which is the mother of my mother, and that's it. Yeah. But how it works is, his son, his eldest son, yeah, his eldest son, right?
Yeah.
Is my great grandfather, right?
Gotcha.
And then he the eldest son had a daughter, which is my grandmother first. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then my grandmother had my mother first, right? And then in turn, me being born, being the eldest grandchild, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because succession is through the male lineage, where the son had 12 daughters, yeah, with my grandma being the eldest, and 2 sons, yeah. So the current rulership is from that lineage. Do you get what I'm saying? So to my grandma, those rulers are her nephews. Do you get it?
Yeah. Gotcha.
For a
Gotcha.
little brother, little. You know what I'm saying? Young brother, like he's not as old as the sisters. The sisters, all 12, came first, and then the 2 brothers. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
But what they do, they give them their own village. In example, like the king's got his own village, and all the descendants have their own bits of that area. Do you get it?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
got
that's,
you. I got you. Now,
yeah,
what
they
time
spread out the
period
wealth.
was this? The 19th century?
Late 18s into the 19th century. Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah, and this is the point that we're trying to make. If you're not even interacting with Europeans until the late 18th century, yeah, the only thing that was happening before that, yeah, was that in other parts of the country, yeah, the man was getting kidnapped and taken to Americas and all of that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they were in the place, they were in the country, but that was like Lagos. That's on the other side of the country, right? So this is the
Oh,
other side of the country, right? Yeah, and at the coast bit as well. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is more lush, foresty kind of area. Do you get it? And it's got
okay.
like 2 rivers that run through it, so it's very fertile. It's all sorts. So it's growing all of these commodities. So we're merchant traders. This is what I'm trying to say. This king here is a merchant trader. He's been trading with the Portuguese for hundreds of years. He's been trading with this person, that, you know what I mean? He's
Yeah. No,
become
I love
very
it.
wealthy off it with out alerting the Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're
Yeah.
in the country, but they don't know about these men. Do you get it?
Yeah. I
They
like
don't know
it
about
how
these men.
I like it how we look at this history like it's so like it was a long time
Like it
ago.
wasn't. Yeah,
And
it
then
was
when
the
you
other
start
day.
breaking it down, you like no, because I was thinking about this, bro.
Mm.
My grandmother was born 100 years ago.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So you see how
Right.
close history is. Like that's
Right.
2
Thank you.
generations, 100
Right.
years ago. That's
So it
kind of
can't
crazy.
be that long if it's the 1800s and I'm sitting here now.
That's a fact.
Do you get
That's a
it?
fact.
Like that, I'm telling you how quick it went. It's just like, yeah, father, son, his daughter, my mother, and me. That's it.
Yeah.
Do you get it? And that's just one person in the family. But when we go back to it, when we go to this individual, my grandfather, he was the youngest of 108 children of the king. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Right. So he, in reality, he was never meant to be king. Because there's 100 and something in front of you. Do you get what I'm saying? But I don't know, he was chosen because of his abilities and because of his trading abilities as a merchant trader, as a chief. Do you get what I'm saying? They were like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So when it came down to it, after his father passed, they passed it to him. Because he had made the most wealth and the most thing, and he was organized and he's educated and he was shrewd in business and whatever. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a Nigerian superhero, a revolutionary. Do you get it? From our point of view. The stories about him are, you know what I mean, amazing. Like, yo, he went to war with the British, bro. Took them out, and then eventually got defeated. They destroyed the whole kingdom. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole palace, and then took all the goods out of it.
And
Not
this
from any other king, but from this one. You get what I'm saying? My great great grandfather. So when I'm sitting there and they're like, yeah, oh, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to hear from no RGB niggas about my shit, because I'm going to be fully invested and fully immersed. I'm saying, if you're part of a royal family, you might not have the wealth, right? Because I live in England. Yeah?
Yeah.
But what I do have is the depth of knowledge that you get for being part of that. You know what I mean? Your history, your culture, your da-da-da-da. You're going to know loads about it. Because you've got kings and princes and princesses in your vicinity. Your mum's that year, your grandma's that year. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
But we can travel, we can do certain things. We've been doing it from almost 200 years. Do you get what I'm saying? And it makes sense because man are merchants. Man got boats, you know, ships and that. Going over to Americas, going over to different places and da-da-da. And then the biggest commodity of that time after slavery was palm oil. You get it? Because they're in the industrial age, they can't be bait no more and come there to steal slaves. So they come there as a company and start asking for favors and asking this and can you sign this and peace treaty that and da-da-da-da, until this European guy decides to take a whole platoon to the king, yeah, on a time when they're doing a ceremony or something, right? So their man is unavailable. Do you get it? Yeah. So my man just stormed in the palace and all of these type of things there. It's kicked off and the whole of them got slaughtered. Do you get it? The whole of the Europeans got slaughtered. Yeah? Pile up. Yeah. So then they had to go away, get a real force, and then come back. And it was peak for us. Because they're coming with ships and all sorts and da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how it went. And I keep telling my brothers, like, yeah, you want to talk about Yoruba this and da-da-da-da and the Igbo and da-da-da. Shut up. There's only a small section, a small set of people within a huge country that has many monarchs, many different types of cultural history, and da-da-da. They're not all the same. And neither would we want them ever to be one like that. Maybe that would be the closest thing to unity, yeah? Cultural stuff that they all share the same. Metaphysical, spiritual stuff that they all share the same. But to say, yeah, boom, you're all this, unified and da-da-da under their descendants, in a sense. Do you get it?
Gotcha.
Like Garvey and all of these man and all of these Pan-Africans and da-da-da. And then we're diasporans. We live outside of Africa.
Yeah.
So we can't keep coming with our smart ideas, going to Africa and just fucking up the place. Because there's many stories of that as well in history. So I always tell my brothers, like, bruvs, please, just go and find a little African country that's poor and broke and fix that motherfucker up. Turn it into a great Pan-African nation, and you're doing bits. Then everybody will probably support you. But until then, it's some Creflo dollar. You got what I'm saying? I just need to make money out of this or whatever. It's bullshit.
I think it's more like a fairy tale. You know what I mean? Like a fairy tale. Go save Africa. I don't know, man. Pan-Africanism just seems more of a fairy tale than anything.
I
It's
think,
a
and
good
it's
goal.
dangerous.
It's a nice goal to
Yeah,
have, but it's fairy tale.
exactly.
It's fairy tale. And that's what I tell my Pan-African brothers, man. Show me, like you said, Sniper, show me the Pan-African country, and I'll raise some money and try to get my ass over there. But until then,
try and convince this individual about your ideas. You know what I'm saying? He know full well he gonna feel the full wrath of Europeans. You get it?
Yeah.
And still come out the other side. Because trust me, in this story, a lot of chiefs don't make it. Yeah? Some even commit suicide in that when they get captured for the shame of it. Yeah? But this is the first time they come with a machine gun, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is where the first machine gun gets used. Yeah, they call it the Punic expedition. We know about the Punic Wars and shit,
Yeah.
but now this is the Punic expedition. Yeah, and yeah, well, just listen, man. Fuck it.
Actually signed this treaty?
I really don't think that he did. If he did, it was with great reluctance. The document talks about how his big men, his chiefs, might have signed it on his behalf, but he was reluctant to touch the pen. And if you think about it, the whole idea of signing a treaty, actually signing something, signing a document, even having a document, something on paper, is really quite alien to a culture which records its history in different ways. I mean, the bronzes, for instance, are historical documents in their own right. But the modern Nigerian sources that I've looked at recently all say that he almost certainly didn't sign.
Whether the Oba of Benin signed the treaty or not, trade continued to be tightly controlled by him. This led to frustration among British traders, industrialists, and officials, and by 1896, some were calling for armed intervention. On the 2nd of January 1897, the acting Consul General of the Protectorate, James Phillips, set off Benin a large party of men. Now, the Consul General at the time, and Phillips' superior, was a man called Ralph Moore.
Ralph Moore was I think he became the Consul General in the mid 1890s, which meant that he was the senior government representative in eastern Nigeria. He was not a gentleman in the Victorian sense, in that he entered the Royal Irish Constabulary by exam. He didn't have a background of public school, Oxbridge educated, Sandhurst, which was the typical background for colonial administrators at the time. But I think he was probably from a reasonably lowly background and perhaps out of his comfort zone a bit with these people of a higher social status. Now, I think it's interesting that he's got this background in the Royal Irish Constabulary because working in Ireland, an Englishman working in Ireland in that capacity in the 1880s, in what was really a militaristic police force, would have really given him a certain mindset when going off to West Africa. You can link this in with the stuff that you do on Ireland in the course as well. But it's a time of demand for land reform, rise of nationalism, the Irish Republican Brotherhood, demands for home rule, all of these things are going on. They're getting particularly strong by the 18th. And I think the idea of the British Constabulary, which is really what the RIC was at the time, was to really repress these ideas quite brutally at times. So with that sort of background and the use of arms and prejudice against the people that he's supposed to be keeping in control, really set him up for his time in West Africa.
Reports at the time claimed that Phillips and his party were unarmed, or at least only lightly armed. We asked Linda if she thought this was true.
No, I don't. Not really. This is something that I've been thinking about quite recently as well. What had happened was that in November of 1896, when Moore was actually on leave in London, Phillips had written to the Foreign Office requesting permission to go to visit the Oba, to remind him of the terms of the treaty that he had or hadn't signed earlier with Galway, because the Oba was increasingly reluctant to trade, and that was upsetting the British government. It was also upsetting particularly the big businessmen in Liverpool, where the palm oil was taken into. And I think there was a bit of a fear that British industry was going to literally grind to a halt if they couldn't get this palm oil. It was such an important commodity for them to get. Anyway, Phillips had written to London and said that he wanted to take an armed expedition, which included some cannon, a Maxim gun, which had fairly recently been invented.
See it there? Machine gun, bruv.
Apparatus.
Mad rocket.
Altogether 400 soldiers and
Mad
a
thing.
fife and drum band, which I rather like. Quite what he wants to do with that, I don't know. Now, he set out on his expedition with 400 bearers who might have been thinly disguised as bearers rather than in their full uniform. I think that he actually took all these armaments with him, even though they were concealed in the baggage. Philip set out, part of the way was by boat, and then the last bit was trekking through the bush, the jungle, which is pretty arduous going. I don't think that he would have gone without all these armaments if he would then have to come back, collect them, and then go back and have an armed raid. So I think that his plan was to approach ostensibly unarmed, and then if any attacks occurred on him, to whip out all these guns and whatever, and bring out the dangerous weapon of the fife and drum band, and go on and dethrone the Oba, which was his clearly stated purpose of this expedition. He was asked by one particular group of chiefs not to approach Benin at that particular time because the Oba was involved in important ritual, religious services and whatever. So he was asked to wait, but he didn't. He went on, and a group of Benin soldiers then attacked the expedition. I think there were 8 white men and 400 Africans with them, and they were attacked. I think Phillips might have been quite naive. He was doing this without the authority of London. He seems to have had something of a brainstorm to just go ahead and think that
that's a lie.
Approach
but
like
cool.
this, and so he was killed. All the white men were killed except 2, who managed to get back to the coast, get back to the headquarters of the British colony. The African soldiers, I think probably some of them were killed. I expect just a lot of them just melted away into the bush, which would have been much easier for Africans to do being used to the climate, the territory, and all the rest of it. And they could easily have just sort of dissipated into the bush. So that was the end of Phillips and the people
They got
that were with
smoked.
him.
G got smoked.
But that was by no means the end of the matter.
Nope.
The British authorities responded very quickly and dispatched a force of 1,200 Marines,
Mad.
which began an advance on Benin City on the 10th of February.
Pissed.
This was called the Punitive Expedition. Did the Benin people, also referred to as the Bini, stand much of a chance
Probably, Papa
against
Cup,
this
probably.
British force?
No. There's the Hilaire Belloc poem from the time. Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun and they have not. So they were really outgunned. They were probably not outnumbered.
Man are spitting
I
bars,
think
you know.
again it's a note of the arrogance of the British that they thought they could make do with quite a small force. But they thought they could do this with a fairly low number of troops because they expected the Bini just to give up and run away. In fact, they did put up a very good fight. But it was...
Come on.
They just weren't going to win.
No way.
After this fierce battle, Benin City was taken and much of it
Grandad.
destroyed by fire.
Mad.
The Oba was deposed, some of his chiefs were executed,
See?
and Benin came under British rule.
Mad thing.
It was during the conquest and looting of the city that the Benin artworks were found by the British troops.
For teeth and blood clot,
They
yo.
were subsequently packed up and taken back to England as war booty.
Mad.
And then sold off to pay for the punitive expedition.
Liberties.
They were sold to museums and private collectors. So that's how they ended up in European museums, like the British Museum, and museums in Germany and France. News of the punitive expedition soon appeared in the British press.
Reaction came very swiftly. Within a week, there were newspaper articles appearing, loads of them, really decrying this expedition and really stirring up a kind of storm of moral panic, and I suppose giving justification for the punitive expedition to go ahead in February. This will be straight after the Phillips massacre. I've got here an extract from the Daily Telegraph.
Told you, man. It was all in the papers,
12th,
man. All in the papers, man.
1897. And it uses words like a powerful theocracy of fetish priests, famous for its human sacrifice. And it says that the king of Benin, this tyrant, would not allow his own people to crack palm kernels and sell gum or collect rubber, that he turned back British subjects who have endeavoured to open up trade, and that the produce of his country for outside commerce was lost. So you've got, on the one hand, the wickedness of the people of Benin, particularly the Oba, and on the other hand, what was regarded as a civilizing mission.
Everything I go on a fire and say them I could get the blame. Mad thing.
To Benin, and how detrimental it is that the Oba won't allow this trade to go ahead. And it's this double-sided thing. I mean, really, it's all about palm oil. Yeah, it's all the war over oil. We're familiar with them. Different sort of oil.
Right.
A century ago, but even so, there we go. And similarly, when the punitive expedition reached Benin, I think there's an extract from one of the sources in the documents that you've got. And this one is the Sheffield Independent, Wednesday the 24th of February 1897. So again, it's very soon after the incident, I think within a week or so of the incident. And this one talks about The king of Benin has at last been sharply made to understand that he cannot treat peaceful white men as he treats his wretched subjects, and his capital is now in British hands. And it goes on about how the British had used the smartest tactics and the most sterling pluck, and it stirs the heart of the British. The work has been quickly and well done. And I love this this phrase. Well, I don't love it. I think it's horrific. This writer says, the king of Benin, by all accounts, is the greatest scoundrel unhung.
Mad.
So that really gives you a flavour of what they were thinking about.
Slander, man.
I think during the actual attack on Benin, they set fire, the British set fire to quite a small number of houses. Then the fire simply got out of control. And before then, there'd been great earthworks, big walls around the city, which were said to be on the same sort of scale as the
Great Wall of China. Yes,
probably not
we know.
the same sort of length, but that sort of massive ramparts. Those caught fire and were destroyed, and I think they're probably completely all gone by now. Which weren't destroyed.
Not all, but yeah.
Cleared by now for urban development and whatever. So it really was the end of the city. The chiefs were captured. There was some sort of show trial. Most of them were hung. And this chap Moore that we spoke about earlier, got a note of, yes, one of the chiefs had committed suicide in his cell. He was waiting for his trial, and he couldn't bear the humiliation. And I'm quoting here. Major Ralph Moore determined to show the natives the power of the white man, so he ordered the man's corpse to be hung in front of the ruined palace. Some of the officers and soldiers of the Niger Coast Protectorate further desecrated the corpse by using it as target practice. And this is the man that's bringing civilization.
The British press portrayed Benin and its people as barbaric, which led to great puzzlement among academics when their artworks arrived in England. How could such sophisticated art have been produced by such barbarous people?
Exactly.
One of the things British journalists and writers focused on was the practice of human sacrifice in Benin.
That's what they thought.
There was human sacrifice. An anthropologist writing in the 1950s, Ori Bradbury, who wrote an excellent book on Benin, maintains that human sacrifice was part of the of traditional religion. But what happened was that the 12 worst criminals who were due for execution were chosen. They were executed, and then they were...
Guess what the religion of the king was? He was a Roman Catholic. So this is where bullshit... You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, their traditions and da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, there's a lot of lies going on, man. The man ain't making no sense. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like the same old story, man. They're gonna...
Yeah, the same old story, but it's like, yeah, so the sacrifice thing, obviously, it's not a sacrifice thing. It's an execution thing. You get it? So man get executed. Yeah, there's human sacrifice, but that's something different and private, and they don't see that. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So the only thing they would have seen is a man being put on display after execution. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what you're calling human sacrifice, but it's not sacrifice. You get me? It's just a display of power and all of that. You know, we still got to have rules and regulations and and you lot have been doing public executions for time.
Yeah.
You only just stopped it in some countries. Beheading, all of this, other, you know what I mean? Hanging, all of that. Even in Nigeria, that firing squad thing, they stopped it maybe 20 years ago. Because
Oh,
that's what would happen if you was like, yeah, you set to thing for death. They just put you against a post and yeah, blaze you. Wonder where they learned that from. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's mad. The colonial fuckery that we pick up, but still, we doing it our way still. You know what I mean? And we've had these rules and all these things in our systems for thousands of years. Do you get it? It's an insult to say that you came and you civilized us. How?
Yeah, exactly. And the way they did it, they start calling him a tyrant and shit like
Right,
that. So
right. Like
it's
we
like
even know
now,
what that word means where
yeah,
we're
but
coming
it essentially calls him a criminal. So when we go in
Yeah.
here and kill him, invade his
Mhm.
country and kill him, you guys
Right.
you look at him as less than human because he's a criminal. Same
Yeah.
shit they do with black people today. That's
Right.
why you got Banksy saying these people deserve to get shot 60
Mm.
times because
Right.
you just put the label criminal on him and now his life don't matter. So it's the same
Exactly.
shit. Same shit, Snipes.
Exactly. Same shit. Same shit. But this is early in the
Yeah, this is early.
way
That's
of
what I'm saying.
doing
This is
it.
the early
Yeah.
fuckeries.
Yeah, this is early in the way of doing it. So by the time we come into the 1900s and they're more refined this shit, where
Mhm.
they're doing it all around the world, in America, in this country,
Yeah.
that country, blah blah blah. It's different, but it's a progressive machine of colonization, stealing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because this was basically uh expedition. Wasn't supposedly colonization, but it was. Do you get what I'm saying? But it
Yeah.
was. Because
Yeah,
once you've stolen everything, once you've deposed the leader, what you going to do? They put a governorship in and therefore, remember my great great grandfather was exiled to Ghana for 6 years, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. And then when he came back and ruled as normal. Do you get what I'm saying? Everything back into place, because they can't control what they were doing. Do you get me? It's got nothing to do with them. You can't bring your European style because your European style is coming to buy stuff from us. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So we're in the control of the farming, the stuff building, the collecting, the palm oil, everything. We're in control of that. The gold, the diamonds, the everything. The rose gold that we get in that region. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So like they never ever get control of those things. But yeah, that's why I said even with their governments that they placed in our countries, they got some control, but not really much. Because the cities are so big and vast, and the towns and the villages, and it's so complex. Yeah, but the government is coming. Do you get it? It's
Yeah.
coming. It's going to put a governorship in your ends. So in Benin, there's a governorship. Yeah, and there's a governor. Yeah, but that don't have nothing to do with the Oba, who's the supreme ruler of the whole ends. To get it, he owns all the land, he owns everything, all the business, the government don't own shit. But the government will soon own shit because they need to just take a little bit of a port, yeah, and then encroach little by little by buying land,
Yeah.
doing industry, selling it to Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? So they can come and do their pumping of oil on those people's lands. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
gonna be like in between little patches, in between other man's land, and that could be right next to a small village or whatever. So this is what we're talking about: the poison streams and all of that because of the pipelines that are running through a man's ends. But you don't have no control of the ends, but you have control of the pipeline. So for it to get from one piece that you own to another piece that you own, you're gonna have to go through other people's land, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That means
that's
you
where
have
the
to.
problem is. You know what
Now,
I'm
was
saying?
some of them people negotiating with the people in the community to run
The
the fight?
Europeans.
Yeah. Was the
Oh
Europeans?
no. By then, listen, once you've colonized us, we ain't got no
Yeah.
control of none of that shit. What
I
the
got you.
king has control of is the land that he owns, right? The village, the da 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 da. He's in control of that because that's who they're gonna go and complain to. you know what I'm saying? From wherever small village they're at, they're gonna go to the main king and the kingdom and his palace and go and complain there to some administrator, or the first it goes from the chief, and then the chief will take it to the palace and then speak to the king if he can, or speak to an administrator who passes that message on to the king. Like, it's organized. It's always been organized. It's not no plating. And a chief is an administrator, so he's like the administrator for the village. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, gotcha.
He's a top guy in the village. He's like, yeah, but he's the only one who's going to get audience with the king. When he goes into the king's presence now, and part of the king's court, the chiefs will be on one side. Do you get me? The elders will be on another side, and the bloody administrators, all sorts of different people will be behind the king. So it's organized. It's always been organized. This structure they took from us, and Europe has got what it's got now, and America's got what it's got now, and the Greeks and the this one and the that one, and yeah. So a lot of us, our styles and our civilized living and structures, they took, because they weren't even familiar with it. You got this other soldier guy who just ran up into the palace. He needs an audience with the king. Like, what? No, man, we're in the middle of a ceremony, like proper things. Like, bro, this is cultural shit. Yeah, everybody has to fall back. That means not even a chief or anyone can go and disturb the king, or, you know what I mean, he's caught or whatever. But this guy thought he could do it and bring troops and all of that, and they got moved to. You bought 400 man and a Gatling gun and all of that type of shit, and yeah, didn't end well for you. And then they had to go and get reinforcements, fabricate this story, and make the chief look bad. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he's this, he's that, he's a tyrant, he's a da-da-da-da. All of that to say, they now can go the second time and go with force.
Yes. Yeah,
you got what I'm saying? And that's all it was. You know what I'm saying? It's fuckery.
They got it's a mass destruction narrative.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? This shit keeps happening, man. That's crazy.
But the problem is that the reason why they got wiped out the first time, that the woman weren't saying, is that them man had guns, them man had cannons, yeah, and them man had all sorts of weapons and that they got from the Portuguese. Do you get it? Because they were trading with the Portuguese prior. Like, they did this new English situation was relatively late in history.
So what timeline would y'all been trading with the Portuguese?
From the 15th to right up to the 1700s, 18. Yeah.
Long time.
So yeah, it's a couple 100 years trading with them man there and other man. That's what they don't want to tell man as well. Because if we're going over to the Americas and to the there and all of this, they're not saying the people who are on the other side. They would have had to been organized too. Some of them might have even been family that we know can sail, innit? We can sail over to Americas then with goods and to other place, Portugal or wherever. But so why can't we sail over to the Americas and the Caribbean and that? Of course we would. And we've got historical records that say, yeah, we did that one. We did it so much, we set up colonies over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you go to those places and you say, there's still people speaking the language. Easy, light work, no lies. Fully there. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's fucking fruitful. Anyway, go.
The bodies were displayed on the crucifixion trees. They were not... Crucifixion was not the method of execution. So it was probably public execution, but then display of the bodies afterwards. And we might feel absolutely appalled by this, and quite right too. But there'd been public execution in Britain until 1868. Went on in the United States until 1936, and in France using the guillotine until 1939.
Shit.
Yeah.
So in your grandma's time,
yeah,
she would have seen that shit, right?
Exactly.
motherfuckers getting hanged and shit. She would have seen lynching anyway, but I'm just saying, public execution means like, yeah, that's by the law, innit?
Oh yeah,
That's by
hell
the
yeah.
law. Yeah, whatever laws in place, yeah, they have public executions. You know what I mean? And we know that in the cowboy films and shit, but we're not thinking, all the way up to 1930 something. Yeah, we're talking past the Cotton Club and all them days there. That's what we do in Prohibition. They was still hanging niggas.
That's
The
after
fuck?
Black Wall Street.
You know
what I'm saying?
There's a lot of things prior to, yeah, when they decided to stop officially. And bro, private execution now, this is what they moved to. Alright?
Yeah, real.
It's not like execution stopped. Nah. You still getting executed in America. Lethal injection, electric chair, whatever. All sorts of methods now. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's crazy. Crazy. But she's right though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, in Europe, yeah, boy, in America, shit. France, goddamn guillotine. That's a crude motherfucker, ain't it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, off with his head. And then put the head on a spike around the town or something. You know what I mean? It's like so fuckery. Barbaric, but everyone's doing it. Yeah, we just doing it with a little more style. We got trees and shit. Like, nigga, put that nigga on the tree. Make sure everybody knows if you like fucking Tunde and you're a fucking criminal, this is what can happen, bro. You ain't a criminal over us. Yeah, you're pestilence in the community. So, you know, those are extreme circumstances to get it. So those other people must have killed other people. You know what I mean? They ain't doing it for stealing bread or some shit. Or a chicken. You know what I mean? This is an extreme circumstance. Like, but we know we got people like that.
So they saying the last hanging in Tennessee was 1913.
Right.
In 1916, they started using the electric chair. Okay. Man. That's crazy.
Yeah. Come on. Let's go.
In the British Museum and other museums in Britain and Europe, including France and Germany. They were firstly displayed as anthropological or ethnological artifacts, but more recently they've been treated and presented more as artworks. But how should they be properly understood?
Probably, I think they can only really be understood in the context of Edo ritual and Edo religion, which is to do with worshipping the head specifically of the father. So when a man dies, it is particularly his head that is worshipped, which might explain why there are so many representations of heads that we get in this collection. There's also a belief in reincarnation, whereby
she's struggling.
When a man dies, or even a woman dies, the next child born in the family is a reincarnation of that particular individual. So you get names which mean things like mother has returned or the brave warrior has come back to the house. So it's
definitely that bit is true still, because I am meant to be my grandfather, not my great grandfather. But it's because we share the same birthmark. You get what I'm saying? So I got this birthmark, these spots on the back of my heel. You get what I'm saying? That I tried to dig out even when I was young, and it was like, bro, I don't even know how that got there and how that's there and what it is. Just like a black spot, couple of them. Do you get what I'm saying? So my mom explained to me from young, like, yeah, that's your granddad had those birthmark, but yeah, you are him, so we good. I was like, you know, when you're a kid, you're just like, huh? I don't even know what
you don't even know what
I'm
it
saying.
means.
Like, what the hell does that mean? You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, yeah. Well, she may explain the birthmark bit, but I was like, nah, I got you. Yeah, as I got older, I started to, there might be some more truth to that still.
Yeah, there you go.
Explain your character, explain your behavior, explain why you are a certain way. you get what I'm saying? Because I feel that my background is military. We're not in the military in the sense of European military. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just that certain people in the family, like grandma and certain people, they were just staunch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, non-petants. Like, yo, my mom is a super softie. Yeah, she'll cry for everybody. Tennessee, everyone. You get me? Ados. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, what did they do to them? Yeah, I will pray for them. Yeah, that's my mom. My grandma, to get a tear out of her, boy, there's more chance of getting the blood out of a stone. You know what I'm saying? That woman was staunch businesswoman, like hard face, like, yo, yeah. I was wish I had the soft grandma, but I loved her still. Yeah, because she didn't seem that hard to me. But all the stories from my mom and my uncles and that, it was mad. My uncles is like, yeah, man, me and the grandma set up a business, and she bumped me. I said, say what? She said, no, she bumped me, man. She took the whole shit. You know what I'm saying? And then looked around at me and said, whoa, who brought you into the world, motherfucker? I said, really? He was like, yep. I ain't gonna lie, I can't say nothing to her, but boy, yeah. Watch out for your grandma. I was like, shit. Yeah. I remember when my grandma turned to me and said, boy, don't you think you have to start chipping in now? I said, excuse me? Like, chipping in, man, you gotta give me a little something, something. Like, really? I said, nah. I said, that's the duty of my parents, yeah, my mom, and the rest of the children you had. And since you had 9, I don't even know why you're looking at me. Yeah, because I got an uncle a year older than me. Do you know what I'm saying? My mom's youngest brother. Yeah, he's a year older than me. I'm like, bruh, that nigga weren't even in the picture at the time. He was still living in Nigeria, like, and now he was born here though. You know what I'm saying? Like 5 or 4 of my mom's brothers and sisters was born here. So they deserve to. They at any time they could come back here. You know what I mean? They could just go to the embassy and do the deal. But most of them came back after their education. So they were taken in their early teens for some, and mid to late teens, and then brought back after they'd done their education and shit. Yeah, one by one they just came back. But the older set, it was different now. Different host, different process. They weren't born here, they was born back there. They know the real. Especially my mum being the oldest. Mad.
Those sorts of names are still used an awful lot amongst both the Yoruba and I believe Edo as well. So, I mean, I believe that they're art in the fact the way that they're made and they're beautiful and you can admire them and go and look at them and say, wow. You know, there's certainly all that associated with art. But if you want me to start defining what is art, Paul, I'm afraid we'll have to leave that till another day.
So, whether we can fully appreciate or understand the Benin bronzes while they remain outside of their original context remains an open question. But many argue that since they were taken from Benin as war booty, they should now be returned to Benin.
Damn right.
This is an issue that will no doubt continue to be hotly debated. In the meantime, if you'd like to know more about the Benin bronzes, what they mean, how they were made, and how they ended up in Europe, go to the Open University website and follow the links to the module A111.
Big up Open
Discovering
University,
the
man, for
Arts
this
and
information.
Humanities.
But yeah. Need to allow it now. You get me? You're just rubbing salt in the wounds and that. So that was the final piece to Mike's origin and, you know, dealing with slavery and what was going on for my people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, now you got the big picture. Let a RGB nigga come in here and tell me about my shit. He gonna be very sorry. I love him, but nigga, yeah, you better take that pan bullshit away from me. Yeah, I'm not even African. I told you. You know what I'm saying? I'm over my tribe. I'm over my people. You get it? That's how we identify. Yeah, we only use it outside of Africa because it makes sense, right? The European made it up, and it just seems to work. Gives you an indication of where we're coming from. That's all right. But in other respects, it's like it's nonsensical because this is not how Africans interact with each other. Let me phone my other African brother. Like you don't know.
Yeah.
Let me phone my Libyan brother, or let me phone my Libyan Habasha brother, or you get me? People identify their tribes. They don't do this nonsense. Anyway, we gonna get back to the church service. Now we've done that little recant or the second part 2. That's over. Let me change the background and get back to the church. It's hot out here, Borich, man. I'm telling you, for fuck's sake. We need some
That's
ice.
good, man. Yeah, it's good. We gotta enjoy this. Enjoy this weather. You gotta enjoy it.
Boom. Back in the church. All right.
Artifact, man. Them artifacts is what's crazy, man.
They're in the British Museum, man, down the road, man. Fuck's sake.
Yeah,
I need to
no,
go
that's
make
what
a
I've
claim in that.
That's what I've always.
Yeah, like, there's many
Always.
successive people who tried to claim for it. We even had an MP, my local MP. He tried to get them back and all of that. The Nigerian government tried it. They told them they were fraudsters. You get what I'm saying? And they were like, right, we're fraudsters, but your teeth. You know what I'm saying? How's a pot calling kettle black, man?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You stole it. This ain't legit. This ain't we gave them to you. Yeah. You fucking burnt down the palace. Yeah. And took the goods. Because even if we're saying bronzes, where's the ivory? Where's the gold? Where's the other stuffs?
Yeah.
You don't want to talk about that because those bronzes are molds. Yeah. Man is saying they're wax molds, and then you go to from wax, yeah, to bronze or copper, yeah, then to gold. So that is a mold for a gold. Do you get it? And my grandma told me a story that if I want to go on a treasure hunt, the gold versions of those things, yeah, are buried in my grandfather's village. You know what I'm saying? And I need to go there with one of them. What they call them? You know, them metal detectors. Yeah. She said only if you want to. I was like, okay. One day I might take you up on that. You get me? I know what it is. I know what the village is, the name. You get me? Of the same individual. You get what I'm saying? That came on stream. So when I talk to these guys, man, I trust them. I just want a little bit of respect. And all my other African brothers and sisters, what they respect, like when they're talking, like be specific. This generalization of us is a bit much. And then this idea of unification. For what reason? Maybe the tribe next door did sell us out. Or, you know what I mean? Sold our people into slavery. Like, you don't know. So the relationship between countries might be strained at the least. Do you get it? Or man defeated man and took prisoners of war and then sold the prisoners of war to the Europeans. Do you get it? Whatever the thing is, there's beef. Africans got beef of their own. They're ready. Do you get what I'm saying? Depending what tribe you are, like, bro, we ain't no pussy shit.
No, that's what I hear when I hear the American family debating with Pan-African brothers. It's like, yo, African got their own beefs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just got their own beef.
Our own beef, just like in America, you got your own beefs. Like,
before we can talk about
that's deep.
and shit.
That shit is deeper than what these guys are trying to say. You know what I mean? It's much deeper than that. You get what I'm saying? Because the behaviors then is overstandable, right? Makes you overstand that why Americans would seem wild and you give them guns and shit and and they would defend themselves to the T and you know what I'm saying? Form gangs and do all of this shit. It's still replicated back home. So you can see, oh shit, what is classed as Black American and the things we do, yeah, is really African, or you know what I mean, or really, of your tribe or of your people, and you're thinking you're doing something different, but we can find a tribe that does exactly the same as what you do. And then generally, the way you think is generally the way they think. Yeah, without minus the poisoning and and we being in the colonized place, them being colonized and us being in the colonized place is actually makes us the same. Do you get what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
just that on one side, yeah, the supposed uh, shackles have been lifted, right? But they're living according to the way they've always lived. Yeah, the deception is, oh, Europeans conquered and colonized them and then made them live a certain way. I'm saying, how so? You can't even impose a religion on a man. You know what I'm saying? They can't do it to you now in Tennessee. They can't do it to me now in England. Yeah. So how are you telling me our ancestors, yeah, people who we came from, yeah, and we've got this attitude here, so they must have had that attitude there, yeah, back then, would have accepted the kind of things that they're telling us that we accepted? No way. I think once a warrior, always a warrior. If you got warrior genes and warrior DNA and it always shows through. It could come out wrong depending on what environment you're in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it could come out wrong. Like, yeah, man. That's why I fear for the youngers, because they could be the best of angels or the worst of devils. Do you get what I'm saying? For the community, for the world in general. Do you get what I'm saying? Because, like, yeah, it's all going to come down to the youngers. And I'm telling you, these spirits and these souls, they're new, they're powerful, you get me? But they needed to be guided the right way. If they're not guided and they're allowed to be wayward, and that's us as even as black youths. If we never had a firm hand, would we be even sitting here having this conversation, Bone Rich? You get what I'm saying? If we didn't have our parents to keep us on our toes, on the straight and narrow, and would we be here? I wouldn't be here. I don't think I'd be here.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either.
You know what I'm saying? I would definitely not. In same England, yeah, someone would have shot me, someone would have thinged me, stabbed me multiple times. I would have fell victim to what normally falls victim to a lot of my friends and family. Always make me wonder, like, oh shit, what did he do and how did he live that was different from how I was living? To get me, because we came up together and he ain't here no more. Mad thing. And sometimes it's in a horrible way. Cancer's bad enough, but you know what I mean? The big C's just grabbing everybody. Don't matter the age now. Same as asthma and all of these things as well. It's only seen black youths can have asthma attack and die. These are all the conditions and all the weird stuff that go on, man. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, it's our environment that's killing us. You know what I mean? We need that space. Like back in the day, man, you could just buy your things and just like, yeah, look around and there's no house around. There's enough space on the planet for everybody. Why are we all cramped up, living in tower blocks and all of this type of stuff? Pretty apartments and this. It's not real.
Yeah.
It's not real, man.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? I really want my house made of wood. I don't. I feel that wood breathes and all of that, like, bro.
Yeah, that's
this
a
is
fact.
steel and concrete and marble and like, bro, what is this, bros?
Yeah.
I got Wi-Fi running. I got this running. I got that running. I'm doing best to just stay normal in a fucked up environment. Do you get it? And it's not fucked up like, oh, people shooting, killing, no. That's happening. But we know we old and wise and foxy enough to, them things don't concern, man. I'm not in a gang. I'm not in the, you know what I mean? Certain businesses that would require you to have a thing on you or defend yourself or It's long. You know what I mean? I left that behind when it was when it was appropriate.
Yeah.
Because the moment you start having pitney, yeah, you know. Yeah, you
Yeah.
gotta be a bit more sly with your shit. There's people waiting at home with big eyes and that.
Yeah, exactly. For real. For real.
Yeah,
That's what changed my life. Yeah.
yeah.
Me
Like
having a son changed my life.
yeah, Puss in Boots eyes waiting
Mhm.
for you at home. You
For
get what I'm
real.
saying?
Yeah.
Big. Yeah,
When I
so it
when I
changed. It
called my
changed, man.
charge, when I
Mm,
called my charge, my son was trying to ride with me.
right.
He was like,
I was
"Dad, can I
told.
ride?" I was like, "No, no, no. I'll be right back. Dad'll be right back." And Dad
I done
didn't
some
come
naughty
right
stuff in the past, yeah, and there was one that it's like it didn't come back to me, yeah. Like we got this Turkish guy and we tied him up and gun butt him up and all sorts. You get me? Duct tape and all sorts. He was pissed. Yeah, it was on a little movement, me and my friend, yeah. And maybe like 8 months later, I'm walking to the job center with my friend. He says he needs to go sign, scribble on the dotted line or whatever, right? So I'm like, all right, cool, let's go. We went down there. As we're going into the place, yeah, I see the guy with the same bruises. Like they're all kind of healed up now, yeah. But yeah, bruised up face, walked straight past me, didn't even give me a second look. But I froze. Do you get what I'm saying? Because in my heart, this was like a little bit away in another area. Do you get what I'm saying? It wasn't even in my area. I'm not in my area, but I'm close to my area. Yeah. And yeah, I saw this guy and I thought to myself, you know what? I could have been walking with my little daughter. Do you get what I'm saying? This guy recognized me and then it all goes left. I was like, oh shit. Oh
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, your mic's a bit. I don't know.
Still doing it right now.
Yeah.
Fuck.
What was it? Shit might be overheating or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm struggling to do that. But yeah, that was a last life flash before my eyes moment because I thought to myself, rah, imagine I was in that situation and my daughter was my daughter.
What
You know
about
what I'm
now?
saying?
Mic check. Mic check.
That's it.
There
You
go.
good. Yeah. So yeah, I was saying like, yeah, and that's what made me really wake up and say, you know what? I'm done with this gang shit. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, I'm done with the guys, man. I just went to them one day and just said, you know what? I'm done. And you know what they said to me? Because they usually say that no one can't leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, niggas don't leave, man. Like that's dead. Yeah, I'm saying yeah, but um, they said to me, no, go and do your thing, man. You done your service, bro. You that guy in it. Like you done everything you was required of you to get it and more. You even put yourself in the hands of the authorities for a friend. You got what I'm saying? So like my credibility was definitely I was a three stripe general. That's why. You know what I'm saying? I put in work from a foot soldier to whatever. Do you get it? So
Yeah.
I earned my thing because only a real bad guy or whatever, a bad man or whatever, yeah, can say I'm out and everybody accept it. To get it? Because even you got to think, even people, young guys coming up would want to a piece of you. Do you get what I'm saying? That's another reason why I had to come out of it as well, because I didn't want to get into situations where some of my friends was getting in problems with the youngsters and bruvs was getting sticky for them. Now, I don't want to get chased down the road by
Yeah.
20 youngers with swords and
Yeah.
shit. Like you got to be a bit more elegant. Yeah. My dad said to me, my stepdad said to me, he said, you want to go grow old gracefully, not disgracefully. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you know when it's your time. When it was Mike's time, it was Mike's time. But you have to grow out of things and just say, you know what? No, I'm moving on. Big man ting. Yeah, that's where that big man
Exactly.
ting came
Yeah.
in. Yeah, big man ting. Now we have to do better, do thing. You've got youths now. You're a responsible adult. You're a parent. Da, da, da. But that's kind of easy for me being the eldest. I've always had responsibility placed on my shoulders. Do you get it? Looking after my brothers and sisters and da. So I already learned how to be a parent before being a parent. Yeah. So that bit wasn't difficult. It was just me, myself, and I. When it was just me and myself and I in the world, I could take liberties with this body and soul. Do you know what I'm saying? Take risks. Now that I wouldn't take those risks again, because I value my life and da. And life is so easily lost where I'm from. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
I've seen people drop next to me like, oh shit, that could have been me still. My thing. Yeah. And then the lasting memory of that person's blood splashed on you and you're washing it off in the mirror and da. People won't want to, in reality, spend a day in sniper shoes. Like what I've seen and what I've been through and what I've think. Do you get it? But they all make you better, stronger thing. And the fact that I had good um a good family structure, I think, is what saved me, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't have a bigger brother, I didn't have a but I did have older cousins. So I was like the first in my household to do anything. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I felt it was my duty, in a sense. Yeah, do all the bad shit so that my brother wouldn't have to, or my sister wouldn't have to go through certain things, and all of these things that I kind of thought I was doing the right thing, you know what I mean? Like no one fucked with them. Yeah. I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing, but they made their own ways anyway. But there was that overall thing where I was just sitting there waiting, like I wish a nigga would
Yeah.
ever fuck with someone, one of mine. Do you know what I'm saying? Brother, sister, did so I could style on him. Yeah, but it never happened. Yeah. But I was a respectful youth. I listened to my elders. I was always quiet in their presence. Do you get what I'm saying? They liked me having me around, kind of thing. So I kind of moved with older people, been with older people, like
Yeah.
even for my uncles and that, who are a little bit older than me. I'm like, yo, I grew up with your elders, you know, the older brothers and sisters, my mom, my uncle, the next uncle, and I was in their presence walking around. You lot was in Africa going to school and doing that and getting chauffeur driven and all of that, but you're not in the company of your elder siblings. You get it? I'm getting the benefit of that over here, but it's like they're on a mission. They got to make peas and send it back to grandma. I didn't know that. Yeah, they have to make peas and send it back to grandma. So some of the things I missed out on that I should have got, my mom tells me now, like, yo, yeah, man, that was to build the house. You know, grandma's big mansion and shit. Yeah, man, I built that motherfucker. Me and my brother. Back in the 80s, we was just sending money back, sending money back, sending money back. And I knew that my grandma was coming over with a big trunk box. Yeah. And filling it with like cereal, all of that, beans, baked beans, coffee, all of that shit. Boom, closing it up, all the nice shit. And she gonna take that back to Africa to her kids, obviously my uncles and that, because they want their creature comforts, innit? You know what I mean? They're from England, they're born in England, so now they're in Africa, they're pissed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But to make them feel good and easy, yeah, she'll grab some tins of beans and all of that, boxes of cornflakes, fill up the box, man. Mad. And my grandma always ate with a knife and fork. That's what was interesting to me. She was bougie, man. Yeah, proper bougie woman, man. Rest in peace, man. But yeah, she was as a staunch businesswoman. But yeah, growing up in North London, yeah, it's been eventful and interesting. But one thing I do say is that a lot of the people who were positive and artists and actors and comedians and all of that, they kind of stayed in the area, so we had access to them all the time. So that was encouraging in the sense of the area, like saying I'm from Tottenham and being proud and that type of thing, because we saw our celebrities and people who did works in the community, they were all around us. And even that up to our MP was, like Bernie Grant and that, he was interactive. Like we see him in the street and that when we was kids, like, yo, asking us if we're good, if we need anything, all of that. It's mad. Yeah, and there was more sense of community. I agree with that. But this what black community, I don't know about all that. I mean, I just know about community. That means when you live on the roads, you might know about 5 families that cross the road, that cross next to that one on your side, on either side, and maybe 1 or 2 other. That was it. That's the reality back in the day. But now it's full of multitude, man. They've moved everybody in. They've changed up the areas, gentrified it by moving people who maybe grew up in Richmond, really posh and thing areas, and then moving them right into the high crime ghetto areas, and then changing up those areas, as in making the shop stylized, because that's the center of activity. These supposed dangerous places like Brixton and all of that. These are the hubs of the community, and where stuff is good to buy or good to, just go there on a day out. It's crazy. Now it's been gentrified, so yeah, they brought all posh people in, which is cool, but it's just like we see the process. It doesn't make for that sense of community. You know what I mean? But yeah, big up. Yes, sir. We saying Rodney K. What you want to jump on again? I see you giving eyes. Yeah. Was it a eulogy I'm writing? What is it? You see what happened to your boy Triller yesterday, man? Yeah. He just makes it bad for himself. And then he'll push you in the fray and have you believe in certain stuff. But you should all let that go, man. Let that go and live life, man. And never more utter next man's name and that. Like, yeah, leave it out, man. Because when you check it, or these guys is only when you think about the positive stuff that the brothers have done for you, any of you, do you get what I'm saying? And then it definitely outweighs your arguments or your protestations, which are based in falsehood. You know what I mean? All these racist ideas and like, yeah. A man can be racist. The man them, the oppressed, supposedly man them. You know what I mean? Who's got an inferiority complex or some shit like that. It's mad, it's crazy. Or a superiority complex for some. Either which they fear. You know what I mean? One they fear and the other one they hope. Or assume that we in none of those brackets. We in none of those brackets. We don't have none of those feelings. None of these words they don't penetrate. As I said, life is for living. You gotta live a certain way, and when you've seen people die in front of you and all of this stuff, mere words have minimal power. I don't care about anyone's interpretation or anyone's critique of what I'm saying, or I don't care. Some of you are not placed to even do that. Just have your own thing or have your own opinion. It's cool. Yeah, I don't care if you don't agree with me or I don't. Chilling. Yeah. But I am interested in that though. Some of the power that I wield in the sense of having conversation with people on a level and like mashing them up. Like I didn't know these things could be done. This was not the capacity what I thought conversation and thing was about, but obviously I took to it like a duck to water. But you know what I mean? That was not my modus operandum in any way, shape, or form. But I do like to make things fun and interesting. You got it. So you're not getting the monologue today, boy. Mad. No one again. No. Yeah. Well, long live the tribes, man. Don't long live Nigeria, because long live Nigeria is long living the European ideal. Do you get it? Well, it's the people that are important, right? So, yeah. This is why we need to know our names and of our tribes, even in the Americas. We're not saying that you're not indigenous and all of that. We don't mind. You originally came from Africa, but who said that Africans can't go somewhere, settle, and be that? And once it's over like a fucking 100 years, and it's well over 100 years. Yeah, that in terms that we're talking. Yeah, even in Egypt, if you're there 100 years, you Egyptian, sorry, and you whatever your tribe is. Yeah, you Israelite Egyptian, man. Fuck's sake. You can't live there and then they have successive children there and still claim to be from somewhere else. All right, cool. That is understandable, but you know what you are. Your tribe ain't gonna change, innit? So you can say I'm an Egyptian citizen, but I'm fucking Israelite, bruv. Tribe of Benjamin. You get me? And it seems in the biblical books they knew their tribes. Easy. It was all about tribes. And now everyone's talking about tribalism. Yeah, but that's tribalism, brother.
Yeah.
All due respect. I'm saying, bro, that's what it needs to be. You need to know your tribe. Yeah, because there's good parts and bad parts. You want to just put the bad parts to tribalism, like we're man beef. But that's not reflected everywhere in Africa. Go there and see how tribes live next side by side with each other. No problems. Yeah. It's just that someone's going to get to try some different poom poom. Yeah. Someone in the royals is going to get to try some different, from another tribe, and that's going to make them one tribe, and easy. But everybody maintains their culture. Boom. That's why you can have multiple tribes with multiple cultures, because none of them are doing that blending shit that some people would imagine. And changing it up and nah. There's no need. Everyone's quite happy to accept each other's thing. They don't have to abide by it. Like, your God's name's what? All right, cool. Respect it though. When you're doing the ceremony, okay, I'll be there, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's respect. It's just like, bruv, I don't know. It's not so deep. Yeah, and the man's gonna tell us about African spirituality, but as I said, whatever religion they take up, it's not gonna affect their culture. Not in one iota. To get it?
Yeah, I heard
cultural practices are forever. Cultural practices are forever, man. It's just like what you are, what makes you you. You get me? The Born Rich clan do certain practices.
Yeah.
They barbecue 4 times, have cookouts. You know what I mean? Certain things that we say rituals, right?
Yeah, we
you know what I'm saying?
So everybody's graduation, all of that.
Right, right. So yeah, you know what I mean? So we have our ways and our traditions and our customs, and we ain't trying to change them for nobody. But we're willing to add, and we're willing to join in with other ways, and you know what I mean? Because if I come over there and I have and join in your barbecue, I'm joining in your ways and your customs, no?
Yeah.
You're gonna open the door and entertain me how you would the Born Rich way. That's it.
Yep. That's how we get
right.
down.
You know what I'm saying? And that's how you get down. And same, if you came over here, bro, it's same, bro. My door's open, bro.
Everybody can chill.
My G.
Everybody can vibe from the preacher to the drug dealer.
Right.
We all vibe,
yeah.
Because that's everybody in our tribe. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the differences in our tribe. You feel me? You might have the crack.
And even within my tribe, I'm gonna have that old white man, that old trucker who comes and picks up broken down cars, yeah. And you and your cousins there, and you telling him, listen, yeah, I got a guy, don't worry. You get me? Billy Bob, yeah, 10 minutes, I got you, my G. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we use all the elements of what's in our community to have a community. And then what's personal, like our family, our friends and family, that's what it is. So this idea of this black community, I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's a layer on top of a layer. A layer on top of a layer. Your shit is your shit, right? Your ways and your customs, and from grandma and great grandma and all the way down, that's personal.
Yeah.
Right? No one can interfere with that. And if we get to hear some of the stories, we just appreciate it. That shit, Born Rich letting us into his culture. He's That's what it is. Yeah, but I just think that people now think that culture is something else. Do you get what I'm saying? And that
Culture,
religion supersedes it,
yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm saying that the culture is the way you are, the way you behave. Yeah, and then when we take that back to Africa, it's the same thing. So when I got my cousin goes to Jamaica, right?
yeah.
He says, I goes to, how was Jamaica? He was like, it was like little Nigeria. I said, okay, I got you.
Mm,
You get what I'm saying? I got you. You didn't have to say no more. You get what I'm saying? And I'm sure there's certain parts of America just like that. DC's a bit like that. That's more or less a black city still. Do you get what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Yeah. So like, yeah, wherever you go in the world, it's like, yeah, okay. I told you, if I go Brazil, I'm going favela. I ain't going Rio, De Janeiro. Why? What
Yeah.
for? I want to be with the real people, living real lives. And we having the same cookout. We playing football on the roof. Yeah, we're going to a party late in the evening. Can get some weed. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah.
know what. I'm gonna bring new African culture because when I went to Africa, that's exactly what those niggas did to me. Yeah, we got a 40-ounce Guinness. The niggas was smoking in the cool of the day. Well, let's not say the cool of the day, the heat of the day.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't do.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Middle of the afternoon, you smoking big spliffs, no top on, bending metal. Saying shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Man said to me, you want some, my brother? No, no, I'm good. You see when that big ball, that fiery ball goes down? Yeah? That's when I drink and I smoke.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that shit up there, I don't know what it's doing, bro. Because I don't even feel to smoke when the sun's higher up in the sky. Yeah, I want a juice. I want to drink something. I'm going to drink the shit out of water, thing, ice poles, you name it. Yeah? And that's I'll say that's most of us during the summer, right?
Yeah,
It's only
hell yeah.
towards the
Yeah, we gotta
evening.
have you gotta have plenty
Yeah.
water. Plenty
Yeah,
water.
you be doing light stuff like salad and shit. Like you get me chicken
Yeah,
salad or
we
Caesar
do it
salad or
now.
something.
No, not really, Sniper, because we still gonna have the barbecue and you're gonna be able to get all of that shit. We
Yeah,
not
but we're
doing
gonna like what we gonna are we can barbecue in like in the weekdays? Yeah? I don't know.
no, like a break. No, you're right. You're right
No,
on that.
weekend we be
Yeah.
barbecuing all weekend, yeah. But
No,
yeah,
the
weekdays,
weekdays, no, weekdays, everybody trying to stay in the house.
yeah.
You get some people go outside. Like I'll go
Mm,
sit on the porch for a minute, but if it's too hot, I'm going back in the house. Fuck that.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, fuck
Because
that.
right now it's so hot and tomorrow is the hottest. We got weather warning. Like it's so hot that we can't do certain things won't be open because they know
Yeah,
what time it is.
yeah,
Shit's
that's how
melted.
that's how they do us too. They say, yeah, only stay outside if you have to be. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, that. Because you know what happens here when there's a heat wave, yeah? I'm not lying, Europeans die in their car. Do you get it? So if you get stuck on the freeway and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, in the old days, yeah, they used to die in the car. Just like the animals die in the car if you leave them in
yeah.
the car with no
Animals.
windows.
Some
Right.
people leave babies in the
But
cars.
it's mainly elderly though. So elderly person going on that journey down the freeway and could get heat stroke. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then right off the car and and this is how they're dying and shit. And some just he's exhaustion is killing them. The heart, the ticker just goes and shit. It's mad.
Yeah, no, you gotta be careful.
Hmm.
Gotta be
And yeah,
careful.
you never leave a baby in a car, man.
Yeah,
What? That's crazy.
that's crazy.
That's crazy.
But this shit
Yeah.
happens. That's
Mm.
crazy, but that shit happens, man.
Yeah. Even with the animals, boy, you got to crack that window.
Yeah.
Do something. But if it's hot, no, you can't leave no animals in the car. Yeah. But yeah, tomorrow is weather warning, and then Tuesday as well. So I'm gonna go to the beach, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll go to the coast, cut some real sea breeze and that proper sand.
How often do you go to the beach, Sniper?
It's been years. You get what I'm saying? It's been years still. I'm slacking.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
I ain't really that far from one. So yeah, nothing.
Yeah, I think I did Miami in 2016. That was it. Need to get my ass back to the beach, boy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah. It was about 5 years ago actually. When I was in Nigeria, that was proper. But that Atlantic is a fucker. You can't even go in there. It's so strong. That shit will take you away, man. Take your life.
Yeah, you can't go far.
Yeah, you
You
can't
can
go
go in a
far. I'm
little
telling you.
bit, but you can't go deep. Like when I
Yeah,
went to
no way.
Miami, they don't let you go out too far at all.
Bro, I felt the pull on my ankles alone. I was ankle deep. And the way that wave pulled me, and I looked around and my dad was waving his arm, running towards man, like, yo, nigga, where you going?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, man, I tried to get my thing. I said, that current's a bit strong still. He said, nah, look. He said, out there in the ocean, he said, there used to be shops and then a road and then more shops on the other side. I said, where? Because all I can see is water right now. He said, yeah, man. And he said, come here, look, let me show you something. My old house, bro. And we went on a little bit up the beach. And I'm telling you, bro, the thing was deep in the sand. It was like halfway in the sand. We're talking like compound, veranda in the front, and like all of that. You get it? All deep in sand. Like, yo, why would you build here? You get me? I don't know if it's Quranic or something, but biblically, they say don't build your house on the sand, build your house on some rocks and shit. You get what I'm saying? Yeah? So this nigga beat a whole mansion or whatever on the beach, and yeah, every house that was there swallowed.
Yeah.
But the sand is mad, proper quality. I was like, if I could sell this shit, and I know I can sell this shit, because you need proper sand for construction. So there's a lot of construction going on in Nigeria. So they just got ample sand. You see, man, siphoning out the sand from the lagoon and shit. Like, yo, bro, sand is a big commodity, and like we got loads of it. Every raw material we got loads of. So imagine you had all the raw materials in the world, diamonds, everything, uncut, whatever. You can just buy that for the price of some blunts. You know what I'm saying? A whole sack of diamonds. Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's only the Europeans that tell us what they're worth once they're cut. But bruh. Yeah. That's why they was doing blood diamond and da. Don't think diamonds is just in one place, bro. Everything that every country's got the same, unless the conditions are a little different. But under the ground, yeah, the same. Anything that's under the ground is the same. Gold, whatever, oil, diamonds, everything. Anything that's under the ground, boom, they all got in common. All over the continent. So that means the continent is the rich thing. Do you get what I'm saying? That hence the fight for Africa. We got some panelists from Zimbabwe. Man's got uranium in his back garden, bro. On his land. I'm like, bro. He's like, yeah, I might sell it. I might do this. So all this shit comes from us, you know what I mean? And I'm saying wherever we are on the planet, we're blessed. Yeah. I'm sure if you check it, where the black folk are the juiciest parts of America. Huh? The most fertile, the rivers down in Georgia, Fing, Mississippi, all of that. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's around there. Everything's that we need is around there. Cause we don't value what they value, right? But we're saying the Most High always seems to just plot us or put us somewhere where it's always rich in something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can eat, we can sustain ourselves. We don't even have to do nothing. We're just pulling off trees, taking out the ground. Everything's just there. Like, why? Why does this keep happening to us? We're going to little islands like Jamaica, same thing. Boom. Just so happens. We in Cuba, we in Haiti. Like, How are we making these moves and everything seems to be right until a point, until European intervention, and then yeah, everything goes left after that. You know what I mean? That's mad. Yes, big up everybody up in the building. Someone jump on, man. People jump on, man. Acting scored. I mean, let me send out this collection plate, man. I don't think you're.
Yeah, there you go.
Sunday service, man. Pastor Born Rich
Yeah, man.
in the building. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
Deacon Born Rich.
yeah. He did it, man. Sniper just made a
Yeah.
dope ass video. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Showing about
Mm.
the fight. I didn't know that. I
All
didn't
right,
know
let's
that.
get to some. Let me see some biblical shit. But yeah, go on, Boris.
No, I was just saying I didn't know
Mm.
I didn't know the Benin brothers
Mm.
fought off the British at first. I didn't know
Right.
that. Yeah, I did.
Right. I've been trying to say it for a time, but it's like they don't obviously hear me. Yeah, too busy mocking and nah, you sold us into slavery. You sold us. Who sold you into slavery? Nigga, please. Nigga, when? Yeah. And after we're getting kidnapped, it don't make no sense. Yeah, they've been kidnapping us for the longest time, and some of us was doing our thing, whatever we were doing in secret. Yeah, so we didn't even know what they were doing on the other side with the slavery thing. They got Lagos locked down. You get me? Everybody's getting shipped in and shipped out, and all that trade. Did you get it? Then when the slavery thing gets rubbed out, they want to get raw materials again. And it's not oil like crude oil, it's fucking palm oil for the industrial machines and shit and soap and all of these different things. It's like, okay. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they'll tell you they sold us rum and what? Rum
And I
and
heard rum,
gunpowder and guns
fucking
and
yeah,
bullshit.
umbrellas,
Yeah.
spices.
Yeah. You didn't sell us shit, bro. You just came to collect. Always. No matter what country, you always came to collect. You know what I mean? It's not a game. The men are rude. You know what I mean? Murderer. European murderer. I got other bits on it, discussions, them talk about trying to give it back and all of that. But that's for another time, man. You know what I mean? Let me see what I got in my Sunday school bag. Where's the ladies, man? Let's do the ladies hour then. Feel that already. Give me a break, man. I gotta cook my dinner's nearly ready. Let me see. It's so hot, man. Fuck. At least there's a little breeze now. There wasn't no breeze earlier. Just gonna set a man's laptop on fire and that. God damn it. Alright, where we got Sunday school. What? Alright. Mm-mm. Yeah, now half of you out there in the sunshine, man. Let's get some ice in there. Moroccans are African.
Yeah, stay hydrated, man. It don't room temperature water, like y'all was trying to tell me the other day, man.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck that. If it's hot out there, don't drink room temperature water. Some cold
yeah?
water, man.
Need some cold juice. It's just gonna make you hotter though. Drink something warm to cool you down.
Yeah, I never heard of that, sniper. I never heard of that shit.
Yeah, my mom was the advocate for that, boy. Drinking a cup of tea in the hot sunshine.
Nah, hell no.
Mm-hmm. Yes, mama. Mama knows what it is.
Hell no.
Yeah. All right, this is a Sumerian shit. Epic of creation and that. Let's go.
The Sumerian flood story, also known as the Eridu Genesis, Sumerian creation myth, Sumerian deluge myth, is the oldest Mesopotamian text relating the tale of the Great Flood, which would appear in later works such as the Atrahasis, 17th century BCE, the Epic of Gilgamesh, circa 2150 to 1400 BCE, and, most famously, the story of Noah and his ark from the biblical book of Genesis, circa 1450 BCE. The story is dated to circa 2300 BCE in its written form, but is thought to be much older, preserved by oral tradition until committed to writing. The extant work is badly damaged, with a number of significant lines missing, but can still be read and easily understood as an early Great Flood story. Scholars who have studied the text generally rely on the later Akkadian Babylonian Atrahasis, which tells the same tale, to fill in the blanks of missing text from the broken tablet. The story most likely influenced the Egyptian flood story known as the Book of the Heavenly Cow, dated in part to the first intermediate period of Egypt, 2181 to 2040 BCE, but certainly was the inspiration for the later Mesopotamian works as well as the biblical narrative of Noah. The story was first discovered in 1893 CE during the period of widespread expeditions and excavations throughout Mesopotamia, funded by Western institutions. The good man, in this version of the tale, chosen to survive the flood and preserve life on earth, is the priest king Ziudsura of the city of Surapak, whose name means life of long days. This same figure appears as Atrahasis, exceedingly wise, in the later work that bears his name, as Utnapishtim, he found life, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and as Noah, rest or peace, in the book of Genesis. Expeditions and discovery. In the 19th century CE, Western institutions, including museums and universities, funded expeditions to Mesopotamia in hopes of finding physical evidence which would corroborate the historicity of biblical narratives. The 19th century CE saw the unprecedented practice of increasingly critical readings of the Bible, which questioned long-held beliefs regarding its divine origin and supposed infallibility. This age of skepticism would see the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species in 1859 CE, suggesting that human beings beings, rather than being created by God as a little lower than the angels, Psalm 8:5, evolved from primates. In 1882 CE, the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche published his work The Gay Science, containing the famous line, "God is dead, and we have killed him," alluding to the seeming triumph of technology and secularism over traditional religious belief. Prior to the rise of secular skepticism, and even during the period when Darwin and Nietzsche were writing, the Bible was considered the oldest book in the world, completely original, and of divine origin. This view was encouraged by the work of the Archbishop James Ussher, lived 1581 to 1656 CE, creator of the Ussher chronology, which, relying primarily on the book of Genesis and referencing other biblical narratives, dates the creation of the world to 22nd October, 4004 at 6 p.m. Since the Bible had been written by God, it was infallible and could be trusted not only in dating the age of the earth, but for any other aspect of human existence. The expeditions sent to Mesopotamia were supposed to find evidence supporting this view, but found the exact opposite. Cuneiform tablets, deciphered from the mid-19th century CE onwards, challenged the traditional view of the Bible directly, in that they contained a number of stories, motifs, and symbols, which appeared in the biblical narratives and predated them. Among these was the Sumerian flood story, the first known account of the tale people of the time knew as Noah's Ark. The badly damaged tablet was discovered in the ruins of the ancient city of Nippur by an expedition funded by the University of Pennsylvania in 1893 CE. It was left untranslated until 1912 CE, when the German Assyriologist Arno Perbel, lived 1881 to 1958 CE, deciphered it as part of his job for the University of Pennsylvania. The existence of a pre-biblical account of Noah's flood suggested to some that the traditional interpretation of the Bible needed to be rethought, while to others, that a Mesopotamian account of a great flood corroborated the biblical story, just from another point of view. The British archaeologist Sir Leonard Woolley, lived 1880 to 1960 CE, challenged this later claim through his excavations at the ruins of ancient Ur in the 1920s CE. During the 1928-1929 CE excavation season, Woolley sank a series of shafts into the soil and determined there had been significant flooding in the region, but that this was a local, not global event, and further, was not a singular incident, but had happened a number of times when the Tigris and Euphrates rivers overflowed their banks. Woolley's excavations were mirrored elsewhere in Mesopotamia by other archaeologists who came to the same conclusion. The historicity and originality of the biblical narrative of the Great Flood could no longer be maintained, and Ussher's chronology was challenged and dismissed by scholars, although both are still maintained by Christians in the present day who maintain the so-called young earth view. Scholar Stephanie Daly, commenting on further excavations in Mesopotamia throughout the 20th century CE, writes, "No flood deposits are found in 3rd millennium strata, and Archbishop Ussher's date for the flood of 2349 BC, which was calculated using numbers in Genesis at face value, and which did not recognize how highly schematic biblical chronology is for such early times, is now out of the question." The small tablet of the Sumerian flood story found at Nippur, missing much of its narrative, had provided Woolley with the academic freedom to make the kind of assertions concerning the
You can make contact with these civilizations and you do not need the government. Look at the evidence. It's happening now.
It appears to have some anomalies.
The father was not Homo sapien.
8 immortal kings of Sumeria lived a total of
the flood in the 1920s CE, which would have been unthinkable a mere century before. Summary. The Sumerian flood story begins with the creation of the world, the black-headed people, the Sumerians, and then the animals. The Sumerian gods who undertake the act of creation, An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag, would remain among the most powerful Sumerian deities for centuries, until they were eclipsed by Amorite theological paradigms under Hammurabi of Babylon, reigned 1792 to 1750 BCE, and later the Assyrians. After humans and animals are created, the gods decree the establishment of cities, beginning with Eridu, which was considered the oldest city in the world. Each of the cities are given to a god to oversee, thereby establishing the tradition of every city having its patron deity, and reference seems to be made to the further establishment of irrigation systems. After this section of the narration, a number of lines are missing, which must have explained why the gods An and Enlil, the leaders of the Sumerian pantheon, decide to destroy humanity with a great flood. In the later Atrahasis, the reason is that people become too numerous and too loud and disturb Enlil's rest. In Atrahasis, Enlil sends a drought, then a plague, and then famine to the earth to decrease the population and quiet the roar of the humans, but each time, Enki, god of wisdom and friend of humanity, tells the people what they should do to reverse Enlil's plagues, and they are able to go on with their lives as before. It is probable these details also appeared in the earlier Sumerian flood story where Enki has the same role. The story then continues, noting how all the gods swear an oath, presumably that they will not interfere in the An-Enlil decision to destroy humanity. And then the central character of the tale is introduced, Ziud-Sura, a king of the city of Surapak and a priest. Since Enki, presumably, has taken the oath not to interfere with the flood along with all the other gods, he cannot warn Ziud-Sura directly, and so speaks to a wall, knowing that Ziud-Sura on the other side of it will hear him. At this point, there are more lines missing, which would have detailed Ziud-Sura's creation of a large boat, which he filled with animals and the seed of mankind. The narrative resumes with a depiction of the flood, which rages for 7 days and 7 nights, until the seas quiet, and Utu Shamash, the sun god, appears. Ziud-Sura makes a hole in the side of the boat, and Utu, in the form of the sun's rays, enters. Ziud-Sura dutifully makes a sacrifice to the god, but what happens after is lost through more missing lines. In the end, An and Enlil seem to have repented of their decision, as they are grateful that Ziud-Sura has preserved their creations. They grant him eternal life in the paradise of the land of Dilmun. Based on fragments of the tablet, it seems the story continued after this seeming conclusion for another 39 lines, but the content is lost. Text. The following text comes from The Literature of Ancient Sumer, edited by the scholars Jeremy Black, Graham Cunningham, Eleanor Robson, and Gabor Zolyomi. The opening line referencing stopping the annihilation of my creatures might be suggesting that the gods initially gave human beings long lifespans as co-workers with the gods who would take on their labor and make the earth pleasant for them, as the story is given in Atrahasis. In this later work, after the flood, measures are taken by the gods to limit the human lifespan and increase mortality, and these kinds of details may have made up the missing text from the earlier Sumerian flood story which follows. I will stop the annihilation of my creatures, and I will return the people from their dwelling grounds. Let them build many cities, so that I can refresh myself in their shade. Let them lay the bricks of many cities in pure places. Let them establish places of divination in pure places. And when the fire quenching is arranged, the divine rights and exalted powers are perfected, and the earth is irrigated, I will establish well-being there. After An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag had fashioned the black-headed people, they also made animals multiply everywhere, and made herds of four-legged animals exist on the plains, as is befitting. Here there are approximately 32 lines missing. I will oversee their labor. Let the builder of the land dig a solid foundation. After the of kingship had descended from heaven, after the exalted crown and throne of kingship had descended from heaven, the divine rights and the exalted powers were perfected. The bricks of the cities were laid in holy places, their names were announced, and were distributed. The first of the cities, Eridu, was given to Nudimud, the leader. The second, Bad Tibira, was given to the mistress. The third, Larag, was given to Pabil Sag. The fourth, Zimbir, was given to Hero Utu. The fifth, Suropag, was given to Sud. And after the names of these cities had been announced and had been distributed, the river was watered. Here there are approximately 34 lines missing. Seat in heaven, flood, mankind. So he made. Then Nintud, holy Inanna, made a lament for its people. Enki took counsel with himself. An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag made all the gods of heaven and earth take an oath invoking An and Enlil. In those days, Ziud-Sura, the king, the Gudug priest, he fashioned. The humble, committed, reverent, day by day, standing constantly at something that was not a dream appeared, conversation, taking an oath by invoking heaven and earth in the Ki-Ur, the gods, a wall. Ziud-Sura, standing at its side, heard, side wall, standing at my left side. Side wall, I will speak words to you. Take heed of my words. Pay attention to my instructions. A flood will sweep over a decision that the seed of mankind is to be destroyed has been made. The verdict, the word of the divine assembly, cannot be revoked. The order announced by An and Enlil cannot be overturned. Their kingship, their term, has been cut off. Their heart should be rested about this. Here there are approximately 38 lines missing. All the windstorms and gales rose together, and the flood swept over the land. After the flood had swept over the land, and waves and windstorms had rocked the huge boat for 7 days and 7 nights, Utu the sun god came out, illuminating heaven and earth. Ziud-Sura could drill an opening in the huge boat, and Hero Utu entered the huge boat with his rays. Ziud-Sura, the king, prostrated himself before Utu. The king sacrificed oxen and offered innumerable sheep. Here there are approximately 33 lines missing. They have made you swear by heaven and earth. An and Enlil have made you swear by heaven and earth. More and more animals disembarked onto the earth. Ziud-Sura, the king, prostrated himself before An and Enlil. An and Enlil treated Ziud-Sura kindly. They granted him life like a god. They brought down to him eternal life. At that time, because of preserving the animals and the seed of mankind, They settled Ziudsura the king in an overseas country in the land of Dilmun, where the sun rises. Here there are approximately 39 lines missing. Conclusion. The Sumerian flood story is considered the first written account of the popular myth of a worldwide flood sent by divine agency, which appears in almost every culture of the ancient world. The seemingly universal treatment of the same story has suggested to some that there must have once been such an event, which people of different cultures independently responded to with the creation of the story. Modern-day scholars tend to reject this interpretation and instead suggest that an early story of a great flood and the destruction of humanity resonated with an ancient audience and came to be widely repeated, traveling through trade from one region to another. Each culture adapted the story to their own needs and vision, and so the original was altered to greater or lesser degrees as it was told, and then written down in different locales. The original may or may not have been the Sumerian flood story, but many scholars in the present day, including Stephanie Dalley, believe it was. Dalley writes, all these flood stories may be explained as deriving from the one Mesopotamian original used in travelers' tales for over 2,000 years along the great caravan routes of Western Asia, translated, embroidered, and adapted according to local tastes to give a myriad of divergent versions. The concept of a god's wrath, or the collective displeasure of many gods, causing catastrophic events, was understood simply as how the world worked by ancient civilizations around the world. The story of the Great Flood would have served a number of purposes, but primarily explained the creation of the world as the people knew it, while strongly suggesting they pay greater attention to the divine will in their daily lives. In each version of the flood story mentioned above, the gods, or God, repent of their decision. In the Genesis story, God even places the rainbow in the sky as a promise he will never flood the world again. But to an ancient audience, this would not have meant that the divine could not as easily send some equally dire punishment for human transgression of its will at some point in the future, whenever it wanted to. The story would have then encouraged people to err on the side of caution in adhering to religious cultural precepts in order to maintain the goodwill of a deity or deities who could as easily destroy as support them. This recording is brought to you by Ancient History Encyclopedia and the YouTube channel The Study of Antiquity and the Middle Ages. Enuma Elish, the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Full text. Written by Joshua J. Mark. Narrated by D.W. Draffin.
This game, you're not ready for it.
The Enuma Elish, also known as the Seven Tablets of Creation, is the Mesopotamian creation myth whose title is derived from the opening lines of the piece When on High. All of the tablets containing the myth, found at Ashur, Kish, Ashur-banipal's library at Nineveh, Sultan Tepe, and other excavated sites, date to circa 1200 BCE. But their colophons indicate that these are all copies of a much older version of the myth, dating from long before the fall of Sumer in circa 1750 BCE. As Marduk, the champion of the young gods in their war against Tiamat, is of Babylonian origin, the Sumerian Ea Enki, or Enlil, is thought to have played the major role in the original version of the story. The copy found at Ashur has the god Ashur in the main role, as was the custom of the cities of Mesopotamia. The god of each city was always considered the best and most powerful. Marduk, the god of Babylon, only figures as prominently as he does in the story because most of the copies found are from Babylonian scribes. Even so, Ea does still play an important part in the Babylonian version of the Enuma Elish by creating human beings. Summary of the story. The story, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, in the world, concerns the birth of the gods and the creation of the universe and human beings. In the beginning, there was only undifferentiated water swirling in chaos. Out of this swirl, the waters divided into sweet, fresh water, known as the god Apsu, and salty, bitter water, the goddess Tiamat. Once differentiated, the union of these two entities gave birth to the younger gods. These young gods, however, were extremely loud, troubling the sleep of Apsu at night and distracting him from his work by day. Upon the advice of his vizier, Mummu, Apsu decides to kill the younger gods. Tiamat, hearing of their plan, warns her eldest son Enki, sometimes Ea, and he puts Apsu to sleep and kills him. From Apsu's remains, Enki creates his home. Tiamat, once the supporter of the younger gods, now is enraged that they have killed her mate. She consults with the god Kingu, who advises her to make war on the younger gods. Tiamat rewards Kingu with the tablets of destiny, which legitimize the rule of a god and control the fates, and he wears them proudly as a breastplate. With Kingu as her champion, Tiamat summons the forces of chaos and creates 11 horrible monsters to destroy her children. Ea, Enki, and the younger gods fight against Tiamat futilely, until from among them emerges the champion Marduk, who swears he will defeat Tiamat. Marduk defeats Kingu and kills Tiamat by shooting her with an arrow which splits her in two. From her eyes flow the waters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Out of Tiamat's corpse, Marduk creates the heavens and the earth. He appoints gods to various duties and binds Tiamat's 11 creatures to his feet as trophies, to much adulation from the other gods, before setting their images in his new home. He also takes the tablets of destiny from Kingu, thus legitimizing his reign. After the gods have finished praising him for his great victory and the art of his creation, Marduk consults with the god Ea, the god of wisdom, and decides to create human beings from the remains of whichever of the gods instigated Tiamat to war. Kingu is charged as guilty and killed, and from his blood, Ea creates Lulu, the first man, to be a helper to the gods in their eternal task of maintaining order and keeping chaos at bay. As the poem phrases it, Ea created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods, and set the gods free. Following this, Marduk arranged the organization of the netherworld and distributed the gods to their appointed stations. The poem ends in Tablet 7 with long praise of Marduk for his accomplishments. Commentary. The Enuma Elish would later be the inspiration for the Hebrew scribes, who created the text now known as the biblical book of Genesis. Prior to the 19th century CE, the Bible was considered the oldest book in the world, and its narratives were thought to be completely original. In the mid-19th century CE, however, European museums, as well as academic and religious institutions, sponsored excavations in Mesopotamia to find physical evidence for historical corroboration of the stories in the Bible. These excavations found quite the opposite, however, in that once cuneiform was translated, it was understood that a number of biblical narratives were Mesopotamian in origin. Famous stories such as the fall of man and the Great Flood were originally conceived and written down in Sumer, translated and modified later in Babylon, and reworked by the Assyrians before they were used by the Hebrew scribes for the versions which appear in the Bible. Although the basic paradigm of the biblical narratives and the Mesopotamian stories align closely, there are still significant differences, as noted by scholar Stephen Bertman. Both Genesis and Enuma Elish are religious texts which detail and celebrate cultural origins. Genesis describes the origin and founding of the Jewish people under the guidance of the Lord. Enuma Elish recounts the origin and founding of Babylon under the leadership of the god Marduk. Contained in each work is a story of how the cosmos and man were created. Each work begins by describing the watery chaos and primeval darkness that once filled the universe. Then light is created to replace the darkness. Afterward, the heavens are made, and in them heavenly bodies are placed. Finally, man is created. These similarities notwithstanding, the two accounts are more different than alike. In revising the Mesopotamian creation story for their own ends, the Hebrew scribes tightened the narrative and the focus, but retained the concept of the all-powerful deity who brings order from chaos. Marduk, in the Enuma Elish, establishes the recognizable order of the world, just as God does in the Genesis tale, and human beings are expected to recognize this great gift and honor the deity through service. In Mesopotamia, in fact, it was thought that humans were co-workers with the gods to maintain the gift of creation and keep the forces of chaos at bay. The Enuma Elish in Babylon. Marduk gained prominence in Babylon during the reign of Hammurabi, 1792 to 1750 BCE, and superseded the popular goddess Inanna in worship. During Hammurabi's reign, in fact, a number of previously popular female deities were replaced by male gods. The Enuma Elish, praising Marduk as the most powerful of all the gods, therefore became increasingly popular as the god himself rose in prominence and his city of Babylon grew in power. Scholar Jeremy Black writes, "The rise of the cult of Marduk is closely connected with the political rise of Babylon from city-state to the capital of an empire. From the Kassite period, Marduk became more and more important until it was possible for the author of the Babylonian Epic of Creation to maintain that not only was Marduk king of all the gods, but that many of the latter were no more than aspects of his persona." The Enuma Elish was read and recited widely throughout Mesopotamia, but was especially important at the New Year festival in Babylon. During this festival, the statue of Marduk would be taken from the temple and, amidst the revelers, was paraded through the streets of the city, out the gates, to vacation in a small house built for this purpose. The Enuma Elish, especially, it is thought, the praise from Tablet 7, would be sung or chanted during this procession. The text of Enuma Elish. The following translation comes from Mesopotamian Creation Stories by W.G. Lambert and is used under Creative Commons license from the Etana website.
Let's hear it for the quitters. Every day in the UK, more than 1,000 people give up smoking. And with Nicorette Gum to act fast and keep fighting your cravings for hours, you can join them.
Enuma Elish, the Babylonian Epic of Creation. Tablet 1. When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all. They had mingled their waters together, before meadowland had coalesced and reed-bed was to be found, when not one of the gods had been formed, or had come into being, when no destinies had been decreed. The gods were created within them. Lahmu and Lahamu were formed and came into being. While they grew and increased in stature, Anshar and Kishar, who excelled them, were created. They prolonged their days, they multiplied their years. Anu, their son, could rival his fathers. Anu, the son, equaled Anshar, and Anu begat Nudimud, his own equal. Nudimud was the champion among his fathers, profoundly discerning, wise, of robust strength, very much stronger than his father's begetter Anshar. He had no rival among the gods, his brothers. The divine brothers came together. Their clamor got loud, throwing Tiamat into a turmoil. They jarred the nerves of Tiamat, and by their dancing they spread alarm in Anduruna. Apsu did not diminish their clamor, and Tiamat was silent when confronted with them. Their conduct was displeasing to her, yet though their behavior was not good, she wished to spare them. Thereupon Apsu, the begetter of the great gods, called Mumu, his vizier, and addressed him. Vizier Mumu, who gratifies my pleasure, come, let us go to Tiamat. They went and sat, facing Tiamat, as they conferred about the gods, their sons. Apsu opened his mouth and addressed Tiamat. Their behavior has become displeasing to me, and I cannot rest in the daytime or sleep at night. I will destroy and break up their way of life, that silence may reign and we may sleep. When Tiamat heard this, she raged and cried out to her spouse. She cried in distress, fuming within herself. She grieved over the plotted evil. How can we destroy what we have given birth to? Though their behavior causes distress, let us tighten discipline graciously. Mumu spoke up with counsel for Apsu. As from a rebellious vizier was the counsel of his Mumu, destroy, my father, that lawless way of life, that you may rest in the daytime and sleep by night. Apsu was pleased with him. His face beamed, because he had plotted evil against the gods, his sons. Mumu put his arms around Apsu's neck. He sat on his knees, kissing him. What they plotted in their gathering was reported to the gods, their sons. The gods heard it and were frantic. They were overcome with silence and sat quietly. Ea, who excels in knowledge, the skilled and learned, Ea, who knows everything, perceived their tricks. He fashioned it and made it to be all-embracing. He executed it skillfully as supreme, his pure incantation. He recited it and set it on the waters. He poured sleep upon him as he was slumbering deeply. He put Apsu to slumber as he poured out sleep. And Mumu, the counselor, was breathless with agitation. He split Apsu's sinews, ripped off his crown, carried away his aura, and put it on himself. He bound Apsu and killed him. Mumu he confined and handled roughly. He set his dwelling upon Apsu and laid hold on Mumu, keeping the nose rope in his hand. After Ea had bound and slain his enemies, had achieved victory over his foes, he rested quietly in his chamber. He called it Apsu, whose shrines he appointed. Then he founded his living quarters within it, and Ea and Damkina, his wife, sat in splendor. In the chamber of the destinies, the room of the archetypes, the wisest of the wise, the sage of the gods, Beel, was conceived. In Apsu was Marduk born. In pure Apsu was Marduk born. Ea his father begat him. Damkina his mother bore him. He sucked the breasts of goddesses. A nurse reared him and filled him with terror. His figure was well developed. The glance of his eyes was dazzling. His growth was manly. He was mighty from the beginning. Anu, his father's begetter, saw him. He exulted and smiled, his heart filled with joy. Anu rendered him perfect. His divinity was remarkable, and he became very lofty, excelling them in his attributes. His members were incomprehensibly wonderful, incapable of being grasped with the mind, hard even to look on. 4 were his eyes, 4 his ears. Flame shot forth as he moved his lips. His 4 ears grew large, and his eyes likewise took in everything. His figure was lofty and superior in comparison with the gods. His limbs were surpassing. His nature was superior. Mari Utu, the sun god, the sun god of the gods. He was clothed with the aura of the 10 gods, so exalted was his strength. The 50 dreads were loaded upon him. Anu formed and gave birth to the 4 winds. He delivered them to him. My son, let them whirl. He formed dust and set a hurricane to drive it. He made a wave to bring consternation on Tiamat. Tiamat was confounded. Day and night she was frantic. The gods took no rest. In their minds, they plotted evil and addressed their mother Tiamat. When Apsu, your spouse, was killed, you did not go at his side, but sat quietly. The 4 dreadful winds have been fashioned to throw you into confusion, and we cannot sleep. You gave no thought to Apsu, your spouse, nor to Mumu, who is a prisoner. Now you sit alone. Henceforth you will be in frantic consternation, and as for us, who cannot rest, you do not love us. Consider our burden. Our eyes are hollow. Break the immovable yoke, that we may sleep. Make battle. Avenge them. Reduce to nothingness. Tiamat heard. The speech pleased her. She said, Let us make demons, as you have advised. The gods assembled within her. They conceived evil against the gods, their begetters. And took the side of Tiamat. Fiercely plotting, unresting by night and day, lusting for battle, raging, storming, they set up a host to bring about conflict. Mother Hubur, who forms everything, supplied irresistible weapons and gave birth to giant serpents. They had sharp teeth. They were merciless. With poison instead of blood, she filled their bodies. She clothed the fearful monsters with dread. She loaded them with an aura and made them godlike. She said, Let their onlooker feebly perish. May they constantly leap forward and never retire. She created the Hydra, the dragon, the hairy hero, the great demon, the savage dog, and the scorpion man, fierce demons, the fish man, and the bull man, carriers of merciless weapons, fearless in the face of battle. Her commands were tremendous, not to be resisted. Although she made 11 of that kind, among the gods, her sons, whom she constituted her host, she exalted Chingu and magnified him among them. The leadership of the army, the direction of the host, the bearing of weapons, campaigning, the mobilization of conflict, the chief executive power of battle, supreme command, she entrusted to him and set him on a throne. I have cast the spell for you and exalted you in the host of the gods. I have delivered to you the rule of all the gods. You are indeed exalted, my spouse. You are renowned. Let your commands prevail over all the Anunnaki. She gave him the tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, saying, Your order may not be changed. Let the utterance of your mouth be firm. After Chingu was elevated and had acquired the power of Anuship, he decreed the destinies for the gods, her sons. May the utterance of your mouths subdue the fire god. May your poison by its accumulation put down aggression. Tablet 2. Tiamat gathered together her creation and organized battle against the gods, her offspring. Henceforth Tiamat plotted evil because of Apsu. It became known to Ea that she had arranged the conflict. Ea heard this matter. He lapsed into silence in his chamber and sat motionless. After he had reflected and his anger had subsided, he directed his steps to Anshar, his father. He entered the presence of the father of his begetter, Anshar, and related to him all of Tiamat's plotting. My father, Tiamat, our mother, has conceived a hatred for us. She has established a host in her savage fury. All the gods have turned to her. Even those you begat also take her side. They took the side of Tiamat, fiercely plotting, unresting by night and day, lusting for battle, raging, storming. They set up a host to bring about conflict. Mother Huber, who forms everything, supplied irresistible weapons and gave birth to giant serpents. They had sharp teeth. They were merciless. With poison instead of blood she filled their bodies. She clothed the fearful monsters with dread. She loaded them with an aura and made them godlike. She said, Let their onlooker feebly perish. May they constantly leap forward and never retire. She created the Hydra, the dragon, the hairy hero, the great demon, the savage dog, and the scorpion man, fierce demons, the fish man, and the bull man, carriers of merciless weapons, fearless in the face of battle. Her commands were tremendous, not to be resisted. Although she made 11 of that kind, among the gods her sons whom she constituted her host, she exalted Chingu and magnified him among them. The leadership of the army, the direction of the host, the bearing of weapons, campaigning, the mobilization of conflict, the chief executive power of battle, supreme command, she entrusted to him and set him on a throne. I have cast the spell for you and exalted you in the host of the gods. I have delivered to you the rule of all the gods. You are indeed exalted, my spouse. You are renowned. Let your commands prevail over all the Anunnaki. She gave him the tablet of destinies and fastened it to his breast, saying, Your order may not be changed. Let the utterance of your mouth be firm. After Chingu was elevated and had acquired the power of Anuship, he decreed the destinies for the gods, her sons. May the utterance of your mouths subdue the fire god. May your poison by its accumulation put down aggression. Anshar heard. The matter was profoundly disturbing. He cried, Woe, and bit his lip. His heart was in fury. His mind could not be calmed. Over Ea, his son, his cry was faltering. My son, you who provoked the war, take responsibility for whatever you alone have done. You set out and killed Apsu. And as for Tiamat, whom you made furious, where is her equal? The gatherer of counsel, the learned prince, The creator of wisdom, the god Nudimud, with soothing words and calming utterance, gently answered his father Anshar. My father, deep mind who decrees destiny, who has the power to bring into being and destroy, Anshar, deep mind who decrees destiny, who has the power to bring into being and to destroy, I want to say something to you. Calm down for me for a moment and consider that I performed a helpful deed. Before I killed Apsu, who could have seen the present situation? Before I quickly made an end of him, what were the circumstances were I to destroy him? Anshar heard. The words pleased him. His heart relaxed to speak to Ea. My son, your deeds are fitting for a god. You are capable of a fierce, unequaled blow. Ea, your deeds are fitting for a god. You are capable of a fierce, unequaled blow. Go before Tiamat and appease her attack, her fury with your incantation. He heard the speech of Anshar, his father. He took the road to her, proceeded on the route to her. He went. He perceived the tricks of Tiamat. He stopped, fell silent, and turned back. He entered the presence of Anshar, the father who begat him, penitently addressing him. My father, Tiamat's deeds are too much for me. I perceived her planning, but my incantation was not equal to it. Her strength is mighty. She is full of dread. She is altogether very strong. No one can go against her. Her very loud noise does not diminish. I became afraid of her cry and turned back. My father, do not lose hope. Send another person against her. Though a woman's strength is very great, it is not equal to a man's. Disband her cohorts. Break up her plans before she lays her hands on us. Anshar lapsed into silence, staring at the ground. He nodded to Ea, shaking his head. The Igigi and all the Anunnaki had assembled. They sat in tight-lipped silence. No god would go to face, would go out against Tiamat. Yet the Lord Anshar, the father of the great gods, was angry in his heart and did not summon anyone. A mighty son, the avenger of his father, he who hastens to war, the warrior Marduk. Ea summoned him to his private chamber to explain to him his plans. Marduk, give counsel. Listen to your father. You are my son, who gives me pleasure. Go reverently before Anshar. Speak, take your stand. Appease him with your glance. Be'el rejoiced at his father's words. He drew near and stood in the presence of Anshar. Anshar saw him, his heart filled with satisfaction. He kissed his lips and removed his fear. My father, do not hold your peace, but speak forth. I will go and fulfill your desires. Anshar, do not hold your peace, but speak forth. I will go and fulfill your desires. Which man has drawn up his battle array against you? And will Tiamat, who is a woman, attack you with her weapons? My father, beget her. Rejoice and be glad. Soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Anshar, beget her. Rejoice and be glad. Soon you will tread on the neck of Tiamat. Go, my son, conversant with all knowledge. Appease Tiamat with your pure spell. Drive the storm chariot without delay, and with a which cannot be repelled, turn her back. Be'el rejoiced at his father's words. With glad heart he addressed his father. Lord of the gods, destiny of the great gods, if I should become your avenger, if I should bind Tiamat and preserve you, convene an assembly and proclaim for me an exalted destiny. Sit, all of you, in Upshuk-Kenaku with gladness, and let me, with my utterance, decree destinies instead of you. Whatever I instigate must not be changed, nor may my command be nullified or altered.
found my happy space with eBay.
Tablet 3. Anshar opened his mouth and addressed Kaka, his vizier. Vizier Kaka, who gratifies my pleasure, I will send you to Lahmu and La'amu. You are skilled in making inquiry, learned in address. Have the gods, my fathers, brought to my presence. Let all the gods be brought. Let them confer as they sit at table. Let them eat grain. Let them drink ale. Let them decree the destiny for Marduk, their avenger. Go, be gone, Kaka. Stand before them and repeat to them all that I tell you. Anshar, your son, has sent me, and I am to explain his plans. I sent Anu, but he could not face her. Nudimut took fright and retired. Marduk, the sage of the gods, your son, has come forward. He has determined to meet Tiamat. He has spoken to me and said, quickly now, decree your destiny for him without delay, that he may go and face your powerful enemy. Kaka went. He directed his steps to Lahmu and Lahamu, the gods his fathers. He prostrated himself, he kissed the ground before them. He got up, saying to them he stood. When Lahaha and Lahamu heard, they cried aloud. All the Igigi moaned in distress. What has gone wrong, that she took this decision about us? We did not know what Tiamat was doing. All the great gods who decreed destinies gathered as they went. They entered the presence of Anshar, and they became filled with joy. They kissed one another as they, in the assembly. They conferred as they sat at table. They ate grain. They drank ale. They strained the sweet liquor through their straws. As they drank beer and felt good, they became quite carefree. Their mood was merry, and they decreed the fate for Marduk, their avenger. Tablet 4. They set a lordly dais for him, and he took his seat before his fathers to receive kingship. They said, You are the most honored among the great gods. Your destiny is unequaled. Your command is like Anu's. Marduk, you are the most honored among the great gods. Your destiny is unequaled. Your command is like Anu's. Henceforth your order will not be annulled. It is in your power to exalt and abase. Your utterance is sure. Your command cannot be rebelled against. None of the gods will transgress the line you draw. Shrines for all the gods needs provisioning, that you may be established where their sanctuaries are. You are Marduk, our avenger. We have given you kingship over the sum of the whole universe. Take your seat in the assembly. Let your word be exalted. Let your weapons not miss the mark, but may they slay your enemies. Baal, spare him who trusts in you, but destroy the god who set his mind on evil. They set a constellation in the middle and addressed Marduk, their son. Your destiny, Baal, is superior to that of all the gods. Command and bring about annihilation and recreation. Let the constellation disappear at your utterance. With a second command, let the constellation reappear. He gave the command, and the constellation disappeared. With a second command, the constellation came into being again. When the gods, his fathers, saw the effect of his utterance, they rejoiced and offered congratulation. Marduk is the king. They addressed to him a mace, a throne, and a rod. They gave him an irresistible weapon that overwhelms the foe. They said, Go, cut Tiamat's throat, and let the winds bear up her blood to give the news. The gods, his fathers, decreed the destiny of Baal, and set him on the road, the way of prosperity and success. He fashioned a bow and made it his weapon. He set an arrow in place, put the bowstring on. He took up his club and held it in his right hand. His bow and quiver he hung at his side. He placed lightning before him. and filled his body with tongues of flame. He made a net to enmesh the entrails of Tiamat, and stationed the 4 winds that no part of her escape: the south wind, the north wind, the east wind, the west wind. He put beside his net winds given by his father Anu. He fashioned the evil wind, the dust storm, tempest, the 4-fold wind, the 7-fold wind, the chaos-spreading wind, the wind. He set out the 7 winds that he had fashioned, and they took their stand behind him to harass Tiamat's entrails. Baal took up the storm flood, his great weapon. He rode the fearful chariot of the irresistible storm. 4 steeds he yoked to it, and harnessed them to it, the destroyer, the merciless, the trampler, the fleet. Their lips were parted, their teeth bore venom. They were strangers to weariness, trained to sweep forward. At his right hand he stationed raging battle and strife. On the left, conflict that overwhelms a united battle array. He was clad in a tunic, a fearful coat of mail, and on his head he wore an aura of terror. Baal proceeded and set out on his way. He set his face toward the raging Tiamat. In his lips he held a spell. He grasped a plant to counter poison in his hand. Thereupon they milled around him. The gods milled around him. The gods, his fathers, milled around him. The gods milled around him. Baal drew near, surveying the maw of Tiamat. He observed the tricks of Chingu, her spouse. As he looked, he lost his nerve. His determination went, and he faltered. His divine aides who were marching at his side saw the warrior, the foremost, and their vision became dim. Tiamat cast her spell without turning her neck. In her lips she held untruth and lies. In there they have assembled by you. Baal lifted up the storm flood, his great weapon, and with these words threw it at the raging Tiamat. Why are you aggressive and arrogant and strive to provoke battle? The younger generation have shouted, outraging their elders, but you, their mother, hold pity in contempt. Chingu you have named to be your spouse, and you have improperly appointed him to the rank of Anuship. Against Anshar, king of the gods, you have stirred up trouble, and against the gods, my fathers, your trouble is established. Deploy your troops, gird on your weapons. You and I will take our stand and do battle. When Tiamat heard this, she went insane and lost her reason. Tiamat cried aloud and fiercely. All her lower members trembled beneath her. She was reciting an incantation, kept reciting her spell, while the battle gods were sharpening their weapons of war. Tiamat and Marduk, the sage of the gods, came together, joining in strife, drawing near to battle. Baal spread out his net and enmeshed her. He let loose the evil wind, the rear guard, in her face. Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow it. She let the evil wind in so that she could not close her lips. The fierce winds weighed down her belly. Her inwards were distended, and she opened her mouth wide. He let fly an arrow and pierced her belly. He tore open her entrails and slit her inwards. He bound her and extinguished her life. He threw down her corpse and stood on it. After he had killed Tiamat, the leader, her assembly dispersed, her host scattered. Her divine aides, who went beside her in trembling and fear, beat a retreat to save their lives. But they were completely surrounded, unable to escape. He bound them and broke their weapons, and they lay enmeshed, sitting in a snare, hiding in corners filled with grief, bearing his punishment, held in a prison. The 11 creatures who were laden with fearfulness, the throng of devils who went as grooms at her right hand. He put ropes upon them and bound their arms. Together with their warfare, he trampled them beneath him. Now Chingu, who had risen to power among them, he bound and reckoned with the dead gods. He took from him the tablet of destinies, which was not properly his, sealed it with a seal, and fastened it to his own breast. After the warrior Marduk had bound and slain his enemies, the arrogant enemy, had established victory for Anshar over all his foes, had fulfilled the desire of Nudimud, he strengthened his hold on the bound gods and returned to Tiamat, whom he had bound. Baal placed his feet on the lower parts of Tiamat, and with his merciless club smashed her skull. He severed her arteries, and let the north wind bear up her blood to give the news. His fathers saw it, and were glad and exulted. They brought gifts and presents to him. Baal rested, surveying the corpse. In order to divide the lump by a clever scheme, he split her into two like a dried fish. One half of her he set up and stretched out as the heavens. He stretched the skin and appointed a watch, with the instruction not to let her waters escape. He crossed over the heavens, surveyed the celestial parts, and adjusted them to match the Apsu, Nudimud's abode. Baal measured the shape of the Apsu and set up Eshara, a replica of Eshgala. In Eshgala, Eshara which he had built, and the heavens, he settled in their shrines Anu, Enlil, and Ea. Tablet 5. He fashioned heavenly stations for the great gods, and set up constellations, the patterns of the stars. He appointed the year, marked off divisions, and set up 3 stars each for the 12 months. After he had organized the year, he established the heavenly station of Neberu to fix the stars' intervals, that none should transgress or be slothful. He fixed the heavenly stations of Enlil and Ea with it. Gates he opened on both sides, and put strong bolts at the left and the right. He placed the heights of heaven in her, Tiamat's, belly. He created Nanar, and trusting to him the night. He appointed him as the jewel of the night to fix the days, and month by month without ceasing he elevated him with a crown, saying, "Shine over the land at the beginning of the month, resplendent with horns
Yo,
to fix 6
I'm
days.
back,
On the
man. I had
7th
to eat
day,
my
the
food,
crown
man.
will be half size. On the 15th day, halfway through each month,
You jumping on,
stand
man?
in opposition. When Shamash sees you on the horizon, diminish in the proper stages and shine backwards. On the 29th day, draw near to the path of Shamash.
Yeah, it was good, man. But some mistakes there, man. But sure, I was yamming my food, man. I didn't have time to be pausing it, cutting it, fingering it, explaining it, chopping it up. I mean, I apologize, but when I have to eat, man, and it's bloody hot out here, man. Bloody hell. Sweating like a coot. So who's jumping on, man? Yeah? Talk to me, people. Big up Over Sexy, big up MD, big up Ari, big up Khan, big up J-Han, big up Bon Rich, big up Zion, big up John BB, big up JD. Come on, man. Big up the people there, man. 29 people up in there. And by me more, I don't know. Sometimes my thing moving like it's delayed and shit. But anyway, yeah. What? Links in the description. Pat. Hold on. You jumping on, or I'm just gonna play some more? I'll play some more if you want. Alright, let me play some more then. While you lot jump on. And the ladies, talking about ladies hour. Where you at, man? When you're ready, just let me know, man. MJ and the rest.
The 30th day, stand in conjunction and rival Shamash. I have the sign, follow its track, draw near, give judgment. Shamash, constrain murder and violence. Me. At the end, let there be the 29th day. After he had the decrees, the organization of front, and he made the day. Let the year be equally at the new year. The year, let there be regularly the projecting bolt after he had the watches of night and day, the foam which Tiamat Marduk fashioned. He gathered it together and made it into clouds, the raging of the winds, violent rainstorms, the billowing of mist, the accumulation of her spittle. He appointed for himself and took them in his hand. He put her head in position and poured out. He opened the abyss, and it was sated with water. From her 2 eyes he let the Euphrates and Tigris flow. He blocked her nostrils, but left. He heaped up the distant mountains of her breasts. He bored wells to channel the springs. He twisted her tail and wove it into the Dormahu, the Apsu, beneath his feet. He set up her crotch. It wedged up the heavens. Thus, the half of her, he stretched out and made it firm as the earth. After he had finished his work inside Tiamat, he spread his net and let it right out. He surveyed the heavens and the earth, their bonds. After he had formulated his regulations and composed his decrees, he attached guide ropes and put them in Ea's hands. The tablet of destinies which Chingu had taken and carried, he took charge of it as a trophy and presented it to Anu. The of battle, of which he had tied on or had put on his head, he brought before his fathers. Now the 11 creatures to which Tiamat had given birth, and he broke their weapons and bound them, the creatures, to his feet. He made images of them and stationed them at the gate of the Apsu, to be a sign, never to be forgotten. The gods saw it and were jubilantly happy. That is, Lachmu, Lahamu, and all his fathers. Anshar embraced him and published abroad his title, Victorious King. Anu, Enlil, and Ea gave him gifts. Mother Damkina, who bore him, hailed him. With a clean festal robe she made his face shine. To Usmu, who held her present to give the news, he entrusted the vizierate of the Apsu and the care of the holy places. The Igigi assembled, and all did obeisance to him. Every one of the Anunnaki was kissing his feet. They all gathered to show their submission. They stood, they bowed down. Behold the king, his fathers, and took their fill of his beauty. Baal listened to their utterance, being girded with the dust of battle, anointing his body with cedar perfume. He clothed himself in his lordly robe, with a crown of terror as a royal aura. He took up his club and held it in his right hand. He grasped in his left. He set his feet. He put upon the scepter of prosperity and success he hung at his side. After he had the aura, he adorned his sack, the Apsu, with a fearful, was settled like, in his throne room, in his cella. Every one of the gods, Lachmu and Lahamu, opened their mouths and addressed the Igigi gods. Previously, Marduk was our beloved son. Now he is your king. Heed his command. Next they all spoke up together. His name is Lugal-Dimaran-Kia. Trust in him. When they had given kingship to Marduk, they addressed to him a benediction for prosperity and success. Henceforth you are the caretaker of our shrine. Whatever you command, we will do. Marduk opened his mouth to speak and addressed the gods his fathers. Above,
I'm going to be making my M&S King Cherry Black Forest pancakes. So chocolate pancakes, just warm them through in a pan, some Greek yogurt.
Above the Apsu, the emerald abode, opposite Ashara, which I built for you. Beneath the celestial parts, whose floor I made firm, I will build a house to be my luxurious abode. Within it, I will establish its shrine. I will found my chamber and establish my kingship. When you come up from the Apsu to make a decision, this will be your resting place before the assembly. When you descend from heaven to make a decision, this will be your resting place before the assembly. I shall call its name Babylon, the homes of the great gods. Within it we will hold a festival. That will be the evening festival. The gods, his fathers, heard this speech of his. They said, with regard to all that your hands have made, who has your? With regard to the earth that your hands have made, who has your? In Babylon, as you have named it, put our resting place forever. Let them, bring regular offerings. Whoever, our tasks which we, therein its toil, they rejoiced, the gods, he who knows them. He opened his mouth, showing them light. His speech, he made wide them, and the gods bowed down, speaking to him. They addressed Lugal-Dimaran-Kia, their lord. Formerly, Lord, you were our beloved son. Now you are our king, he who preserved us. The aura of club and scepter. Let him conceive plans that we. Tablet 6. When Marduk heard the god's speech, he conceived a desire to accomplish clever things. He opened his mouth, addressing Ea. He counsels that which he has pondered in his heart. I will bring together blood to form bone. I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man. I will create Lulu, man, on whom the toil of the gods will be laid, that they may rest. I will skillfully alter the organization of the gods. Though they are honored as one, they shall be divided into two. Ea answered as he addressed a word to him, expressing his comments on the resting of the gods. Let one brother of theirs be given up. Let him perish, that people may be fashioned. Let the great gods assemble, and let the guilty one be given up, that they may be confirmed. Marduk assembled the great gods, using gracious direction as he gave his order. As he spoke, the gods heeded him. The king addressed a word to the Anunnaki. Your former oath was true indeed. Now, also, tell me the solemn truth. Who is the one who instigated warfare, who made Tiamat rebel, and set battle in motion? Let him who instigated warfare be given up, that I may lay his punishment on him. But you sit and rest. The Agigi, the great gods, answered him. That is Lugal-Dimaran-Kia, the counselor of the gods, the Lord. Chingu is the one who instigated warfare, who made Tiamat rebel and set battle in motion. They bound him, holding him before Ea. They inflicted the penalty on him and severed his blood vessels. From his blood, he, Ea, created mankind, on whom he imposed the service of the gods, and set the gods free. After the wise Ea had created mankind and had imposed the service of the gods upon them, that task is beyond comprehension, for Nu Dimud performed the creation with the skill of Marduk. King Marduk divided the gods, all the Anunnaki, into upper and lower groups. He assigned 300 in the heavens to guard the decrees of Anu, and appointed them as a guard. Next he arranged the organization of the netherworld. In heaven and netherworld he stationed 600 gods. After he had arranged all the decrees and had distributed incomes among the Anunnaki of heaven and netherworld, the Anunnaki opened their mouths and addressed their lord Marduk. Now, Lord, seeing you have established our freedom, what favor can we do for you? Let us make a shrine of great renown. Your chamber will be our resting place wherein we may repose. Let us erect a shrine to house a pedestal wherein we may repose when we finish the work. When Marduk heard this, he beamed as brightly as the light of day. Build Babylon, the task you have sought. Let bricks for it be molded and raise the shrine. The Anunnaki wielded the pick. For 1 year they made the needed bricks. When the second year arrived, they raised the peak of Esagil, a replica of the Apsu. They built the lofty temple tower of the Apsu, and for Anu, Enlil, and Ea, they established its as a dwelling. He sat in splendor before them, surveying its horns, which were level with the base of Eshara. After they had completed the work on Esagil, all the Anunnaki constructed their own shrines. 300 Igigi of heaven and 600 of the Apsu, all of them, had assembled. Baal seated the gods, his fathers, at the banquet, in the lofty shrine which they had built for his dwelling, saying, "This is Babylon, your fixed dwelling. Take your pleasure here. Sit down in joy." The great gods sat down. Beer mugs were set out, and they sat at the banquet. After they had enjoyed themselves inside, they held a service in awesome Esagil. The regulations and all the rules were confirmed. All the gods divided the stations of heaven and netherworld. The college of the 50 great gods took their seats. The 7 gods of destinies were appointed to give decisions. Baal received his weapon, the bow, and laid it before them. His divine fathers saw the net which he had made. His fathers saw how skillfully wrought was the structure of the bow, as they praised what he had made. Anu lifted it up in the divine assembly. He kissed the bow, saying, "It is my daughter." Thus he called the names of the bow. Long Stick was the first. The second was, "May it hit the mark." With the third name, Bow Star, he made it to shine in the sky. He fixed its heavenly position along with its divine brothers. After Anu had decreed the destiny of the bow, he set down a royal throne, a lofty one, even for a god.
Yeah, I'm going to call it right now. I think I found the single biggest productivity hack of 2021. It's this Google Chrome extension called Speechify, and it literally does my...
Anu set it there in the assembly of the gods. The great gods assembled. They exalted the destiny of Marduk and did obeisance. They invoked a curse on themselves and took an oath with water and oil and put their hands to their throats. They granted him the right to exercise kingship over the gods. They confirmed him as Lord of the gods of heaven and netherworld. Anshar gave him his exalted name, Asaluhi. At the mention of his name, let us show submission. When he speaks, let the gods heed him. Let his command be superior in upper and lower regions. May the sun, our avenger, be exalted. Let his lordship be superior, and himself without rival. Let him shepherd the blackheads, his creatures. Let them tell of his character to future days without forgetting. Let him establish lavish food offerings for his fathers. Let him provide for their maintenance and be caretaker of their sanctuaries. Let him burn incense to rejoice their sanctums. Let him do on earth the same as he has done in heaven. Let him appoint the blackheads to worship him. The subject humans should take note and call on their gods, since he commands they should heed their goddesses. Let food offerings be brought for their gods and goddesses. May they not be forgotten. May they remember their gods. May they, their shrines. Though the blackheads worship someone, some another god, he is the God of each and every one of us. Come, let us call the 50 names of him whose character is resplendent, whose achievement is the same, Marduk, as he was named by his father Anu from his birth, who supplies pasturage and watering, making the stables flourish, who bound the boastful with his weapon, the storm flood, and saved the gods his fathers from distress. He is the sun god of the gods. He is dazzling. Let them ever walk in his bright light. On the peoples that he created, the living beings, he imposed the service of the gods, and they took rest. Creation and annihilation, forgiveness and exacting the penalty occur at his command. So let them fix their eyes on him. Maruka, he is the god who created them, who put the Anunnaki at ease, the Igigi at rest. Marutuku, he is the support of land, city, and its peoples. Henceforth let the peoples ever heed him. Mershakushu, fierce yet deliberating, angry yet relenting. His mind is wide, his heart is all-embracing. Lugal-Dimarankia is the name by which we all called him, whose command we have exalted above that of the gods his fathers. He is the Lord of all the gods of heaven and nether world, the king at whose injunctions the gods in upper and lower regions shudder. Nari Lugal-Dimarankia is the name we gave him, the mentor of every god, who established our dwellings in heaven and netherworld in time of trouble, who distributed the heavenly stations between Igigi and Anunnaki. Let the gods tremble at his name and quake on their seats. Asaluhi is the name by which his father Anu called him. He is the light of the gods, a mighty hero, who, as his name says, is a protecting angel for God and land, who, by a terrible combat, saved our dwelling in time of trouble. Asaluhi Namtila, they called him secondly, the life-giving god, who, in accordance with the form of his name, restored all the ruined gods, the Lord who brought to life the dead gods by his pure incantation. Let us praise him as the destroyer of the crooked enemies. Asaluhi Namru, as his name is called thirdly, the pure God who cleanses our character. Anshar, Lachmu, and Lahamu each called him by 3 of his names. Then they addressed the gods, their sons. We have each called him by 3 of his names. Now you call his names, like us. The gods rejoiced as they heard their speech. In Upshuuk Kinaki they held a conference. Of the warrior son, our avenger. Of the provisioner, let us extol the name. They sat down in their assembly, summoning the destinies, and with all due rites they called his name. Tablet 7. Asare, the giver of arable land, who established ploughland, the creator of barley and flax, who made plant life grow. Asaralim, who is revered in the council chamber, whose counsel excels. The gods heed it and grasp fear of him. Asaralim Nuna, the noble, the light of the Father, his begetter, who directs the decrees of Anu, Enlil, and Ea, that is Ninshiku. He is their provisioner, who assigns their incomes, whose turban multiplies abundance for the land. Tutu is he, who accomplishes their renovation. Let him purify their sanctuaries that they may repose. Let him fashion an incantation that the gods may rest. Though they rise up in fury, let them withdraw. He is indeed exalted in the assembly of the gods, his fathers.
The man is speaking my language.
No one
and that.
among the gods can
Talking about
equal
tutu.
him.
Tutu and that. You know what tutu means? Cold. Umi tutu. Cold water. Yeah. So yeah. Interesting. They do say we come from there. The stories are allegories. I know what you think they are, but interesting. Almost finished now.
Tutuziokina, the life of his host, who established the pure heavens for the gods, who took charge of their courses, who appointed their stations, may he not be forgotten among mortals, but let them remember his deeds. Tutuziku, they called him thirdly, the establisher of purification, the god of the pleasant breeze, lord of success and obedience, who produces bounty and wealth, who establishes abundance, who turns everything scant that we have into profusion, whose pleasant breeze we sniffed in times of terrible trouble. Let men command that his praises be constantly uttered. Let them offer worship to him. As Tutu Agaku, fourthly, let humans extol him, Lord of the pure incantation, who brought the dead back to life, who showed mercy on the bound gods, who threw the imposed yoke on the gods, his enemies, and to spare them created mankind, the merciful, in whose power it is to restore to life. Let his words be sure and not forgotten from the mouths of the blackheads, his creatures. As Tututuku, fifthly, let their mouth give expression to his pure spell, who extirpated all the wicked by his pure incantation. Shazu, who knew the heart of the gods, who saw the reins, who did not let an evildoer escape from him, who established the assembly of the gods, who rejoiced their hearts, who subjugated the disobedient. He is the gods' encompassing protection. He made truth to prosper. He uprooted perverse speech. He separated falsehood from truth. As Shazuzizi, secondly, let them continually praise him, the subduer of aggressors, who ousted consternation from the bodies of the gods, his fathers. Shazu Su Rim, thirdly, who extirpated every foe with his weapons, who confounded their plans and turned them into wind. He snuffed out all the wicked who came against him. Let the gods ever shout acclamations in the assembly. Shazu Su Gorim, fourthly, who established success for the gods, his fathers, who extirpated foes and destroyed their offspring, who scattered their achievements, leaving no part of them. Let his name be spoken and proclaimed in the land. As Shazu Zahrim, fifthly, let future generations discuss him, the destroyer of every rebel, of all the disobedient, who brought all the fugitive gods into the shrines. Let this name of his be established. As Shasu Zahkurim, sixthly, let them altogether and everywhere worship him, who himself destroyed all the foes in battle. Enbilulu is he, the Lord who supplies them abundantly, their great chosen one, who provides cereal offerings, who keeps pasturage and watering in good condition, and established it for the land, who opened watercourses and distributed plentiful water. Enbilulu Epadun, Lord of Common Land, and let them call him secondly, Canal Supervisor of Heaven and Netherworld, who sets the furrow, who establishes clean, arable land in the open country, who directs irrigation ditch and canal and marks out the furrow. As Enbilulu Gugal, Canal Supervisor of the water courses of the gods, Let them praise him thirdly, Lord of abundance, profusion, and huge stores of grain, who provides bounty, who enriches human habitations, who gives wheat and brings grain into being. Enbilulu Hegal, who accumulates abundance for the peoples, who rains down riches on the broad earth and supplies abundant vegetation. Sir, who heaped up a mountain on top of Tiamat, who plundered the corpse of Tiamat with his weapons, the guardian of the land, their trustworthy shepherd, whose hair is a growing crop, whose turban is a furrow, who kept crossing the broad sea in his fury, and kept crossing over the place of her battle as though it were a bridge. Sir Malah, they named him secondly, so be it. Tiamat was his boat, he was her sailor. Gil, whoever heaps up piles of barley, massive mounds, the creator of grain and flocks, who gives seed for the land. Gilima, who made the bond of the gods firm, who created stability, a snare that overwhelmed them, who yet extended favors. Agalima, the lofty, who snatches off the crown, who takes charge of snow, who created the earth on the water and made firm the height of heaven. Zulum, who assigns meadows for the gods and divides up what he has created, who gives incomes and food offerings, who administers shrines. Mummu, creator of heaven and underworld, who protects refugees, the god who purifies heaven and underworld. Secondly, Zulummu, in respect of whose strength none other among the gods can equal him. Gishnumunab, creator of all the peoples, who made the world regions, who destroyed Tiamat's gods and made peoples from part of them. Lugal Abdubur, the king who scattered the works of Tiamat, who uprooted her weapons, whose foundation is secure on the fore and aft. Pagal Guena, foremost of all lords, whose strength is exalted, who is the greatest among the gods, his brothers, the most noble of them all. Lugal Durmach, king of the bond of the gods, lord of Durmach-U, who is the greatest in the royal abode, infinitely more lofty than the other gods. Aranuna, counselor of Ea, creator of the gods, his fathers, whom no god can equal in respect of his lordly walk. Dumuduku, who renews for himself in his pure abode in Duku. Dumuduku, without whom Lugalduku does not make a decision. Lugal Shuana, the king whose strength is exalted among the gods, the Lord, the strength of Anu, he who is supreme, chosen of Anshar. Iruga, who plundered them all in the sea, who grasps all wisdom, is comprehensive in understanding. Irchingu, who plundered Chingu in battle, who directs all decrees and establishes lordship. Kinma, the director of all the gods, who gives counsel, at whose name the gods bend down in reverence, as before a hurricane. Dingir Esiskur, let him take his lofty seat in the house of benediction. Let the gods bring their presents before him until he receives their offerings. No one but he accomplishes clever things. The 4 regions of blackheads are his creation. Apart from him, no god knows the measure of their days. Giru, who makes weapons hard, who accomplished clever things in the battle with Tiamat, comprehensive in wisdom, skilled in understanding, a deep mind that all the gods combined do not understand. Let Adu be his name. Let him cover the whole span of heaven. Let him thunder with his pleasant voice upon the earth. May the rumble fill the clouds and give sustenance to the peoples below. Asharu, who, as his name says, mustered the divine fates, he indeed is the warden of absolutely all peoples. As Neberu let him hold the crossing place of heaven and underworld, They should not cross above or below, but should wait for him. Naberu is his star, which he caused to shine in the sky. Let him take his stand on the heavenly staircase, that they may look at him. Yes, he who constantly crosses the sea without resting. Let his name be Naberu, who grasps her middle. Let him fix the paths of the stars of heaven. Let him shepherd all the gods like sheep. Let him bind Tiamat and put her life in mortal danger. To generations yet unborn, distant future days, may he continue unchecked. May he persist into eternity. Since he created the heavens and fashioned the earth, Enlil, the Father, called him by his own name, Lord of the lands. Ea heard the names which all the Igigi called, and his spirit became radiant. Why, he whose name was extolled by his fathers, let him, like me, be called Ea. Let him control the sum of all my rights. Let him administer all my decrees with the word 50. The great gods called his 50 names and assigned him an outstanding position. They should be remembered. A leading figure should expound them. The wise and learned should confer about them. A father should repeat them and teach them to his son. One should explain them to shepherd and herdsman. If one is not negligent to Marduk, the Enlil of the gods, may one's land flourish and oneself prosper, for his word is reliable, his command unchanged. No god can alter the utterance of his mouth. When he looks in fury, he does not relent. When his anger is ablaze, no god can face him. His mind is deep, his spirit is all-embracing. Before whom sin and transgression are sought out. Instruction which a leading figure repeated before him, Marduk. He wrote it down and stored it so that generations to come might hear it. Marduk, who created the Igigi gods, though they diminish, let them call on his name. The Song of Marduk, who defeated Tiamat and took kingship. Conclusion. The Enuma Elish as a mythological work is timeless, but some scholars have argued that, in its day, it would have resonated with an audience who understood Babylon as a city breaking with the traditions of the past to create a new and better future. Scholar Thorkild Jacobson, for example, notes, Babylon warred with the territory of ancient Sumer and all its renowned and venerable ancient cities and their gods. It waged an upstart's war with its own parent civilization, and that this was a live issue, that Babylon was keenly aware of being heir to and continuer of Sumerian civilization, is clear from the fact that its kings, especially those of the latter half of the Sealand dynasty, sport elaborate Sumerianized names. Understandably, therefore, Babylon might have felt, consciously or unconsciously, its victory to be in some sense patricidal. The story, then, can be read not only as a grand tale of the triumph of order over chaos and light over darkness, but as a parable of the rise of Babylon and Babylonian culture over the old Sumerian model of civilization. Further, the tale can be understood as an illustration of the concept of life as perpetual change. The old static gods in the story are replaced by the younger and more dynamic gods, who then introduce the concept of change and mutability to the universe through their creation of mortal beings who are subject to death. These creatures are tasked with helping the gods maintain their creation, and so, although they are not themselves eternal, play an integral role in the... My name is D.W. Draffin. I do voiceover, and I'm available for hire.
Like sustainably caught
Yo, yeah, man, that was deep, man. So people jump on, man. See what we can do, man. Sunday service. We're gonna send out the collection plate. Church. Sunday service, man. Let's see, let's play some music. Need the choir back, huh? The choir does has the supposed effect. Yeah. That was interesting, but I've got a better copy of the version of the Enuma Elish or the Epic of Gilgamesh. But the Enuma Elish is definitely those are the things that are contained within the holy tablets. So it's whose translation do you have? You know, like most of the time, there people talking about Zachariah Stitchin, but as I said, he was like one of the 36th person to translate those cuneiform tablets in his time. So it can be done. It has been done, and people get their own interpretation. You know what Europeans are like. Gotta add a little bit of spice to it, so it don't make sense because they're parchments and fragments, and they don't have the full story. So yeah, that's how it works. But again, these stories are supposedly 450,000 years in the making. By the time it gets down to simple Arcadians and the Sumerians and Babylonians and they're just telling an older story. It's not within their time span, obviously. To be hearing stories about forming the Tigris and Euphrates and Enki and Enlil and and Marduk and all of that. All these characters have relevance in other societies like Kemet and all of that. They're just, you can reflect them and turn them and say, look, this Marduk is Tahuti. You know what I'm saying? You hear some of the other ones had a Sa in the name, so you could hear Osiris. You know what I mean? Where it was coming from, like, you know. So like, if you go to their proper names or their real names, not this Greek stuff, Osiris and you know, Toph or Tahuti and all that. But when you go back, all these Nadimad and Marduk. And Marduk is yeah, they're all just different characters, and in the biblical they become different characters as well. Marduk is Michael or the angel Michael. Do you know what I'm saying? So like this is how these things got all woven into the fabric of what we call religion of nowadays. You know what I mean? So it only makes sense. You see the region, you see the individuals. Abraham was from around there in a particular time where Babylon and all of that already exists. So he would have heard the latter story. He would have been known to him. All of these concepts. So, and different versions of the flood story. We're gonna set the flood story is what led to the biblical flood story. Then we can accept that the creation story. Yeah. Well, Enuma Elish as in different versions as we've just seen. You've seen one version as a Sumerian, and then you heard another version which was strictly Babylonian, which are not the same time periods. Do you get what I'm saying? I think one of them overlaps, but yeah. But yeah, the Sumerian supersede, or the Mesopotamian supersede the later civilizations that we have there from then until now. And we would consider the Babylonian ones old. But whoever built the Babylonian one built the other cities simultaneously, like Kalnar and Uruk and Ur. Yeah, so I remember that Abraham was from Ur of Chaldea. So it's just within the same region, just around the corner. It's all family. Yeah, both sides, all sides of the river under the desert. It's just going to cross over. I'm going to say that's Ibra. You get me? Or Hebrew. Yeah. And that means to cross over. You know what I mean? A traveler who crosses over or whatever. The whole place, Mesopotamia, is a place between two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. Like all the things that need to match. So it's quite easy to understand. You know what I mean? It's just whether you can find a proper copy. You know what I mean? Get a decent copy of the Enuma Elish, get a Hatrahasis. There's so many. You know what I mean? But I've managed to get a physical copy. And obviously you can pick up copies online anywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say with the Bible and with the original books, you can find copies of them. It might be best for some people to go back to the Torah, to Tanakh. It might be better for some people to go back to the, the older version of the Quran and that. So like there's lots of things where you can just go back to the source or find it in its original form, or you want to go back to the Torah, the Injil, the Zabur, you can find original texts of that. And I think that's how some of these modern day books got compiled. But no worry, Sunday, man. Sunday service, mate. Yeah, gonna get that work. So yeah, man. Anyone jump on, man? Jump on. Come keep the snipes company. Got me. And make sure you hit the collection plate, man. If you appreciate the knowledge and information that was brought forth today. It's hot, man. You can hear the hotness. It's making me drowsy and that. But I just had food as well. Let me take a sip. I know most of my people are out. Let me play some music, soak up some time. All these ladies talking about ladies hour, and you can't see them. Oh, where are we going? Come on, peeps. Speak up yourselves, man. Come on, man. Jump back on, man. You get me? We're done with the knowledge for today like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, for those who know, those who's interested, that's how we roll in today. I'm sure you like the Mackie family history part. Yeah. I
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glass, she's a girl, the one anointed. May ask the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings from Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by a lawyer's lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets. Stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex. Sonos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume. Poisonous foods, cancer cells spread. The population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with his Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to. Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in this.
Big up Axum, come on. You need that brown cheese, huh? No.
Yo, her eyes are black pearls, staring at the map of the world. All in black, cameras snapping my world. Glass, she's a girl, the one anointed. May ask the name that she shall appoint with. Supreme justice cut from 48 laws of royal scripts. Kings from Kemet, caught for coiling bits in the courtroom, defended by a lawyer's lips. From the patriot laws that hold the poor orphanage. Pale horses tread over hell's fortress. Left countries in debt in exchange for resources. Boardroom meetings discussing events that must take place in every fourth season. Atrocities of war, treason, misled soldiers and vets. Stab opium in their flesh, whores and sex. Sonos and text. This world's cornered in debt. Terraform us through what we consume. Poisonous foods, cancer cells spread. The population agendas ahead. I fled a jackal, busting shots through the capital, hoping I can catch the devil with his Adam's apple. For the psychological madness we adapt to. Yeah. For the psychological madness we adapt. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Taped on the wire, raining fire, satin alien robes, blast my way through a pagan's abode. Spirits catch me with a touch harder than brimstone. 6 looking like clones, gripping my coat. One of her light skin tone seduced me. Named Lucy, said she admired the truth I speak. A fine harlot with a plate between her knees. She lured baby fathers and bloody dancers to set up some rape charges. Some even got their brains blasted. Mysterious cases, bottle-shaped waist. She walks to the lowest center of gravity, trying to grab it with the essence of a woman's worth. Pulling my shirt, whispers in ears to full of with sperm. She lusted me to give her what she couldn't return. Pure blasphemy. Before I knew it, she turned and asked me. Her marble floors turn to fire, just reflections of desire. Images jump out the frame in attempt to pierce my attire with spears. She said the words I speak is relevant every 24,000 years. The next come around is near, spoken by prophets, pharaohs and witch doctors. A glitch in the equinox is upon us. Your death is a promise which has to be made. To the higher forces we pray. Outside display the portal in space. Black clouds and cyclone winds. Sing Orion's hymn before I snap the gin in his forehead. And study the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Studied the science of this dream before I woke from this torment. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, putting my thoughts on the canvas. Lord have it, I swore to slay every devil on this planet, causing havoc, torture and sadness, torment and madness, caught in its raptures, drawings are graphic. I swim the atlas, thoughts on the canvas. Yo, the beast is trying to annihilate the young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the foods we eat. Save the babies, save the babies. The beast is trying to annihilate our young seeds. Aspartame fluorides within the foods we eat. Save the babies, please.
2 o'clock in the morning, man, waiting. Yo, get me. Yeah. Bits. Come
Yo, no justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Yo, no justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the street, snitch niggas be working with the beats. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke. We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real, where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bums with both hands. And when their sister walls out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Yo, get me. Yeah. Yo, no justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. When I eat, all my brothers get a piece. Stay high, car brothers smoke trees. Yo, no justice, no peace. They ain't bad when it's on their phone, please. And while we steady putting work up in the street, snitch niggas be working with the beats. Pebble bits of both, trying to dodge broke. We never lost hope, we never had hope. I come from where the struggle is real, where if you ain't grinding, you ain't guaranteed your next meal. Where I'm from, the bros don't do romance. They just wanna grab big bums with both hands. And when their sister walls out, they turn savior. Like it weren't you promoting this behavior. Wife and child I prioritize. I see myself in my son's eyes. So I don't wish I can go back in time. I'ma set the situation, make sure that my son shine. And I'ma only tell him one time. Never chat to the one time. Cause we and them ain't friend. They want us locked in the pen. We're trying to make sure we don't come off the ends. Dog, I don't wanna see no jeweler.
Come on.
I'd rather put down
For my son and for my daughter.
I wanna give the world to my son.
And I wanna give the son to my daughter.
Dog, I whip work up in the water. I can do 1 into 1 or get a Z back from a daughter.
Come on.
I'm honest, like I would never shoot. Yeah, if I'm taking anything, it's everything. So just
cool
corner. Word to the corner that I work.
Hey.
All them man are bitches.
All
All them
man
man
can
can
wear
wear
a
a
skirt.
skirt. I've done mine. I can tell you about the dirt.
Say what?
But I'm humble over here with just
Come
my
on, big
rules
up
and my
Smokey Joe,
word,
man.
dog. I'm comfy
Shit.
on this corner.
What?
Them boys sweaty like they sitting in a sauna, dog.
Hey.
I'm comfy on my ones. Cause most these wannabe killers are really just some informers. Me and my troops
Hey.
hopping out of coops.
What?
Cause they question man's badness, man's about to get them proof. Henny and a boost, that's the juice for
They
man
know.
to get loose then.
Hey.
Do up the booth, cause they know. Anytime I touch the mic, dog, that's fire. Plus I spit the truth, cause I've never been a liar. White youths out SC ask about me round Briar. Cause I get about a no road like tire, dog. I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots.
Hey.
Why these fake rappers lying, tell them free the truth. Blood, I work these roads, cause I know my roots. Grew my hair into locks, cause I know my roots. Yeah, we kicked off doors, I still got my boots. Why these fake rappers lying, tell them free the truth. Yo.
Fire. We got tons. We got.
Plus 500. It's trading with a plus.
Since you did that, you might as well get this.
Switch to Vodafone, the UK's biggest full fibre broadband provider, and get a free full fibre upgrade.
For all my triple boosted.
Big split for that, whoa. So you know what man's leaner. Blood, I'd rather die before I let him hit me with a vaccine.
Alright.
Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what that mean?
Hey.
What that mean? Best be ready to
Die if you wanna be free.
Big split for that, whoa.
Hey. And you know what man's leaner.
Keep ties to the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run?
Why would I run if I got my machine? When I got that range, best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Young jumping out the van like Scrappy, I put 6 9s to your face.
Like Takashi.
I was in N with dubs like Dappy, getting trappy in the tracky, make a hot cat, take the day off and turn cappy. Squaring with a baddie, with a fatty, puffing Cali. Actually a patty, the chatty on the lappy, I was aggy in the nappy. I went from snatching bags with Danny to waiting in the alley with a valley and a strally. Ain't here to dilly dally. Show Sally, give me the loot and keep the fanny. I smoke wacky backy to keep from going scatty. I'm from where they pull up on Ducatis and get clappy. I ain't got no fire in the booth for no Grammys. No hardest bars or songs for champagne pappy. So I get love from the yardies and the ackies, Marlies and the paddies. If you trill, holler at me. Big split for that, whoa. So you know my man's lean up. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with the vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean?
That's your accent.
Best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
You can make your own.
So you know what man's lean up. Keep ties with the mob.
Hey.
Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? Why would I run if I got my machine? When I got that, best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Oh, they're closing in. Look, they poison the water and sky. Now they're hurting my brethren with needles. Best be ready to die just to protect your people. They're coming with all type of evils. So right now, knowledge is vital. Cause if you can't see the rival, you must be living with your thumbs in your eyeballs. I push weed in a big spliff and I burn mine eye tool. Pure. I need all that ganja, cause they tryna test my gangster. They've been tryna take my life and now they wanna vax my youth. I soon load up with the gang and go crazy like Scratchy Cuckoo. Big spliff for that, whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Brother, rather die before I let him hit me with the vaccine. Never that. Mandatory for everybody. You know what I mean? What I mean? Best be ready to die if you wanna be free. Big split for that, whoa. So you know what man's lean up. Keep ties with the mob. Stay on job for the peace. MOB, why would I run? Why would I run if I got my machine? When I got that, best be ready to die if you wanna be free.
Yeah.
Best be ready to die if you want.
That's a true story there, right there. I ain't played this for a while.
Red pill trill. Why would I care?
That's right.
Fevy black actor
That's right.
got $1 billion from Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The
right.
YGs let off the door in a chicken shop across the road from Santander. And they actually think that that's gangster.
Gender sounded like Rwanda.
So fuck Disney
and Wakanda.
Why would I care? If Paige was eating Alicia. In the streets we got beef with the Reaper. Trying to put my peeps in a sleeper. Why would I care? If Chip squash beef with Bugsy Malone. Pigs still trying to find drugs in my own. Tap me chatting to the plug on the phone. Why would I care about a monkey top
from H&M?
From a fuck you block in a crazy ends. No love for cops, the Jake hate my friends. Like my cousin up, gave him 8 to 10. We'll probably never be the same again. So why would I care? If Sneako really turned into a cat. Another OG that turned into a rap. Postcode beef turned my flats into a rap. So why would I care about Ugo or Oscar? Who got a Grammy? It's not helping me get food for my family. I don't give a fuck. I'm rude and I'm anti. Kids think they're sick because they listen to low speed. This ain't a game, it isn't Shinobi. No comebacks, you get dick with a pokey. So why would I care whose team lifted a trophy? Why would I care if Wiley accepted an MBE? I'd rather hit the Queen with an M16. But at Parliament, I met them scream. Why would I care? Very black actor, got $1 billion for Black Panther. My friend's mum died from mad cancer. The YGs let off the door in the chicken shop.
Come on, you know how we are.
At William Hill Vegas, new Strike Gold gives you even more chances to win.
And big up the Yeah crew, man. Come on, man. I wasn't gonna leave you out, man. Where you at, Yeah crew, man? I know you're there, man. I'm knocking on the door. Kum.
Yeah, this is England, green line of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. 3 lagons on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagons here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England, hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England, poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run.
Come on.
Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Backers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds.
Mad.
Tell me what problems are mad one with all the...
Listen. If you're a visitor, you're a permanent resident, you can appreciate this, man. Come on, man. Hey.
Yeah, this is England, green line of etiquettes, manners and disciplines. Free lagans on shirts of the citizens, but there's no lagans here, there's a significance. Yeah, this is England, hard-working men working hard for their dividends. Run out of work, now they can't find enough of this money stuff, so they just blame it on immigrants. Yeah, this is England, the kingdom, the land that I'm living in. Monarchy, empire, and new millennium. Man, it's so mad, man, I'm telling them. Yeah, this is England, poverty, politics, turn man to simpleton. Single mum out looking food for her little one. Daddy's gone cause of how Babylon systems run. Yeah, this is England, Buckingham Palace and strawberries in Wimbledon. Backers, crack addicts, fanatics and vagabonds. Tell me what problems are mad one with all of this. Why is it me that they're tripping on? All just for this herbal tea that I'm sipping on. Someone silence to talk about the medicine. They can't cut off this mic that I'm blessing on. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, this is England, America's daddy, the evident number one, the international immigrant. The culture, the great, the benevolent. When people debate over everything, sing songs of praise about the slaves that they never been. It's funny how people here never think about the words of the song that they forever sing. Yeah, this is England, council estates with no divisions in. Just people pissed off with the richer men. The people that's ripping off each of them. Can't keep fooling them up like the preacher them. Bum politicians, not one of them speak for them. You feel it, then turn up the speaker then. And then free up, break out of the sheeple pen. And go look for relief. Burn up a fire, I light up the sheets. How they gon' fight you for finding some peace? What Haile Selassie guy said in his speech. He said that it's not a is, it's becoming. Words for the wise to stop nuclear bombing. The man that taught man to be all that he can. Overstand before it ends in a bang. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Come on. Big up Axum up in the building.
Yeah, big up. You good?
Yeah. Oh, it's so hot, man.
Is it?
I don't know if it's, it's just here, man. Anglais. You know, Anglais. Oh, in Anglais, is it so hot, man? But the heat is somewhere else.
People won't take my
It's
food
already
seriously.
hot already.
What do I do when I stop swimming?
What is it, like 30 degrees or what?
Yeah, 30. Well, right now, let me see. 32.
Yeah, that's hot.
And I'm inside.
Oh shit, yeah.
Probably hot outside. And I'm in the shade, yeah. I'm in the shade. I'm in the shade. I don't know why I'm playing this again. Don't know why. I'll play my song.
Come on.
Hey. I just like this song, it's mad.
That's really good.
It's a little bit rock and roll, yeah?
A little bit.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with a fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Yeah. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Something I'm serious, maybe something I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. Yeah. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear.
I said he looks like James SC.
Oh.
With a ponytail. Yeah, man. That's what he looks like in real life a little bit. You know what I mean? Nah.
I've been trying to relax a bit, yeah. But they call you pussy if you are a pacifist. But the lyrics still pack a punch, not lacking grit. Think I didn't see shit cause I didn't grow up in the maddest bits. I'm just not down with a fake persona. Never. Smell the bullshit in the air, fuck a fake aroma. I only walk with the real as of late alone. Yeah. Accentuated by the fact that I'm always sober. Something I'm serious, moody, something I'm weird. Some days I think it'd be better to disappear. The mountains help me to see shit a little clear. Get control of my psyche, the biggest weapon is fear. The biggest healer of tears, or so I'm told. Feel like I'm wiser but growing old. Everyone around me is settling down. Giving up on dreams in exchange for the pounds. It's confusing just finding your way.
That's
in two minds, Gemini, born the last week of May. The world's in need of leaders. We got Boris and May. Tried not to get political, but what can I say? Fuck them. Feeling like we're stuck in a maze. I just wanna get up and away.
Lord.
I don't talk if I got nothing to say. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Still surrounded by dreamers, sleepers, walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees, consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free, tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided. To keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Cause walking speakers distorting the mental views of the fallen. Evil is talking, projected through their recordings. Secretive sorcery, selling souls like they're Jordans is fuckeries cause of currencies. How many hungry humans hunting for money trees, consuming everything they see until there's none for we. I had to sit and learn the lesson from the honeybee. Float under the sun, I'm free, tending to my mother's needs. Pollinating planets, don't panic, just overstand it. A man is only a man and it's mad, he's making it manic. Order out of chaos is the order of the day, it's that way. Cause they formulate the hates, they're emphatic. They'll sell you death in a packet and then we buy it and say it tastes good, just how we like it, but we're wrongly guided. To keep on siding with the system that's violent and doesn't listen to the teachings of the king, but it's lying like it's the Christian. Lions are in my vision, I'm smiling because I'm different, not blinded by my religion. Been guided back to a kingdom, experience teaching me wisdom. Victims been tricked into eating everything that they're given, that's not my decision. Rastas stay practicing idle living cause the food is killing. Salt and sugar like heroin, all of this belly filling. Cock sniffing and Henny sipping, got our medi slipping. Gotta stay woke or stay in prison, one it meant to fit in.
Much
shit will work out. If dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace. If shit will work out, if dreams will come true, put an end to their doubts. If violence will cease, if in our lifetimes we'll see peace.
Fuck a geezer, Reza, Lisa, cut you with the razor, bars like Julius Caesar. When I'm on the microphone, go get your visa. Now I mean I'm not that geezer, spitting it on the microphone. You think I writ a bit? Nah, it's Sunday service. Don't get nervous. Now I mean I'm not doing it a disservice. Yeah, when I turn around and swerve it, yeah, getting on your nerve shit. Now I mean, yeah, I stay in my house like a hermit. This is what I do, what I stay determined to get rid of the vermin. Now I mean, I spot you out like you Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, while you weeding and German. Yeah, I'll be plucking. Yeah, killing the vermin. Come on. Minor. Big up everybody up in the building. Meow. By the hole in the chest. Case. So yeah.
So what have we been doing today? What was the topic?
First topic was the end of yesterday's video with the tribal thing and how the Benin bronzes is a family heirloom.
Okay.
Story of my granddad's interaction with the British and the Portuguese and all that. Yeah, we got all that sorted. You know what I mean? And you can't argue because this is what's being taught at Open University. So. Yeah.
I missed that show yesterday, man.
But yeah, the first part of this show, yeah, that was that. Just finishing off that and just getting it sorted. So I don't hear no shit from no RGB niggas again. Pan-African, nothing. Shush.
You want some smoke, yeah, with Caleb and all that.
Running, man, running. Just on the drop slurs and running. But as I said, you can't just talk about people's country and when there's documented evidence of what had happened and our interaction in the slave trade and what happened to us. And it wasn't even slave trade with us. It was palm oil. They just wanted stuffs. And they just came with their atrocities, man. You know what I mean? And it was written in the papers in different countries. And like I had said before, and the kind of situation I explained, but they didn't really think it was real and how I was closely connected to it.
You put up a lot of delils yesterday, yeah? And today.
Yeah.
Come on.
So they know when they see the pictures and they see what they put up.
Yeah.
And they see what I've been putting up and they say, oh shit, that's the same guy. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
They don't listen.
They don't listen.
Listen. Yeah.
But now I'm ready for some trolls or whatever, man. Where's Eunice? I think Eunice is knocked out after all that. He's probably going for a walk. It's dangerous.
Eunice was there, yeah?
MJ was in the chat earlier. I don't know, talking about women's hour, but I don't know where they.
Like the women gone.
It's hot.
People jump on, man. Yeah, it's hot. We blame it on the heat, yeah.
Definitely.
Okay,
and I wouldn't blame them. While they're still out there, go and enjoy it, man.
It's not every day.
Yeah. But I'm gonna go to Seaside tomorrow, man. I can't. If it's gonna be extra hot, like tomorrow, there's weather warnings and shit.
I know. You know what? I actually know that because it was in some Swedish newspaper. And I was like, yeah, England, what's going on, man? Yeah. People say
I've never seen that before.
Die and whatever. Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah. This is where we come to the idea of the sun killing people. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, especially old, elderly Europeans. They can't be driving around in cars and getting stuck in traffic during a heat wave. Nah, it's many reports, but it hasn't happened for a while still. But with
but
with the
it
advent
is
of
happening in
aircon
Spain and stuff. Like that is just normal.
Well, before, remember, not every car had air conditioning or whatever. So more cars have got aircon now as standard. So I suppose it might be a little bit easier, but yeah, people still dying in their cars. You don't leave your dog in the car. You don't leave a baby in the car.
Yeah, that's mad. The stories I heard about the babies and they left them in the car and they die. Oh my god, yeah, that's so terrible.
Yeah. And all this heat stroke business. You know what I mean? People just walking up and down and just dropping down dead. Boom.
Mad.
You know what I'm saying? But it's only one set of people. but then they'll say that's racism or prejudice or something. I don't know. You just see
Mm-hmm.
what you observe, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
right.
they're gonna feel some type of way if it's oh, when white people do it.
And actually, no, because like I got a lot of my people around me, like over the
Mm.
years, so I would know.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have died, but of various things, but not some of these things that generally happen to Europeans. It's like, oh, okay. Some of these things are exclusive.
True.
You know what I mean? But now I say some of these things are universal because that's more showing the environment. If we're all getting cancer now, do you know what I'm saying? We can't escape that fact. We can't say, oh, cancer's for Europeans. We could at one stage, but not anymore.
No, not anymore.
Not
No.
anymore. Several generations down, it's like, ah, shit. The elders are dying from cancer because the technology and the food sources and how they were storing food
Yeah, I think
weren't
it's
as
about that too. The food and environment
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like it is now. It might be worse now, but they got better ways of dealing with it.
Yeah.
But back then, nah. You get me? And then that can just be festering inside you. You know, remember with the pill when it first came out with the pill in the 50s, where there was mercury in
Mm.
the formula, and
Yeah.
liquid
Mercury. I
metal,
cannot understand
obviously.
of people using that back in the days.
Right. And then
Crazy.
the kids would come out with really small hands,
Yeah, but baby.
fluidamide and all of that. I was like, oh my god, no, that's out of order. Out of order.
Alboda.
Yeah,
Alboda. What is
and
it?
I see
Yeah.
there was this one girl
Mm.
in my area who has that condition,
Wow.
and she's managed to have a load of kids. You know, it's like one day she was just walking with it,
Mm-hmm.
on the bus. I see her, and then next minute I see her on the bus, but with a buggy, yeah, and heavily pregnant. I'm like, but who's breeding this girl and just not standing next to her, getting off the bus with her? Like, what's going on? Yeah,
Mm.
secret.
Yeah, they don't want to
Somebody,
show themselves. Yeah.
yeah, the money only want to come in the night time. But
Mm.
it's turned out like she's just producing kids and that. Normal, but yeah, somebody's. I
No one
can't
wants to
imagine.
claim the kid.
No, I just don't. I can't imagine baby hands on my private parts. Doesn't make sense.
Oh boy, don't say it
And
like that. Oh,
yeah,
man.
it just doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter how
Mhm.
the big the rest is or whatever. Just like the baby hands though. What am I supposed
Mm.
to do? You have to do it at an angle. It's like Chucky holding your willy.
Ah.
Or the bride of Chucky. I don't know. Whatever it is, it just don't look. I didn't think it was good enough. I
Mm.
mean, mad. She was kind
Medicine.
of cute though, but for
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but you cannot even deal with someone who's a dwarf either, right? So
well,
you
yeah,
and
dwarf girlfriend. Nah, that's
nah, you
ridiculous.
will.
I
I
have to
think you
carry
have
her
that
into the
phobia.
car, baby seat. She goes there. She got the little 7-year-old seat. You know, you have to put that underneath them, and yeah, you have to sit on
Yeah.
that. Like, what is that? That's abuse. You know what I mean? And some of
Mm-hmm.
them ain't even that nice looking. So, like, yeah, they look odd. Like, ugh, nah, no way.
Mm-mm.
I
Yeah.
don't. Yeah, I don't dislike small people. Yeah,
But
right.
yeah, I hear you. I hear
But
you.
dwarfs and midgets, what is that? Like with big heads and big batty, like and small arms. Like what? What is that?
So no
No, man, get that
leprechauns
away
from us,
from me.
yeah?
Huh?
No leprechauns for you, yeah?
Well, leprechauns are pygmies, so pygmies is different because you'll see that a pygmy, even though it's small, it's in proportion. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's not a ailment or a condition. I mean, that dwarfism is something else. I mean, and we have it in our people,
Mm-hmm.
little sword. Yeah, but they're considered like where I come from. They're considered like devils and demons, and
Oh
even though
shit.
I know it can't be that, but yeah, in our
Yeah.
folklore,
Folklore, yeah, folklore.
the little
Yeah.
forest people, they were like considered little devils, man. By us, not even by other people.
You know who I'm thinking about now?
Hmm.
The small people from the what's it called? The film?
Right, the mummy.
The mummy, yeah, exactly.
Right.
Of
That
course.
was just telling us about pygmies again.
Yeah,
You know what I
actually,
mean?
yeah.
It was just the pygmies, and we know that it was the pygmies that built the pyramids, in it. So, as I said, the shafts and the passages inside the pyramids, no one under over 5 foot could be
No, it's
walking.
impossible. If you've been into the pyramid in Saqqara,
Yeah,
it's impossible. You know, you have to.
you have to crouch down in it, bend
Crouch,
down,
yeah,
and
It's
crawl through.
really
Like,
bad. Even for me, I'm not that
yeah,
tall. Still,
yeah.
it was
But
madness.
so those people's really small.
They have to
Because what
be
would be the
really small to
purpose?
be in
And
there.
then you go to Sumeria,
Mm.
and it's the opposite. It's like everything's so big. Like
Yeah,
you're thinking,
huge.
wow. So you can understand that there was big and little people of our people,
Yeah.
and the little people don't live far from the big people where we
Mm.
come from. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm.
The Dinka and the thing and the Somali and you get what I'm
The
saying?
tall
These are
people.
all tall tribes there
Yeah.
on the Horn and that the whole east side of Africa, because they're pastoralists, isn't it? They
Yep.
herd animals and do that, and it's maybe something to do with milk or something. I don't know.
I think
don't know.
so. Because look at the Somalis; they drink a lot of camel milk. Yeah,
Right.
the tall,
Yeah.
tall.
Yeah.
Even
And they
the
were
Sudanese.
herders before.
Yeah.
They herded animals and that. So they were again pastoralists or more pastoralists. So anyone who's like that, all the way to Kenya and beyond.
Yeah. Come
Yeah.
on, the Maasais and all of them.
Yeah, exactly. These are the tallest, like, So for us, that's why when we hear giant stories,
It's not a
you have to
surprise.
relate it. Yeah, you have to relate it to the people who are about. Some of the other ones that are mythical and kind of big and swollen with one eye and all of that, we ain't got no evidence of that. What we have got evidence of is these people that are older than us and a part of us or where we came from, you know what I mean? Who might have been around in the time of what was going on. And if we're saying it's them and they're telling the story, or descendants or ancestors or whatever, telling the story of those people, that's how it's playing out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There have to be some type of truth in it, right? So, I mean, our ancestors wouldn't lie from nowhere, from nothing.
Right. Lying wasn't really their thing.
Exactly. So they
Making the
will
story
tell.
sound more wonderful or more.
Yeah, that's another thing, though.
Yeah.
But still, they wouldn't lie about stuff.
They don't lie. They don't
Mm.
lie. They don't lie.
What's
That's
the
a
point of
new
lying
concept.
about stuff like that? It's like stupid. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And it's trying to make you understand certain principles
Mm.
without having, like, baby stepping you through it. I'm going to teach you the universe, how the planets formed and all of that in one story.
Yeah.
So you think, is he talking about a man or is he talking about a planet? Is he talking about, you get me? Because he's talking about universe, and then they're talking 1 minute, they're talking about the bodies, the bodies in the universe, and in the beginning was a primordial ooze or some kind of liquid, black liquid in the universe, which is dark matter. Do you get what I'm saying? So their concepts of these metaphysicals and primordial things stems all the way back to the early civilizations, which was like Kemet or whatever. You know what I mean? But putting a name on it is kind of mad because it's only one location for a very big continent, right?
Yeah.
And you think that one corner will just house all the information, and then what about the rest of the Africans? It doesn't make sense.
No,
But what
obviously,
does make
everyone
sense,
had their own thing. Yeah, but people just
and
focused in Egypt. Yeah, always Kemet.
well, what they have to understand is that the east side is where the spirituality of what we got today came from.
Mm.
You understand? So all the concepts of spirituality, Christ, and all this and that, and thing, and Islam, and everything comes out of the Horn. And all of those from those different tribes and different peoples, all their ideas consolidated, to an extent when they're traveling out into other places and setting up again, it will seem like different. And then somebody else, thousands of years later, is going to come upon that information and interpret it his own way again.
Yeah.
So it's like what was closer to the truth was the ancients telling their story, based on your story from an earlier time, because when you go back and it's like, okay, well, Ethiopia was Egypt as well, and then all the ideas and the philosophies and thing are all the same, right?
Yeah.
So for Christianity to come out of there, for Israelites to be the people, oh, these people are the tribe of Dan. Oh, the Ashkenazis are saying it.
Yeah.
They've been saying it. They made an announcement. I remember I watched the video. I was like, yes.
That wasn't long ago though. It was like at least 30 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
wasn't that
because
long.
now that's what caused that influx and back and forth in, right?
Yeah.
And then we've got to a stage where they got cut off. Ethiopians got cut off from going, and now the borders are back open again.
Yeah.
But then they're complaining about the bad treatment.
Yeah, they've been treating us like
Yeah,
shit.
the doors open. Yeah, the doors open. But no one's ever asking, like, yo, listen, why can Ethiopians go back to Jerusalem? Why?
Yeah.
Automatic pass. You know what I'm saying? You prove your tribe, you prove your thing. Okay, we already know that you are Israelites. That's the end of the argument, I think, personally.
True that.
If you guys are Israelites and you guys came into that region after us guys left out of that region, then it only makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But it's when it's happening. And then when we're doing it on both sides, it's like 2,000-3,000, 2,000-3,000 years ago. Right in the midst
They acknowledge the Israelite tribe in Ghana? Do they acknowledge them? Or
they acknowledge who?
The Israelites in Ghana. Do Israelis acknowledge the...
They don't acknowledge... well, they do acknowledge the Lemba and the Bobo tribes.
They do,
wherever they are. Yeah, those tribes. But that's through DNA and all of that, and the Kohen gene and all of that those individuals carry. But I don't think they've ever tested most of the other tribes for the Kohen gene. But to their detriment, they know if the Bobo and the Lemba have 60 to 70% of the Kohen gene that makes you a Jew, right? And they only have like between, I think, 8 to 15% max. You got what I'm saying? For a European to say, yeah, I'm a Jew. And you got these Africans over here, who are separate from the Ethiopians, Eritreans. They're separate from that, right?
Yeah, they're separate.
You're going to them. They're the same type of people because they're Nilotic and all of that, right? So they've just moved from one location to another and then settled in Zimbabwe and all of these type of places.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
So, and then they say,
so Zulu is Zemba, right?
No, Zulu's not. Zulu's Dembele, but it's in the same country. It's like the real Israelites, according to everybody's perception, are in his country. But they're a tribe. They're a tribe. They're called the Lemba, and they got their Israelite or Hebrew traditions. They dress like Jews. They got their little kippahs, all of that.
Yeah, they have the whole thing like us.
They have the whole thing, So, as I said, but obviously everybody's from the Horn in a sense at some point. But again, because we move.
Yeah, I saw the thing with the Yoruba a little bit yesterday, when it comes to your family and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, how they were like coming from Ethiopia and through the whole of Sahel region.
Right.
And landed in Nigeria. That's quite good, yeah.
Because there are still some there, and there are still, because obviously, remember, we was looking the week before that at the DNA, and it was saying like mine is like 50% Bantu.
Yeah, 50. See,
and obviously the Bantus is well known in that region as well.
Yeah.
Man say some got brought in via slavery, and some say they're indigenous because they were there before some other man. I'm like, okay, but then same for the Khoisan.
Yeah,
they found Khoisan DNA all the way up in the Horn and everywhere. But we can't see a Khoisan today. You guys saying? You guys see a Khoisan today? I don't think they got
maybe like
some, but again, moving and changing location is a common theme.
Mm-hmm.
And because of all these rivers, it makes it easy.
Yeah,
You
we
understand?
always follow the water. Come on.
We always
Always.
follow the water, yeah. We don't just go
Yeah.
dry across the middle. Let's go and build up in the Sahara, right in the center. You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Exactly.
Yeah, your whole generation's gonna die. So it's rivers and coastal. That's what we deal with.
Yes.
Yeah. Even now, as humans, like Australia, everything is coastal, all around the edge.
Mm.
Canberra, this one, that one, Sydney, Sydney Harbour, all of that. It's all coastal. No one's dumb enough to live in the center of Australia. It's so hot.
You wanna die?
Yeah, you wanna die. Aboriginals.
Yeah,
Aboriginals.
they know. They know.
Even the Aborigines who live out there, like in the outback, they know the water holes and stuff.
Exactly, and they will side eye you if you have
Yeah.
be in the middle of the desert, man. Like
Yeah,
crazy.
you need a guide, man. But no one will do that. Yeah. I remember those films about Ayers Rock, right in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then how the dog, they got dingo. I think it's called a dingo. Was snatching up people's baby and that back in the day, in the 80s or something like that. Watched the movie on it. It was crazy. It's a bit weird, but
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I remember that one. It's not some. There's a dog snatched the
yeah,
baby.
right.
Yeah.
And they're all camping,
Mm.
kind of outside in the open, dry out desert. But that was Ayers Rock, and Ayers Rock is in the middle of Australia, probably the hottest part.
Yeah, the dog was hungry.
And this is what I was saying the other day. I was saying, like, but if European skin cancer or malignant melanoma and what they're dying of is high in these places, what does that tell you? Should they be there? They shouldn't be there, man. Yeah, but they can manage. But I'm just saying that they're going to need some factor this one, that, and not to sunbathe. That's my point. You know what I mean? Like I say,
No one
walking
should
around day to
actually
day.
sunbathe, really, if you're
No,
gonna.
walking around day to day. Look at the times we got in now. I'm saying even the same old Europeans now.
Yeah.
They've ways to alleviate the pressure of the sun because you've got air conditioned buildings. Your cars now are probably air conditioned. You get me? It's like they're taking all the old models off the road, unless they were like classics. And now even classics have to get fitted, different engines, and fuel emission business and all of that. See, what's it called? All of that ULEZ kind of stuff. So yeah, we don't have much of those old cars. So everybody's got new updated stuff. So just walking around in Australia as a European, you probably survive more often than not. You probably might get skin cancer, but what is accelerating that condition and causing deaths is sunbathing.
The sunbathing, yeah.
Yeah, sunbathing. And it's a favorite pastime of Europeans, huh? No matter where they are. I know they love to do it in Sweden and that.
Oh, trust me. You should see us like the summer cars. Everyone is like not even half naked. They're naked. Like
they're naked, yeah, nudist.
Yeah,
nudist
not even
thing,
half
yeah.
naked, naked.
They do that.
The nude thing is the thing. We have like a lot of nude beaches everywhere.
Right. So the land of nude. Or nod.
Nod.
Yeah. Where everyone went naked. I'm telling people, they don't listen. Yeah. Nude, and after nude is after Nudimud, which is Enki. So Enki built the city of Nudimud. He's Nudimud. See, that's his name. That's his other name, right? So he built that city. Don't mean he resided there, but he built it. And as you can hear from the Sumerian story, he built and fashioned the waterways, meaning he made the rivers. But it wasn't only the river, it's 7 rivers that he laid the foundations for. That's why Enki is the king of, or the god of this earth, because one, his mother, Id, she is from this planet. See what I'm saying? And his father, Anu, came to this planet and took the mum and had a son with her. And then he already had a wife, and then had another son, which is called Enlil. So Enki and Enlil are brothers, right?
Yeah.
And then most of the story is usually about Enki and Enlil. And the way it's made out is like Enki's bad and Enlil's good. Because Enki's got reptilian origin from the Nomos or the what do you call it, the Draconians. Do you know what I'm
Drakes.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a
the Drake.
form of reptilian types, but they're
Yeah.
intelligent and they're benevolent. So there's many types of reptilians out there, but yeah, obviously these are the ancestors, the elders, and that they know how to choose correctly. So obviously they choose the prettiest wife, you know, and that's what Anu did. So him, the Most High, the highest god, the father god of them, yeah, of the Anunnaki, because everything's after Anu, right? Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Everyone.
those
Yeah.
Anu sent down, or the Anunnaki, those who came down with Anu, basically. You know what I mean? So there was a time Anu came down, and then there was a time he sent down the Anunnaki, and then there was a time the Anunnaki came down or fallen or was sent down. Do you get me? Sent down to this
So would
realm
you
or this.
call the fallen angels can easily be in
The
unlucky,
Anunnaki. Yeah,
right?
the Anunnaki, not the Anunnaki or Gi, sorry. Right. So there's the Anunnaki and there's the Anunnaki. Yeah. Those who were sent down and those that came down. So yeah, the ones that were sent down, yes, those are what you're calling fallen angels or whatever. Yeah. Or fallen species, let's put it that way. Because whether they were angels or not, they were all in different forms or species when they came down here. Did you get it? So in what capacity they work for the creator is none of our business, but how they looked might have even been a bit weird to us. So they could have come down as them Hindu Shiva and right?
Oh boy.
That's what I'm talking about, the fallen though.
The fallen. You're talking about the
Right.
like the demons, falling from the
Right. So I'm saying
now I
that's
hear you.
why
Now I hear you. Yeah.
I wouldn't say it was Shiva and them, I would say it was beings like
The
them.
demigods. We could call it the demigods
No,
coming
but
down.
they're the demons, like you could say. The demons were here already, because Shiva was here already before the fall of Lucifer and all this Anunnaki and all of that, because Id on thing is down with the place that's called Nod was called
Oh
Saturn.
wait. Let me follow
Was
your
called
thought.
Saturn before. So it was called something before. It was
So
called
you're
Saturn.
saying the Hindu thing is before Sumerian? Yeah.
They don't even exist. This is billions of years, millions of years with the Hindu thing. They spent 10 million years on the moon,
Yeah.
Lamu Luna. You get what I'm
Luna.
saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is why on the moon they were called Luciferians. So things are not what they kind of seem, you know, like the titles and the thing. You're thinking, wow, Luciferians. Then they must be worship the devil and they don't even know about no devil yet.
It comes later, yeah, with the
Yeah,
second.
that thing is But what I'm trying to explain is that Shaka, who is the father of Lucifer, and his people were sent down first, right? And they set up a city called after Shaka or Saturn, because that was their home planet or whatever, right? That's why Saturn has a relevance, because certain people's original thing was there. But Shaitan, the sun, or Lucifer, or whatever you want to call him, was taken on Nibiru after there was a war. There was a war on the planet where they all were, right? So Anu's there, Shakar's there on one continent, and I don't know, basically the elders, the Nynefer woolly head beings, which we're calling the elders or the Anunnaki or the thing, they're on one continent on this planet called Risk in the 19th galaxy, which is called Aluwan, which you can find in the Quran, you can find in in many books and all of that. You get it? So the
Right.
word, yeah.
Okay.
So this thing, planet that had 3 suns, 3 stars
3
of
suns.
Orion's belt. Mm-hmm. Right. So we can tell you where Risk is, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have built monuments in that direction. Let's get that right. But anyway, there's because with these 3 stars of Orion, there's a black planet or something hovering around one of them that makes one of them off sync.
Yeah, what was it called? I forgot
Hmm?
about it now. This star. No,
Sirius C, Sirius B,
Series
Sirius
B.
C. Yeah.
Yeah, Series B. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So it makes the whole. So basically, this planet that these beings occupy, there's a war on there, right? So the Shaka and them lose the war, but they're like reptilian-y kind of people in origin, right? Yeah. So what happens is after the war, they go and they find a baby, and that is what they call in Lucifer or Shaitan. So he's brought up in the order of the 24 elders and all of that, right? In the presence of Anu and all of them,
Okay. Now we're
right?
going into the Yakub good thingy. Okay.
No, but it's just the story of Lucifer from the Sumerian point of view.
Okay.
So to know that they even got a story, to get it, make sense. Like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Like they've got an Adam story. Their story is the Adam story, original, as well as all this other stuff. They've got all these stories as well. Do you get what I'm saying? So in their thing it's called the Adama Project. It's they created the project, and it was a project, and they took this individual to the Shimti, which is a laboratory, supposedly on Mars. Yeah. But for many years people thought Shimti was probably like Egypt or something, right? But there's a very similar thing to Egypt on Mars. That's another story. Yeah. Then there's a face on Mars, supposedly. Yeah. And then they say that's the face of Cadman or Zakar or Adam. Do you get it?
Oh boy. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So this is like how it all kind of supposedly matches up. But all I'm quoting from right now is the Sumerian text.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right.
we just mentioned the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis,
Enki, and then
right.
all of them, yeah.
Right. So this is their story prior to the Tiamat, which is this planet incident.
Yeah.
It's going in cycles of billions or millions of years that they've come in here, and they go a couple times and come and thing. It's like they're on a cycle because they're on Nibiru. You get it? And Nibiru is not a star or sun or whatever. It's a planet-sized spacecraft, right? Where 24 of those elder beings will command it, yeah, led by one person, and in their case it was Marduk, right, the son of Enki. So on one trip he was the driver. You get what I'm saying? He was the commander of
Enki, yeah.
Right. So for him to come and slay Tiamat, yeah, he's not here. He's coming to here. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why he can separate and do certain things and give certain commands, but he's in the command of the ship, right? And remember that I just told you that Enki is control of this earth because of his lineage, right? And Marduk is his son. Do you get what I'm saying? Marduk is the son of Enki. So he is like perfect in his form because he's got that little bit of reptilian and that other 50% of supreme being or whatever, elders and whatever, right? So what that makes him is a warrior. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So this is why it's like Michael, the avenging angel, Michael, this one, that one, Marduk, and Tahuti, all same individual. As we go through history, that's what's going to happen. you get what I'm saying?
This is interesting, man.
Mm.
Do you have any videos about Nibiru?
Oh, yeah, I could probably pull some up, but yeah,
Yeah.
that Nibiru thing is a whole another story. Like
Yeah.
Planet X,
Yeah, Planet
Xena.
X, exactly.
They're gonna call it Planet X, Xena, da. But the funny thing is with that is that Zachariah Stitchin gave his example of these stories, right? They said he was a complete madman, nutcase, right?
Mm-hmm.
He showed them about Jupiter and da, which I mean Venus and Pluto and all of these smaller ones that only just got discovered in the 1930s.
Yeah, and then
Do you get what I'm saying?
discovered
And
that
then
they are not.
classified and then declassified. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But yet these Sumerians already tell you there's 12 planets and that one of them is Nibiru. But Nibiru, when they found out Planet X is on a different type of orbit to the rest of the planets in our solar system. This is why it can't normally be picked up. Secondly, it's so big and huge that if it came near here, it would probably just kill us all in the sense of
I'm just
the
reading
way.
something like Nibiru's true orbit is around our sun every 3,600 years.
Right, so it's doing a revolution or doing a circuit.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I'm saying? So I'm saying if it's not moving in the way that the rest of the solar system or the planets are supposedly moving, right? And it's moving in a up, down, under, up, down, under, through us and over us, and that's how it's
Yeah,
working.
it's not following our orbits.
No.
I mean, no, it's not.
But it's doing it and going around the sun and then going whatever and da. But what I'm saying is that is a thing set, showing you that it's coming from a particular place. Do you get what I'm saying? On high. And remember, from here, if you have to look up, you can see Orion, right?
Yeah.
Because Orion is not necessarily a home, but they left from Orion and went out and sent many Nibiru's out to throughout the universe. This is how some beings are going to get kind of created, like the Hindu ones, for example, in the Pleiades star constellation, because beings from Risk left, went to that star constellation when there was a problem with Shaka tried to in the war tried to let off an aerosol like atomic bomb, which affected the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm saying? It was damaged, right? And obviously you don't want to damage atmosphere with 3 suns. What's that going to do, right?
Yeah.
We got one and we're sweating.
Yeah,
So imagine 3 suns. So they said, all right, what we'll do, we'll build a Nibiru, so a planet-sized spaceship. So, boy, risk must be huge because that's just a ship, and they built it on the planet and built several. So anyway, they set this thing up and sent it around. And what they did, they also created what we're calling the Greys. Yeah, by fusing animal parts and all of this to create a biological robot. It's not meant for sex. It's not meant for this. Not meant for that. It's just meant to explore and find resources around the universe, right? So the elders are supposed to be the ones who created what we're calling the Greys, or the original form of them, right? But there's a problem because the opposing force in the universe is reptilian, like Shaka and them. You know what I'm saying? Oops. Should be back, hopefully. She said, do I believe all this? You don't have to believe all this, but I'm saying these are what the Sumerians wrote down, or from those tablets, those cuneiform tablets that keep popping up and appearing. So remember that we get all our concepts from them, concepts of a solar system, concepts of time, space, and everything. So why do you think that anything else would like be a myth or something? Because it doesn't make sense. Remember that our stories are mythology. His story is history, right? So ours is a mythology. So no matter if it has a little bit of fantasy or magic or whatever sprinkled on it, just look at it in the case of their stories also do have the same thing. when we talk about their mythical stories and and pulling a sword from the stone and all of this type of stuff. There's always a little element. So give us that allowance that everybody can have that. Do you get it? But if some things are real, they're real, innit? Truth is truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, as I said, the ancestors don't lie. So we just
Yeah,
have
the
to listen
ancestors
to
don't
them.
lie, to be honest.
If we listen to the information, maybe we can decipher the truth from it. That's all. We're not saying they're wrong or but it's obviously going to be taking millions and millions of years in the future. And like millions of years in the future of Chinese whispers, it's going to slightly change a bit,
Mm.
But it's going to be a point to the story. You get me? At the end of it, you know what I mean? And this is where they all kind of match up. So they'll tell you a story of them and the fish kind of people, the Dogons and the Nomos, yeah. But then the Dogon will tell you the same story. The South Africans, Zulus, will tell you the same story of the dolphin and the Nomos or Nomo. But it's the same thing, right? Of these reptile kind of people who came to us and changed our sex in some cases and allowed men to and women to procreate and all of this type of stuff. Times when the sun couldn't be seen in the sky and all of these type of stuff. So these are different eras and epochs of time. Some more
But all
recent
these
and some
entities, Marco, either they come from the heavens or they come from the sea, yeah? So...
Well, they come from the sea because they came from the heavens into the sea, some of them.
Mm.
Or into rivers even. So some
Yeah,
that are
some go
being
from
talked
the...
about, like the Nomos,
Yeah.
that's an outer space thing, right? But when they first encounter them, they're coming out of the water. You get it? So it seems like they originally came out. No, they didn't. They landed in the water. That's it.
Yeah.
And then came out of the water. Boom. That's it. Looking a bit amphibian and So they said they were scary, ugly people. They waited by the date trees and they taught them great knowledge of where they came from and all of this type of stuff, right? But you go to another part of Africa, they're telling you a story, the same story, but more in depth, where these people are actually fiddling with them. Yeah. In the Dogon one, they're actually interbreeding with some of them. And if you see some of the Dogon, they got these weird appendages on their skin and bubbles and whales and like something's in your body that is
not supposed to be there.
Right, that is alien.
On the
That is
skin and
called,
everything. With
yeah.
that.
It's called these whales and these things on their bodies and some of the old elders of the Dogon. If you look at pictures or whatever, you'll see that. You know what I mean? So, and then their statues also show their interaction with the these reptile type benevolent beings. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So you can have a reptilian benevolent. Remember, I didn't say malevolent because most of the ones that we're talking about in the other sides have that reptilian origin, but now they've got a human form as such, like the Hindu ones and the thing, and then the Shaggies, and these are all different versions of the reptilian gene. Yeah, but there's so many varieties out there in the universe. So now what we're talking about with the elders are these 9 ether woolly haired beings, big eyes and all of that, obviously 9 feet tall. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So they're huge. But and then the reptilians on the other side, right? And now you've got these little aliens, these little navigators, should we call them? Do you get what I'm saying? Biological robots that they've made called Greys, right? That's what the elders did, right?
Yeah.
So then they got into war with the other reptilians, the bad ones in a sense, on the next continent. They allowed them to come and reside there, coming from their environment of Saturn, and they came to reside on Risk. And then they were on one continent, and then border control, like they can't go everywhere. They were being policed or whatever until They started their bullshit, and man let off the bomb, mash up the atmosphere. So they created these great aliens, put them in ships, flying saucer ships, sent them out in the universe, built the Nibiru's, and the Nibiru's have these flying saucer crafts in them, and many other different type ships, cigar type ones, all of these other type, even ones that look like a crown and all of this, right? So those are all contained within what you call a Nibiru. So it's like a big space station with lots of different species and beings for different purposes. But at the top are the 9 Nepho woolly head beings in the form of 24 passengers or main elders. But it's meant to be 24, but it's 23 because the 24th seat is always empty for the unseen creator. You get it? So, yeah. So there's no actual 24th seat. So the Anu is a position. To be an Anu is not that you're the god of gods or no. You are the greatest of your generation or the greatest of them all of that species of elders, right? So it's a title. So the one we know now or the one they're talking about in these
I thought it was himself, Anu. But okay, so it's just a title,
no,
really?
It's a title, yes. So he's the 10th Anu. The one we got now is the 10th Anu. His father, Anshar, before him was an Anu. You get what I'm saying? So it's just a title. But Anu, again, is not his name. You know what I'm saying? The full title and the full name, they would say, is the name of God. But what it is that some parts of it have been taken, and one of the words is Allah. So Allah is it within the name of the creator. Do you know what I'm saying? Of this physical God, Anu. So it's like Anu, and then it has another one, and then L at the end. To get it? But Allah.
L too, yeah?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because he is.
I'm not surprised though. The whole thing comes from the same region, so yeah, really.
Yeah. So it's to understanding of what they're talking about over there, because it gets later on. It gets to a thing of worshiping each individuals. But just like in Kemet, they were all real people. It's just that they're coming from somewhere else, and coming down here, because this story that we're even written is being told by us who are not them. Yeah. And then even when it's being depicted, we're in the pictures. Because they come down here, but we're in the pictures like little people, and they're there sitting on their thrones and doing whatever they're doing. We're there. You get what I'm saying? So they come and they create a being for their purpose. You understand? So this brings one side of the family, because they come and mix with the beings that are here to create a being that they need as a primitive worker, which they call the Lulu Amalu. You know what I'm saying?
The what? The Lulu
Amalu.
Amalu. Okay.
Yeah, primitive worker, right? So the Lulus now, well, you could also say Zulus. This is where some people can make the connection. Do you know what I'm saying? And they were making too much noise, singing, drumming, because these beings, they don't do that, right? So these people, when they finish work, they dancing, they're singing, they having sex, babies are being formed. It's too much. What have we done? You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing. Yeah. So there's a distinction, but aside from that, there are beings that they had to, when it came to the Adam project, they had to go to beings who already existed, 2 different tribes. The tribe of Pygmies with Eve and the tribe of Watutsis. But with the Watutsis, they have their DNA in their DNA. You understand?
Okay.
They're descendants of them. So when we're talking about the Watutsis, the giants thing of those days, right? With King Atum and Queen Lilith and their son Cadman or Adam. Do you get what I'm saying?
Did you just say Queen Lilith, yeah?
Queen Lilith, yeah.
What?
This is Sumerian. This is not any other thing. That's why it's in the other books. It's difficult to work it out, and we don't know
Yeah,
where
yeah.
Lilith
This is
came from
Sumerian, yeah.
because,
This is not though.
yeah,
It's like, boy. And then we are asking ourselves, yeah, about his Judaism.
right.
Yeah,
So
okay.
it's very, and you can hear in some of the stories that it's very Asiocentric. Do you get what I'm saying? Like there's some,
Yeah, you said it. Yeah, Asia.
yeah, there's some, yeah, there's some Asian-y kind of, what's going on here? But that only is down to the language, because if Sanskrit is 2 languages away from cuneiform, and cuneiform is
It's
the
not
language
from
of
far
the
away now.
right, and then cuneiform is also the language of the Kemetans, then we can kind of work out what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Because there's different types of cuneiform, and cuneiform is supposedly the oldest language on the planet.
Yeah, true.
But we got other things. We got other things in our thing. We got Riskian, because those beings from Risk or Risk, yeah, they had their own language, obviously, which is the form of what cuneiform is. So there's an intergalactical kind of language, or a planetary or different planet or different. Yeah, they're older beings. How can we not
Some will call
just
this
agree?
free mixing and remixing of the stories and stuff, yeah, but really and truly, that they all come from the same region, so it's not a surprise for me.
Yeah, there's no surprise in that.
No.
How it's laid out, because aspects of it have been taken, and you're hearing it in other stories, and then you're thinking,
Yeah.
But then now, when I'm telling you, you're like, okay, that's how it works. This is where Lilith came from. Do you know what I'm saying? This is where the idea of Watutsis, or the Tall people, or the Nilotics, or whatever. This is where it's from, because that's how they gave it to us.
Yeah.
So they're telling us that these Nilotics, or these what do you call them? Oh shit, Adamites, you could call them, right?
The first ones,
These
yeah.
Adamite tribes, because remember, on the other side you've got Eve or Hawa,
Yeah.
whose parents are Tar and Anet. You understand?
Yeah.
So we can clearly tell you that there's parents for these individuals. But to say that these higher beings came to them, there was one called Kaka-El. They sent Kaka-El first, and then they sent Enki, to appease to the tribes for this project that they wanted to do. You get what I'm saying? Because remember, they've already done a cycle, gone away and come back, and they're really on one side appealing to their own descendants. Yeah, like the Watutsis. So when they're talking to the Watutsis, that's their descendants. King Atum and Queen Lilith look like the Anunnaki. He's got a long beard, wavy beard, and he's well tall and all of that, right? And same for Queen Lilith as well. They're huge. And then you've got the pygmies on the other side, the original people of the planet. So it could have only been in the beginning that they kind of mixed with different types of beings. But yeah, when some of the ones that came with Anu mixed with the pygmies, you got the Watutsis. And everybody knows that the Watutsis came out of the pygmies. Do you get it? Yeah. So it's like, okay, I got you. Makes sense now. It all makes sense. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So then Adam and Eve, and then they took Adam away, and they did a bone marrow transplant where they supplanted Eve's genes into his bone marrow. And then I had to look into bone marrow and found out that, most of your DNA, all of your DNA sequencing is contained within your bone marrow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. So this is where the story of, like, they took the bone marrow out of the leg or whatever and they supplanted her genes into to make them both compatible. Because even at that stage, they were not necessarily compatible. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, what? What's going on here? This is crazy. Yeah. So yeah, they're not compatible. And then the changes done to Eve were done in the womb of her mother because she was pregnant with Eve, where Adam was already a man. He was already born. So he's a grown man. They have to take him and put him to sleep, basically. Right? They put him to sleep. Yep, deep sleep, and do a medical procedure. And it's Enki and Ninti, right? The big Ananagi scientist lady. Yeah, they call her Mother Ninti because it's her genes that were used to create the Lulus. You get it? Right. To create the Watutsis, basically. So it makes sense. And it was like a trial. And trust me, they had to do it many, many, many times in sections of like 6 to finally get, boom, a finished being that was correct for them, had their intelligence to a certain extent, but some things were switched off on them. Remember, these are scientists, you know. They know about gene slicing before gene splicing. Yeah. That's why there's that tree as an example.
Yeah, I was just about to say about that tree, the tree of life.
Right.
Yeah.
But just a DNA sequence, that's all. So it took them thousands of years to work out that this is what they were talking about. DNA sequence. Yeah. Oh, the tree of and then the knowledge of how to maneuver certain bits on the branches and and that's changing. That's DNA manipulation. And we can't even question the technology of the ancestors because it must far superior to ours because they're in the universe longer than us, you know. So this is why we have relation to some of these elder beings that came to this place. Do you get it? Because when you go to Kemet, they're going to tell you the Neteru, same thing, came out of the sky, settled, had generation of children, and then those children mixed with the humans, and then those are your ancestors now. Do you get it? So I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but the funny thing is that those beings look like us. That's all. Some might just have been a little bit bigger, huge, giant pygmies, all sorts. Yeah, big up motion.
Yeah, big up motion. Jump on, family, man.
Goody.
Come on.
Yeah, stop Zilla. Come on.
Yeah, stop. Jump on, bro. Min bror.
So I can give you a clear, accurate account, obviously, because I've got a translation of all those stories.
Yeah.
Texts, should I say? But they call them holy texts. That's the point. That's why it's called the holy tablets, because they consider them the oldest texts on the planet. Yeah. And then add them to all of the old religious texts, not just some. They put all of them and just put them in a book, and then that was the holy tablets. That's why you're going to find a book called The Generations of Abraham. That's why you're going to find a book on the prophet, peace be upon him. The whole story and everything. Do you get it?
The Generations of Abraham.
Right, and the Generations of Abraham is a really good one. Yeah. It's quite thick as well, boy. It's so deep, the story. It's like, Ross. And you have to keep referring to newer books of those older books. Because that's the original text, right?
Yeah.
So then you have to relate it to what you read from the Quran or from the Bible or from the, the ancient texts correctly translated themselves. So it's a whole process if you don't accept the translation given to you, because you don't have to. But at the same time, it's like, when I've matched it up with other versions of the translation, I'm hearing some weird stuff. Jupiter's got her own version. You get me? From some guy who she heard his translation, who heard it from someone else, right? So I'm like, okay, it's cool, man. But Enki and this one are not the thing. They're brothers. They're not what you're thinking they are. Do you get it? I'm redressing her story, and she's like, no, Maku, because that's not what they said. I'm saying, I hear you. But I got a translation that just dashes your money out the window. It's been authorized and it's all and above board. Trust me. Yeah. So I'm saying like in my one, it doesn't speak of it the same way like that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's good to know which translation you're using, really.
Right. If it's a correct translation,
Mhm.
if the person has an agenda and a thing, this is why we say author and authorization.
Yeah.
First
Come on.
things that should be checked. I mean, first thing that should be checked. Yeah. And big up Leon. He gave me a little thing. I went on his page.
Oh,
His
is it?
new page. His new page, Speaker's Corner. What's it? Content over everything, Speaker's Corner. Right.
Yeah, big up Leon, man. He was the reason I saw you guys.
Innit? Innit? Putting in work, man.
Mhm.
Putting in work. Young Valley. That's what I'm saying. Young Valley, Leon. Yeah, he likes to work hard. He's a very private person. He's not like
who? Yeah, content, yeah.
Leon. Yeah,
Leon,
Leon.
yeah.
He's very private. He's very private. He's not into all the things because he knows how dangerous it is out here in these YouTube streets and that.
Yeah, people been doxing a lot too.
Yeah. And I used to think I didn't like him and stuff. I was like, no, man. One day we had a good conversation, like got it out.
Yeah.
Some argument over some stuffs. And I was like, nah, it's never that. And boy, I just thought you didn't like, man. And I was like, nah, Leon, never that. Yeah? I'm just stern. I'm just me in it. And sometimes people might.
It's just you and your facial expressions, yeah.
But obviously, as an elder, when you're older than other males and thing, right? You kind of have a way of dealing with them sometimes or talking to them.
Yeah.
That might seem like, oh gosh, here we go. Because that's how my youngers would be. Like he's going off again, like, I'll punch you lot up, man. You lot pissing me off. Shut the fuck up, man. You know what I'm saying? I can say that. Yeah. And it's not meant in no thing. Like if you're the brothers, you know that no one ever jumps up and actually starts hitting any of the youngsters. You get it?
No,
But
obviously
they're big
not.
men now. We're all big men. Like you know what I'm saying? I'm saying youngsters, but man are 35 and that. I'm saying, yeah, big man. Oh man. I just didn't want to upset you or They're more humble, in fact. But I can do the I call it grumpy old man syndrome. Yeah, it's grumpy old man syndrome. Like you can be grumpy with your youngsters and they're just like, oh, shut up, you lot, man. If I slap you lot up, you're not even saying shit. In my day,
and they'll be
my day,
looking at you like, Uncle Maku.
Yeah, rolling eyes. Like, oh gosh, this guy's so egotistical. Man. Fuck's sake, he done everything. Yeah, you ain't done it first. I did it. Yeah. So yeah, sometimes it could be like that. Like yeah. So when I was with gang, some of the brothers,
yeah,
I snapped on them a couple of times, and they all took it. Some of them took it to heart, or malfunction, or you can't talk to me like that, and all of that. And I'm like, bros, I talk to you any which way I want to because this is the problem with you, young man. You can't take a check. I've had to take check all my life.
Yeah.
The people older than me,
they're not used to it, This is
you could
new
be
generation.
one day, you could be one day older than me. Yeah, it's peak for me. Yeah, no, it is. It's peak for me. I just gotta be that little bit humble, like more humble. You know what I'm saying? I can't be humble enough. Anyway, I'm kind of I always respect my elders, but you know what I mean? Just remember 2 weeks older than you. Like, all right, man. Shit. Fuck's sake. Uncle.
Even though.
You guys say it, yeah. But I can make it a couple of years now. Come on, man. Just normal respect. I've never disrespected my elders. You know what I mean? I've always been, that good youth. They hold me in high regards because I was humble, man. Yeah, them elders, they send you shop with no money. They just look at you. They're looking at you in your face.
Looking at you, you're gonna take care of that.
Why are you still here? Why are you still here?
We're waiting.
When you're eating out of my cupboards, eating my food and eating my Sunday dinner, I don't say nothing to you, do I? Like, okay, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So we always got that respect. It don't matter. You could be 50, 70. Yeah. When the elders talk, you jump up. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It could be your
Only the
parents,
look,
anyone's
Marco,
parents.
itself. When your parents look at you and they're giving you the look, you know what to do. You just, yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I'm a bit stubborn though. As I said, my mom made me a certain way because being the head of the household, putting a man in that position when your dad leaves at a certain age or whatever, yeah, and then you're put in the position of man of the household. It's kind of counterproductive to always be pulling the carpet from underneath him. You know what I mean? I always used to like, yo, mom. And then I got old enough to not answer back, but argue my case.
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, there's a
you have
borderline.
the...
There's a borderline between arguing your case and answering back. There is. It's a border. It's a very thin line between that and a slap. You know what I'm saying? Like, what?
And
What
you
you
were
say?
testing your faith, yeah?
Yeah, testing. You know, you test the waters, put a little toe. Like, yeah, mom, I don't think what you said was right. Excuse me? No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Do you get what I'm saying? Now I'm old enough to have a say. Like, is it fair now? You saying I can come to the family meetings now? You know what I mean? It's that level. I can go to the family meetings, mom. Really? You know what I mean? I'm sitting there. I don't even know what's going on. They're talking about my grown-ass auntie and what she's gonna do since she split up with her husband. Like, who's this guy she's seeing? Like, is it serious? I was like, excuse me, I don't know about all this. I'm getting up. I got better things to do, man. Is this
Yeah,
what we're
and
gonna
I'm
sit
not
here and talk
involved.
about?
Like,
My
just
big
go.
grown-ass auntie. I'm saying at my young age, yeah, no one is
Yeah.
telling me about who my partner is or anything like that, or is it serious and did it shush. I could go 2-3 days or a week from my mom's house and come back and no one wouldn't say nothing. You know, once you reach a certain age. Yeah, once you reach age, and my mom let me go, she freed me from the shackles of chores and looking after brothers and sisters. Right at the like 16 mark, you know what I mean? I used to go out and stuff, but like I had to come back early, and it wasn't all nighters. I couldn't do none of that. No. In before 11 or 12. You know, when you go places and you know that's when the party's just getting started.
Yeah. But you probably to say like 10, 11. You have to be home.
You
Wow.
have to be home. You're just like, right, it started though. You lot, I'll catch you tomorrow. You could tell me about it at school. I'm so pissed. And then one day, she just said, yeah, man, you're a big man now. Boom. That's it. You can go out and do what you want to do. I was like, really? I went to a rave. The first rave I went to, yeah, I just didn't feel right. I said, no, this feels like a trap. It's a trap. So I went home and my mom came here. And then when I saw my mom, she was like, oh, you came back early. Why you come back so early? I was like, oh, because I thought, like, yeah, you weren't really being serious. She was like, no, man, you're a big man now. I've got these two. They can take over your responsibility. And there's two of them as well.
Oh.
Which I kind of agreed. I was like, yeah, it's true. So they don't have to
You
do
were
it
like,
I do.
yeah, freedom.
Yeah, I used to do everything. You know, you do everything. You do everything, man. Yeah, there's no chance for anything else but for me to do everything because my mom has to work. So the majority of the time that's in the house is going to be me and my brother and sister. So I was the one who was like, yeah, boom, have to make sure the kitchen's tidy. I told you my mom don't do stress. So you don't keep the kitchen tidy, there's no food. She'll just make herself something and go sleep. 8 o'clock, she's got to be in her bed. She's got to be up 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's like, oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? So I always had to make sure at least the kitchen was tidy. And then I'll do the rest.
Because when they
rest
look at the kitchen, they'll be like, relaxed, you know? This is something about that.
Don Osman.
Man like Eunice, you know?
What are you saying? Top Somaliland guy in the ends.
Gang, gang.
gang. Yeah. But yeah, my mom was strict though, man. Very strict though. Nigerians are, man.
Yeah, they're very
over.
strict.
Some are over, but my mum wasn't over. She was kind of balanced, but she was definitely strict with us. But she's more sociable person, as in we had all different. She had all different type of friends. One she weren't even meant to have, like Ghanaians and stuff at the time. It was like there's a beef between Nigerian and Ghanaians when I was growing up.
Really?
Yeah, but it wasn't really a beef. It was that
It was like a rivalry thing because they're two West African countries and they're kind of competing in the economic.
Nah, it was that majority of Ghanaians lived in Nigeria.
Really?
It's just too much, yes.
Wow.
They love the country so much, man. They just joined and didn't want to leave. So then in the 1970s or something, they kicked them out. And then they call it, there's these bags, you know, the laundry bags. The big laundry bags with the stripes and all of that on it, right? They call that Ghana must go bag. So it just reminds them of the time when, the Ghanaians had to leave and they had all them big bags of their stuff on their head, walking out of Lagos and all of that. Sad, mad. So this is before, I don't know, before I was born or whatever, but we knew about these things, and these were the rules. But it was like, my mum wasn't on it. Wasn't on it. She had Ghanaian family, whole family as friends and all of that. You know what I mean? Greeks, Turks, everyone. Gypsy. And trust me, no traveler business. It was gypsy properties. Living in a house. Fucked up the whole road. But yeah, man. What's Can't arguing about now? Oh shit. Him and Mezzo.
Yeah, you lot jump on the panel and argue about it. What happened yesterday, man? I missed a lot, it seems like.
Yeah, he tried it and then Mezzo fucked him up, man.
Oh, Mezzo fucked Khan up. Okay.
He left too early.
Oh
I
shit.
don't know. But I think he was just low sugar levels, man. For me. I don't know
Oh.
what he was doing. He tried to come in and cape in for Eunice.
Khan was caping for Eunice.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him to with all due respect. Like,
He
he was arguing for the sake of argument.
He was. But he tried to use Eunice as the excuse why he was going to go off on Mezzo. But we all know why he's going off on Mezzo, innit? You know what I mean? So he went off. And we were just like, calm down, man. Just relax, man. It's not that deep. You know what I'm saying? Whatever
Jump
we're
on,
saying to Eunice,
Khan. Explain what happened, because we missed it. I missed it.
you got fucked up, man. You pseudo, man. Your dance as usual, man. What are you talking about, man?
Oh, damn. You're calling him ISIS, yeah? That bad, yeah?
He tried it. He went everywhere. He tried to slander me. It was all shit. It was crap, man. It was rubbish. I just thought it was like a old superior woman bitching. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, poor thing. He was just bleeding all over the light skin. Pure fat. Lard was just pouring out everywhere. Hit him in his jugular and that. Mad. Crazy. I mean.
Okay, so wait. Like, Michael, wait. Both of them is in the chat. Jump on.
Yeah.
What happened? Come on. Tell us. Tell me.
Man said rewriting. I think that's you lot, man. Yeah. Turks are good at rewriting history, trying to squeeze themselves. You especially talking about Ottoman.
Yeah, I mean,
when we're talking about literal information, there's no comparison. You can't talk to nobody around here. You're absolute numpty compared to man.
Yeah, it fell apart in the century ago.
You're kind of falling into the bracket of Triller where it's just some natural hate. Man is more athletic than you, man is better than you, man do everything better than you. Do you get what I'm saying? It's mad. Like, I don't know why you just hate. You just come along for the ride and, but your inner hate comes out when you're pissed off or when your sugar's low, you haven't had a donut. You know what I mean? It's mad.
Yeah, the thing is,
man. You might be diabetic, man.
Yeah,
trust me.
The thing is about Turkey is it's a lot less religious, like comparison to 100 years ago and all that.
He's not Turkish though, like that. He's Cypriot. from Cyprus.
But he claims the Turkish, what do you call it, identity and all that.
Yeah. Anyone could claim anything, but it's part of his heritage or his lineage, right? But directly, no, man, he's from Cyprus, man. He's not.
Well, he's from the northern part of the island, I suspect.
Yeah, he is like in Turkish in origin, but he also admits that he's Greek in origin as well. So I don't know. The other day he was like, "I'm Greek." Oh, fuck's sake! You sure? Yes. Are you surely sure? Yes. We went over those Greeks, Anatolians, and then I'm thinking, no. All right, cool, safe, no problem. So yeah, but other than that, man, you know what it is, bro. They've been beefing, but he just can't take the L, man. He just got to take the L, do better, come in better sources and better shit and better equipment, and stop saying things out of your mouth that you can't substantiate, because that's really what fucks you up, man.
Did he say that his Ethiopian relative was allegedly enslaved or something like that, or like in servitude?
I don't know. I don't read that deep into it. I mean, I just know it was like a quarter of man's DNA.
Yeah.
You get me? A very small percentage. You get me? It's like, yo. And
I mean, that's very significant though, if it's a quarter.
Is it a quarter? Or is it 18th or something? When it's a like great grandparent or something, like it's different levels. I don't know what's going on. But whatever, innit? I've seen the pictures, so I can't deny him those pictures that I saw a long time ago still. They 100% look like they was from the Horn on his mantelpiece, mate. So from that day, I definitely can't deny him that. But how much is apparent in his actual DNA? It's very little. Do you get what I'm saying? It's in there. That's the ghost DNA. He's always talking about ghost DNA. Yeah, that's the ghost DNA dormant in your body, fam. Yeah, the little teenth there. Yeah. And you know what happens if an Ethiopian mixes with a European? What their baby looks like? Mad. Mad. They say get proper Middle Eastern looking, man. But yeah, anytime you're ready, Carl, man, and the mezzo, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate to kick each other's head in online. Sunday service, man. You know what I mean? Over that, or you just put on the collection plate, bruv. Right now, because not into this chat entertainment business. Jump on, say your piece,
Yeah. Come on, guys. All this, I don't know.
Who's gonna be first? I know Mezzo can do it, man. Body bag.
Someone's here.
Body bag.
Mary.
Big up, MJ.
Big up, family. What's good? Who's getting body today?
I don't know, man. These two are trying to body each other in the chat right now.
Oh, okay. Big up, Axum. What's good, sis?
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice.
Do you know what? Big up, Eunice. I was listening to some of Jed's songs yesterday. Well, some of Jed's and Todd's and wherever was on the playlist, isn't it? My friend had the Shotgun Cartridge song, right?
Yeah.
But because we was chatting away, the only lyric he had was, "I'm going to put that pussy in a casket." Oh shit! And for the whole night, he was just like, "No, that bar is ridiculous." You're just singing it for the whole night.
You can love me in the morning. And I do that as well, man. Call me darling.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Gonna put it in a casket. Ah,
But it's
shit.
mad because you know what he was saying? He was like, an English guy won't get away with saying that, but if it was American, that'd be all over the radio right now.
Uh-huh. True story.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Even a
It
European,
is what it is.
even an English, what's his name? Dr. Green, or whatever his name, Professor Green, or
Professor
whatever.
Green, yeah.
If he was the one with Jedi's lyrics, oh my god, it'd be a mess.
It's funny to know my friends start singing it in American accents and that. There's jokes. Jedi's bars with cracking jokes last night. And you know what? I didn't give to them yet. I'm gonna wait till next time. Is the video?
Yeah. Oh, I get you. Yeah, just giving them the raw track. Yeah. Give them the raw track first, and then later on.
I'm like, look, guys,
Oh,
this
shit.
is the dance moves to it.
Oh my god, who that?
So Eunice,
Yeah.
I haven't talked to you since that day.
Oh shit.
Oh, was it
This
since
is-
March?
this- hold on, wait. This was the half the argument was yesterday. That,
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that Eunice doesn't know much about his heritage, but he obviously argued to the contrary, saying, "No, I know about my thing. I know about
You don't.
Somaliland and all
I
of
do.
that." And so people was like, "Boy, that's why you say you didn't know much, yeah, and all of this type
Well,
of stuff, and that you support the monarchy and the government." Yeah?
I did.
And now he's saying
I
no.
said, like what I said earlier. I mean, I
Yes,
said
sir.
what I claimed that I was neutral and all that. I do understand the importance of government and all that. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm saying like, and we were saying something on Prince Philip being the oldest Mason to die, and I said, look, that's your peeps there, man. What are you saying to that, Eunice? And then it went on from
Look,
there.
I didn't know the guy. Okay, like I actually did. Look, I did. I think people talking about Charles and the other family members and all that. I never recall hearing about Philip and all that. In the news headlines and stuff like that.
He's
The only
the
time
daddy, man.
I knew
He's the
I
daddy,
found
man.
out about him was when he crashed his Range Rover, and that was
Right.
like really late.
How did you not know about the supposed king of England?
Yeah, I mean, who do you think fathered all of these children at the Queen
Innit?
House?
I didn't pay any attention to it.
How? How do you not?
don't
And
pay
you're a
attention.
royalist.
This is the problem, not paying attention. You need to pay
Yeah.
more attention or just pay attention full stop. Don't take everything
you
at
need to
face
abandon
value.
Abandon
I
that idea.
didn't look. I didn't pay attention. Okay, with regards to Philip. The only time I
Hold on,
came
do you
across
remember
him
the Queen Mother?
is when it was on Good Morning Great Britain, when it was on a an episode of Good Morning Great Britain, in which he fucked up his Range Rover.
Right. Yeah, but that's like
Eunice.
maybe like a year before he dies on. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
And they were talking about whether or not he should be driving because he's 90 years old or something like that. So yeah, it was
Yeah.
about 2 years
No,
ago
it's not.
probably, or maybe
No,
a little bit more
he
than
died
that.
at 99. So he's already 95 or some crap like
But
that.
I've got a
Really.
feeling from what I've heard from Eunice that he supports governments full
Yeah.
stop, like not just the
Yeah.
British
I do
government.
understand
I
the
think he
importance
supports
of
the
government.
construct of the system, governments, etc., like globally. I've never
Right.
heard anything bad about any kind of system or government.
Yeah, I do understand the importance of governance, particularly when it comes to countries and all that. It's imperative. In
Okay, but
every single country
okay,
to
so
have
let me
some
ask
form
you a
of
question.
governance
Do
that
you
covers the legal
feel
aspect?
Hold
as
on,
well as, the social aspect.
Eunice, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you feel like any government right now is doing an outstanding job for their citizens?
There's always criticism of improvements, right? So I don't think.
He answers like a politician.
I know.
I don't think. Look, I don't think you have.
Do you think there's any countries
you're
that
never
are doing
gonna
an outstanding job? Yes or no?
Probably not. But
I'll take that
every
as a no
government
then.
is not perfect.
No government is perfect.
Absolutely, and that's why you have a lot of people expressing criticism.
Right.
And all
So
that.
there may be a need for a system. There may be a need for order, but obviously the system, the current governments that are in place, like they're not really helping the people, are they? They're just helping the people that sit there and make decisions.
Not listening. Yeah,
I
yesterday
missed
he's
that,
going in.
Marco.
Huh?
I missed that.
What? The humming.
Yeah.
Like, come on. We're getting
Come
there.
on.
We're getting there a little bit.
We get in there, yeah?
Yeah, they never complain about MJ's one. She's always complaining about my one. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
No, I like it. No, I like yours though, Marco.
Yeah, but like, yeah, but like, with regards to the system and all that, and of course, every the political system, and it's not the perfect system. All systems are not perfect, but in order to to better the system, adjustments has to be made, right?
Eunice, would you like to have the mic?
You have a lot
Eunice,
of people
I have
that
to
talk
ask you
about the
something,
system
yeah?
and all that, and it makes it sound like as if they want to, to strip away the system and all that. But what I'm trying to say is
Eunice.
that the system is there for a reason. That even though there might be some faults in the system,
I would agree with you there. Yeah, it's definitely there for a reason.
Aspects that that needs to be adjusted and all that needs to be adjusted.
You hear us, Eunice?
Of course he can. I think he's finally just maybe found his balls and decided to have a bit of confidence when he's speaking.
I always had my balls.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about that, but
he's getting brave, man.
Yeah, but when it comes to the English system, fine. But when we start talking about Somalia and Somaliland and all of that, you don't know shit.
Yeah, would you like to implement the
that goes to any government. That goes to any government, every governing system, right?
What?
You make adjustments when you find flaws in order to better the system. That could be in a corporate, governance aspect. It could be in a, from a how to run a country. That could be in any organization. If you have flaws in your systems, adjustments have to be made in order to mitigate those flaws and all that. And those adjustments have to be implemented into the system in order to better the system.
Yeah, stop sounding like a politician now.
I wish you the best in your campaign, Councillor Eunice.
Yeah, Eunice, would you implement this system that you have living under right now in UK in Somalia?
Pardon?
Would you implement this system you're living under right now in Somalia?
Well, if that system, look, my family.
The system you're living under right now, would you implement it?
Would you implement the British system into Somalia?
Anyway,
with all due respect, my family is not originally from Somalia. Like,
where are they from then?
From
Somaliland.
Sorry,
okay,
Somaliland.
Same thing, me, yeah.
Bro,
you dividing and conquered your country.
I'm not trying
to
divide it, but it's
you're doing it. Divide and conquer your country. But anyways, you know exactly what I mean.
Okay,
you
then
know
how can
exactly what I mean, Eunice.
How can Eritrea split from Ethiopia?
Are you really that bad, Eunice?
Eritrea is older.
You don't even know what. Yeah, exactly. Tell him, Michael. But anyways, Somaliland then. Okay, better.
Yeah, but the thing, yes.
Yeah, Somaliland.
You would love to have.
You know the politics of Somaliland?
This guy,
What?
Do you even know the politics of Somalia? That's what I'm trying to say. If you don't know the politics,
I know the gist of it. I know who's the current president right now, or the former president. Yeah.
So you know who the current president of Somaliland is?
Yes, I know.
And do you support that government administration?
The way a lot of people, particularly in the diaspora, the way they talk about him, sounds as if they disapprove of his, his policies and his way of governance.
His methods and that. Okay.
The reason why I stated that is that there's a lot of corruption, as well as a lot of nepotism and tribalism that that's been practiced in his administration. That's why a lot of people in the diaspora, in the Somaliland diaspora, dislike him.
This idea of tribalism, break it down for me, man.
Let's hear it.
Tribalism. As human beings, we are tribal. Which is in a way it's a bit silly to some extent when you look at it. I only claim loyalty to my family members and all that. I always choose my family members over everything else.
Yeah, but your people.
The thing is,
sorry, your people are tribal. So
but
you're going against the grain.
But a lot of people are tribal in different ways, aren't they?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with being tribal. This is what I'm trying to say. Explain why tribalism or tribes is a problem. I don't understand. That makes no sense because you're that first before any of these other distinctions, like socialist, communist. You got what I'm saying? Like all of that. Like, so explain.
Sorry, can you say again, please? I didn't catch it.
I said, what is the issue with tribes and tribalism? Like, where's the issue? Because we're that first, are we not?
Okay, this tribe is, a collective of people, who are part of a community, who are from an ethnic background and all that. So it's a group of people, who identify as the same, from an ideological point of perspective. It could be on ethnic ground. It could be, for instance, in terms of what jobs that we work in. For instance, if me and Maku were like work in the bank and all that, and we people that work in the bank are very loyal to the organization, right? In terms of the banks and all that. Let's just say if HSBC and Halifax were competing against each other, of course the people in those two organizations are going to exercise tribalism, right? Because they believe that they're the best banks in the world, and they could and they do and they know what's best for their potential customers and customers.
Eunice, what about clan?
The thing about tribalism is that the way it's practiced is a bit. I'll give you one example. I do recall seeing a what do you call it? What am I looking for? An experiment. It's about the brown eye and green eye I think blue eye experiment, right? And the way the lady actually divided up all the children and all that, within a couple of minutes and all that, children were they were acting in a tribalist mentality, right? They were saying, and stuff like that.
How can you do that?
But what I'm trying to say is a tribalist, okay, is a person that discriminates against people that are not from his quote unquote tribe.
And that's your interpretation of it, yeah?
Yeah, whether it could be from a ethnicity point of view, sorry, as well as organization point of view. If you're not in my group, then that I'm going to discriminate because they see difference, right? They see difference.
Yeah, but where is that exercise? You're saying it's exercised in systems that are created by Europeans. You're saying the experiment, the European woman doing the experiment in America. So it's American type situation because of the society. So it's nothing like Africa or other places. It's different, right? They got their own environment, their own eco, their own thing, their own worries and problems and all of that type of stuff. And then they're saying because of eyes and the people are being prejudiced, and
yes,
that's what's being thing. Not what you were saying.
But they're also trying to highlight differences, right? In order to carry out a tribalist campaign, you have to obviously highlight differences.
No, but hold on. How are the rest of the tribes living and getting on fine in Africa? Unabated, unproblems. There's no problems with whoever, what tribe getting a job, getting elected. Where the opposite of what you're saying is the norm in Africa. How is that possible?
But the thing is, okay, what if the tribe, you know, who's underrepresented is not getting a fair shake in society?
Depends how the society is structured. We
Like,
don't
don't
all live
tribes just
like
look
this
after and
Western.
protect themselves?
Yeah, but it's like we don't all want to live the Western way. Like,
Right.
what is that?
And tribes, like, it's not about, I don't know where this discrimination that is coming into it. As far as I was concerned, tribes, clans, whatever, they just take care of themselves. They might trade with other tribes or clans,
Right.
you know, like you might have some sheep, I might have some goat. Yeah, let's trade. Do you know what I mean? You
Spearhead,
want to buy my
whatever,
bit of
yeah.
land, do you know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And we stick to our own and we protect our own, if anything.
Yeah.
I don't know where all this discrimination, all this modern European language is coming into it.
I know this is
Look,
what
all I'm
to say.
saying is, okay, you know, for
Very
a person to engage in a tribalist
non-African.
campaign, for a person to engage in a tribalist campaign, that person has to highlight differences, right? And I also mentioned.
Hold on, what's a tribalist campaign?
A tribalist agenda, like a tribalist.
What is that? Explain it to us. Yeah.
So basically, if a person, it's like an identitarian ideology, right?
Right.
So obviously, you know, you're going to highlight differences to, you know, to advance your, you know, to advance, tribalist agenda, right? You have
just
to.
talk naturally.
Hold on. Tribalist agenda is the advancement of the tribe. Hold on. It's the advancement of the tribe. Now, in a lot of tribes, yeah, they have to reside in places that encompass multiple tribes.
Yes.
And they seem to do that very well, maintain their identity, traditions, cultures, and there's an even blend. So what you're talking about, yeah, it sounds alien to even the idea of people from different tribes. I'm from a particular tribe or two tribes, you know what I mean, that make me up, and then 4 more that make me up after that, and all of that. So
Me
like,
too, Mako. I'm from 2 different tribes.
People would marry from different tribes.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I don't understand.
and I do understand that absolutely. Like, you know,
But then there can't be discrimination in certain places because everybody's kind of mixed and blend up. So even though you're right, and then some of them accept the socialist or societal example and say, I am Somalian. Now, this is a governmental structure thing, right? But it's an overall generalization of the people and when we get down to it and you ask the individual person, they'll never say that. They will say they are whatever tribe they are.
Yeah.
So outside of the continent, which we are, boom, yeah, it's an acceptable thing to say that, yeah. But I've learned that the young Somalis who born and grown up here do not have the same thinking and overstanding of home because they're not coming from there. The parents came here during civil war and all of this type of stuff, right? And then you lot are born here, gone to good schools, all of this type of stuff, and you come up with these weird and wonderful ideas, yeah, that are not related to thing because they've learned something at uni. So man come with, all right, I'm not Somalian because Somalian is a European construct. And it was
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, you're worse than that, though.
I'm just saying, guys of your age and younger, well, they're kind of your age now, but back in the day, yeah, in Speaker's Corner, bruv, that's what they were talking about. The younger ones were saying a lot of things different to what the uncles were saying. And I more rock with the uncles first. So uncles would tell me, we're all Cushitic, we're all one. You get me? Like all this other separation, tribalism. Men are proud of their tribe. As far as I know, in Somalia, do you get what I'm saying? And the Horn and everywhere, everyone's proud of their tribe. I'm Hagesa, I'm this one, I'm that one. Everyone wears it honestly. Oh, and they're even looking at each other like, yo, I thought you were same as me, and didn't know. Well, half of me is same as you.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You understand?
You know,
I'm Oromo. I'm this. I'm a good bro. This is how I learned these things because I'm like, I'm at Speaker's Corner with this thing, and one thing Somali people don't do is talk.
Yeah.
So we were very privileged to listen to Somalis start letting go, in a sense, letting us know about their history and things for them and tribes and all of that. And and never ever in one conversation, was tribe scorned only on the sense of maybe the Bantu. Some of the Bantu tribes were what you call it, enslaved and frowned upon and transferred to other places like Zanzibar or Tanzania and all of this.
But Marco, he is doing this, he's separating the country. Like, look, he's saying Somaliland and Somalia are two different,
Yeah, but it's not internationally recognized as
you don't recognize Somalia. You don't.
I do recognize it. Yes, I do. I've stated my earlier point. I know the two people. I mean, the current president and the last president of Somalia.
No, I love the president talk. You have one religion. Listen. Wait. Sorry, Mary, but Eunice, you have one country, one flag, one religion, one people. Yeah, and you try to separate yourselves in between.
I'm not trying.
No, because of clan bullshit. Yeah,
because of
you
tribes.
already lost.
Because of
You already
tribalism.
lost Djibouti. You see, now you want to separate yourself from Somalia, right?
No, Djibouti had its independence from France in 1970.
Yeah, but listen, come on. We all know that's Somalia too, right? So what are you guys doing, really?
Look,
I can understand. I can understand Ethiopia, Eritrea, blah blah blah. We all have different. We have different tribes actually, but you guys,
this is sounding
you have
Pan-African.
one flag and one religion, and actually one ethnic group like that, right? Expect the Bantus. I don't understand this. I don't really understand
this. What I think it is that there's a rhetoric that goes round. And that means a continuous saying or set of sayings that go with a particular subject. Now, we've trying to pick through it and understand what you're trying to say to us. Yeah, but already at the first hurdle, there already seems to be problems because this idea of tribalism and tribes and is essential to being who we all are. Do you get what I'm saying? We have to know these things. That's why I say, who are you? Who's your tribe? What tribe you come from? Talk to me. Yeah?
Me?
And no, I'm just saying like in general. Yeah? And I'm saying like some people are still out here of our family searching for their identity. That's how important this idea of tribes and knowing your people comes from. And the main point of it, of the tribe, is that it's blood related. Yeah. You have some form of blood relation and not only culture and just coming together. No. Yeah. You have blood, kin, clans all come under the tribe. There are processes before, even in Scotland, before you get to have a clan, they're your kin, and then you're this, and then they're your family first. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's how it works. It works from families up into kin, into a group, and then up into a tribe. Do you get what I'm saying? Or a clan, and then a tribe. You know what I mean? Whichever way, it's still the same thing.
Yeah, I do understand that. Yeah.
Now that we're in England, where the use of their clan names and their tribal names, but the beef is still the same. So they're beefing and they're doing certain things against their own cousins. They beef against France, but France is England's cousin. Do you get what I'm saying? They're always fighting, the French, but they're your cousins though. And at one stage, you were just marrying off each other. The king of France was the king of England at one point, and then the king of England was the king of France, and the daughter, the wife, the queen will be from France, and then the king will be from England, marrying a French, whichever.
Yeah, so they do that to create stronger ties between their nations.
Right, and only where did they learn that from? Because we originated that concept.
Yeah, you also have that in Africa as well.
Of two tribes coming together.
Yeah.
And marrying off the royals for unity.
Yes,
because if one tribe's been there settled already for a little while, and then you new tribe come along, You better come along with some stuffs, gifts, all of that, and come on a peaceful thing. And the idea that the royals of both will marry, creating a union and saying that, look, yeah, we both got the same royals in common, even though we're different peoples. We do our thing over here, but then we have some celebrations together. That's it.
Yeah.
And then your traditions, we copy them sometimes. When we come out for your thing, you come out for our thing. There's no disrespect. It's just two tribes coexisting. So this idea about going for a job, job, smob. What type of job? Smelting metal, doing thing, like it's different. Depends on where you are. Well, bank. What are you talking about? Bank. We're talking about gold. We're talking about thing. We're talking about different occupations, fishermen, all sorts. Where is that bias and tribal bias going to get anyone? It won't. It doesn't work, and we don't have it. That's the same reason we don't have racism.
And also, what I noticed, Maku, particularly in regards to tribalism, it only benefits a few people, particularly the elite group of people.
Well, then only
But
the
it doesn't benefit the collective. That's one thing
the
I've
elite
noticed.
people are usually attached to the government and the ruling class, right?
Yeah.
And those are usually controlled by Europeans. So this is where we have to disassociate ourselves from certain things and certain actions and say, oh, look. But that's not tribal.
Yeah.
That's political. That's thing. Once you get into that political arena, you're not talking.
Yeah, don't mix it up, man. Don't mix it up.
Politics.
Yeah, and with regards to, let me just fire one shot to Khan in it. Khan, since when I claim to be a white man? You know
Mary,
what?
what do you want to say?
Let me throw another shot. Nobody's shaming him. Shut up.
Nah, Khan's got Specsavers, isn't it? Like, he needs to get gastric band surgery as well.
Yes, Axum?
Yeah, you want to say something? I don't know. What is it?
What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to ask you if you could just break down the history of Somalia and what Somaliland is all about, because I don't actually know what the political history is behind it.
No, I don't know the political history about it either. I just know they have one religion, one language. Yeah, one flag. This guy wants to separate the land in two, and I don't understand why.
I'm not trying to separate anything.
So the northern part, was under the British rule, and the southern part was under the rule of Italy.
Right.
So, and then they're having issues, clan issues. That's some actually big ass family issues, right, Eunice?
Right.
Look, all I'm saying is, okay, without going into history and all that, what I'm trying to say is that, okay,
don't be so politically correct now. Just say it.
Pardon?
Just be easygoing when you're explaining now.
Look, what I'm saying, I'm not going to the historical perspective. What I'm trying to say is, is that I'm originally from there, and a lot of people, particularly who live there, majority of them claim to be, from Somaliland and all that, and they don't see Somalia as their country. And that's
where Mo Farah's from, right?
Yeah, that's where Mo Farah's from. Yeah.
What's going on with Khan? Why is he hating on me now?
I don't know. He clearly wants to get smoked.
I know.
What's going on?
Poor
You
boy.
know where,
what's going on, man?
the link
You know
is, bro?
you know where the link is, man. Just come on and say your piece.
Yeah, jump on that. I don't understand shit right now. I wasn't even around yesterday, so jump on and talk to me instead of calling me witch in the chat.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get something like a gastric band surgery or something before he enters the panel or something like that.
Look, guys, before we get into it, I think it's evidential by now that every time Khan is feeling like this, he is either having issues with his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, whichever is the current status, or he's simply having a man period.
Yeah. No, it seemed like that yesterday. I thought it was low sugar levels. I mean, because it was well snappy, boy. It was like, yeah, you fucking shut up, man.
Nah, it's because he didn't get sex from his girlfriend, innit? That's why he's upset.
I don't know. He's supposed to go gym and then he'll be all right.
Yeah, you could sense all that sexual tension, building up and all that. Pause.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hit that collection plate, man. Going out again. Where's missing out the invite? Because people's going on like they dumb. Scarred.
So what are you saying, Eunice? You want to be under the British rule again in Somalia too, yeah?
Look, Axum. You know, when it comes to look. Of course not. People don't want to be ruled by anyone. No country wants to be colonized or, be, have their, autonomy be restricted and all that. No country wants that.
Praise God.
Of course.
Praise His holy name.
Big up everyone. Big up Sniper.
Big up.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise His holy name.
Congratulations, Motion, as well, by the way.
Thank you.
Big up.
I just listened to the playback a little. What the hell happened yesterday? Like that. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but the whole conversation just got derailed. Like what? And then wait, Eunice, your point about the Jamaican thing just doesn't make sense.
Oh
like
shit, that was mad.
I'm so sorry, but it literally doesn't make sense.
What did he say?
Axum, not to be rude, but just to use it as an example, just because Axum is in Norway, or sorry, I get it mixed up.
Yeah.
Does that not mean like what? Like what was your point? It didn't make no sense.
Carter, what did he say? I wasn't around.
So I didn't. So from what basically, he was saying that I think in the heat of the moment he must have felt away and said to I'm not sure who it was.
Motion.
That Motion, that because he was born in England, that he can't claim that he's African or Jamaican because technically he's still born in England. And I'm like, that is the most like silliest thing ever, because like he said, especially if you go and do your history, you will know that that's a lot. That's the history for a lot of people in England right now. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I agree. That's
it makes no sense. I was born in Jamaica. I came here when I was 3, and I know people that are more Jamaican than me. So what the fuck? Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. Even when you explained it, it didn't like Eunice. It don't make sense.
And the thing is, like, if your parents are Jamaican, regardless of where you're born, then your heritage is Jamaican. And this is where people get confused. You might have a British passport, but all that is citizenship, and that's a man-made construct anyways, right? So your bloodline, your heritage.
Because Mary, most people say, "Oh, I'm born in England, but my parents are from Jamaica." That's what a lot of people would say if they were born in England, but their parents are Jamaican. That's literally what they say. They won't say that they were just English. They will literally tell you their heritage. They'll be like, "No, I'm not English." Sorry, yeah.
So, and I'm talking to you, yeah. And I say to you, oh, okay. So where are you from?
Yeah, I would say, oh, I'm from Jamaica. I was born in Jamaica.
Yeah. Or if you say you were born here, for example, you was born here, right? You would say.
Oh, if I was born here, I would say, I'm born here, right? But my parents
then I would
are Jamaican.
say, hold on. Then I would say, and
where's your family from?
Origin? Yeah, where are your parents
Jamaica.
from? The origin. Yeah, thank you.
Jamaica.
So it's even in part of the process when they're interviewing you or you're having a conversation or something, it comes across that way. It's going to come across that way. Only on the phone.
I can never say I was English without saying that my parents were Jamaican. I wouldn't leave it as I'm just English. Like, you would have to know my parents are Jamaican as well. Do you know what I mean? Just so you can see my history.
He's a proud Mali undercover, basically.
What?
Wait, can I just ask a question? Can I ask a question? Who gave Jamaica the name Jamaica?
I'm not sure. I can't.
No, not you. Not you. I'm not asking you, Carl. I'm asking you. Who gave Jamaica the name Jamaica?
Probably, the royal family.
Are you sure? Do you want to bet money on that? If you're wrong, yeah, you donate £10 to this channel right now.
Look, I don't know.
No. There's no look. There's no look. Yeah, you got big talk. You think you're a man now. So here what? Are you sure on that? Bet fucking £10.
I don't know exactly who,
Right,
how
sharp.
Sharp.
Yeah,
you can't do them things.
Shut up then. Shut
Make
up.
statements that you
But I
can't
I wouldn't be surprised if the British
No, Jamaica's not even an English word, you fucking prick.
Mad.
How about that? Jamaica's not even an
What
English word, you
word in
fucking
English
prick.
is Jamaica?
Is it
And
not
it's not
Spanish and
Spanish.
French or something?
And it ain't Spanish and it's
Wow.
not French neither. There you go.
Man.
There you go.
It's actually
There you go.
Ghanaian. I
But
think.
mention,
One of
but
them
mention,
languages.
you know, when it comes to the African
Yeah.
part though, as a Jamaican, we did grow up around, I did hear that thing where some Jamaicans don't like Africans, but for me growing up, I've always said like I'm African. I've never like it's a weird thing for maybe outsiders to understand that I'm probably born in Africa, but as a Jamaican, I always know that some part of my heritage is from Africa, and I always wanted to embrace that. So I understand where you're coming from.
Eunice. Listen.
This is what
Like,
people
when
are
you say that,
But this,
it might not be the first thing that you say, but
Eunice,
if I get
when you're
deep into
talking-
conversation or whatever, I would definitely say that I 100% am African.
So Eunice, when you're
There's
talking
no
about
doubt it.
England and you're English and you were born in Britain, innit? Yeah, I just felt it was a bit like non-respectful to your origins, to your heritage, because we had to squeeze that you was from Somaliland out of you. That's a
No, I
problem.
never
always
claimed that I was
willingly.
from. I was
No,
from
you
Somaliland.
didn't.
No, you always
I
say
did at other times.
grandparents.
I have.
You
I
said
had another
your
man's profile
grandparents
picture
are
for
from
years.
that area.
Lies.
I said the country of origin, is Somaliland or that.
All I'm saying is this. I ain't gonna say Eunice is ashamed of his country, yeah, because he might not be. But you're damn well ashamed of how the fuck you look.
Really? How?
Yeah. That's why you don't fucking put out real pictures, bro. You ashamed
No,
of how the
that's
fuck
a lie.
you look.
I disagree with that
That's real
statement.
talk, bro.
I disagree with that
Real talk,
statement.
bro.
You have the right to have you have the right
Bruv,
to have your own.
I have the right to brush you, bro. I have the
You
right to
have
brush
you have
you.
the right to have your
I
own.
have the right to
But I'm
brush you, bro.
telling
You just make
no,
bare
I'm telling
cantankerous
you,
statements, bro.
I'm
You're
telling you,
ashamed, bro.
okay, that you're wrong.
You're ashamed, bro. I ain't wrong, bro. You're
And I'm telling you you're
cantankerous,
wrong,
bro.
then, mate.
You're ashamed of how you look, bro.
You
You're
know,
ashamed
you
of your
say
skeletal.
If you believe that, that's fine. But that's fine.
Fuck off, man.
If you believe that, that's
But
fine.
Eunice, you do understand that you can come across like this. It's probably not true, like you say, but it does come across like that sometimes.
Look, I had that
That's
picture
all that it
like
seems
more
there.
than a
I'm
decade
not
ago,
allowing no
and
one,
you know,
fam.
I
I'm not
don't.
allowing no one, card. If you want to jump on and defend him, jump on and defend him, bro. But I ain't allowing no one, bro. You get me?
No, I'm just saying, like that's
no
what
one's
he comes across like.
We're
Like, he
Africans,
comes
man.
across
Who's
like,
talking about
I
That's how we
can't,
behave.
obviously he's saying that he doesn't agree with that, so I can't say,
No,
oh
no
no.
one's
I'm
look,
not
all
going to
I'm
sit here and
saying is,
argue with a man about his feelings, but I'm just saying that you do come across that you don't, you know what I mean? Like you don't appreciate
He's
much of your
embarrassed, man.
culture.
He's
That's
ashamed,
it.
man.
So I'm
I don't
actually
even
no,
talking about
agreeing
his
with
I'm not
culture.
ashamed.
Motion. It's
Look,
just that
I'm not
if
ashamed.
he's saying different, what can I say in it?
No, I ain't even
I
talking
can't
about his
argue with him.
culture because he says he's not ashamed of his culture. So I ain't even talking about his culture. I'm talking
You're
about him.
lying.
Literally.
Look, I'm
You're
not
talking about
ashamed.
his
I don't
Look,
think
I'm
he
not
is.
ashamed of my ethnicity or
I don't think he puts it
stuff
first.
like
In
that.
front
I
of
had that picture more than a decade ago. I've stated that many times.
Bro, whatever, man.
yeah, but it's
Try
just
your best.
Yeah,
that
Try
Yeah,
your best.
whatever
I don't have to
Eunice.
explain
Try
it.
your
I
best.
don't have to explain
How
Try
it.
your
is
best.
You never put that
Eunice
picture
slowly
up.
becoming the new factor, making every show about him?
You try
Another
your best to
thriller.
speak
Another
like
thriller,
you try
Mary.
your best to speak
Yeah.
like a
There's
proper
always got to
person.
be one. Like
Get
it's
me?
actually boring. Yeah.
Man,
I
never
thought it
ever.
was a troll. I don't know. He gave me troll vibes.
Not one
Like
line.
you know,
Man never
one time.
Man never busts one line from his fucking country. Like one, you know, like a Jamaican will say, blood clot,
Yeah,
little
yeah.
thing, you get me? Or a
You're
Ghanaian
right,
will say
Motion. You're
chale
so right, you
and
know.
red you get me, bruv? Shut up,
Mm.
man. You're finished out here, man. You fucking, you drew. I told you, bruv. You should have never called my name, bruv. I'll fucking end your dance. I told you, bruv.
How's that called
You're
your name?
stupid, bruv. You're gonna end up like Triller crying, bruv. I swear to you, bruv.
Nah, I didn't call your name
I
at all.
swear to you, bruv. With your Enrique Iglesias old profile picture, bruv. You're a fool,
How-
man.
how-
Searching
okay.
Obviously, he said
for
it to
some
him,
hero.
you know,
Allow
when he
that,
said it
man.
to me.
Nah, I wasn't
Allow it,
Enrique
man.
Iglesias, bro.
Allow it, man.
Nah,
Who
I
was it? Who was it? Who was it? Ricky Martin.
No.
Who was it? Ricky
No, but
Martin.
it's true though. It was a
Allow
white
it.
man still.
Was you living the vida loca?
Yeah,
Yeah, is that what
it
it
was
was?
strange.
Fuck yeah, no.
And
Fuck
you
off out of here, man.
and your explanation of this 15 years
Yeah,
thing,
and
that
that's
even makes
not
it
and
worse.
that wasn't that person
Fuck
anyway.
off,
So
man.
let's move
Yeah,
on to the
whatever,
next.
man. You put up a
moving on.
picture. You put up a
Moving on,
picture
right.
of a Turkish man pretending it was you, like your name was Mehmet, rude, but allow it, bro. Allow it.
Oh,
Viva
come
la
on.
vida
No,
loca.
bring
that up. It took us 2 years to get him to change it.
Believe what you want to
Viva
believe.
la vida loca.
Yeah, believe what you want to believe, and it's fine by me. That's cool. But what I'm going to say is, okay, is that okay? I'm not, I'm not ashamed of who I am, and yeah. So I had that picture more than a decade ago, it's nothing
What
to do
picture?
with me having.
So why did you choose that picture a decade ago, brother?
Thank you.
I don't know.
That's so.
Yeah,
That's
Because
so
do you know what? No, do you know what? Because I hear brothers, yeah. Like, listen, I hear my Nigerian brothers, yeah. I hear my Nigerian brothers, and they're honest with it and saying, "Boy, back in the day, we used to get this about being Nigerian. So certain man used to pretend to be Jamaican, but now man's proud of their Nigerian car. Man knows. You understand me, yeah? So I get that, yeah. But if that's the case, bruv, yeah, you could say that, yeah, and say, "Boy, I put that up when I was younger because and there was a slur against Somalians," which there was. You understand me? And boom, yeah. But instead, you come with all this stuttering and that chatting shit, waffling, bruv, like this is bird's eye, bruv. Allow it, bruv.
It was the picture was no reference. The picture was no reference to me being ashamed of my racial background or my ethnic background.
We didn't know
I don't think he realized though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sniper. I don't think he realizes how his actions
how man
literally
know
on
you
other
for years
people.
and not know.
Like that's
no. Only recently we find out you're from Somalia. That's what I'm telling you.
Look,
you're drunk,
he was Hispanic from before that. Man was calling you essay. You get me? Yeah, essay. Man was calling you essay before that, everybody. What the
Everyone's
fuck?
calling them else. Everyone else is calling themselves Somali or this one or.
You get me? Hey, essay.
Even if you don't know,
you get me?
as soon as they speak, you get to know. Yeah, like we know all the ones, M Stacks, everybody. Like we know who's who. Like, but not you. It's just weird, and that's only just recent.
It's mad.
Viva la vida loca. Who's knocking?
Yeah,
Viva la vida loca.
Mad.
I can't remember that song
Hey, Spike again, XM, Mary Jane Motion.
Yeah,
I came up here because Motion getting hyped. I'm like, what got him hyped? You don't get hyped much. Carter, I ain't seen you in a while. Mary, you don't come around in a while.
And I think it's just one of those months where it gets busy and the weather's warm, but I do try and at least pop in a like and, tune in every couple of minutes or whatever. But I just haven't had time to sit down and, enjoy the stream until a couple of days. Because when I had COVID, I was stuck for 10 days doing nothing. So when I got back, I was like, yeah, I need to put in some hours, boom, boom, boom. So I'm chilling today. It's too hot though. Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 girls right now just caught COVID from their jobs.
Oh,
last week. Yes.
No. It's not I didn't even think it was COVID. That's how bad it was until maybe the 3rd day. And I was like, okay, this is COVID. But I'm not, to be honest, I think I may have just got it from going out I don't know, being in a confined space on the bus. I don't know. It's just weird because I haven't been on the bus for a long time. So I think it was that. Literally, I've not been on the bus.
That's the explanation.
Did she get the shot? Did you get the shot?
No. Oh, hell no. I literally lost my job over it. I had to give up my job saying, I'm not taking any shot. And then you tell us that we're going to lose our job. And then look, a whole year later, you tell us that, oh, no, you don't need a job. You can come back. So it was a scheme. For me, that's a scheme, right? If you tell people, oh, you can work through COVID, but in a certain time, you'd have to get the shot. And then a whole year later, you say, well, actually, you don't need the shot. So there's a lot of people that went and did it just for the sake of keeping their job. You know what I mean? And lucky I find somewhere I didn't have to get the shot. But it's just mad, how they do us.
Well, these 2 girls that just gotten COVID had got the shot. They got the shot, and then they caught the COVID again. And they caught the COVID. One is Miss Raz that come to visit me, Sniper, and Mary. Miss Raz,
when you get the flu shot?
Chat all the time. She caught it from her job. She already had got the shot.
Wait, isn't it when you get
it doesn't stop you from it doesn't stop you from actually getting it. It just lowers your percentage of the chances of getting it.
Yeah,
and Rasmus is over 40-something years old.
You're fine, actually. You've got nothing since you taking your thing.
And then plus, like, there's all these new strains that are coming out. So how do we know that
Yeah.
the thing is actually effective on the newer strains?
You have to get the accent one. I told you, man. Accent one's special.
Just like Carter said, her job required her to get it, and she didn't. Her Miss Rosalind's job required her to get it, and she got it. She went back to work and caught the COVID.
That's mad. I'd be so annoyed. I'd be fuming, and then they try and buy us up with £500.
Let's not shout it too loud.
That's not even nothing. Like, don't play people.
Right.
Like, and then even in America, they were offering people weed, which of course, like,
where?
I would take it, but
So you lot actually thought just because you got the jab, you will never get the thingy. That's what you thought.
I wonder if the thing's contaminated.
Nah, man. They never say that was the reason why you should not get it. Why you should get it. So I don't know why you. That's a surprise.
What do you mean, Axum? Like, for me,
what do you mean?
People have different opinions and life choices and growing up, and like everyone's different. For me,
no, but
personally,
did you hear what I said though? I was not talking about you. Yeah. No,
okay,
I just I wasn't talking about that. I was not
talking about you.
Unique, Dublin.
Basically, what she's saying is that nobody was told.
Big up,
no one was
big up,
told
big up,
that.
big up.
Big up, sis.
Big up, sis.
Nobody was told it would prevent them from ever getting it again. And all the statistics and percentages are out there. So when you get number one, your chances, I don't know, something like 50% odd. When you get the second one, that increases to 70. When you get your booster, that increases to 90%. So long as you get all these on time.
I just want to know. Okay, Mary, that makes sense. But how did they get this information if this is a new
Are they
thing?
talking about this on the radio and stuff?
Not really, but Dublin, but yeah, people do.
I'd say it's whatever way the scientists figure it out, sis, isn't it?
In Ireland, they're
How come the monkey things disappeared? What's that?
It hasn't. But people are talking about it, right? It is here. Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's here everywhere.
You got it. I mean,
no, people got
in
it.
your country.
Yeah.
Family, let's be real,
here,
right?
man.
We've already had the Queen's Jubilee and the figures have increased. Now we've got all this hot summer. Everyone's out enjoying themselves, having barbecues, going to the beach. We know exactly what's going to happen come September when the kids are due to go back to school. I ain't even going to say no more.
Really?
You have to read between the lines with that one, but yeah, I think.
Yeah, and they've always said that they're not going to rule out anything, so anything is possible.
You know what? Do you all think that just because it's COVID, it could be just a regular cold and they're just scaring folks?
Well, when I heard it, I did think that.
It's always been around.
Let me mute up.
Oh, okay.
It's like, why do you think? Do you remember at the beginning when people were doing up social media and going, look, on the back of my Dettol bottle, it says virus. Like, this ain't a new thing. Government, like, no one said the virus was a new thing. It was just particular new strains.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know. But yeah, let's be careful how much we talk about this particular subject.
Oh, no.
The channel's been safe for a minute. We don't want to jeopardize it.
Right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
What in the gorilla wits is going on?
We can't say that C word because YouTube will get you. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to let Eunice know that analogy that he made yesterday was absolutely. I have to say it was out of order and it didn't make sense. But yeah, that's my little shot. But yeah, Eunice, don't let people. That's so true. Don't let anyone gaslight you. I think some people were very weird. Like yesterday, it was just strange. It was kind of funny. Like, you're just very odd. Like, anyway.
Oh, listen. All I know is yesterday I tuned in and I see Rodney K in the fucking show. And then after that, I see Trilla. I'm just like, no, I'm done with it today. I am getting off YouTube. I came on, I said what I had to say. I didn't even give man a chance to respond. I was like, I'm not doing YouTube today. I'm not spending a Saturday afternoon with freaks like Rodney K and Trilla. Fuck this. I'm out.
I was wondering where you were yesterday. I'm like, where the hell is Mary at? But I saw Rodney K in the chat not too long ago. I timed this little bald-headed ass out.
Yeah, sometimes I can't be giving them people my time.
That's
innit?
right. It's not. Yeah, it's too late. I hear you with that. I've come to, you know what, Unique as well. I've come to that understanding of where you guys were coming from. Like, literally just ignore it. And I feel like I'm in a place where I'm like, it's not so serious. Like, I've let it all go.
Right.
But it's just, yeah, like I feel.
It's about, you know what?
Yeah, that's so good, Carter. Welcome to
yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, don't worry about the online fakes, man. Don't worry about online fake people that claim to have degrees that don't have jobs and shit like that and all kinds of fuck. Don't worry about that shit. Like, don't make no sense. You get me? But anyone can say anything in it about what they've got in it. Do you get what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, yeah, the proof is in the pudding. You get me? And certain people, all they do is eat pudding. You get me? Like,
Mud. No, but I have to say big up because I think now I've like come to realize that it's not that serious, but it's just it does get irritating at times. That's why, like I said, I don't tune in for long sometimes when it's on. It's not like I always jump off. It's just that sometimes when that person gets irritated, I'm like, you know what, I can't even be asked. So when I listen back now, I'm just like, this is why, because you're just very strange. Like you just came with a weird energy, like out of
we've
nowhere.
all been this. It takes a minute to get.
Eunice, like what?
Yeah,
when you're the first to call them all sorts as well.
I think
like,
it just takes a minute to get comfortable online and knowing how to be sort of thing, because it's a whole different environment. It's different when you're in real life with people, and you're not even going to have these same conversations, let alone get to certain levels in a real life situation, innit? So, but yeah, we've all been there. We've all been like new to the panel, dealing with people. I've had some I wouldn't even call it arguments. I've had a couple of issues in the beginning that I wish I could have dealt with now, because I know I would have handled and dealt with them a lot different and a lot better. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
Mary, I remember you. I remember you, Mary, in the beginning when you came around.
Yeah, moving like a bit structural out there.
MJ gives me joke when she turns up and she's shouting. I'm like,
yeah. I was like, who's this redhead?
Right.
I had to draw Axel out onto the panel as well.
Yeah.
When Jupiter hit Jedi's panel looking for my coup, I said, oh, she's just trying to piss Mary off. I'm like, where in the hell is Mary? I want to see the smoke.
Yeah, I jumped on and then
guess
she
what
jumped
Vic
off a
said?
bit later.
Oh, you just want what Vic said. Vic said something that was funny. Oh, you want to see something. I don't know what he said. I got to see that clip again. But we was looking for Mary. She was bold with it. I came to look for my coup. I'm like, oh, okay. She's trying to push. All right. Yeah, right.
I know you done something, but I can't remember.
Times I listen to the stream, Mary, definitely.
I guess Mary just said, I ain't got time today.
Yeah.
Me and Vic wanted to see that smoke, boy. We wanted to see that.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Oh, what Vic said. It was something funny. It was funny. I don't know what he said. This old mind ain't working this morning.
Oh, you see, you don't see the chat. It's the same way that man was crying for Ralph and that way man was fucking killing him on the channel. You gotta cry for Eunice. You get me? See, I told you Eunice. I told you, you're a little F on that bum boy, bro. They love you.
But they'll be cutting Eunice tomorrow anyway, so I don't know what they're talking about.
There's not even no in between with that one. It's like,
they love your stance here. They love it when you chat shit, but don't never forget, bro. You just a fucking ugly after them, bro.
Oh,
Don't ever
no.
That's how they think of you, bro. Am I lying? Am I lying?
No.
Question of me, I'm gonna ask us if you're lying. Oh my god.
I'm just standing back away from the fire.
Wow. I must have missed a lot of things yesterday. Shit.
You did, Axel.
Can I ask something? Why everybody so hard on Eunice?
Nah, he does it to himself, Ari. He does this. He acts a way that is very odd, and in his mind, it's normal. But obviously, to us, we see a different perspective, and for him, that's difficult to accept. So we're just trying to help and give it. Oh, the trigger word, advice, because somewhat giving advice is the worst thing in the world that you can possibly do. Like people like that love to like put black on black crime, lol. But you know what I mean? Like, just shut up, bro.
You know the worst thing is, man will tell a man you can't give him advice. Who are you to give him advice? But at the same time, yeah. Wait. Let me finish. At the same time, yeah. Dublin's like, yo, Mosh, what should I do? I need to lose a little bit of timber. Yeah, I ain't been working, so I, like, you know what I mean? I'm putting on a little bit of timber. You jump on with your overweight self, failed diet, telling man about jump on keto. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What you gonna tell man? What you gonna tell man that he can't give people advice, but you're giving people advice that you ain't fucking taking or ain't working for you? One of the two. Get me? But you feel like
emotion, I'm telling you, it's odd. It's very odd, and it's not a break from it. Like that's just him, like how he is. It's strange. Like that's just how you are. It's like wow.
Peak in the dunya. You know what I mean?
Very peak.
Did you just say bacon in the dunya?
He's a
most get hyped up like that. I don't understand.
Bacon.
Pat Jones. You gotta spit it in bars. I can understand with the bars, but get hyped like man.
Not bad. I thought not bacon in the dunya, not madness in the dunya.
No.
Why would I say bacon in the dunya, man? That's disrespect.
Axel shit stirring.
So Eunice, how you feel about that?
Sorry, about what?
No, she didn't say sorry. She said
sorry. So what do you mean by that? Sorry.
You know, people kind of think you're a little odd.
Where's your roadman voice, Eunice?
Look. I think that people have their own views and all that. You know, I don't think I'm odd whatsoever. I might think another person's odd. I think most people have different views of other people.
Nah, that's rude. I don't mean odd. I just think that some of the choices that you make, I think differ from the way you see it, from the way other people may see it. So when it's said to you, you might get a bit defensive. And in your brain, like, that's what you see, but other people, it might be difficult for them to understand. Like, I wouldn't say you're odd though. I don't know.
He's not odd. He's not odd. He's different. And wouldn't fucking life be boring if we was all the same? Like, big up Eunice, because like I've said this before, there's a lot of people, especially people that stay in the chat and just talk bullshit and just type all day long and never jump on the panel. Do you know what I mean? He actually has the confidence to jump on panel, talk to people. Like, he may live a different lifestyle that we don't live, or people think is a little bit different from the norm or whatever. But whatever, isn't it? Big up Eunice and his different lifestyle.
Exactly. I'm sure most people on the panel are different, right? So obviously, most people have different views amongst each other and all that.
No, do you know what? Yeah, you know what my opinion is, yeah, because obviously I sit in the chat more time, yeah. But what I feel say that some of you lot can be hard on some of these people that are in the chat and that come on the panel. And for me, I'm not overly invested. It is what it is. Like MJ said, it's good that there's difference. There's something that we can talk about. It's a talk show, so it is what it is, isn't it? Like some of you lot are just overly invested, and it ain't that deep.
No, but
let's explore that. Let's explore that. What's overly invested?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. I don't think
I have a little answer to that motion because I've been around y'all for almost a year now, and that chemo that comes in here just typing and never hit the panel for about a year. That's when I run into.
Chemo's a panel veteran though, man. Love Chemo, man.
I don't know him. I want to hear him.
Chemo's a panel veteran, man. Chemo's got his reasons why he'll jump on panel, man.
I want to meet him.
We used to.
I like Chemo. That's my boy. He ain't. I've been over here about.
By the way, it's Chemo, not Chemo.
Chemo, you be cool, my brother.
Well, hell, I don't even know his name.
Chemo versus Chemo. Exactly.
Chemo always teasing me and telling me this, that, and the other. He never hit the panel and want to go face to face with me. That's my homie. That's my little mama.
We all feel the same, sis. We are all waiting for that day that he decides to jump back on panel.
Oh, back on. Okay.
Yeah. He was around like
that was most
our
just
time.
Said. Yeah.
I think you better call Tyrone. That's what I'm saying. Call him.
That's about the only one I want to meet, though. Chemo. Come on. What's his name? Shit. Whatever.
No.
Sorry.
Okay. If you could choose one person to jump on panel from the chat, who would it be?
Ooh,
interesting.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna say Silverback.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say Silverback. There's a few.
Yeah, there's too many to name still.
Hey, Silverback, you hella cool, but I bet you loud as hell. I think you loud as them capital damn.
Arya, demon girl.
Yep.
Oh, that's demon girl. Arya to jump on.
You've been missing for a minute.
I mean, you know, when she went to hear her, but when I said I had COVID, she's like, "Oh, I hope you're okay." I was like, "You fucking, I rebuke, like, you're so strange, like, don't even come for me about, you gave me the COVID." Like,
she likes to wind people up. You lot are funny. Take her serious.
Yeah, the chat sometimes is who else? Phoebe I've never seen
Phoebe's been on
Phoebe's always
a lot of times now, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen BB. Yeah, I would say one name, but I don't think Mary would like that. I would say,
you know who I want to see? Sorry, Hebrew. This Hebrew guy.
Goddess is shook, man.
Oh,
I know.
Yeah,
I want to see this Hebrew guy. Yeah, who is this Hebrew Moroccan 22 guy? Because when I first joined the stream, he was cool. And then one day he was saying a few things and I was like, I'm not going to big him up anymore. I don't like what he said yesterday. And he just switched after one conversation. And from there, he started changing his name and everything. And I was just like, bro, but who are you? And then he made claims earlier about, white people care for Africa more than Africa. I was like,
he's a troll, man. Leave him be. Like, we know him.
Like, again, like with the panel, the whole chat is full of people with different opinions, different backgrounds, different levels and forms of education and experiences and all of these things. And the thing is, for me, you see those people, actually love those people because they keep the chat going and that helps the algorithms and they're there every single day. And so, and I know a lot of people's opinions can be triggering sometimes, particularly when you're on the panel as well and you're seeing them, it's just like, what the fuck? But yeah, it's just another thing that you kind of get used to. You literally learn to block them out. Like, you mentally block them out. Like, I don't even read his comments now.
I'm learning, slowly. It's not that deep. Even what someone said, it's online, isn't it? There's nothing you can do. Don't take it so personal.
Rude boy Mezzo, big up Mezzo.
Man, like Mezzo.
Come on.
Big up Mezzo. You had it nicely. Something about Greg.
Big up everyone.
Big up Mezzo.
The champ is here.
They say the Ottoman killer, you know. That's the Ottoman killers are here. What are you talking about?
The Khanzir slayers are here, man.
Oh boy, man said Khanzir slayer.
Even though pork is haram, innit? So.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
So anyways, what's going on?
That's no smoke.
Not much. You know what we're talking about, man. That fat Cypriot chick.
Oh shit.
Oh no, goddess is in the chat.
Oh, big up, goddess.
Jump on, goddess. Fuck's sake. It's been like, what, a year since I smoked you? It's about time you jump back on.
Oh, shit. Wait, there's smoke.
Yeah, man.
Mary liked that one. She liked that one, yeah.
You still got your nickname Frost.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
I could never be Frost. I am fire. I am literally the walking epitome of red hot fire. What are you doing?
Tell him.
Bad girl.
She's trying it. She proper trying it. It's all right. I told her before, I don't want Randy. He's all yours. You can have him. Nobody wants him.
Also known as John McCreek.
Oh no. Oh no. John McCreek.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, what's this John McCreek all about? What did I miss?
Oh my God! Don't look him up.
Oh fuck!
I'm gonna look him up now. You said
that. It's gonna come for me tomorrow.
Coming like your ears.
Put it this way, when I say picking nose and eating his bogey.
Oh please, no! I'm eating. I'm eating spinach. Fuck off.
Yeah, I think you know who I'm talking about, right? He was on the horse racing and all
He's
that.
a horse racing pundit, I think. Yeah.
Oh, John McCreek. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Mad.
For fuck's sake!
Isn't that guy with dodgy sideburns?
Oh,
yeah, that's the one.
What that you want to be like? For fuck's sake!
Motion.
Where did that come from?
What happened?
Nothing.
Man says he wanted to be like John McCreek. Oh, fuck's sake.
No, I don't know.
I don't
Did
know.
I say that? Did I say that out loud?
Someone said that.
Oh shit! My bad. I didn't mean to say that out loud. That was
I
accident.
don't think he's on me.
I've been nice today. Motion. Yeah. I'm starting to get like a big fan base in the chat. Have you guys noticing that?
I know.
Yeah. You notice that, yeah?
Don't get drawn out. Don't get drawn out, XM. Trust me, there. Don't get drawn
Yeah, because they've been saying the most lately to me. Like,
If they have balls, they will jump on, innit?
innit? I've got some haters, Maku. I'm starting to become like you.
He's become famous. That's when you're famous.
If
When
you
you
had
made
some
it.
honors, you would jump on.
That's it. You made it when you got them haters, innit?
Yeah.
Profile view. That would be next.
No, the funniest to me, I was only on the show maybe a month or two, and I start getting messages talking about I was on here looking for a stepdad and shit in my Instagram. In my fucking Instagram. And I was just like, nah, these people are actually just sick in their head.
It's good active trolling.
The first time I jumped on the panel, someone made a fake account and tried to jump on as well.
Yeah, I remember that one.
The lengths that people go to.
Isn't
it?
Got time.
Jump on, status quo. Jump on. Let's talk
don't
about
jump on panel, man.
Status quo is someone who was blocked earlier on with different
Them
accounts.
don't jump on panel, man.
What is it?
Them boy, they just gallify. Yeah, that's what you call that, man. They gallify.
Just like that David, what's his name? David Benson guy.
Yeah, just typing like angry woman. You get me?
It's the Smoky Joe guy as well.
Yeah,
it's the same guy.
Yeah. Him. I'm trying to ignore him fully.
But at least one of those profiles has to be Schiffer.
Nah, it's not. Believe me, it's not. It's not. It's an Asian guy. It's an Asian guy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Smoky Joe.
Maybe it's AV's best friend.
They all use these like white names, but David Vincent, I think, is a white guy.
It'd been better if it was Schiffer, to be fair.
That's smelly pussy.
No, at least you can catch some joke or something.
Innit?
You get me?
That's smelly pussy.
You can catch some joke in that, man. Like,
when Schiffer is in a chat, man, every cuss he always like puts lyrics in there. It just makes me laugh.
And 10,000 emojis and that.
I know, right?
Straight himself up.
Yeah.
Did you really do that?
Hold on. Somebody mentioned Schiffer.
Right.
No, it's all in your head, sis.
Oh, you know Schiffer stole 7, right? You know she stole tomfoolery, right? I'm just chatting shit.
He what?
I said, 7 got rid of tomfoolery, North London. He kicked her to the curb, and now she's with
Oh no.
She with Schiffer and Suge now. And Sham.
Oh, fuck's sake. It's like the shittest alliance ever.
Wait, hold on. Is that the True North one? The one that...
Yes, Mary.
Sterling the sister, yeah?
Right.
Nah. How is she even present on the internet? Oh my god! I thought I'd done her dance.
Some people just no shame, MJ. They don't care.
Mash her up, man.
No, I think that was probably one of my most favorite streams was when she came on and lied, and it was just something in me just said, "Nah, this woman's lying." I jumped on the panel, started my investigation, started pulling up family trees of Bonnie Tyler.
You went in, MJ.
Hold on. It was you, and then I jumped on in it, and then everyone was explaining to me, and they was like, and obviously because I know football, they were like, "Yeah, Sterling." I said, "Sterling? What do you mean Sterling?"
Sniper called
Sterling. And they were like, "Oh no, she threatened us." Was it you, Mary? She threatened one of you lot.
She threatened me. She said she can come to America.
She's like, my family's got money, you know. Raheem Sterling's my brother.
So as we're talking and trying to break it down, MJ's researching.
Right.
Like, oops. I can just hear the sounds in the background. You get that? So, which child of Mr. Sterling did you say you was? Oh shit. What are you up to there, NJ? Oh, because it's looking kind of a bit strange. Like, it doesn't. So which one is your sister? Oh, Matt. Yeah, she got surgically. Yeah, she got surgically torn apart, man. It was mad. That was crazy. It was combo.
And never returned.
Well, I could.
Mary put her beyond return.
Yeah. Let alone the keys on the keyboard or whatever. I could just hear MJ's brain ticking. Tick, 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 tick. What are you doing over there, MJ? Nothing. Yeah, I know you up to something, man. I know you up to something. You got me. Sterling, yeah? Sterling. Like silver, right? Cool, MJ. Anyway, let's continue.
I know what it was that the suspicion for me was I remember when I had a job in Wembley and reading an article about him in the local paper. So I knew he was local to there. He'd, I don't know, gone back and done some charity stuff in a local club or school or something of that kind of thing. And then she was saying she was brought up in Wales. So that was my first thing is, okay, hold on a minute. You're not in the same place. And then, yeah, obviously, once the investigation started, then it just kind of rolled from there.
But no, when you get to the modern day pictures, boy, it looks Sterling-ish, and that is not necessarily a good thing.
No, when Jedi broke in and said something about Gwen.
It was the other London that caught her slipping, or someone caught her slipping and posted it. Yeah, of the yard, how filthy it was, and all of that, with all the bougie sending money and all of that.
That was True Freeman in London. Took it to her channel. I guess that's what you saw.
Yeah. Sweaty face, all of that puffy, the bell pepper nose, just like Sterling. I was like, fuck's sake. Mad woman. Oh yeah,
well,
that was a good surgical job. So now she's with Schiffer. And them.
Yeah, she over there with Schiffer and Sham.
Who that? Who's that you're talking about?
Oh, you mean the MJ fan club? Okay.
Yeah.
Victims of MJ.
To do all kinds of things to Born Rich.
Oh, is it?
In Dublin. Sham.
Yeah.
It is Sham the Suge, S-U-G-E. That dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I went on the channel. I remember I went on the channel and he tried. he tried to chat to me and and I just said, bro, I don't fucking fuck with you, bro. You're a dickhead, bro. Fuck you trying to me for, man. You're absolute pussy, bro. Don't chat to me.
Don't.
Nothing to say to you. That's a meaning, no. From the onset, bro. The fuck you talking to me for? Like, it's that simple, man. Like, yeah. Anyway, the man can stay, fam. Like, yeah. Man's,
yeah, I'm from America. I know you not to be messed with. He ain't laughing either.
No, I say, you know what?
You just
you don't even know. You get me? You don't even know. Certain man, boy.
So y'all think it's just the alcohol to make him act like that, or it's just his personality? You know, I don't know them your people, you guys. You know, I don't know him that well. The only thing I had a problem with him is when he was going through to the beef sector. You know, because they get more views, more audience, broader audience, and things. And then the person recognized him from being with the Trill. And instead of saying, yeah, I'll be hanging with them, he said something negative, which wasn't cool. And the person he said in negative to, the person said, no, I've been over there. They're not like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're talking about Triller.
Yeah, I just didn't like his comeback on the person that saw him over dealing with Jedi and them. You know, no, he ain't like that, man. I've been over there, you know. And if you notice, some of the beef sector is coming over there. You know, like Kimmy came by. She said she came by through Mona. We know Diamond Dory.
Right.
You know, she's part of the beef sector. Who else? A couple of them, I see them come over there, you know, and y'all chat. I saw Vic over there talking religion. I'm like, what? I said, oh my God, they kicking it with Vic loud ass. I said, I'm not coming in the chat. I'm just gonna sit back and watch. He did okay.
You mean Vin?
No, Vic Damone, not Vic Rose. Okay. Vic Damone is the dude that introduced me to trolling and all this other kind of stuff. I saw him talking, speaking with Sniper. I'm pretty sure that was you, Sniper, and someone else. And y'all was talking about religion. You was giving him questions.
Yeah. He was cool still.
Okay, cool. Because I remember
his name, Legend, or what was his name? He had some different name when he came on.
King of Troll, KOT?
Or something like that, yeah. But he was cool.
King of Troll.
He had his camera on and everything, right?
Yeah. Right. That's Vic. Yeah.
Yeah. Vic, come on, yeah.
Yeah, Vic,
man, he was cool, man.
They coming slowly but surely because the idea, we already know who be going around, sneaking around in I'm gonna call them sectors because I'm not a part of no sector at all. But we know who go around, sneaking around, being everywhere. We know the little weasel, okay? So they come over there to see if it's how cool it is or not. You know what I'm saying? However, whatever they saying about Jed and them, and they like it. They like it over there because y'all have real topic. Y'all straightforward. If you don't like the person, y'all know how to, handle yourself. If you notice, I don't even have to put y'all links in my chat anymore. I just share your live and go on by my business. So yeah. I haven't seen Mona in a while, but a lot of people from the beef sector came through Mona.
Right.
People like Michael Phillips and people like Demare, they already knew y'all from me, from y'all coming visiting.
Yeah, I need Michael Phillips to come. You don't know him here, man.
Him and his wife doing a whole lot of activities. And he been coming to our panels around a good 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. Y'all probably be in bed dreaming about that time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he been working real hard, so.
But yeah, whatever. Yeah, you just better subscribe up again, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll get the notification. But yeah, man. Thanks for all the good work anyway, Ari.
Well, it's not
in
me.
international promotions. Come on, sis.
No, you know why they own me so bad? Because y'all don't visit them. When y'all visit me, I'd be shocked when I see Snipe or you, Mary. And I said, they only come through if I'm not talking a lot of shit.
Yeah. But some of them are, I mean, I'm not going to jump on some of them channels. Like, I would subscribe, like, you know, South London, what's the other one? Mona. Yeah, those people are subscribed. Even, what's his name? Who did he sing? He's got that Chucky mask. He's got that Chucky mask on his face. Yeah,
got a what?
His avatar.
The Chucky mask.
The Chucky.
Is that Chucky guy?
That's Chucky.
Yeah, or Jokey or whatever. I added
Chucky.
him.
Right.
Yeah, Chucky. Yeah, I added him because of you.
Oh my God, you know.
Yeah.
But to be honest, like the ones that I did subscribe to, there's a few that I subscribed to, but because it seems to be internal beef between them. Like I'm not invested. Like I'm not interested. I don't know these people. There's no actual conversations going on. It's just a back and forth beef. A lot of it was that under the hood and and you know all of this madness going on. The only one that I do enjoy listening to sometimes is Lady Snoop.
She's battling with Empress Janet right now.
Oh, Betty B.
Everyone is. I don't even think I subscribe to Betty B. Doesn't she do like game and stuff and that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
Yeah, still a lot of gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, us gamers, yeah, we on that.
And I don't subscribe because I don't want to see things popping up in my timeline that aren't relevant. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, some of them are just like But yeah, others is any of them is mainly because of Ari.
Well, y'all know a lot about Clyde Diva. I don't know how y'all found out about her.
Oh my gosh, she's so boring.
Beefing. That was you beefing with her.
She was messing with me. Really?
You two beefing, yeah.
Okay,
is why, that even the interest. Like, okay, who's this person Ari's arguing with?
Okay.
But you end up subscribing, and then it's like,
and then you got to listen to please hit the like button.
I was like, this is absolute crap. Right.
Please
hit
about
the
roasting.
Like should be talking about roasting people and dissing people.
I'm gonna drag you, Ari. Yeah. I'm like, go ahead.
I'm gonna drag you, you bitch. Please hit the like button.
I'm like, I want to hear her drag when I first saw her, and I said, oh, she, fell out with me over something. I don't know what it was. And she said she's going to drag you. I'm like, okay, let's see how you're going to drag me. And then she did all this lying. I'm like, oh, man, you lying, man. Why you going to lie like that? I don't like that lie roasting, they call it. I don't play that. You can't
what happened to Mona then? What, Mona's just disappeared?
Mona around.
Oh, she's around. Okay, because the last I heard was it Clyde Diva or one of them content creators in America or streamers, whatever? Mona had claimed back $1,000 PayPal or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, this is mad.
It was big money, big bank take little bank. It was between Mona and Ajoki because Ajoki claims she's the biggest donator, and Mona said if you have $1,000, just like I just gave Clyde Diva 1,000 pounds. You give her 1,000 pounds, and I'll give Clyde Diva 10,000. And the Jokey didn't come up with that 1,000, right? So Clyde Diva got the 1,000, which in pounds, which is more than our dollars, right? So Clyde Diva, she spazzed out about a week or two later. She said something about Mona, and Mona got her money back.
Yeah, I seen all the little posts that was going on.
Quickly.
Yeah, Mona got her money back. She said, no, you ain't gonna lie on me.
I don't like when all of that stuff is made public. That's what kind of put me off the sector when I started to see all of that. I'm just like, I'm not invested in this.
I lost a lot of respect for Mona like that, because when you donate, that's a gift. You
That's
know
a
what I'm
private
saying?
thing.
Right, that too, because she did a lot of bragging and all this other kind of stuff. But that's her money, whatever. But if you giving somebody something and you know how this content creator is, you know, why you want to just take the money back? That don't make no sense. That means
It
you ain't
wasn't
got it
the,
like that.
no, it was the challenge, in it, to the other person, just to prove a point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But then later on, even if you did it in generosity and then that person disses you, yeah, man, you're all in right to take your money away if you want. You know what I'm saying? I'd probably do that.
You think
Like, oh
so,
shit.
Mike?
Oh hell no. You ain't gonna diss me. Cancel that shit. You know what I'm saying? 1,000? It's not like
Well, you
it's
know
$10
that
or
Lion North
100
did
or
the
something.
same thing. You know, Lion Ass North did the same thing, right? With the
Yeah,
60,000,
I had
with
some
the
money.
yeah. I said this is the second chick from the UK that taking their money back. Boy, I said them chicks out there spicy, them motherfuckers. I would never want to be on the bad side of any of y'all. I tell you, I'm not playing. They be like, R.E. love them British people. I said, I sure do. They treat me way better than you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Now they, oh, you lusting for a Jedi. You lusting for my color. You lusting. I'm like, do y'all see this man right here? This 70-year-old man I got posted up here. I've been with for 15 fucking years. Why y'all keep ignoring him? This the nigga I'm with. All these years. Well, why he let you on YouTube? He can't tell me not to be on this motherfucker. That's when me and Rico, that comes over here, the little gay dude, told me last night. Him and Empress Janet went in on me about me coming over to Jedi. Why y'all want to put them in our beef? That don't make no sense. That made me say, you know what? Let me think. Let me just lay back of kicking it with Jedi and Maku and them so they can keep their names out of their fucking mouth. You know what I'm saying?
No, sis, don't do that. Don't ever change who you are, what you're doing to satisfy anyone else.
But Empress Janet, I never had no problems with her or anything like that. So she got cool with the turtle and everything. That's fine. She goes and tell her audience, because she with them rugged type of people. Y'all know Rodney K and these other wasp motherfuckers, whoever they are, you know, and telling them that I didn't want her to be friends with him and I wanted to fight her. Man, I avoided that for a good 2 months until she brought that shit up last night. Now the beef sector don't want her around. The black sector don't want her around because she said that black people should be, no, they call them, she called them nigglets. And that's why I apologized to Born Rich. I said, okay, now Born Rich, I see where you're coming from when she called you one. She said, y'all ain't nothing but some nigglets that need to be hung from a tree and all this other shit. So it got to Lady Snoop. So when Lady Snoop had broadcasted, it got to the beef sector. And there was nothing about nothing but about Empress Janet all night in the beef sector. Okay. She go to Rico that comes to visit y'all over there in the Trill and goes to his live calling Lady Snoop roaches and all kinds of shit. Okay? So now nobody wants Empress Janet in the black sector or the B sector at all.
But they saying she's racist.
That's what they saying. But she'll came up and said, y'all say I'm black too. I can say it.
She a light-skinned supremacist.
Yeah. So I just stick to the drill.
I don't know why. Anyway, you know what? A couple times, I say this probably twice, 3 times. I flipped over to certain channels and I see the energy and I'm like, yo, listen, I'm not even 2 minutes. You get me? Just turn off, man. I just see be a dickhead and eat that and you get me? Like, nah, man. Fuck that, man. Fuck that. You know what I mean? Ari, man, you're good, man. You got patience. Trust me. You got patience. Time for all that shit, man. Bunch of idiots, then. Trust me.
So, Unique, did you have any topics for us this week, sis? I know you've always got something up your sleeve.
MJ, you know me too well. Motion.
Motion, take your mind out of the Pornhub.
All right. Yes, I have a question and then I have two scenarios. So, boy.
All right, let's go. Yo, hit that like button, people. Cash App, PayPal, all that good stuff.
Right. I don't know which one to start with, MJ.
Let's go with the question.
First one.
Okay, yeah, all right, and it is the first one. All right, then. So, question to everybody. Is marriage a necessity to you and why?
Anybody want to start?
I missed that. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
No. It's not, because I've been with my man for 15 years, and when I met of him, he was going through a divorce, so I will never pressure him into marriage. First of all, we're too damn old, and second of all, common law is legal out here in California, and I'm a mute.
Same in mine as a common law. Can be a common law wife, but it's not mandatory, but it's something that I think most men take extremely seriously. Why you don't see a lot of us married, because it's usually the females that are not serious. Bottom line. This is how deaths happen, crimes of passion, because man put all his eggs in it, does what she wants. She has the dream of marriage and all of that, and the wedding dress and all of that. Yeah, man just play along, and then at the end of the day, death to us part is not necessarily true. You know what I'm saying? She's looking at annulment. She's looking to take half. It's a mad thing. So yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think women are serious. So I've always respected the institution of marriage, but I don't think a lot of women respect it the same way.
That was Axum that jumped off. Axum, where you gone, sis? Need you.
Jezebel! Jezebel!
She just specializes in causing divorces. Right.
That sounds like you've been through a bad break. Well, let me mute.
Yeah, we got partners rubbing her back and that. Other people's partners rubbing her.
Searching for
shoulder massage.
Crazy.
No. I suppose for me, the answer is no, it's not a necessity. My reason being because number one, I'm not religious. Number two, I ain't fucking with no government or registry office or any of that business. Like, I don't believe that any of that is necessary. Like, if you're going to be with someone in a long-term committed relationship, then you can do that without the goddamn piece of paper to confirm it or to have any kind of legal standing or contract over that.
Y'all just living in sin, man. Y'all are sinners.
That's fine.
Y'all sinners.
Listen, it's all right. I'm ready for my conversation with God. Yeah? God made me. He will understand my mindset.
Nah, man, you lot are sinners, man. The stuff for Allah. You get me? Talking.
Yeah.
No, but I think. Go on, man.
As a man that's engaged, yeah. Listen, I mean, it's not important. It's not the main thing. I can say for my own, like I was married before. Do you get what I'm saying? And I didn't really want to get married again, but I feel like this is like, I do want to get married, but I feel like this is this is your commitment to the woman, innit? You feel what I'm saying? In a sense of, like, you know, like a lot of women go out, they want that princess day, innit? Do you feel what I'm saying? And I feel like that's what in my wedding is. That's what it's about, innit? She has her princess day. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not looking at the piece of paper or nothing like that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not, for me, that's insignificant. Do you feel what I'm saying? That's it, really. That's it. I don't think it's the be all and end all, but it's what it is.
I'm
take it seriously.
I'm of the view. Well, I think that's down to the women that you may have your experiences with them. You went with somebody that was serious. Anyway, I feel love is obviously the goal, and I feel marriage is a bonus. I also feel with that partner, You know what I mean? It's about building together. You know what I'm saying? It's a tool for you
What
to.
postcard did you read that off, sis?
Isn't it?
Anyway,
it's crazy though because
just stick that on a coaster and sell it.
It's crazy though because I think we're the first generation that really shunned away from marriage and the idea of marriage. We are the first generation because I think like the older generations they married, and many of them married multiple times, right? Because I guess they felt like the institution of marriage meant something as much as they were out cheating and their wives were cheating. They still felt the marriage meant something, right? So obviously people do it. There's a reason why men get married that clearly have no intention to stay with that woman, right? That heads get tight. So clearly men get married for a reason. And so I'm saying for a lot of men, it is to provide the princess day for the woman that they love at the time. You get me? Like, I don't know, man. But then at the same time, it all depends on the person. Again, because I've met people that have been like, I will not marry you. I will not have no use with you. Fuck that. Do you know what I'm saying? And I know that in my head. So I'm like, yeah, it ain't happening. You get what I'm saying? Whereas you can meet someone else and be like, nah, I'm not going to get married. But then a few years down the line, you might be like, you know what? Chat, I go and propose. You get what I'm saying? You just
emotion, like the way you said that there is kind of like marriage equals commitment or commitment equals marriage. And I think like it doesn't, you know, just because you're going to be with someone for life or long term or whatever it may be, like the marriage, what difference does a marriage actually make?
So can I say something to you then? So in ancient times, yeah, you didn't have a piece of paper, yeah, and you would make an agreement between families, for example, yeah. Would the idea of marriage suit you better?
I think I'd be less opposed to that, yeah.
All right, cool. So my idea is this: you build your own utopia around the whole thing called marriage, right? And you build your own world around that. Yes, there's a paper signing, so on and so forth, but you don't need to look at it as that. Do you get what I'm saying? You build your own, you build your own thing around it. So for me, like I said to you, the signing of the paper, and that's not important. The main part for it is the celebration of two people coming together. That's it.
Yeah. I hear that.
I don't know. My thing is, yeah, if you feel, say, that person that you've chosen is good enough to be your partner, plus you go on to have kids with them, like, why not marry them? Do you know what I'm saying? However, I do understand that, you know, marriage is a calling and not everyone is equipped, you know, for that kind of responsibility. And, you know,
okay, sorry. But this, again, I'm going to kind of disagree with that statement there of when you say a person's not ready for that kind of lifestyle if they're not ready for marriage. Like, you can do a housewife's job without being a wife. Do you know what I mean? You can do a husband's job without being a husband. So I'm saying that ceremonial piece of paper isn't essential or necessary to you being able to have the mindset of a husband, a good husband or a good wife. Like, it doesn't like what? Okay, so like, what changes? You get married. What changes in your day-to-day role? When you're actually living together, you're still going to do everything the same. Do you know what I mean? There isn't like, oh, you get a better breakfast now, you get better seasoned chicken because we're married. You know what I mean?
MJ, some people see it as commitment and stability, and they feel, say, the person will work hard at the relationship as opposed to just walking away quickly. You know what I'm saying?
That can happen either way, man. And it's even easier when you're married. They've made that facility now.
I mean, I do hear all that. I
can be annulled and all of that.
Yeah, that's the problem. Because in modern society, just like when you were saying, Motion, the fact that like men, like more people used to get married back in the days, because in society you were an outcast if you didn't get married or you had kids before marriage, and all of these like strict religious hang-ups that were put on people. So I think
you
now,
was outcasted. You was outcasted if you had kids before marriage and all that. And the fact is this, what I'm saying again is this: you have to think about how your class, what you determine your class in a marriage. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? You have to decide to yourself, because this is the thing. A marriage is between two people. You and that person in it. It's your agreement. You get me? So you could say to yourself, okay, cool. Me saying to you right now, boom, we gonna take this thing serious. We make an agreement. We're gonna do that. That could be your own small marriage. You get what I'm saying? Now you could make that some big celebration or not at all. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I fully hear what you're saying.
You
And I think that's the thing for me. It's like, you know, if you don't belong to or subscribe to a religion, and you're not fucking with the government like that, then why are you going to get married under one of them things? So maybe having your own ceremony agreements, whatever that might be, whatever that might look like, that's cool. Do you know what I mean? You want to stamp your commitment to each other. I get that. But I think it's really just, if you're not part of a religion, and why the fuck am I getting married under the government and getting yet another certificate from them that I don't necessarily want or need, you know? And then what implications does that have lawfully as well?
You have to ask us, but again, so the question is about marriage. You're talking about a certificate. Take the certificate away. Take the certificate fully out of the way. Yeah. Take it out of the way.
Yeah, so, I don't want to partake in that ritual then. There you go.
You don't want to see everything's with the eye that from what someone else is telling you that it is, aside from what you make it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I think this
is why it's a ritual. Why is it a ritual? If non-religious people get married, why is it a ritual?
Come on, I'm a grown woman with grown kids. You think I haven't like seen and observed and made up my own mind with things over the years? It's not based on what anyone has told me. It's based on what I.
But we can explore that, right?
On it.
We can explore that and have a conversation, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So I know that's your perspective, and that's all fine. You get me? But I'm gonna like, obviously we're having a conversation. In the interest of conversation, I may play devil's advocate, or I might put my own point of view to it as well. You get what I'm saying? And that's it, man. I'm not judging what you're saying, man. You're entitled to your own shit, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? What you eat don't make me shit. You know what I'm saying? So you're entitled to have your own opinion. I'm just happy to explore that opinion because it's a good opinion, and I slightly differ. Do you get what I'm saying? Not totally, but slightly. I totally agree with you on the certificate, so on and so forth.
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, obviously, because it's your private life. What sort of, are you having like a traditional marriage or a religious ceremony or whatever? Or maybe you don't want to say, I don't know.
I'm getting married. That's it. I'm getting married, man. Shit. That's it, man. Like we gonna go to a church. You get me? We gonna have a celebration. Because that's the thing, like I said to you, man, it's like, again, it's about other, like, there's people that support you in it for your relationship and all kinds of things like that. And those people also want to see those things. So even though it is between you two, it is also, like I'm saying to you, it's a celebration amongst you and people that you bring around you that have been sometimes supportive of your relationship. You know what I'm saying? When you two've bucked heads and you don't even want to chat to one another no more, and you got that friend that's been like, nah, but you know what? Like, those people want to see you.
Yeah, I hear that.
So, and that's what I'm trying to think, the ceremony itself.
Do you not think it could be a timing thing as well? Because for me, like, I'm in a thing where I would prefer to do it when we're probably a little bit more established in a relationship. Maybe when we're like 7, you know, like when we're like when there's no doubt, basically. I think for me it's a timing thing, and the whole marriage thing right now, it has become sort of a fantasy thing where it's on TV and it comes across like you have to be set a certain way to get married. And a lot of people don't. That's not reality, because like you see around us, people are getting married and they're doing well. But obviously, I think there's a big worry for people my age anyways, getting married, I feel like, because maybe we're too young and all of this rare stuff. But I would like to have an established relationship with them where I feel like we're already almost married, so that when we do get married, it's like it's more of a financial, and it's for our children. Like, that's how I'd want it to be. We're getting married because we know we're going to set up ABC for our children, so that if anything does happen to us, obviously you're going to have certain things set in place like life and insurance, rare, but for me it's more of a legal thing to be like, okay, like, we're legally married, we have this, you know, we've got to set a foundation for our children. Like, but I'm not in a rush emotionally. I feel like you get married before you get married, if that makes sense.
No, I definitely hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, I wouldn't say it's about a timing thing or anything. I think the sort of description that you just gave of 7 years, I would say if you're together 7 years, then like, you should, if you're down for marriage, then maybe you should already be married, you know what I mean? So
that's what I'm saying though. Yeah.
Because it sounds to me like sort of fear of it may fail if we do it too quick, innit? And I get like not rushing into things, but 7 years to decide if you want to get married sounds a little bit long. I don't know.
Not to decide to get married.
For it to happen.
I think, but to actually do it. Like I would like to be established. Like I wouldn't even mind having my children before getting married. Not to say that is a lower thing or anything, but I would love to get married, like the celebration of it. I'd love to have an engagement party and do all of that. But the actual legal marriage side, I'd like us to be financially, not even because I don't feel like you're ever ready for children in a sense, but like just at least financially stable enough to support out like if we did have kids. You know what I mean?
But then this is what I'm saying. So like if someone's going to a big traditional wedding, like they say weddings cost about 50 grand now or whatever, innit? So obviously it can cost a lot less.
You can make it as expensive or as cheap as you want.
I've seen people get married who were in a long-term relationship for like 12 years or something, got engaged, got married, had the big wedding, was living together, bought a house, and 6 months later they was getting divorced. Like, what was the fucking point in that? That's 50 grand down the drain, let alone the time that you lot have spent together. Like, okay, push that aside, didn't it? Because obviously you've grown in your family life, you found different directions, but you're proving my
point.
Man.
You're proving my point with that's why I'm saying the marriage thing is a serious thing, and I don't want like they were fine until they got married
for 12 years. They were together for 12 years before
that's
they even got engaged. So. Right, so they may as well have been married because then you was in the same situation. Like you got married, you end up getting divorced, and that's a fucking long-term relationship in itself.
What is that question here though? In that situation, is that what question is the two people in the marriage, or is it the institution of marriage? Because I would maintain this: whatever happened was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand me? Whether they were married or not. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. So they could have just saved that 50 bags and just carried on.
But I would use that as an engagement party or something. I would.
I'm saying, if you make that commitment, like I said, people do things without foresight. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the problem that people have, yeah. So a man will be with a woman 12 years, yeah, and have his way and do what he wants to do for 12 years, and she don't find out nothing. Boom, they're married. Boom, next thing you know, she finds out that one time. He's probably been doing it for fucking years. Do you get what I'm saying? But the marriage is there. Yeah. That's what she wants. He's done it because she wants it. He doesn't probably want to get married.
Do you know what, Motion? Just to give it context, it wasn't even that. It was he became very religious around the time that they got married. He started going more towards religion. Yeah. And that's what, and started calling her haram and all kinds of stuff.
People change, man. That's a different again, you have to understand this. That's him. He knew his religion and his beliefs, right? And he knew what he liked and what was allowed. So he knew when he took her on, he just probably saw a fat booty and big tits and allowed his mind, to get lost. Do you understand me? And didn't have foresight to say, right, you know what? The things this gal does, I don't like, right? So I'm not gonna be with you, and that's the point I'm saying to you. You're gonna be with someone for 2, 3, 4 years, 5, 6, 7 years, and there's something about them that ain't made you get married yet. You might as well just walk the fuck away because you're just wasting 12 years, 10 years, 11 years.
But Motion, I hear you, but why is marriage the end all be all?
Yeah,
it's not what you're saying. No, hold on. You said it's more of a civilization thing to show the world that you guys are in a committed relationship.
I say nothing about the world.
No, but like obviously you're saying generally. Forget you was just saying that for you like it's more to show other people that you were saying take it out of just the me and you thing and look at it for other people. Like it's to show your commitment, right? But for me, it's like that's not the end all be all. And I've seen different types of relationships, and why a lot of people think like this is because they see the marriage thing fail quite easily. And sometimes you see people go through marriage for years and go through a lot of abuse and still end up divorced. So it's not like people, I think times are changing where there's so many different options and people are allowed to actually express how they feel a lot more religiously and like just socially. I feel like these little options come in hand, but I personally don't think, for me to get married in this day and age in England, like to say that it's for legal reasons is my point of view. But the emotional side of marriage, I feel like that's an engagement, right? Isn't that you guys showing your commitment to each other? That's why you get engaged, so that you get married. And then you can still have the ceremony and and invite people. But when you actually get married, it's a different situation. It's like, yeah, we're locking it in, you know what I mean? But I think it is fear emotion. I'm not gonna lie. I do, for me personally, anyway, it's fear as well. Mm-hmm.
You have to understand what you see. Again, for me, I'm saying, if you look at marriage from what you see of people nowadays, you're not even looking at the reasons why these marriage fails, or none of that, right? To avoid that, all we're looking at is the institution of marriage is wrong and is failing, and so on and so forth.
No, I don't believe that.
Right. So
I'm just saying I'm aware of it. Yeah.
I'm saying we're aware of the things in marriage that go wrong. You know what I'm saying? We're more aware of the things that go wrong in marriages, like the stories that MJ has told, and I could probably tell you stories, and everyone could probably tell you stories of someone that's got married and then boom, their relationship's gone down the shitter. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not even that, you know, like we're not getting married in large numbers anymore.
But like the reality is, I see people get married and they're happy, and there's none of this drama stuff. People just go. It's literally just life. Like it's legit just life, and they're happy. You know what I mean?
Why do those people work? Why do those people work though?
To support their family.
No. Why do those marriages that we see work?
Why do they work? I feel like for me, they have their own little system that just works for them, and regardless of everything else that's going on, you can clearly see that. Maybe you don't know everything about people, but from the people I know that I see married, I'm like, you can tell you two have your own little inside thing that even when we're around the group, like, you know, they talk by themselves or whatever, but you can tell that, yeah, they're in tune with certain things. Like, it's a difference. And they're just cool. They have the arguments and but it's not that deep. And I feel like it's a respect thing as well. And this is coming from black marriages that I see. It's definitely a respect thing. And growing up.
So let me ask you this then, because you mentioned two great words, great words in the conversation, yeah, in my opinion, yeah. Options. You said options, yeah, was the first one, yeah. And I'm looking at the fact. So for me, like I said to you in this conversation, I'll play devil's advocate. So say I'm arguing for marriage, yeah, I'm gonna say this: the factors that affect marriage are factors outside of the institution of marriage within itself. So, i.e., you just mentioned the word like options. In today's age, man have more options. You go to a city like Nottingham in the 90s, it was 6 women to 1 man. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? You have more options. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? Like, this is how these things happen. Now we're in a world where things is in front of your face. Do you get what I'm saying? You could be with your brethren, and then boom, someone's following you on Instagram or whatever. All these things now, right? So what I'm saying to you is the people that tend to work tend to not be, number one, people with emotional damage. And I mean serious, without it being tended to, like a serious emotional damage, which means they don't have hang-ups because a woman's liked their man's picture, or do you know what I'm saying? And vice versa. Do you know, all those kind of things. And the social media and certain things that they see it publicly, like celebrity and they're not judging their marriage by those standards. Do you feel what I'm saying to you?
I think you have to learn. Yeah, I understand you. And it's true, like for me, I feel like nowadays you have to learn how to have that that sort of stern attitude, not stern attitude, but to have that sort of composure. But I think there's a period where, like you didn't have to, it was kind of like radical that, you don't follow media to get the reality. Like I said, there's just so much real life stuff that media portrays that black people don't get married and that they're not sustainable. Well, I can name like 5 people that I know, black couples that are married, and it's normal. Like that's normal for us. But I think media, like you say, makes some people feel like they have to conform or pretend. And it's like, I think even if you have emotional damage, it's working through it is a big thing, because I feel like a lot of a lot of people have gone through stuff, but it's how you've worked through that emotional damage. And when you're in a marriage, it's not just you, but you have to start with you. So it makes your whole thinking a lot different. I feel like it's a whole different scenario, and you respect yourself differently. Like the way you talk about your life and just your general things, like it's different.
I've seen that happen, you know. I've seen that happen with people as well, and I've seen this more actually more regular than actually people straying, yeah. And I've seen this more is people have been in relationships and been in good relationships for long periods of times, whether they're married or not, right? And then emotional damage from earlier life suddenly just pops up into play, right? And the people have never dealt with it because they've blocked it out from a young age, right? And then later in life it's affecting now their adult life and their relationships and how they interact in relationships and so on and so forth, right? And that's something that I've seen more prevalent recently. That again, there's a lot more people with emotional damage getting into relationships and marriages.
Trauma, yeah.
Like it's crazy, man. And those are the factors I say, like, because you look at people before, right? Like people in their 20s and 30s, they get married, and then in 1990s, you're still seeing them married and together, or she's married, she's burying her husband, and then a year later he dies or whatever. Like those are things that we saw like often, and those are stories that we heard often, and we all had neighbors and so on and so forth. Do you get me? We all got aunties and uncles whose husbands died, yeah, and they never married again, never saw another man.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And so I'm trying to understand where this viewpoint on marriage has changed in society. You know what I'm saying? Because there's generations before where people actually took it. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man.
I think for me, because maybe it's because of my stance on religion and the fact that for me this comes from a religious standpoint, is made me question it. I made me question the necessity of it, and then the government involvement and all. And just because I'm sort of anti-religion government, I suppose I'm not involved in it.
Yeah,
and that's what I said. I'm not against people having their own kind of ceremony, but it's where does this kind of idea stem from?
So again, and that's what I try to say about the kind of creating your own utopia around the actual phrase, isn't it? Because you feel what I'm saying? Because again, we have to look at where it was ancient times, and was it always around marriage? You'd say that there's many pagan people with pagan beliefs that would class as non-religious in some aspects that married, and people that were, like people in societies just married. They didn't necessarily have to be of any religion. They had their own forms of ceremonies and so on and so forth. And we do understand that the state and the countries that we live in, they've taken our rights and they sell them back to us with certificates to say we're allowed to do it. Like trust me, MJ, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. But again, like me and my fiance having a conversation, and we're saying, look, if something happens, like legally, you know what I'm saying? Legally, what's the scenario? Yeah, it will go to the government, like, and we've seen it happen to people, and so in that sense. It is also an element of covering your back because the system will take your things.
Emotion. Let me ask you something. If people are doing it for legal reasons, right? Why not just make a will?
Because the will doesn't cover everything.
Or like there must be some sort of legal contract or something that you can sign with a solicitor or something that will stipulate your wishes upon your death.
Yeah, your wishes, but if you owe money, you can allow someone to have control of your whatever your shit. But if you owe, man. Like if they're gonna take your property, they're gonna take your property, or so on and so forth, and this and that. And this is why, like certain things like marriage protects you. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like life insurance will give your people a payout. Your nominated people a payout.
But then you were just saying if you owe money. So let's say a situation where the husband passes away and he owes money, that debt will then get put on the wife, right?
Not necessarily. Depends on the debt, really. Depends on the debt. And you have to understand that house is also a means to also do more with it. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what you got to think about.
I get what you're saying. I just think there's other ways around it if it's just like legal and financial aspects that you're concerned about. And obviously,
it's like a birth certificate. It's like a birth certificate. As a dad, if you're not on the birth certificate, you got no rights over your child.
Yeah, I hear that.
Do you feel what I'm saying to you? And this is the point I'm saying. In legal terms alone.
That's
not exactly true still.
No, but I get what you're. It's what he's saying is kind of true. Though it's definitely true.
Yeah, the opposite is the truth.
But again, this is all working within the
sign
system
your children
motion,
away,
which is what I'm trying to be away from. Do you know what I mean? So I fully get and understand what you're saying. But for me, it's kind of I have that mindset now of but that's the system's legalities. That's and because it's that, I'm just like I don't want to know. I don't want to be involved in it.
No, I hear that. I hear that. That whole. Listen, MJ,
common law wife is definitely.
But I'm not going to get married because it's the government.
Yeah, obviously.
So common law doesn't exist over here.
Huh?
Common law
it's for the elite. It
doesn't. It doesn't. It's not it used to be a thing over here, but it's not. Like I fully know this because this is what my dad went through. My dad and my stepmom were together for 20 years. When my stepmom passed away, he fully believed that we're common law married and Well, he thought wrong because we had to go and get advice and look into the law and all of that shit. And it does not exist. And I've spoken about this on Jedi Show before. I've looked it up. I've confirmed it.
You're wrong.
Common law ain't a thing.
You're wrong.
When it was applied, the common law.
It's a simple thing. It's a simple thing of. The statement of common law wife is that two people residing together. Do you get what I'm saying?
But it doesn't give someone.
Hold on, wait.
Right.
Unlawfully.
Yeah, I think it's like basically like cohabiting, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a different.
Under common law, 1 second. Those things are existing under common law, but common law is not what's being used. Yes, you're 100% correct because we're using commercial law, admiralty law, and what do you call it? Acts of Parliament. You get what I'm saying? So this act, the Wedding Act, the Marriage Act. So like those things. If you go along those lines, those are the things that you're going to end up, being controlled under. But just the term and the understanding that you can be with someone a number of years, have children with that person, and there's no legal paper, but everybody knows kind of it's your common law wife. You get what I'm saying?
You can
but legally, you can't fight on that stance. No,
right?
You get it? Yeah, so legally, you can't fight on that stance, but it's overstood even in legal terms.
Okay,
but it depends if you have the ability to go into court and claim common law jurisdiction, then that will come into play.
You can get a cohabitation contract drawn up via a solicitor. So basically, so it's a living together agreement or declaration of trust from a family solicitor.
Okay, so that basically be your sort of legal thing instead of the marriage.
If you wanted one, if you wanted one, but definitely legally, and even in Ireland, remember that the common law is slightly different. They've got their own.
I don't know about Ireland, I just know about over here because obviously it was over here where.
But they got their own, obviously.
So,
but you've got theirs and yours over there, where you've got theirs over here, but they fully overstand yours as well because the barons sat down with the king and got their own one done out. But they might be the British barons that were in Ireland at the time. Do you get it? Where you say you lot was occupied and where's all these barons and lords and which is not an Irish thing necessarily, right? Yeah. So when they occupied early and they came over there and obviously they've got now their side, once they created their side, the northern part, you get what I'm saying? Then all of their rules that they do still apply, but you lot have your own rules. Yeah. But it's still based on the barons of the guys who came over there. It's just like, it's a whole mess, but you can still, there's legal wrangling. That's why no one can mess with the travelers because the travelers are following their common law or their Magna Carta according to the thing. But when you look it up, you're like, rah. When I saw Irish Magna Carta, I was like, oh, okay. You can say, yeah, I saw the English one. Obviously,
Listen,
you go
my
for it.
dad knows that thing flipping back to front.
You must
like,
do. You must do.
Literally, I think it's gotten him out of so many situations. And anytime I talk to him about anything legal, it's like, well, listen, right? Because in the Magna Carta, the section and the states, right? Let me think about it now. It states that da 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 da, and I'm just like, all right, Dad. But he's good at using that. He's took it into court a couple of times, the magistrates and chambers and all that shit. What's that?
But that's
the landowner.
Is he a landowner?
Was it? Yeah, is he a landowner?
No, he's never been a landowner.
Okay.
He's just, he's one of those guys that like knows a lot of stuff. Like he never educated or anything like that. Like, as he would say, university of life and whatever. Spent a bit of time in and out of jail and would read up all the books when he was in there and educate himself on the laws. And he's got a fantastic memory.
That Magna Carta and all that stuff. Initially that was brought in for elites anyway. Yeah.
Right.
That own laws amongst themselves, number one. And number two, a lot of them laws, I think there's probably only 2 of them that were even relevant today when I was researching it. Yeah, there's only like literally 2 of them because people were trying to use them during COVID and all this thing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Saying, Magna Carta and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Stuff it, man. Like,
well, just say common law because the common law or the Magna Carta comes in sectors, right? It comes in sections. So, like, Section 6 is what relates to Moors and freemans and strawmans and all of that, right? To say that you can't be taxed under no circumstances, yeah? But if you claim those titles and da-da-da-da, so that's how it relates to different people. And if you go into the High Court, you'll see all the parts of the Magna Carta fully laid out in the High Court. So, like, to say it's not in use or da-da-da-da, that would be a complete fallacy. But what is that they're using different laws. So then in that sense, it doesn't really come into play, but it's definitely on display. And the law is the law and it can't be changed. So what's happened is you have to create the idea of the Bill of Rights, the right to form government. And then within that government, you start doing acts of parliament, acts
police
of
laws and all this bullshit.
So they're basically
legislations
now, not laws. Do you get what I'm saying? So when we're talking about the real law, they can't really speak because everything that they're working on as police, for example, is based on legislation, acts of this, acts of parliament, the Traffic Act, this act, that act, blah, 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 all in. And when you look at the dates, it'll be like, 1985 or 19... You know what I mean? Like,
they're all amendments.
Wouldn't even be
the English have drawn up their own constitution.
A lot of them are in the last 50 years, because as the advancement of what we've got, like traffic and and cars and all of that, it's not contained within the laws of the land. Yeah, it just says things like traveling. You can use any vehicle or thing to travel. You have the right to travel, basically. So this is why some people who are trying to do the freeman thing try to stick to the law of the land. Now, where the law of the land applies in other parts or common law is to the Queen. She makes her oath based on common law. So that's why she's never can be brought up in court, because those laws she's not subject to. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
She's not subject to the normal laws or commercial law or maritime law. She's not. No.
Like I said, it was for the elite.
Yeah, it's for the elite. Right. You're correct. And then that's why the barons try to make the king subject to the barons them a little bit, but the people mostly. So this is why it's definitely frowned upon, because it makes the queen subject to the people. So every time she reads the oath, according to common law, it just reaffirms that thing. So when we out there now, and we're saying to the police and saying to the court, who are under the same oath and have to repeat the same oath every morning.
Michael, does the English Constitution not supersede that Magna Carta? It must do at this stage.
No, it's the other way around.
Well, that's what the police would say, Dubs.
No, that's what the other way around. What you're talking is Parliament, right? And Parliament never always existed.
You see,
Do you get it?
I think you lot
So
forget.
the king, there was
No,
always
I
kind of
mean,
a parliament. Sorry, but the head of the parliament is the king.
But the Constitution is your foundation of all your laws. That's why amendments and stuff. Well, in our country anyway.
No, I'm saying
after our War of Independence.
Yeah, that's law of legislation, and you gotta know what laws that you're being used. And you said after a war, but when we're using maritime and admiralty law, it seems that we're still at war, and we're not actually physically at war, but they are in the sense of what laws are being used. It only makes sense because maritime law has all imprisonment, compensation, and
But is that just English and its colonies and its big colony America? Is that is that?
Yes.
Okay.
And obviously in every place they colonized.
Yeah.
Once they've said it, then it's every place they colonize, they can put these new legislations, legal, not lawful. We're dealing with what's legal when we're speaking things out of our mouth that the police do and the courts do.
And this is why when you buy deeds to a house, it's only freehold you have. You don't actually own the land. It's fucking owned by I don't know who fucking owns it. God.
Maybe something like that. But anyway, with yours in your country, my country are more down to parliament and that type of situation, right? And the police, and those are low level. Higher levels have higher laws and higher things they supposedly abide by. I personally don't think they abide by any of it. But it seemed to be presented to us that that is what the Queen's dealing with. She's on another level of laws and legislations that concern her because she, at the end of the day, is supreme ruler. It's her government, it's her parliament, it's her legislations and little tweaks that she.
It ain't her city of London though.
Yeah,
which
but
is crazy to me.
That's potato or potato.
I know.
Because at the end of the day,
that's where all the money is.
Who owns the land? Okay, the Duke of Westminster. The Duke of Westminster is a relation to the Queen, right? He will never be a king, right? Of London or any England.
He owns what land?
But no, but is it not?
Like
is it not the? Is it
Westminster
not the?
and Parliament?
No,
Westminster,
that area,
right?
but Westminster is not the City of London Corporation.
And,
City of London Corporation own entity, full stop within the UK. It's his total own entity.
I mean, within it, the what's his name? Duke of Westminster owns the bit that is the Parliament and Buckingham Palace and da 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 da. So this is why some people always go and say, but she doesn't own London, or she doesn't own certain Parliament. Who gives a damn about owning Parliament and Buckingham Palace when every castle in England is owned by her? These are small potatoes. It's just a city. Because it's a great city.
But it's the financial capital of the world.
Of course.
She don't own them castles.
That is what makes. Hold on. That's what makes his little dead land worth something. But it's not worth what's in it, who's in it, and all of
I
that.
thought it was kind of the chair of the Bank of England. That.
This is the level of wealth. He's rich, right? He's a wealthy guy, right? But the Queen has got a rug that he can't buy. Right? She's just got a rug. Just a rug. One rug. I mentioned all the jewelries and everything and the continents that she owns and the more land across the planet that she owns compared to the Duke of fucking Westminster.
It don't belong to her.
Do you know what I'm saying?
It don't belong to her. It belongs to the crown. None of it.
Yeah,
but
don't belong to her.
She can't go to the pawn shop and sell it. Yeah, exactly.
It's held in trust. Hear this joke. It's held in trust by the country, but it's definitely hers, and it's passed down. So I mean, she didn't do all the work for all the crowns in the Tower of London, but it's family heirlooms and that. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? So when you're in Buckingham Palace and you find this big tapestry rug, that was commissioned in Henry VIII's time. 1 second, in the Henry VIII's time, and they're saying, look, this rug is priceless. I say, what do you mean?
She's not related to Henry VIII, though.
It means priceless and da-da-da. But that's the impression they want to give. To get it.
She's not related to
this is a hit. No, this is a hit and switch. And even if it is Saxburg Gotha, They're definitely related to each other.
Say her learn, man. She
There's no doubt about their lineage. It's not direct. If we're trying to say straight from one king or one family, Plantagenet, all the way down to the.
Well, they're all from Victoria, right?
House
They're all
of
from.
Tudor. No. It depends where they actually fit in, and they do fit in somewhere along the line. You know what I'm saying? And you're right, Dublin. It's probably closer related to Victoria and certain other kings of earlier times, because you got to understand these people sent their children to go and rule in other countries, Denmark, Sweden, all of these type of things. You know, William of Orange and all of that.
Especially
So,
Vicky. Look at all Vicky's grandkids.
right.
You know,
Once you go down a generation, it seems like they are from that place. Yeah, but if you really know the history of it, the princess was a daughter of Victoria, who then married the Prince of Denmark.
Yeah,
and
it's like you were talking about Phil the Greek yesterday.
Right, and then remember that Victoria's son Albert was identical to his cousin, the Kaiser. Not the Kaiser, the
Tsar of Russia.
The Tsar of Russia.
Tsar of Russia.
Right.
Yeah.
So even though
It's true.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be related. They are related. It's all one family.
Supposed to be related.
The root father is supposedly Constantine. They're all descendants of Constantine.
Okay.
And remember, they tried to keep their bloodline pure. The red bloods and the blue bloods, the War of the Roses and all of that, right?
So that's papal, not royalty. So I'm correcting what I'm saying. They have papal. Their leadership comes from the clemency and not royalty.
No,
I mean, but Moush at the start.
No, they're not coming from the clemency. Because you got to remember
about Henry destroyed that concept.
Right. No. The
in
concept.
England.
Remember, their bloodline dead out.
Only in England.
Their bloodline deaded out, fam. What did Elizabeth do?
Elizabeth?
She breathed.
Yeah, well, she's right. Yeah, she was the queen without kids and stuff.
She didn't breed. Who became the king of the UK?
Yeah, but there's more.
William of Orange,
the bloodline.
No, it wasn't William. It was King James.
Right, but James Stewart
Mary was supposed to be the king of England and Scotland, and she was in the fucking Tower of London.
It's all the family, though. It's also family.
Okay,
whether it's the House of Stewart.
And that was the start of the Catholic Protestant.
But Stewart comes from Sfart, bro. Stewart comes from Sfart, which is something totally different. And then we go to Sfart, and then we go look up.
It's not actually, because the mother of Thing is the daughter of Henry VIII. So that's his grandson.
The name Stewart comes from the word Sfart.
I'm telling you, that's his grandson. So it doesn't even matter when we say, "Oh, they're too different." They're not different. House of Stewart.
They aren't.
He supplanted his.
It was from his first. Right. It was from his first marriage, right?
No,
the Spanish queen.
No, he had many daughters, right, rather than sons.
Right, but
what? And
right, no. So
you're gonna marry your daughter
James
to the House of Stewart.
What was the description of his wives? What was the description of his wives, Henry VIII's wives?
Oh, what do you mean description? They're all different.
Yeah, but I got listen to this. Yeah, I got some sources.
Catherine of Aragon, all of these.
That was the first one. Catherine of Aragon.
Sources that read these things out. Yeah. Aragon. Yeah, Spanish. Yeah, that's what they're gonna tell you. Spanish.
And all that. But Spanish was black at certain times, so
right. So when they have descriptions of the people, though, and talking about them, there's a different thing in it. She's not described as Spanish no more. They describe their skin color and their eyes and their hair and and so on and so forth. Do you understand me? And then
they're painted.
They use phrases that we use today, but they have different meanings today. I.e., the word brunette. You get me?
Well, look, and at that time, the Alhambra Muslim castle. Did you ever go to that place in the Costa del Sol, the Alhambra castle?
But what happened?
It's a Muslim castle.
Once Isabella got to Spain, then it's all changed. Because remember, that's a monarchy coming in. A monarchy ain't mixing with the people; they're mixing with the other monarchies. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how it works with these guys, right? So even Elizabeth was meant to marry the King of Spain. She didn't want to marry him, and then it caused beef.
What I'm saying,
the Spanish Armada came in and tried to, take out England and all of that, right?
Remember that's what I'm trying to say about the conquistadors when they dropped in. Yeah, they took away the original kingship of the country and put in people from the clemency as kings. Do you feel what I'm saying to you?
Oh no, man, no, I've never seen that. I've just seen them as their power, like the cardinals and all of these guys.
And that's right.
Definitely powerful, like what you're saying, and I agree. But in England, obviously with Henry, that's where it became a problem, because getting divorced from his first wife, which was his brother's wife, do you know what I'm saying, is what his excuse was. That it was my brother's wife, and boy, I kind of inherited her after my brother died and shit. So you get me? Is it legal? Then man, they said, the Pope said, "No, man, that's legal, man. Till you're dead, pussy." A man saying, "Listen, I'm a descendant. I'm a direct descendant of God. Are you mad?" Do you get what I'm saying? Where I'm the physical family of God, and you are just the preacher of God. So then Henry, this is where it's gone left. He's gone with Cromwell and created his own church of England and all of that, and that's the separation.
But usually the popes had come from royalty.
But unfortunately
as well,
for him, what's still
stage.
going on? The French are still heavily Roman Catholic, and then there's other parts of the family that are still essentially Roman Catholic. They're never going to leave that because they've always been that. So it becomes a thing where in royalty, you keep seeing switching. 1 minute it's Roman Catholic again. You get what I'm saying? And then next minute it's Church of England. But once Church of England is established, it is what it is. That's who they focus their attentions and their instructions from.
Well,
because of Henry also.
Mouse had it right.
And then it
James
makes sense that his grandson
Stuart was the last Catholic one.
And then this is what I'm trying to say. And then it makes sense that his grandson is the one who's commissioning books, the first king of England and Scotland. Do you get what I'm saying? Unified. What the hell? Fake menace. But anyway.
And Ireland as well. He was king of Ireland as well at that stage. That's what the whole Battle of the Boyne was about.
Right, because you had Mary and Elizabeth. Right? And Mary is the mother of William of Orange. This is why you got the Orange Men thing. But he got sent to Holland, and then he went over to Ireland or something. Tried to build some army, basically.
Him and Cromwell.
Back.
Yeah,
he tried to come back, and then he got fucked up. Yeah, they fucked him up. So he had to hold it down. He wasn't going to.
And that's when the English actually had their own war of independence.
But that's Elizabeth. Stage. Once Elizabeth was in, and Mary was imprisoned, and then because she tried to do coup d'état and get the sister killed, then she was beheaded or whatever. So that's why they call it Bloody Mary and all of this type of stuff and blah blah blah. But this is Henry's daughters, and Henry had more than just two. Those are the two eldest. There were others, and somehow one of them got married to the Stuarts, and then created the son that is the grandson of Henry VIII.
Jimmy.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, when they say he's black or whatever, I don't know all about that. There was more than one James Stewart though. We see in the lineage, but the other one that could have been black definitely was not a king. But he had.
Well, put it this way: if his grandmother was Spanish, she would have been dark. Summertime and stuff. James Stewart. He would have had dark hair.
Not necessarily, because prior to that, Isabella's already there now. By the time we're talking this kind of conversation, Isabella's firmly implanted herself in Spain, and Fernando or Fernandez or whatever his name is, the husband. But they're Europeans, right? So now they've taken their people over there. There's Jews over there. They're taking all sorts of people over there now, and now they're pushing the people who live there back, and then you get that pushback into the North Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Of the original inhabitants of Spain. You get what I'm saying? But the ruling class, yeah, definitely, they're going to wipe them out. Who were definitely like Moors and shit. Yeah, black Spanish and black Spanish gentry and all of that, all the style of Spain, yeah, came from these Moors who were traveling and traversing the oceans from time. This is why the Spanish story is like it's two pronged. Pre-Isabella, yeah, and then El Cid, when he came in the first 6th century or 7th century, boom, that's the first story, Dark Ages. And then they fix it all up, and they come into Europe, fix it all up. Then you got the Crusades fighting over Jerusalem. You know what I'm saying? Saladin and all of these, man, it's still kind of dark and but yeah, all these Victorias and Elizabeth I and that now, and then James Stewart. Is James her father? Or is it no? Who's her father?
No.
Henry.
Yeah, Henry's her dad.
Henry.
So you guys went into politics and religion and monarchy and lost Unique. Fuck's sake.
Oh, she'll probably come back in a minute. Maybe her phone was got hot. But yeah, that was a good question about the marriage.
Unique had some questions.
That was good about the marriage thing. I like that question.
Yeah, that was a good one. I don't even think everyone got to answer, and we got into that one.
How did it go on from Unique's question on to the fucking monarchy?
Because Unique brought up about the other kind of contracts that you can have, and it went to common law.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's right.
As we do, you know. But yeah.
Yeah, the laws is good and interesting, and definitely like a lot of what we're supposedly led to believe or what we can look up is just like this scratch on the surface of what they're just telling us. Oh yeah, you can only do this, or this is only this, and this is only related to this.
I don't care. There's no laws put in my brain when I was born. Like, I don't live by any laws. I don't know what anyone's talking about.
Yeah, but to understand it and say, even if you wanted to be free, you would still have to have a basic understanding of what
I am free.
The plot is and the system is.
I'm free to be whatever.
Free as they want you to be. I mean, like, because they can still try and impose their legislations, not laws, legislations and acts on you.
Yeah, well, apparently there's a bunch of legislations. Doesn't stop me from living my life.
Unless you're like Eunice and you don't subscribe to the government, then that's where the problem lies. Because, like, yeah, you're a natural dissenter and say, like, look, I don't subscribe. This is bullshit. I'm not involved. Yeah, I don't support the government. I don't support anything. So that means you don't support any of their legislations or their acts of parliament or any of that. We don't support it, but we keep an eye on it because we know how it affects us in our day to day. Like, oh shit, they changed the law, supposedly. You know, that's how it's seen, but it's not. It's changed an act. It's changed some legislation or some parliamentary legislation. Yeah,
just not involved.
And then it has to be ratified by the House of Lords and then the House of... but I ain't got time, bro. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's petty games.
I'm happy. Secondly, I'm so happily married, and I married the same woman 3 times. Huh? Right, just got home for Shani's case. She's happy.
I was going to say legislation, to some extent does protects people, right?
Yeah,
it does actually. Like to some extent, for instance, the
if you subscribe to the government,
like the ones I'm referring to, like for instance, the Police and Evidence Criminal Act, Criminal Justice Act, Criminal Evidence Act, 1984 is one of those.
What is it?
Well, Eunice, when you look at the way paedophiles are treated,
there is no justice. But go on,
they get less time than drug dealers in prison. How the fuck can you say legislation protects you? It doesn't.
But the thing, what I'm trying to say
is, it's for the
like,
corporation. When drug dealers are getting more time than paedophiles, you cannot say legislation. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's mad in itself, but yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah, none of those acts and legislations is good for our benefit. You know what I'm saying? They are the ones who benefit from crime. So any crime legislation is bullshit to me. Because at the end of the day, they need people to commit crimes so that the court system can run, that the CPS can run, so that they can be lawyers, they can be barristers, they can be Supreme Court judges, they can be magistrates, you know, or administrators. All of it is about money. This is why it's legal, not lawful. You don't go into court and deal with law. You deal with legal stuff. These are legal proceedings. You get what I'm saying? So you have to know what's going on in the court. Otherwise, you're just going to be slapped from pillar to post and believe any of these stupid acts that, I mean, not stupid, I would say for the people who want to be governed over, who think that they need all these rules. I'm sure MJ don't think she needs all these rules to live her life, and they don't even come into play on a daily basis because she knows how to carry herself, or, you know, if she hurts someone, she knows she could give them compensation. Just go cash point and oh, okay, what I see as restitution, it don't have to be a court thing. And even in some situations, they'll tell you this is not legal stuff. This is go to the other court. What do they call it?
Private, civil, whatever.
Civil court. Right. Civil matter. None of our business. We ain't getting no money out of this, basically. You lot want to sue someone else, yeah, then go civil. That's why there's always criminal cases, and then, oh, this person's going to get charged in the civil court. Yeah. And because he got found in the criminal, hopefully it would help them in the civil court to get compensation or to get some money out of the person. That's what it is.
Can we all just pick up Shani? Looks like she's entered into a new phase in her marriage.
Oh, yeah?
She's currently trapped in Tunisia. I have no passport, and I'm pink, fluffy, handcuffed to the sink. I'm forced to clean his new wife's dishes. Save me, y'all. What you want us to do, Shani? We'll call up the embassy. We can maybe send Lady Divine out there to save you. Like, what do you need, sis?
Yeah.
Holla.
Send Keith. Keith got you, man.
Yeah, innit? Keith will save you.
Save you. Come in. What are you doing to our Shani?
I'm going to go out there and commit a murder.
A murder? Huh? Fucking, I told you, Shani, stay away from these guys.
Imagine you got your jabs and all just to go out there. The sacrifices, eh?
Ain't it?
Be a sacrifice.
Be a sacrifice. Be a sacrifice. Oh. That's mad though.
Yeah, unique way gone, sis. Why hiding? We need some more scenarios.
Yes, really going to write some more down or some shit.
Dubs, what's good? Why are you so quiet tonight?
Hello. Fuglin.
Sorry, family. What'd you say, MJ?
I said, what's good? You're quiet tonight.
Yeah.
You right?
Yeah. Good. All good.
He's probably tired from the heat.
I know heat over there here this weekend. It was shit.
Oh, is it?
Is it raining?
Clouds. Yeah, no, just clouds. There was heat, but just clouds, you know.
Oh, God.
I like it when the sky is blue.
Well, 32 over here, Dublin. Hot man.
It's going to be roasting London next week. I mean, this week.
No, you just have to get yourselves down to some bit of water and enjoy it.
I'm going to go buy some ice, man.
Eunice is still going to go at this moment.
Go buy some ice.
What ice? The main thing.
Well, so when you're in London, is there a nice part of the Thames you could go to? Or is it canals and stuff you said there?
Yeah, there's canals and things all over the place.
Depends where you live and where you want to go. A lot of it is going to be crazy busy, isn't it? Like
for swimming, for swimming, I'm talking about.
Oh, for swimming.
Yeah.
Do you know people go to those Lido things?
Yeah.
especially on a hot day like this.
It's basically an outdoor kind of swimming pool, though. It's a bit weird. I don't know. It's an English thing. I've never seen it back home.
No seaside down now. No close.
Yeah, the seaside's going to be packed though.
I think so.
And then again, depending on where you live, like you might have a rocky beach nearby, or
little kid drowned there the other day.
Oh, fuck's sake!
Little 6-year-old kid. The tide was out, and there's these like riptides are called. So the current is really strong, and he was trying to come in, and he wasn't even far out. There was a beach just down the road from where my mom lives in a Hout. Poor little kid. Yeah, so be careful when you're out there swimming. Make sure you know what you're up to.
Yes, I haven't been to the beaches for a long time. Last time I've been to the beach, I think I was in Bournemouth.
How long ago was that?
That was like in the mid-2000s.
Oh God, this boy.
What?
In the mid-2000s.
Oh, fuck off, Eunice. I was in Brighton 2 weeks ago. Get with the program.
You wouldn't, wouldn't you, MJ?
Yeah, I would. And you'd know all about Brighton, wouldn't you, Motion? What you know about Brighton? Yeah, they got the best chips down there. And what?
Is it? I don't like Brighton. Or Poland, that you get me. Poland's nice. Them chips, you get me.
Yeah, I go where the potatoes are, Sniper, right?
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, Unique. Let's get back to being serious now.
Can I just say something on the last question? Yeah, like so this is what I want to say. Yeah, so for those people, yeah, that are not in favor of marriage for whatever reason, so are they kind of like not tired of like having partner after partner and like investing emotionally, spiritually, physically, financially, etc., rather than just like committing and settling down?
Marriage doesn't naturally. It doesn't
I just think people doing that. I think people done that, and those sometimes the end result of that is a breakup, isn't it? Like you've raised families with people, and been in long-term relationships, and they just ain't worked out for whatever reason. So it couldn't be
could have been
possible.
married
So
and the same thing.
Don't mean
happened.
you don't have experience. You don't mean you don't know what to do in that scenario or when you feel it's right. I think you're actually best placed. Because
I was going to say, just because
you've been through the trial and error of it.
Yeah, but just because you're not getting married doesn't mean that you're gonna keep going from one relationship to another. Yeah, you might be with that one person. Sorry?
How do you know?
Well, I've seen people who
because
are elderly,
because
not
some
elderly,
of us,
but
like I've been in that situation or in that situation. We know people that are in that situation, innit? So I'm just saying, like I know couples that have been together for way longer than married couples, and they ain't married. You know what I mean? People would just assume that they're married. They live together. They have kids. They've lived together for many years. Do you know what I mean? But they're just not married.
Listen, I know.
It doesn't mean they're going from person to person.
I know married people as well that are married 40, 50 years, but they're not living in the same bedroom anymore. They're married for married sake. Do you know what I mean? I basically don't know what else to do, probably.
It's a sexless marriage, basically. Probably.
Well, I'm sure you get this.
You've got a sexless life anyway. So
But yeah, sorry. It's just as I said, I disagree with that thing of like, just because you're not going to get married means you're going to be going from one partner to another.
So I would say this on that one, yeah, because you need brought a good point up, and I'd say this because now we have people shying away from marriage. What we also have people doing now, yeah, on the extreme of that now is people shying away from even committing to relationships. Do you get what I'm saying? That's been the extremity of people shying away from marriage, is that people now don't look for commitment. People now
are we talking about Eunice here?
Yeah, well, I'm just being real. I'm being real. Like the younger generation have this thing, like women no longer care about their body count in that sense. Not all women, but that's a thing that they're trying to push nowadays. Do you get what I'm saying? All these things add to people being less committed towards marriage. People are so much less committed towards a full stop.
No, I think you know what it is.
And they just
I
want
think the younger generation
no
are less
purpose.
religious because a lot of the time, people's moral standards was guided by religion. The whole fact that people were getting married was based on religion.
Yeah.
We've got to be truthful and honest about that.
Well,
In this
true.
country, you couldn't. There were Catholics and there were Church of England, and they weren't allowed to get divorced.
I mean,
Not
right
that long
up
ago.
till my
You know what I mean?
parents and a little bit after. I mean, you'd wait until you were married, you know.
Well, it was really deaf to Do You Part in England not too long ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that I heard like back in the day there were, you know, if a guy found out that, you know, one of his, you know, like a relative and all that ended up getting knocked up and all that, you know, the guy has to, the guy, you know, her family member would force the guy to get married to the woman.
Yeah,
You know, and that in itself, you know, that cultural safeguarding and all that. When you look at it in 2022, you appreciate it. You know?
No chance of that for you though, is it, Eunice?
I'm just saying that, you know, you appreciate. I appreciate that type of mentality.
People's parents, some people's parents was having kids at 15, right? They were together as the same age, 15. Yeah, they're only 15 years older than my friend, and they only got married recently. You know what I'm saying? And had multiple kids. They got grandkids and everything now, and now they decide, like, it weren't even nothing to us because we was like, yeah, they were always a great example of two people who were together and had a family and all of that, but there was no ring on no one's finger.
Well, that's
they were committed to each other, obviously.
Right. So that's just like my sister. She's been with her now husband. So they were going out for 13 years, and then they've been married for 2 years, and they just, you know, had a child.
Yeah. That's decent.
Yeah, it's different strokes for different folks.
But I mean, that's in the initial. But sorry, you see the initial years that have to be put in before you can.
Yeah, it's the foundation, isn't it?
Right. You can't just after 1-2 years start saying, marriage. Oh, you're not committed. That's crazy. You know, you might have to live with that person. You might have to. Do you get it? See how you lot fit and all of that type of stuff. So this is the testing ground, and where people are saying, "Oh, you're gonna have multiple relationships," but those are the things that make solid relationships, that ability to be together.
But think about it though; those
throw.
testing grounds weren't there years ago, and the relationships lasted.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you know what I mean?
We're saying it's not that the idea. That's why we say no one's shying away or thing. The constitution of marriage is definitely respected, and no one wants to take it for joke. Because I've had chats with the man them, and we're just like, bruh, man will marry, yeah, but bruh, I don't want to have to kill no chick. You get me? Serious. You know what I'm saying? Like when they're saying death to its path, rich or poorer, I hope you're listening. Yeah, I hope you see the glint in my eye that this is a contract, this is business.
Yeah.
So
this is not love. It can't be love. It can't be love. No, we don't do that. Not even where I'm from. When we arrange marriages and and the marriages I've seen of other different races, it's never based on love.
But what I'm gonna say to that though, brother, I feel like in some aspects we judge the people or the opposite sex by what we want. So for example, right, I know people, that, for example, I class them as man haters, and but I always tell them, I would always say, you set yourself up to fail because you only like a specific type of man, and that specific type of man you like is gonna fucking cheat on you and so on and so forth, right? So you need to change your ideologies of what you find is a good man, right? Number one. So I'd say, and that's what I think also puts people off all of these institutions, whether it be because like your brethren has been together 10, 13 years. I bet you 2, 3, 4 years, 5, 6, 7 years into the marriage, but in the relationship, they wouldn't have married each other because there was bits about each other that griped each other, yeah? Okay. And so they had to both settle and understand. You understand me? And you know, some people it takes that time, 10, 12, 13 years. Whereas in today's climate as well, it's a bit different because nowadays we have the opportunity to live with someone for a year, 2 years. Do you get what I'm saying? And get to know and understand and make that choice. You get what I'm saying? And say, right, you know what?
No. But one thing you got to know, people know themselves, right? And people have to be honest with themselves and say, listen, I'm not the great decision maker. I'm not the greatest. I've had some crazy relationships because I just don't pick well. Other things were driving me to pick my choices. Secondly, I know that this generation of women, no disrespect to them, are no way in comparison to the one that raised me and the one that raised them. Do you get it? So it's a different thing, and that scares man. That, okay, I'm gonna get a woman, but she's not gonna be like my mom. She doesn't have the cerebral moral fiber and values, and you know, oh, that's that outdated, but was very normal and organic with your mom. Your mom didn't complain about certain things. She complained about other things, but she didn't complain about certain things that are standard that a woman would now complain about.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Also, you got like it's like a generational shift, but
and
also
girls are leaving home earlier, getting good careers into and losing that extra training. We could say it the last 2-3 years before they reach 20 or something. Girls are out of the house, 18, all that, 16, doing their own thing. I'm independent, but you're missing something. Yeah? Some of them even missing the ability to cook.
Trust me.
Trust me. Don't expect me to just live with a girl. I find out she's so beautiful, everything's perfect, she can't cook. I live with her, she got some disgusting habits, and you can't be rushing into marriage with that type of person.
Yeah.
I continue
looking all good on the surface.
It's about your vetting process, like
right. And we know most of our vetting process.
It's about
because of our track record.
Going for it's sometimes we go for the ones that we want, but they're not exactly what we really need.
We thank you, because we're human and we're not perfect with everything. And people sell a package to you, especially if you're going to the wrong venues like a dance and all of that, where everybody's in the Sunday best. We're going to certain places where people are just going to put on airs and graces and pretend to be something they're not. You know what I mean? It's not wrong. It's not wrong because that's part of the process, right? But it does become a little bit deceitful. Because it's like makeup, fake bum now, fake teeth.
That's what I'm saying. It's more deceitful now. Because back then, you'd have to talk to a gal's mum, innit?
Yeah.
And
there was a chance that she'd be like, I like that boy there. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? So there was that actual warning they could hear something like my mum. She used to see certain gal and be like, "No, man, I like that gal there."
Yeah, straight.
Certain times, the fact she never said fucking hello first. You get me?
Yeah.
Yo, gal, when she come to my yard, say hello to my mum, you know.
Yeah. Manners, manners.
Don't walk in my yard and don't say hello to my mum. Like, you won't ever come back to my yard again.
Hard fact. That's a cold hard fact, boy. So it's true, but so those are the and again, as I said, because people are not so much invested in religion like how our parents and grandparents were. You know what I'm saying? They were definitely that, but it does obviously leaks through. Because even though some of us are not into the certain things, we are into others. Because that's our moral fiber was based on. Do you get what I'm saying? Ask God-fearing people. Do you get what I'm saying? I was like, yeah. Oh, thou shalt not kill. You just know those things, right? You keep it moving. But you say, I'm not a Christian, though. But I know them things there.
Yeah, it's inbred in you, innit? It's kind of like...
So that's what makes your moral fiber. Even for an atheist, this is what I tell them. Like, bro, don't try it. Yeah, is killing someone okay? No, it's not. Why? Why do you think that? I don't know. Oh well, let me tell you why. Did you used to go Sunday school? Did you used to go a normal church? Yeah. Well, that's where you got it from, bro.
It's not even
deep
just
in your
that.
subconscious where it sat. Yeah. And then you got to an adult and then you made your own decisions. I'm gonna be an atheist now. Cool.
It's not even just that. Many of the
But
laws
you
of
know God. Say you don't know God. Yeah. So you don't know the concept. Don't deny it. Yeah. Don't deny the Adam story, all of that. You heard all of that. Nativity, you did all of that. Come on, stop it. Father Christmas, you know all of that. Come on, stop. Why are we being like this? Yeah? Whether you think God is real or not is neither here nor there. What is your moral fiber based on? Those ideals. And just say it. Be honest. Do you get it? And they can never beat you. They can never win on that. This is how you get ultras and all of them, because they're just like, yeah, well, I did grow up in the Christian thing and I used to go Sunday school and go church with grandma and da. So you know God. Are you agnostic, nigga? Do you get what I'm saying? You're not even an atheist. You're agnostic, man. Because your moral fiber is still set like mine. You say things, but it's still the same. Oh, I think everybody should just get along and do. I don't need a Bible to tell me that. Well, the Bible told you that. That's why you know to say what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's mad. It's mad.
It's crazy, isn't it? It is
Yeah,
kind of
so
crazy.
even atheists, like, yeah, that's how I get them. I'm just like, bruv, your moral compass. You know, if you watch something on the screen and someone get killed in front of you, you'd be like, no. If a woman was getting raped and do, yes, your moral thing, but you're pretending that you just made it up. It's independent of how you grew up and all of that. You know what I mean? It's like vegan and veggie. These are conscious decisions. When you're of age, you can make these decisions. Oh, I want to become a Muslim. You can make these decisions. All of these things it can be done. Like, yeah, I want to do this, I want to do that, and do. But in your subconscious is all the experiences and everything you was exposed to. And a lot of us know we was exposed to church and religion and didn't have no choice in the blood clot matter. But you're not going. You are atheist. In whose house? Huh? Tell him which grandma. Just fall back, man. Just do your duty, man. Do your duty, man. Shut up, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, clap your hands.
And then when you're at school and they're asking you to sing the choir, how you gonna get out of that?
Yeah.
I'm singing Kumbaya and all of them things there. Huh? And they're telling you, and then nativity story. Come on, fam. Only just recently they're saying, nah. We have to be fair. There's other religions and da. So we're just gonna go neutral and not do nativity no more. They're trying to take religion out of schools, thing and everything. So we have this kind of neutral society, semi-atheistic, and then you can throw your capitalism and then you end up like Eunice. Believing in some false ideals that are not necessarily your own and not necessarily viable. They're pocketing and packaging human beings now and telling them what they are.
Trust me.
I'm not gay, I'm Metro. I'm not gay, I'm Liquid. I'm not gay, I'm this. I am gay, I'm this. I'm da. You know what I mean? All of these different distinctions now. And it's like, bruv, yeah, you only have the choice now. Yeah, some people were born into this choice. Some people was born before this choice ever became a choice, right? Ever became an option. So I know the difference when I talked to like Sophia Lewis, who was 20. I was like, rah, so you grew up with 2 moms at the school, innit? And 2 dads and shit. Well, I didn't. You get what I'm saying? Ain't no one gay, fruity thing turning up at school. Black, white, or indifferent. When I was growing up, those mans was firmly in the closet.
Trust me.
The fruitiest shit you see was on TV. Kenny Everett, Dame Edna Everage, that's the first tranny I ever saw.
Yeah, true.
You know what I'm saying? Mad. That was considered normal, even though it was strange even then.
Bro, it was always strange to me. Yeah,
like,
always
that's a man.
Yeah, now we're on a panel with one.
Why would a man?
Oh God.
Why would a grown man, want to dress up like an old woman at that?
Eunice?
Pause.
Hey, Eunice, or you just like to dress up? Man.
Pause, man. That's mad.
No, you're part of the reason why women like are finding it hard to date, man. Cause
and marry.
You get me? Cause you're just there, man. Like on panel.
You're the ones who's making it hard for the rest of us.
Afraid to approach women and stuff.
We already got our own problems.
No, I'm not afraid to approach women. Like,
yeah, but
Why?
hold on. How are you gonna know good from bad? This is exactly what Unique Diamond's talking about. We're saying like it's not even in your mind, right? But then you're going to get with women. You have to form some relationships, have some relationships to know the goods, the bads, the ins, the outs, the upset, the how you feel in relationships, what you're comfortable in relationships. You can't just start one time, one girl, boom, that's it, boom, we have sex, next day, marriage.
Yeah, and it might be shit. That's the worst thing.
Thank you. These are the things that won't work. So you're clearly hearing from us the different things that we say, like, look, this is what makes these things work. Yeah. Sometimes time, especially time, do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The conditions, whether they had kids together, these are going to be factors that are going to like accelerate this situation of, oh, should we just do our union?
Yeah.
Should we jump over a stick, or should we go to registry office, or should we do the full church with the bell?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, but you ain't even on step one.
Instead, you trying to go on America's Next Top Model. I don't know what's
oh fuck. You see what I'm saying? If you can't even start at the hurdles, you know what I mean? Like speed dating, for example. Speed dating is very difficult for somebody who's never been in a relationship, because people tell you whatever you want to hear.
To speak.
Bro, this motherfucker's gonna start at 5 minutes. The whole 5 minutes.
And the
he's got to start like Tinder. He's got to be a catfish and start like that.
Oh, mate.
Like, he's got to start.
Put
out that picture. Put out that Ricky Martin picture in it and go on Tinder.
Oh, fuck. Ricky Martin from the side, like, yeah, Eunice, man, Eunice is a criminal.
I can be your hero. It's mad.
How is man doing Decepticon stuff? Moving like a chick. You know what I mean? Next to be wearing foundation and that. Yeah, fake bum and that. Allow it. Eunice in Coca-Cola bottle. Like, come on, Eunice, man. What is this?
Wow.
Yo. Might as well put fake breasts on and that.
Wow.
Start breastfeeding and that.
Eunice does Dallas and shit. What's going on?
But is he allowed to have non-intimate relationships before marriage?
That's all he's having.
Would he have? Nah, man. He said that.
Oh God.
Sorry. I think of course he is. I mean, all my other Somalis, they have social events. They have so many things where you could find a girl or start talking to one and take numbers, exchange numbers, because obviously it's millennium age. You lot can do all sorts. What's your Insta? What's your what's your Twitter? Shut up. Yeah? Just take the girl's number, man. What happened to you? Yeah? And that's how those things kind of run, you know what I mean? Sneaky little boys stops, all of them dressed in their little shirt and ties, and they scrub up well, I'm telling you. When they're going out and they're going and doing their little events and that, and the girls look nice as well. Got their little, outfits on and thing and makeup and all of that. It's beautiful, right?
The difference is it's got twang though. This guy ain't got no twang, man.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the social events are there. So you can't complain like, they don't have social events where
this Negro
situations can't happen.
This guy's gonna have a bag of female friends because they all got think he gay. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man.
Like they gonna be naked in front of him and shit because they just gonna be so comfortable.
Changing and that. Man's in the changing room. Oh
fuck, man. Guy in toilet with him and shit. Like what we doing, bro?
Yeah, confident. Peeing in front of Eunice. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Eunice. I'll pass me that tissue.
MJ there.
Talking about, can you pass me the tampon?
Literally, like, what the fuck are we doing out here?
Yeah.
He's just got spares in his bag and all that. What the fuck?
No, that's just out of order, man. Like, pause. It's outrageous, man.
You say man's
so
got it.
Eunice, yeah.
Man's got.
Can I ask
Man's
you?
got it in the type blazer. Go on. Sorry, Unique.
So Eunice, yeah. The question was: is a marriage a necessity to you, and why? So obviously, I know that within your culture and religion, it is a necessity. But if it wasn't, yeah, would you see yourself still getting married?
I mean, you know, getting married and all that, it's like it's a personal choice.
Mm.
You know, some people, you know, might not want to get married. Some people want to get married and all that. I think most people, you know, one of the issues that people, you know, are shying away from marriage and all that, particularly men, is because it's the financial implications to marriage and all that.
What about you?
Me, I just don't see myself, you know, in the near future getting married and all that.
But you're waiting. You're waiting, though. You're waiting, aren't you?
You just made me waste a whole breath. You were trying to explain it to you, break it down.
Future,
just
but
like,
you know,
no one's saying the marriage, bro. I was just still, as I said, step one. Let's get to step one first.
Get to first base,
Yeah, getting some phone numbers and doing some stuff like
fucking wrong
conversation.
But Eunice, you say that
you ain't even done dry sex yet. Like allow it, man.
You
and it's
got
gonna
man.
be dry with that outfit. Like, allow it, man.
How does that this?
I said you ain't even dry humped yet. What the fuck?
He ain't had dry sex. He ain't like, you know, like when you bust a little bit, like little like cum and that. He ain't had none of those experiences. Yeah. She's gonna grab it. She's gonna stroke on it like 2 strokes.
That is mad though. You're 24. You want to get a move on, bro.
I don't know.
You want to get a move on.
You know what? Yeah, I've had a lot of people end up, you know, injuring their, you know, their private parts when it comes
to.
Really?
Well, just go check
wait. Before we go any further, you've had a lot of people.
You say what?
You've had a lot of people do what?
I've heard people actually injuring themselves.
Doing what?
Dry sex.
What, during porn?
No, actually, dry sex, literally, like, you know.
Where was you listening? Hold on, no. Where was you hearing dry sex at? Or was they telling you? Sorry.
What is dry sex, yeah?
Was people telling you that or something? Did you say?
No, I actually heard in it, like, I've heard it from somewhere in it, but like I'm not sure where I found it. But I heard someone actually literally, you know, fractured.
Dry hump the empty hummus jar.
Painfully injured themselves.
Ems.
Big up, Maxim.
Big up, sis. I don't know what's going on, but what the fuck, Ems?
Wait, Eunice, did you come us in the hummus?
Rihanna. How did Unique's question end up here? Yeah, I don't understand.
No, because we're saying like he's just saying the whole thing. Yeah, we're all talking about it. We're all saying the different points of view. You get me? I'm saying I respect the institute of marriage, but what I'm finding difficult is to find the right partner. You get me? To even get down that longevity stage again, because obviously having been through those things already, you know, like you try with different people, but you know you're trying to kink.
And Eunice is saying in the trying he might get hurt. In the trying he might get physically hurt.
He's not even thinking about it.
No, I didn't say. You know, I'm gonna.
I'm saying just busting your nut or being in a relationship, having a little girlfriend and that. You know what I'm saying? Your little Dacian, yeah. Like do something because you can't get the woman of your dreams. End up with your woman of your dreams, and you are the one who's not actually ready for this situation. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, marriage is.
You get there and you freeze. You'll freeze. Like, oh my God, she's so beautiful. It's out of order. It's out of order how I feel. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, the thing about marriage and all that, it's a huge step, right?
Yeah, but like, all right, let's just put that aside. Yeah, because
We know
We're
right
not
now.
tired. Yeah,
and
look, Eunice.
Get a relationship first.
Listen,
Saying.
exactly.
Are you waiting for marriage? Are you waiting for marriage? It depends, because are you waiting for marriage?
For me?
No, he's not.
But even to initialize marriage, you're gonna have
celibacy.
I don't desire to get married or anything like
This
that.
is
But if it
self-celibacy.
happens,
No,
then,
you want a civil
then it
partnership,
happens, I
bro.
guess.
No.
You're not into marriage.
Eunice, answer. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
Are you waiting for marriage before you break your duct?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He said that already.
Fucking hell, Dub.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He said that already. He said that already.
That's the only. That's the only way I'm probably going to lose my virginity.
But you also said that you won't get married, though. So
of me being married.
So you committed to be a virgin?
Pardon?
Huh?
What's
that?
I didn't hear you.
What's that? What's that?
What's going on?
For some reason, you sound like Scooby doing that. Like.
Yeah,
that's the point, idiot.
Scooby who?
Scooby.
So Eunice, you will never get it done then, because you don't want to get married, and you're still waiting for to get married, and but you will never.
Man wants to get married to a young man called Nigel. Like, listen, I'm out.
What?
I'm not involved.
I don't even know.
Cause that's what he's on. There's no Eunice don't like women. Let's stop beating around the bush. Pause.
No, I do like women.
He's definitely gonna be beating around the bush.
I told him, man. Let him get his long little Dacian on.
His wedding song's gonna be "He ain't heavy, he's my brother."
Let him get his young Kardashian on, and we'll work from there.
He ain't getting no Kardashian, man. Stop.
You know what I'm saying? But you have to make the situation, because for him, I don't know what's going on in from.
I mean, that's higher.
You haven't first faced it. Ain't kissed a girl. French sister, not with them lashes.
You have to find a crackhead Kaylee or something. You have to find crackhead Kaylee or something.
Wait. All right, listen. Can I ask everyone in the panel just two questions? If we was in court and we heard the evidence that we've heard for Eunice, and the trial was guilty. Exactly. So you can't say, Eunice, why are we saying this, bro? Because you've given more than enough fucking circumstantial evidence and some just blatant evidence, bro. You're moving mad. You're moving
no, Zellini, I just think he lacks
Abati, man. Say nothing.
Confidence.
Sorry, you need to say.
Socially awkward, and he's a hermit. So all of that.
He's a hermit.
You mean a eunuch? A eunuch? Eunice the eunuch?
Pause.
Unsully, mad.
Was you trying to call him a hummus? Mad. No, listen.
Unsully, you know.
Sully.
Anyway, let's move off Eunice because we know what he's on.
Shit.
Can you answer the question?
Hey, there you go.
Oh, ask him to judge. This will be interesting.
What? Man said news just in. Nothing.
You said Axum is what in motion? What?
You don't understand English that good, man.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm tired. Yeah, but what did you just say? Motion?
I said this will be interesting.
And continue. What else?
Man called you Black Youngster's favorite word. Disrespect.
Nah. Did you say Axum is June? Nah. Did you say that?
Yeah, he did.
Don't mind him, Axum. Don't mind him. So
I think you said Jin. No, I think I said
George or
Jewish. Oh no, fuck it.
Same thing.
Nah,
man, I didn't extra.
Are you hearing this, Michael? Yeah, this is pretty
I'm hearing it, man. It's fucking.
Did man say Revenge of the Swedish? No, let me lie.
Right, leave Axum alone. Right, Axum.
Yeah. Sorry, sis. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to say it, but yeah, all right then. So, is marriage a necessity to you, and why?
No, it's not.
Okay.
What the fuck is going on in this panel, man? Go away, guys. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, you want me to turn up? Yeah, turn up. Fuck y'all, yeah.
No, they got no Cavani in the building now. No, they got no Cavani. Yeah, say that.
Hey, firm, mad thing. Chest infection and all that.
Sorry. Bronchitis cough.
Nah, he's not. Yeah, nah, fuck off. Unique. I don't think this question is good. Right now.
Sorry, no, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, I apologize.
About 10 years. Give her 10 years, Unique.
Do you really need to be in a marriage to be in a relationship, though? Is it really a necessity? Is it called like that? Yeah.
That's what we're asking.
Yeah.
Is it?
Is it? Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know.
You said no, Axum. I was
No.
You said no, yeah? Hurry up, Axum.
Jesus, unique, sis. I am not in this think hard pause things right now. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to the next question, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Right. So, if a woman or man was really into you and was seeking a relationship, but he or she went as far as to go to a fortune teller to try and potentially have you, would you find this flattering or frightening?
No, man.
Spell,
get the
Good.
fuck out
That's
of there.
good.
No.
Go on.
There's some Jude stuff. Are you mad?
Yeah, but would you do that, Axum?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, Axel probably would as well. Go to the
Yeah,
Oracle.
that's what I'm saying, yeah.
All father business.
Nah, I will run to Thor and Odin and all of them, yeah?
Unique. Can I ask a question on that question, yeah? So, is it just the fortune teller that's going to say to them, oh, he's going to love you? Or are they going to Dr. Such and Such that helps certain people get their marriage back on track and all that? What are we talking about?
Do you know what? Yeah, it might have been just to have some foresight whether
who's gonna walk on
Man's going to a bitch called Sheila on a Thursday night, fam. Yeah. Turn her living room into a little crystal maze, Mystic Meg sort of thing, fam. She's gonna tell you about your life, yeah? While eating microwave spaghetti bolognese. Mad, I'm not involved. Just leave me alone.
Do you know what? Motion, it could be either or all. Does that make sense?
Sorry, guys. I gotta address him. Yo, bitch, jump on.
Wow.
I can't. I know she's talking to you. She didn't
No. I'm talking to Khan, yeah. Jump on, bitch. You calling me a gagba, yeah?
Axum.
No, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
He's drinking that Swedish vodka tonight.
Sorry, what's the here?
Yo, I fully thought Axum had a delay and she just heard the coughing and it was beef. I was getting shook, bro. I'm not I was about to listen.
No. This guy going too far. What the fuck did I do to him? Piece of shit.
Axum talking certain accents, yeah, with aggression. You know what time it is. I saw.
I'm speaking Arabic to him.
I heard Axum talk. I knew exactly what it was. 2 + 2 made 4, brother. Yeah. So Carl, jump on the phone, brother.
What did he
jump
say?
on, Carl, man. It's Sunday.
No, jump on though.
Shit. Okay.
Complex.
Also, you just use my word in your language, the word that I use.
Sorry, what was the word?
Khan, one sec. No, it's cool. Khan, I think you have to understand sometimes, yeah. See, if people don't like you, bro, you can't joke with them, bro. No disrespect. It's not even a disrespect thing. So, Khan, listen, I'm pretty neutral, yes. I can run joke with you and whatever, yeah. But it's clear a lot of the sisters ain't feeling so joke with them. They're not gonna take the joke the same way as if I put that in the chat. She might say, "Oh, fuck off, motion," but you're calm in it, bro. Like, stop it, bro. Like, you gotta read the room, bro. Like, seriously.
And don't take that personal. Like, like this is what it is, Carl, isn't it? You get me? Like, this is what it is, bro. Like, you get me? You can't. Certain people jump off and you jump off.
Yes, so I have a message to Khan from Axum, and I'm going to say,
You fat fucking bitch.
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
I thought that was Axum talking. Sorry.
To Khan, git.
What did you say?
Git, which means fuck you in Turkish.
Oh, come on, Unique.
All right, I got a better one. It might make you jump on. Say push Pezala.
Oh.
Evet.
Say that. Say it. Ask them, say it. I swear to you.
But what the hell does that mean?
I don't even know how to say it, man.
Somebody just took the last pack of sausages. What does that mean? I don't know, man.
Nah, no, yeah. What does it mean, though?
It's similar to saying. It's similar to saying.
I can't stop typing and just jump on the panel, man.
No, it's a pussy bitch typing everything today. I don't know what's going on with this guy.
You got a guy calling you pussy bitch. You got to defend your brother.
Wow, pussy bitch, you know. Not even pussy. Not even one, you know. Pussy.
And you know it sounds worse in a Swedish accent. You trust?
Swedish accent, and I'm gonna do it in Integrinja too.
With a
She called you a fat sandwich cake pussy bitch, fam. Don't have that.
Yeah, Integrinja. You see, you hear me? Yeah.
She said you smell like brown cheese on a Wednesday. Don't have it, fam.
Ja, du luktar som brunost som äckliga onsdag. I said it in Swedish now. Let me do every language I know and you can't. Jump on.
She called you a piece of shit.
She said you
KGB, yeah. KKK. No.
Did you all wrestling kabaddi playing fat bastard?
I said KKK, you know.
PKK.
Yeah, PKK, yeah. PKK.
Oh, PKK.
She said you Borat looking son of a bitch, fam. Don't have it, fam. I'm not gonna let her talk to me like that. That's what I'm saying, innit?
I'd be jumping on the panel right now and saying,
who's a kahba? You're the one who's a kahba, ya kahba.
You ain't even a kappa. You can't
get... You know what
I mean? You're a simp. You're a simp for keto, which ain't even doing anything for you.
Man said he swapped Islam for Greg's, cuz I've been laughing about that since yesterday.
I
woke up today.
You wake up and you got a little smirk on your face, like from yesterday's joke. That's
hey, listen. My woman was at work last night, innit? So this morning when she got, I had to give her the update. I said, "Listen, last night was funny. It was funny." Listen, man. I'm sure she's gonna tune in soon to hear. You get me?
I promise you won't get rushed, man. I promise. It'll be a one-on-one, kind of.
Nah, man, you get rushed. You get rushed. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm jumping in, fam. Fuck
you know what you know, man. I know what jumping in, but you know you can't stop man from jumping in. But he just said, "Hey, listen, nah, I promise nobody jumping in. You know, I got this." Man. Someone throws an over uppercut. I can't stop that.
Sneaky sucker punches.
Yeah, sick to the line, sick to get. See?
Big up car.
But yeah, anyway, listen. Let's go back to it anyway before we get distracted. Because you know what happens here? Demonic entities do demonic things. And when demonic entities approach, we must seek refuge in the Lord and his embrace. You understand? We must rebuke and rebuke the devil.
True.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Rebuke you, devil, God.
Yes. Devil, you understand me?
Yes. Yeah. Demon, we're free from you.
Yeah. So what I'm saying anyway, Unique, that was a very pertinent question, and for me, the judge thing, not in it, you can bounce the judge thing in it, like, but that foolishness there is foolishness to me, innit? And people do it, and you know what I'm saying, people try all kinds of foolishness once or twice or whatever, innit? So in it, do your thing in it. I don't really worry about that. You get me?
I think it's, you know what, Emotion? I think it's anxiety that makes people go to them lengths to seek them people there. Do you know what I mean?
I just want to know how they knew that person. Like, who told them that? Probably mommy or something.
Juju, man.
Mom told them that. Listen.
He's out here doing the juju.
Yeah.
Well, it's in all cultures, isn't it? So everyone knows about it.
No, people
black
do it,
magic, white magic, half caste magic. Fucking hell, mate. It's magic at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Half caste magic. I'm done.
Yeah, don't want to get the cactus out here, man.
There ain't no
we're on to you.
beds.
I can't just say this to her face, man. Stop being that guy. I promise. Like,
Was he still typing?
See, Khan, Schiffer, certain other people, they got this agenda against women, I realize,
They don't like women. We know that for sure.
I have to question how you behave around women. Do you understand me? And to women and like, and I I'm really concerned, if I'm honest with you, bro.
That's the worst thing, man. A man scorned. They always talk about a woman scorned, yeah, but yeah. A man scorned.
They can't lock his girl in the cupboard for 3 days. That's why she walked out on him. I'm just saying, innit? You get me?
Concerned, man. Or it's a cry for attention. One of the two, man. Maybe you feel like you would, like your life around women has always been steeped in fucking turmoil. So what it is any interaction you have with women has to be around turmoil, and you change.
Bitch.
So that's what I feel like it is, man. Like you don't know how to interact with women any other way but to argue and because that's what you're used to. And unfortunately, my brother, you may need to seek some help for that. You have to get over that or spend a couple of years.
Yeah, man, because he did say he loves to
find time to excel, bro. We need to get a Khan's waiting to excel. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Most, brother, sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, you get me, but you have to be a little bit corrected there. Yeah, he does interact with women outside of brushing them, but he sounds like a fucking creep, fam. Yeah. When he's talking to them, oh yeah, so
he's a creep. He's a fucking slob.
So I bet you work your glutes, innit, don't you?
It's just like random. Just like random. Yeah, you can feel the energy. He's just a creep looking at you, staring at you. Like I can see him do all this on the street. Yeah, like
Jackson put him in the Randy league. Shit.
That's for Axum to do, but I'm just saying that I've heard you interact 2 ways with guys. Either you're dissing them or you're talking to them like you want to sniff their knickers. Either one. You get me?
And you know when it's sniffing knickers, knickers, Khan? The breathing changes. You understand me? You can even hear it, like literally, bro, like, and you sweat like a pedophile, bro. Like, love it, man.
Sorry, people. News just did. Emzelini, you breathe like a creep, fam. I can't imagine your nose, for fuck's sake. All right,
it's a black nose. It's an African nose. It's probably pretty broad as well.
That's number one.
I know, he's racist.
That's number one. And number two, fam, Con, you see with your BMI, bruv, yeah, and your cardiovascular disease, fam, you don't want to talk about my breathing, fam. Yeah, cause I guarantee you, fam, if we were to do any sort of exercise, cause I would smoke you. Yeah? I would smoke you, fam. You got excited going to the gym for 2 minutes jumping online, bro. Yeah? Remember that, cause yeah, we don't need to brag when we go to the fucking gym, you dickhead. Yeah? Right.
So I walked into the gym, went on the treadmill, and then walked back out. You get me?
Yeah, oh, look, and then had the audacity to fucking interrupt the stream by breathing like Godzilla for the 2 minutes he was on. And you want to talk about everyone else? Bro, allow yourself, man. Come on, man. Dance a yard before you dance abroad, bro.
I can't lie. He just gives that creep vibe, Axum. I thought it was just me. Like, he really does.
Yeah, he's just very creepy.
Look, there's a Me Too movement about you, Khan. Fuck.
Exactly.
No, I'm being serious. I wouldn't even want to be around him. Like, if there's an event and you can't come, I would just like.
No, but how can he talk about? Wait, though. How can this guy talk about process when he's getting out and getting process? Yeah. Go away, man. You go around and buy pussy. Just like Thriller, both of you, nasty.
Women hearing your voice. Women hear, brother. Imagine the women hearing your voice and running off an online platform. Never seen you in your life. You have to make someone for them to do that.
People, we need to make a public service announcement. Anybody you know has been affected by climate behavior.
Starfish eating, jävla bastard. Yeah, I said it in Swedish. Yeah, I did.
But what I don't get is that even when you say these things to him, he acts like he just changes the subject and goes on to something else. He doesn't take accountability. And it's like, that's what jars it. Because normal people just be like, you can have a conversation with them, but I don't feel like he's that type of guy. And then he comes caping in for the most stupidest things. And then talking about us, you know, he's talking about black people, but saying us. I'm like, you fucking donkey, like, you're such a hoe, like, you're such an attention seeker. It's very strange, like, you give me weird vibes.
Like, what in the Khan scene is going on?
Yeah, he ran away last night. Yeah, but I ain't see what's going on today, so I don't know if he jumped back on or not. But bro,
he ain't jumped.
all right then. So say nothing. You got smoked last night, and you're chatting shit now, and you didn't even address your problems from yesterday. Brother, fix that. Yeah,
it's not like your mum can hear you.
So man will incinerate your clout out here tonight. Trust me, for fun.
But that's what I mean. He don't care. Clearly, he don't care in it. For him, this is like his joke. I feel like if the stream wasn't running, like this guy's life would be sad. Like he needs something to wake up and be like, okay, this happened yesterday. At least I've got the whole week to reasons to jump on and and I know at least if I've got to cuss someone, let me write down two lines I can remember. Like I feel like this is his life. Like
trust me, Vic, man. You know how we do.
That's why you can't. There's no like reasoning with people like that. That's what I don't like. Like he's a big man and there's no reasoning. Like you don't have a moment where you can actually be like, yo, can't. Even when he says things that people be like, oh yeah, we agree. It's like the most common sense shit. Like everyone agrees with. Like, you're not saying nothing new. Like you're fucking wasting. Anyways, allow me.
You can't expect a man to have reason that 16 sausages in a pan. Like, come on, man.
Man, that even
yeah,
reason
that I
with
like to put in the ass. Yeah,
with his cooker and grill. Man can't reason with humans.
What are you doing, man? His BMI is just off the scale. He can't even control that. He tried to have some negotiations with his BMI. That shit fell through.
Wait, he said it was 3,000. Was it?
Yeah, man said he's got a 4-figure BMI yesterday. That's
like it's a working job, you know. Like he's paying taxes. Like the BMI is actually.
BMI has a comma in it. How's your BMI got commas in it, man?
6-digit BMI.
Jump on, Khan. Jump on. Be a man and jump on, yeah. If you are a man, jump on.
Why is only your BMI high value?
I swear to you, yeah, I would have tried my best to make it a one-on-one with him and you, yeah. But you see, because he wants to be a little fassy bitch, fam, yeah. I'm just gonna get roasted now, yeah, dickhead.
Yeah. We've got everyone. Well, not everyone, but yeah. You're always fun, like. Meso had it nicely though, from what I was listening to. Like,
man got spoke to the debate and a roast, bruv. Take your double L, and go sit down, bro. Yeah, you can't chat to Mezzo for 6 months. I'm not gonna lie, I don't care what you think you can say. To the point where Mezzo's smoking you and you're running away.
And it's funny because he thinks he's so jokes, but it's like at this point I'm laughing at you. Like it's like, yo, you're doing this like you're selling yourself out to be entertainment, talking about you're a Muslim, and then when it comes to sticking up for people, you're dedicating. But I'm sure if you go back a few weeks, like he's been taking the piss out of Eunice as well. Where was that morality then? And it's like Eunice knows good and well, like he said to Mezzo as well, like it's not that deep. Like I think we're all aware of that, and like we all say, Eunice is a good sport for doing. You know what I mean? He's a good. He's a good sport.
You could never take a piss out of
that deep. So why are you running on jumping?
Definitely a back heel, but
and he was coming like sweating like he came from like
you could never take a piss out of me because you know
I bet you don't let Eunice bury this pussy. I bet you don't let Eunice bury this pussy.
Nah, that guy can't take the piss, man. Like he knows, he knows he's banged. Like everyone, basically.
Fuck's sake, like, 6 times.
He knows everyone's got him like bangs to rights, like he buys. He's
Western facts at this point.
What type of waste man stuff?
And these facts gives us the fucking break. But this guy, he's on. If it's not Chilumina, he's just weird. Like just move. I don't know.
He just stuttered. You get me? That's how much of a dickhead you are. You usually couldn't even find the words to this. You get me?
I feel like you better say thanks, bro. Yeah. I can't find the words. I can't find the words. Such a dickhead.
Oh my god! I have to send you a video. It's a Jamaican video. I don't know if you can watch it, but I'll put it in the chat one time. It's so funny. It's about stuttering, and obviously no disrespect to people that stutter. But it's just, it was a funny thing that just reminded me of it. Because Eunice, like, you try and talk very articulate. But sometimes I feel because you do that, you stutter with your words. But yeah, clearly there's no words for.
Well, after that like video that you showed, that was a madness.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to words and all that, like sometimes, I say the wrong word and all that,
You're overthinking.
I take time. Pick my words correctly.
It happens, well, it happens, but
No, but he's overthinking it because he wants to be politically correct all the time. That's the thing with Eunice.
No, I'm not trying to be politically correct, anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just like sometimes I say the wrong word and all that, and I have to rephrase it and stuff like that. And,
What, like homosexual?
you know, like some words that are like completely unrelated and all that.
Sorry, I had to. Sorry.
Nah, Delini, you're actually a piss take.
Eunice is my listen. Hey, listen. You see, Eunice. One thing I can say about Eunice here is that, bro, he can take banter a lot better than certain other pussies.
Yeah, it's true.
And I'm not saying you're a pussy or Eunice because you're not, fam. You get me? Like, I'm just saying, bro.
Oh,
there's certain people that will claim certain things, and they just run. Like, I ain't gonna lie, because you'll sit on the panel, you'll crack the jokes, you'll take the roast, whatever. But you don't really run away, cuz. You get me? That's one thing I can say about you, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's how you know.
But look, it's very easy. It's very easy.
Keeps returning.
Yeah, it's very easy to jump off the panel like certain man, like I don't know, Khan does all the time. Like, you get me? It's very easy to do that. So I'm saying, bro, you get me?
Yeah. By the way, what Silverback said, okay. Look, the words I was trying to say.
Listen, Eunice, sorry, I have to stop you. Don't ever say his name like that again. Don't you ever say his name like his name's Silverback, because one word there about. Don't you get me? When you say it like that, it sounds
like
crazy.
in the gorilla.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is okay.
Broke back.
On that day, okay, yeah, like, you know, I rephrase my words in it, like that for some reason, you know, like so basically, like, yes, you know, as soon as I said that, you know, that word and all that, I stopped mid-sentence. I knew
the whole black ugly thing.
Oh, black ugly. Oh, yeah, ugly black.
Ugly, yeah. The black because I haven't really talked about it with you after.
Look,
no,
the thing is, accent. Yeah, like, the reason why I have to explain it. Yeah, is you know, like, it's basically
didn't go that well, did it?
like, you know, on that day, okay, literally, I had to rephrase it in it, like, you know, I said, you know, I'm ugly, he's clapped in it, like, or clapped, he's ugly in it, like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so yeah, it was just a bit mad, to be honest. You know, as soon as I said that word and all that, you know, instantly I had to stop this sentence and all that. I rephrased my sentence.
Can I give you the smallest bit of advice, bro? Bro, just speak your mind and be yourself. This isn't a workplace. This ain't a professional environment.
I mean,
take none of that, bro. Like,
I'm being serious, isn't it? Like,
Wait, no.
No.
Wait, before he said Emzalini, he called you Hamas, bruv.
What? No, I clocked. Man called me the Islamic terrorist organization, the militants. Say nothing. All right, cool.
Hamas.
Yeah, he must have meant Hamas. Yeah, he must have meant Hamas. Yeah,
Hamas.
Man could never be referring to the next man as Hamas. Still, I'm not gonna lie. Bang man up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we cannot say that to the next person.
Spicy hummus. Is that what he said?
No,
that's if they mispronouncing it, like Emsley's in trouble.
Wait, you mispronounced Emsley?
I said hummus. What?
Yeah, it's somebody like, you know.
Spicy hummus.
No, you know,
that doesn't even make sense.
Kick him off the fucking street.
Mad.
That's like me mispronouncing sniper and saying, I don't know, Ganesh. Like, how you do that? How the fuck you do that?
Ganesh.
Like, that's not nothing. There's nothing similarity about that, bro. Like,
yeah.
You're trying to violate, cuz. Is that what you did? You're trying to be slick, yeah?
I'm telling you, Eunice is on cred, like, for real.
No, he's on hummus. Crud would be a fine thing, but it's hummus.
Cruddy hummus.
Like, he tries it every now and again.
Cruddy's a lane.
Did you say that yesterday, Snipes? No, you don't be talking crud, yeah?
Wait. How Silverback writing Hamas crazy?
Hey, listen. Let Silver back say whatever you want.
Why do you say like that, Eunice? Just sounds odd.
You keep carry on, you little fuck.
What did you say, Unique?
No, I was saying Ari said to remove her off the panel because she's out at the moment.
Big up. Yeah, man, big up.
Leave space. Jump on, come.
I hit that damn like button, man. If you ain't already.
Yeah, that was too good.
Yeah, can't, man. Click the link, man.
Trust me.
No, I actually was crying. Like Eunice, I don't know. There's something. Yeah, when you start talking.
Yeah, so basically, what I was trying to say on that day was
no.
Silverback saying it was nothing racial at all. To be honest, I just cocked up. I don't know how. I had to rephrase my sentence.
Pause.
You done what?
Pause.
This is what I'm saying, Eunice. Yeah, you sound so
Eunice, you done what,
Silverback.
Eunice? You done what, Eunice?
He cocked up Silverback.
Bruv, why are you repeating that, bruv? You shouldn't even be saying it.
No, it's intended. Like, I'm just saying, I made a mistake. Like, you know,
Eunice cocked up Silverback.
Oh my god!
I'm down.
How was it a mistake?
Why do you keep saying that, bruv? It sounded the other day when you kept saying river.
I made the error. Should I say? I made the error.
No.
Error. You keep doing
another one.
Errors
Another
lately.
error. I don't know, Eunice. Time to come out of the closet.
Man said he cocked up Silverback.
Why are you repeating it? I'm not allowed to repeat it, but you're allowed to repeat it.
I've got a meeting. I've got
What is the stop this alert? Oh my god!
I don't even understand what's going on.
I don't know.
Big up, Vic.
Oh my
Big up, Vic.
Well, go on.
What
are you saying? I came just in time to take the goal.
The gay talk starts and Victor appears.
Yeah.
Change your light. Wow.
Hey, Silverback.
Blue light, yeah.
I'm so sorry, but I have to say this. Vic, it's been a minute, but I cannot forget that cat shit, honestly.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah.
Yeah, uckers to a cat is just.
But big up Vic, honestly.
Man took super to a whole other level. It's crazy.
What happened with Khan today? Wagwan, well, you look shelling him out, bruv. You've been shelling him out a hot sec right now.
No. He's been saying.
See the light.
Yeah, shelling. What happened? Just grilling.
I don't know.
Khan just got low blood sugar and started getting a bit aggy with the locals in it, and we just had to show him.
Did you forget yourself? You know who I am. Yeah, fucking hell.
All of that.
Apparently, from what I heard on the show yesterday, there was a discussion. I'm not actually inside. I can't remember from. And then Khan was camping for Eunice, and Mezzo and Khan had a shout out. Not even a shout. I just had like a roasting.
Mezzo basically beat Khan's head in with a fucking brick, yeah. And then basically, when he was dead, he continued to simultaneously and unremorsefully beat the fuck out of Khan.
Yeah. And now he's here looking for Axum, trying to
pull out his face was splattered across fucking Pembrey Court Estate and fucking Green Lane.
Look how he switched it up now, piece of shit.
How it started though, Vic, was basically, Sniper and Mezzo called fucking Eunice a coon.
Motion couldn't wait to say that,
No, full well it was motion still.
Fuck's sake.
But he kind of is, though.
No!
Eunice takes a joke, though. Eunice is all right. He's got a thick skin. Wow.
What?
No, he's got thin skin, in fact. But pause.
How the fuck you know what his skin's like, fam?
Yeah, what are you doing?
So what? Cat and no, allow it, man.
No,
what in the
uckers? Yeah.
He's chewing piss like
What?
Bro, why's your head down the table, bro? Behave it. Pick up your head, bro. Up your head, that's all it up. Bro, pick up your head, bro.
It doesn't look good, Vic. Yeah, yeah.
Hold it up a little.
You ain't got no trust.
I'm kicking in the.
They got no choice.
Well,
just don't trust people out here. What's going on?
I'm going for the paraphernalia, man. I was looking for my grinder.
Exactly. He's looking for his grinder.
Grinder, yeah? Are you sure?
That's it.
He didn't have a cat in his lap or nothing.
That's it. Man's got a feline out a camera shot. Matic.
Hey. Hey, listen, hey, just for the record, Mezzo and Sniper didn't say that. No one said that as a joke, man. Fuck it, Mezzo's getting heat in the chat.
Don't worry about Mezzo, man.
No, Mezzo said you fat fucking pork eating cunt. He said, you fat piece of shit. He said your mum's a deaf cunt. Yeah. He said a couple bars still.
And to be fair, that was an eye opener because we only thought there was one person with a deaf mum.
Man said eye opener and his mum's deaf. No, you see what he just done there?
Yeah, opener.
Not even trained. Not even trained.
Like, reverse the senses and shit.
Not even trained. Yeah. But yeah, Khan, I'm not gonna lie. Me personally, I'll defend my mum's honor. Because she can't fucking hear for herself what's going on. So I've got a disrespect. Yeah.
And we all know that Zellini's got all night's worth of these jokes as well.
Trust me. You get me?
Deaf mum,
especially after two yakking that, you get me? We'll sit here for days and rinse.
Mad thing.
Even Sniper wouldn't go there.
But I'm just saying, like me personally, like the whole thing yesterday, like bro, you just didn't have to run away. If you would have got beat up, fair enough, you get me.
Oh, this man's mum, but yeah.
You know what I mean? But you can't run away, fam.
Only Trilla's mum gets the death stroke.
Yeah. I'm dissing everything, but I don't give a fuck. Let me find out your dad's got one leg, bro. His peak.
Hey.
I'm dissing everything.
You know, dad's got a petrol goal leg and he goes around in circles, you dickhead.
Trust me.
I'm rolling with most merciful. I hear stuff like that and I chuckle to myself.
Anytime you hear that shit, just send it my way, bro.
You know what you're like, cuz, allow me, I beg. Allow me.
Yeah, I feel not to laugh. Then I hear man talking out of tune, and I just think, you know what, a band man's deaf, man. Minute.
Nah, man, I put that disc on a bullet, and I send it your way. That's it, bro. Fuck, ain't playing with me, but you ain't gonna ask me. You do I know?
As I'm writing, I'm chuckling.
Yeah,
man, keep fucking around. I'll take him on for an air test, fam. You pussy on.
Trust me, bro. Man. You ain't gonna ask me if I know who you are, bro. I'm gonna tell you, no, I don't know who you are.
Let me fix her hearing. Let me fix her hearing and see if I don't have power in her yard, fam. I'll kick you out tomorrow, Con. Yeah,
trust me, bro. I'll syringe your bitches
walking around that shit. You get me? Yeah, like I fucking own the place. Trust me.
Get a bitch at Enuma. You mad?
Trust me. Yeah. Anytime she wants to start talking break, I listen. Take my hearing aid with me. I'll take it. You know.
Trust me.
Wow. You lot are wrong for dissing housewives.
Fuck around with me. You won't hear shit for days. Get me?
Yeah, these new housewives, man.
This is what I mean. This is it. Just gets
Unique.
deeper
Have I
and
missed
deeper.
something?
This is the equivalent of your opponent just being out for the count, and you're just doing repeated top rope elbow drops, like
the most.
People's elbow off the top rope and things.
Did we mention the housewife thing again? Yeah.
I heard man's mum's got the same thing as the general in the Wild Wild West, fam. Man's all release in the air and pouring shit out of it. That's mad. It's mad. I don't know if anyone remembers that movie, but there's a white general with a brass haircut. Go look him up. Yeah, man said that's Khan's mum on the streets. Hey, fam, that ain't me, Khan. You know, I'm just passing on the message. Bro. So don't get angry with me, bro.
You said who's been tangled?
Man said your mum's name is General Hewitt.
Man, Custer.
Crazy.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, have we gone into roast mode? Okay.
You know that lady from Poco.
Sorry, you guys. It's what happens, man. It's what happens. Sorry.
Sunday night.
I knew there was a body around here, man. I could see the fly.
Yeah, go on, you need. If there's something here, go on.
Yeah, go to the next question. This can go on all night.
I could see the flies.
Okay. All right. So, why do you think
it doesn't matter? No, I'm joking. Sorry. Sorry.
This boy. Okay. Who's breathing or snoring?
Dublin.
Everyone just assume it's Dublin.
Sorry.
Which means sorry.
Because
it is Dublin. It's either Dublin or your cat.
No, it wasn't.
What?
You said sorry. Right.
Sorry.
Okay. You ready? You ready?
I feel sorry for these animals. Yeah.
Okay. So, why do you think? Why do you think that everything is perfect? That's in quotation marks. at the beginning with a man or woman, then gradually as time passes, it begins to suddenly go downhill and deteriorate.
What are you talking about?
Effort.
So I didn't hear the first bit.
Question.
I heard the question. I'm just gonna let you lot have your chance first.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say it again. Why do you think why do you think that why do you think it is that everything is perfect at the beginning with a man or woman? Then gradually, as time passes, it begins to suddenly go downhill and deteriorate.
Comfortability.
Nah. Remember, it's the fake thing I told you before, like the package, the presentation, the honeymoon period, all of that. That's why that happens, because
and
we're
I
in
was
the reality of that other person. I'm taking laid bare. Yeah, I'm talking like after the session, and she's got one eyelash and weaves on the pillow and all of that.
Stop
You know what I'm
it.
saying? So yeah, these things can happen, man. You feel deceived. You might not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? And then you look at your pillows, puffed up pillows, but it's got bare
Nah, but that only
foundation.
happens the first night, dog.
It's got bare foundation on it.
No, that's
you know what I'm saying? It's like raw. I'm gonna have to like wash these inside
Nah,
out.
Michael, come on, man.
You know why that's not true, Axum? You know why it's not true? Because
And then
remember, you don't move with a girl.
bra, and she's got the two plastic, like
that's one of the
chicken
steps as well.
fillets. She's got the chicken fillets. She takes off. She's got the girdle on. She thinks she
that's
slides
one
out
of
of
the
the
steps.
bottom with the
That's
fake
just
bum
one of the steps, isn't
and
it?
all of that. Like, yo, come on, man. Decepticons. This is why
Yeah,
we call y'all Decepticons.
that impressionable layer, that judgment layer, and then you get past. There's also an emotional layer that wears off. There's also the physical one. You know, when you move in with someone, and then you suddenly start seeing. And then there's also another one that is with trust.
Burping and farting in front of
Right,
you.
when there's that comfortability, where there's that trust, and we feel secure in our relationship, and then we'll start just being stupid around each other, and so that's not really there with me and my missus, but it actually happened with my aunt, who's younger than me, and her husband. They were together for 15 years, and then as soon as they got married, she was with a guy for 15 years, and then when she got married to him, within the year, divorced, never speaking to each other again. They're gone. They don't chat to each other for more than 10 years now.
Yeah, some women wear chicken fillets because they can't even get the breast job done.
Because they never lived with each other before, innit? 15 years of dating, basically dating. If you don't
15
live
years
with
of
someone,
dating.
it's not dating. Like they were going on holiday and stuff together, but it weren't like they didn't live with each other. That's the essential ingredient, innit?
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean?
So my answer is that I feel, say, in the beginning, people like to show their best side first as a way of kind of charming you, and then over time, the mask will slip and their true self will come out.
Not just in relationships either. That is true of people.
Exactly.
In general, when you sand that part off your character, then you have much more longevity in every human relationship that you have.
Mm-hmm. So when the true person comes out, at this point it's kind of a bit too late, because you're kind of emotionally invested in them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Some.
So I'm gonna be quite curious.
Responsibility as well. Like if you know, like you say, if you've been dating for 15 years and you're not necessarily living with each other, but you visit each other's homes and stuff, like your responsibility changes in that time. And I think a lot of people are maybe so comfortable that when that responsibility changes, like in marriage, you get married now, you have to move in. It's a whole different thing from what you're used to, and you've been doing with this person for a whole 15 years. But now you're expected to confine to this certain reality, and that transition time is so much pressure because you're married. And it's like you have, and it's like it gets a bit sticking because you have the option to divorce. A lot of people just can't be asked with it over a period of time, and then saying, you know what, fuck it then, innit, and boom, and end up getting depressed and ending up like Trilla and do so.
I'm gonna be.
Motion, before you kind of change it up a bit, there may be others that want to share, and I would just want to share what Miss Sarah wrote. So Sarah wrote, because we are built to chase selfish short-term gratifications rather than working hard and striving for a long-term gratification for the collective, not just for yourself. That's what Miss Sarah said.
Sometimes.
But I must be honest, I don't expect that in a
Very
relationship.
shallow,
Like, it happens, but what if like even the relationship or the situation I'm in now, it's like it's not expected to be 100%. Like I'm not expecting that false shit. Like
right.
I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, like
expectations play a higher part of what you're saying. Imagine like one of my studio clients. Yeah, every time he comes, the studio spick span clean, no dust. That's what he thinks. Do you know what I mean? Every day, that's what he thinks. The state of the studio.
Are you okay, Motion?
What did Motion say? Sorry, I didn't even hear it.
I don't know. He had a little outburst.
It's light skin privilege, man. This shit happens.
What are you saying anyway, Motion? That's why you've been saying something for about 10 comments.
Say what? Nah,
you've been trying to say something for about 10 comments.
I think. Oh, sorry. Do you want go on, Motion? Go on.
So because your question, I just want to stick on your question, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe it. I believe it gets worse, but it depends on the situation because it also gets better for a lot of people. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say, for example, there'll be elements like when you first live together or when you first move it together, there'll be elements that will take adjusting to or adapting to or whatever, right? Then it depends on the two people now to ascertain whether or not this something means enough to the two or not to actually make compromises. Do you get what I'm saying?
100%.
So I feel like it can be worse. Definitely, I've seen that many a times. You understand me? But I've also felt like even with my own self, that there's times where things have been worse and I just walked away because they were worse. But that's because I wasn't totally invested there. The things that I didn't like were too much for me. Do you understand me? So it was easy to walk away. Whereas other things in the situation I'm in now, certain things I'm not really too on. I just make it no. Listen, I'm not really into that. You get me? But I also make it no. That's not a be all and end all of our relationship because I view our relationship as stronger than that foolish. You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah, and
so it depends on the person.
But wouldn't you use like the engagement period to use that time to act like you're married? So that when you go into a marriage, you're not going in fresh, not moved in together or not living together. And it's like a whole nother like scenario. Because it really is. I think it's different when you live with someone. You spend a lot of time with them and it becomes different.
I agree.
You know?
Yeah, and that's why I could make that commitment because you know in it, you see in it. Like it's not a girl. Like, there's certain things I couldn't take full stop in it. Like no matter what.
Yeah, that's something. When you get engaged, you use that period to be like, okay, yeah, we need to set up ourselves like we're married. So that when we get married, it's like, okay.
I used the period before the engaged because
you live together.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's what it is. There are different phases. There are actually different phases. You're supposed to actually enjoy it all the way to the end. I'll be honest, there's different phases all the way through. Like it's supposed to evolve, grow, and change all the time. It just like it hits the rhythm.
That's what I love about relationships.
The same.
Yeah, relationships are like a roller coaster, like what Ricky's saying, and it's about riding that storm with your partner regardless, because you will get better at the end. But some people haven't got that. They haven't got that. I don't know if it's strength or whatever to see it through. Something like that. For real, I think.
Do you know what?
Sometimes you need to see a different perspective as well. People are so stuck in their worlds, and they see so much of the same things around them. Sometimes, honestly, I'm like. Just going away and being around different types of people and having that discussion, like people forget how much communication is serious. Like if it's something that's really altering, you can talk to like, I don't really think everyone should get counseling. I don't think it's for everyone, but I think there are people places you can get advice to be like, okay, you know
I
what I
know what
mean?
you're
Like,
trying
you
to
can
say.
speak
I
to
know
your
what you're trying
family
to say.
member,
Yes, yes.
speak to your
We should
mom,
equip.
just
We should
something.
equip people with the communication tools to actually manage things such as relationships, because it's completely key. Like what Motion said, he could talk with his woman instead of having to just turn his back on her. The situation is not that deep. We could talk it.
Yeah, but understand this though, Vic. Understand this though. That was a learning process. Because here's the joke thing. Yeah, I've been previously with a woman that she wasn't cold. Cold's not the word, but in a disagreement sense, she was cool to just go about her business and just chill in another room or do. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah,
and that's me.
That accurately describes me and my woman.
So in that sense, now you become acclimatized to one way of dealing with something because you both have a way of dealing with something that helps you both, right? Okay. Now imagine now I'm in a different relationship and I've not reset myself in it to be a normal person to have that discussion again, right? So I'm in a new relationship now. I'm turning my back or walking away or going somewhere else because I've been with someone that's been all right with that. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? Now that's the adjustment period. Now,
yeah.
Now, I could
So
sit down and be like,
you're actually on my woman's side of my relationship then.
No, I'm not on your
she's
woman's
a
side.
little colder than me. And
No.
I just mean in terms of
Vic, what
not
he's
like that.
saying, Vic, what he's saying is adapting to a new partner's communication style.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
100%. I hear that totally. I just summarize it to my thing because like she would easily just end the argument and just like fine, boom, slam doors. It's never happened because I can't let that happen. I'm not that person. If we fine, and then you go out get hit by a bus, I'm so pissed. So I don't never let it happen. But I feel like she is that kind of person. She would do that if she did.
So,
if
but the thing is,
didn't stop it.
But the thing is, Vic, right? So imagine though the roles were reversed then, yeah, and she had what would be perceived as the power in your relationship, yeah, in the sense that, so she had that, right, and you didn't want to talk, yeah, but she wanted to talk, right, and you didn't allow it, right? Now, because I always look at it like this. The way that we react to situations is usually born out of something from before. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And this is what I'm trying. This is what I go back to what I said about earlier about trauma from previous relationships, interactions, and so on and so forth, and taking it into our relationships and then popping up later in life because we 100%. Then start developing our defense mechanisms later in life, and they tend to be a lot more spiteful than as a child, right? Because as a child, you just forget and move on, but as an adult, you start shutting down, you isolate yourself from people, and people can feel isolated and feel like you're not into them. And it's just that you're going through something, right, in your mind or trying to calculate something. And that is the psychology that I'm talking about. So where Carter's saying, yes, she's right. Counseling is not for everyone. However, we do need to seek means, and you're right also, in ways to reset ourselves out after a bad relationship. So
I think in the place of something like school, because we rehash shit in school, we don't really learn a lot in school. There's definitely room to equip human beings with drive, ambition, emotional intelligence, all of these things like financial kind of understandings, basics, before they actually just throw them out into the real world. Because we don't even I saw a TikTok where the woman was actually making a big point about it, like a whole video about how we go through school and we're not taught team play. But yet a building don't build itself without team play. Nothing in the world happens without team play. We respect team play, but you're taught to be an individual and you don't all your exams is all solo, everything is all solo. There's no group like team building, and they think that that's one of the things that's missing in things like the curriculum in this country. Do you know what I mean? You should go mad about it still, but I agree. Tools, man, tools.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of things.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I agree with what Axel said about complacency because you get too comfortable. And basically, that's where like a lack of communication and respect can come in. And I also feel that, in the beginning when you meet someone, you sometimes you can get too blinded by the lust side of it, and then you start to become blinded. It's like you don't want to see or acknowledge the red flags. Or you think that they might disappear, but in fact, they're still there.
Yeah. And this is the next thing as well. This is why internet's a dangerous thing because, you know what? I've never really had a relationship with someone that I met online. Never. I've never been able to take them seriously. Never, ever in my life. Yeah,
barely know.
Because I've always been an observer. You get me? If I'm around a new circle of people, I observe. You get me? That's just my default setting, right? So if I can't observe you, I can't judge. I'll not say judge, but I can't get to know you because I'm not observing. I'm not
reading anything. Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to say to you? So I feel like for me, I've always had like more settled relationships because of those things. I've been able to get to know someone.
Internet relationships are they're very false anyway. They're false and true in a way, right? Because look, it comes from here and it's just words, but then and there's body language that comes with it and everything and all that kind of interaction. But then when you're typing it out to someone and just clickety like that, you get to think about those words. You get to hit the delete a few times. Say nah, don't say it like that. Say it like this. Or no. And you can present yourself in a more deliberate way, which people are either using for their advantage or they're using like for other reasons. It could be on the whole spectrum of bad and good.
It's all superficial, man. It's all superficial. Like I remember years ago being on that shit, bro. And you get me. Next thing you know, boom, you're seeing the rest of the pics. And it's a different, you get what I'm saying? Certain angles, it's different.
Yeah.
You get me? Like, and it's like, yo, hold on.
20 years chatting with people online because I play so many games, bro. I play all the MMOs and shit like that. So chat to so many people. I literally seen people fall in love off of that. Do you know what I mean? Because they talk. So like that little bit of
you're falling in love and you don't know what you're seeing, man.
Oh,
Like,
I introduced a guy and a girl, yeah. The girl got into the guy really quickly, obviously because of went to stay with him in the next country, then find out that he don't really look like you're saying, like, do you know what I mean? Like he ain't on the standard that she was looking for, but that wasn't a thing because the personality was, and she thought she was so in love and she ended up like moving to the country to stay with him. She was there. She kind of trapped herself, so she was there for like a year or something, came back. Do you know what I mean? And it's all over now. Like, do you know what I mean? But it was looking like some deep love forever and stuff because of how deep we go with our conversations. But it's like, yeah.
Nah, but listen, this is the whole point, Vic. Listen to this. The fact that you knew, the fact that you knew that there was already like, you know what, he didn't look like what I expected. Yeah. The fact that that's in there shows you that's gonna have no longevity, and that's why the thing's dangerous. You can fall in love with, and this is why I say this. Yeah, like I don't pick a woman to say, you know what, this next thing's gonna turn my head. Do you get me? And make me want to look on this thing. I don't pick a woman like that in it. So when I pick a woman, I'm looking for a fly woman in it, yeah, for a start in it, yeah. But also certain things have to be in place too in it, because obviously if I'm looking for longevity, that's got to be there in place as well in it, yeah. So I'm saying that the only way to find and ascertain those things is by being around those people.
Yeah.
Like, bro, the dates and that, like, they're coming back from work. Yeah, I just gotta get ready for after work. And
Yeah, exactly.
Like, all those things, they sit down and rare tear and like all those things. Those are priceless pieces of information you're taking in about someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how people do online courtship, like to the
I know.
It's mad.
I've got friends that will talk to guys online for long. And I'm thinking, you haven't met up yet? You haven't gone on dates? No. Like, what are you doing?
That guy straight away, almost like just to see, innit? Like,
Listen,
because this girl, I just want to say quickly, this girl, that because it was really superficial when she said that, right? Is because he had bald patch, one of them like where you start balding there at the crown of your head. That's where he was balding. So it's like she was like, yeah, I didn't know he was like one of those guys. And it's like,
yeah, see it there, yeah, and that's already,
what I mean?
that's
Like,
already. Right,
if that was a write off for you from the start, you should have never been like you're saying in the flesh. That could have never been a mistake. Could have never been it. But instead, you're 2 years into it.
But you know what happened? Nah, you know what happened though, brother? She had something missing out of her life already.
Who knows?
Of course, because I say this all the time. You get these gal out of road, they hate man because they're meeting man off Tinder and and getting cheated, finding out they got gal and all the rest of it on the side and so on and so forth. Now you're developing a hate for man, right? But again, your choices are there, innit? Like you understand this is a playground for people. Do you understand me?
It's a past. You know what, Motion? It's a pastime. When things are not going well at home, there's escapism. Let's go on this site and chat to girls, and then when things are good, but you know what I mean, then they come off it. It's a playground thing, like you said. Yeah.
That's why I keep saying boredom. They're bored.
Yeah, boredom.
Oh my God. And there's nothing, someone smart said there's nothing more dangerous than bored human. And he was referencing stuff like bomb, the gun and stuff.
Right, let me give you a serious stat. Serious stat, yeah. 100% of women I have met on any dating site I have never taken seriously.
Okay.
Literally.
Yeah, no,
Never.
I've been because I've got friends like that, and they're like, you know what, just forget it.
Yeah,
You
all
know,
of my experience
they
is
don't take them
secondhand.
seriously either.
And literally, I'm in that similar position where I see these relationships bloom and die all around my social circle.
Oh, they don't bloom. They don't bloom. They're like little fucking sparklers. They sparkle for 5 minutes in your hand, fam, and boom, gone. You get me?
But I also seen people get married after that, though, Motion. So I don't know.
Same accent.
I did a couple times, but they did it proper. They met each other and they took it serious and they went on a few dates, even if they did play online together with, like, I met a couple, this guy named his son after me, right? But he met this woman in the game as well. Yeah, he met some next woman in the game. He just come on randomly and said, like, I want a name for my son one day. And
when the light skin stuff is going on.
First in there with my name. No, that's what you're doing, it. If someone says, well, what should I name my son? You're just going to say, yeah, my name. My name, yeah, of course. My name means winner. My original birth name means winner. Anyway, that's beside the point. He met this woman.
Victoria.
And Victor, yeah. Like the Roman or the Latin or the Greek meanings, they're all very similar. It's literally just winner. Simple. But yeah,
I'm just
he met the woman. They were chatting for about a year online. And then they got married after. Like meeting each other, doing it proper.
Yeah, there are.
There's levels to it. There's levels to it, and they just went up those levels.
Could we call them anomalies?
Yeah, definitely. Because it'd be the only one example of that on my whole social network.
Yeah, but there's bare light skinned people online, so
yeah, but that's not. He's actually a white American man from like the Midwest.
Oh, sorry.
The game that I'm talking about
is on my own next chain, man.
Yeah, it's on a whole different tangent.
Why am I looking at what?
But Motion, when you're around on the internet, or dating apps or whatever, like
I scrolled left on you. Sorry.
What? I missed that too. Shit.
He said he scrolled left.
He said he swiped left, Axel, when he saw
you.
Yeah,
swiped. Yeah, so you were only there for fucking, nothing else, really, right?
Oh,
this is what I'm saying.
So no, my ideals are not like that. So for about a year, when I split with my wife, I decided I was going to be single and not take anything. Well, I say not take anything seriously. It was my view on it would be this: if a person came along that fit all the criteria for me, then I wouldn't shy away from it, right? But I'm not going to actively search for it or push for it or be like, yeah, the first thing I meet, I'm going to get in a relationship with. Nah, it was literally, do you know what? I'm doing me. Like, boom. If I kick it with you, then like there's women that I've had on friend levels that I kept on friend levels because I didn't see nothing beyond that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, just that's it really.
I think the trick, if you are going to do online dating, I think the trick is to actually date a number of people. You know what I mean? Maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah,
and
reference point.
Yeah, man. And I don't mean sleep with them either, but do you know what I'm saying?
Rather
than just putting your eggs in one basket, because you just don't even know what they're really on. What is their real agenda? Do you know what I'm saying? Sometimes they'll tell you that they want a relationship. More times they just want a casual thing. Do you know what I'm saying? So you have to sift through. You know what I mean?
This is 2022. You can be talking to a bot. You can literally be talking to a bot and shit.
You know what I found unique as well? A lot of women, fresh out of relationships. And I put it like, my missus will tell you, right? I'm a catch, right? So a lot of women fresh out of relationships, hurt in their relationships, right? But want a relationship, see? And they see a man that they potentially look at and say, oh, yeah, that could be my man, right? But this happened on a few occasions where I have to tell a woman, yo, listen, you need time on your own, sister. Like, you need to be alone and reset yourself because you're carrying your behaviors from your ex onto me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and I don't want that. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's what you find that people like, is that stopgap thing, innit? Oh, we split up for the week, or he's gone, he's with his next gal or whatever. So now I'm gonna go on Tinder and link him, man. Oh, he seems like a kind of rascal, kind of guy that could be, you know what I'm saying? Pick up the pieces or whatever. Now you're there, you get what I'm saying? And next thing you know, you don't answer your phone, you're getting asked back where you been, then you're like, hold on a minute, bitch. I only swiped right on you 2 days ago. What the fuck you talking about where I've been? You get me? And yeah, man. It's a mad place,
in a bit too deep, yeah.
Yeah, man. And I'm like, yo, chill, dog. Yeah,
similar to the comment that I was making when Carter was talking about acting like sort of not out of period, but acting already like we've got it sort of thing, like we got into our groove. Do you know what I mean? At a point in a relationship where normally people are still just like, because you go through the courtship, like Snipe was saying in the beginning, there's so many different phases to a relationship. Do you know what I mean? Like them gal there you're dating, they so far into their old relationship, they just started off at stage 12 already. Do you know what I mean? Talking about where are you already and stuff like.
Yeah.
That's it, man. And I'm like, yo, I don't know what he done to his sister, but that's not me. That's not me right now. I start playing music soul child to you, like I'm not to blame and all that shit. Get fuck out of here, man.
Oh, Donald Jones, where I wanna be. Yeah, shit. No.
Those are the people that don't want to be alone, and they just go from relationship to relationship, date to date.
There's a lot of women like that, yeah.
Yeah,
there's a lot of men like that. There's a lot of women like that. So
anyone could do with the pause.
They don't want to be alone. They're afraid to be alone.
They could do the pause.
Depends what you're looking for, innit?
Toxicity. That's it. Because this is the thing as well, yeah. As if you're responsible in yourself as well, this is what I had to do, yeah, with my previous relationship. Even after being split up with her, I didn't tell her or try to hide any news of any me meeting anyone else. And the reason being was because I always thought like that person would then blame the new relationship on the reason why we split up, and never got to hear, like, understood what I was telling you when I was telling you, listen, I'm not really happy in this relationship, you know, we don't really click, right. I've told you this a couple times now, like, and I'm the kind of dude that I'll tell you something, but you see, after a while, I'm gonna stop talking, innit? You get what I'm saying? I'm just gonna bounce, yeah, and just fuck off, yeah, and you ain't gonna, there's no amount of talking that's gonna to run that back, innit? So that was me, innit? But at the same time, because that I knew that person's insecurities, yeah, from the past, I could have met this new thing now, whether it be 6 months, 6 weeks, whatever later, it didn't matter. That person would automatically see that as the reason why your relationship failed. You get what I'm saying? Like, and that's the danger.
Well, it's good that you didn't tell them though, emotion. Nah, no point telling them. No point.
Yeah, the past doesn't need to know.
Honesty is sort of always the best policy. It's corny, but just being real is always sort of the thing, innit? It's just like it's always the best way with relationships to get the minimal impact or the maximum impact, whatever you're trying, going for. You understand?
Yeah, I heard some of them dating sites are crazy, man. Some of the women and touched, and some of the men too. They got all these touched people on these dating apps, and it's mad. I can't say I haven't been on them and been over the years, and my success rate is really low because I don't know. Crazy.
Do you know why? Do you know why, bro? Do you know why? Sometimes it's it's the front, innit? This is what I'm trying to say about the front. You see, the front it's such a fucking game. So you gotta have a specific type of typing, yeah, or writing or pictures, because there's such a fucking a huge plethora of fucking ideas of what women find attractive. You know what I'm saying? Now, I could put up a picture with my 6-pack and get a bag of messages, but I bet it won't be from the things I want messaging me.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
In it? Yeah.
And then I'll put up a thing like a little sweet boy image, and I get a bag of 50-year-old fat women trying to chat me up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Like, the fuck off, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's the levels, man. Like, you just gotta fucking, yeah, man. It's a mad game, bro. It's a mad game. I'm glad I'm not a part of that shit, bro. Trust me.
Hear that?
Glad I'm not.
But most of these places is just about sex, though, nothing else, really. You're not really looking for a relationship when you go around there. Do you guys think that?
I think women and men have different ideals.
Yeah.
100%.
I think women and men have different ideals, man. Honestly, like, I think there are genuinely women out there that do look for relationships with these things. Genuinely.
But generally, I think that they're older or they're in a specific religion thing or rarer.
Well,
That makes
that was a part of this because you do see a lot of women on there that are you used to see a lot of women on there that were like out of marriages. Yeah, and looking to find, you know what I'm saying, find something. But then it is weird because it's just weird, man. It's a weird fucking place. I'm telling you, it's just fake and superficial.
Online dating
Yeah,
scene,
you've got no
boy.
one to vouch for them, no one that knows their history, their past relationship, nothing, man. You're just blinded.
And when you do,
by their words.
and this is the thing is when you do see that, yeah. So for example, for me, back in the day, I might see a thing on there, yeah, but she got mutual peace, man. I might check out the mutual peace. It's like, you know what? I even want to know my business stuff to see that.
Are you talking about Facebook dating?
No, not Facebook dating, man. Because like certain things you to link to your certain other apps in it.
Okay.
You get me? Like, boom, log in with this app, boom, you get me, select 2 pics, you get me, put out your best, your finest, little bio, boom, boom, boom. You get me?
I was like 2 years into Black Planet before I realized it was like a dating site. To be honest, most people was on there for dating. You know what them ones like? What? You know that moment? Like, is that really what? Oh shit!
More like catching though. Mad.
Anything that says chat and meet people, anything that says chat and meet people for me, like I just know like there's gonna be some kind of people trying to entertain some fuckery. You get me? That's it. That's it.
And you know what? Yeah, there are some women that go on them sites and they know say they don't want a relationship, but they'd rather it's just a companionship. It's just filling up their diary. You know what I mean?
Chat, just chatty patty.
Yeah, and just enjoying the dates and experiences when they full well know that they don't want a relationship out of it.
Yeah, they might look fun friend and all them fucking
entertainment, unique entertainment. Yeah.
That she chats to for hours on that phone. Like when them two start talking, it's a madness. Like they're talking, and you can get away with two things because she's so occupied on the phone. Like it's them type of people. I don't know.
And they linked up once. Mad. Crazy.
MSN days.
Yo, listen, just secure your woman. For the man, them secure your woman, lock her down, move to the country. You get me?
Mad.
Copy mode. You get me? Black. Mad.
Yeah, just follow motion, do as he had done.
Get me? Okay, horse riding. The fuck about it. You get me? Jeez.
Orienteering, all sorts going on.
You get me? Talking about fuck around. Let's get abseiling soon. I went rowing. Remember I went rowing the other day. You get me? Talking about.
You're really you know what?
Like a black Bear Grylls.
That's nice.
You know, it's letting you people know, like, yeah, there's a life outside of this fuckery.
You know what? Unique.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I grew up in London. Yeah. I spent I grew up in London. Yeah. I spent all but probably 6 months of my life in London. Yeah. I say 6 months of my life in England, should I say? Yeah. And most of it in London. And I was locked down in jail. Yeah. And you know what? I always say this. I never saw the fucking beauty of the country that we live in. You get me? Like moving out to the country, I always say this, yeah. See, even like my mental state, my fucking how calm I became and that like it was different, you get me? Different. I get pissed off, I just go drive 20 minutes, I'm in the country. I see this, you get what I'm saying? Like it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And like I find you can find yourself, and I don't think that we're too committed to living in the city, right? So people are afraid of the convenience of the city. You get me? And don't realize that, like, you just planning. Like, if you plan and just organize, yeah, and make your life into something. Like, because you're paying stupid money for rent. Like when I tell you there's 3-bedroom houses and people living in 3-bedroom houses for fucking £850 a fucking month. You get me in all them things. Like that's crazy.
That's cheap.
This is what I'm trying to say to you. £850 a month in the country, and man are paying what £1,400, £1,500 for a 3-bedroom and all that.
I never got that.
It's mad.
Like, and the quality of the houses built for war, but they're just like rotted out or whatever. That's one thing I've noticed in London. But yeah, so, but it's true, Mosh, that even living in Leicester, like I do live quite far away from the city of Leicester. Like I'm not like furthest away, but obviously I prefer it, and because I don't drive as well, it's kind of an inconvenience. But you kind of plan and make, you know, you figure it out. But I hear that like sometimes just coming away from the city, but having access to it is always a good option as well. But just having your home somewhere where you can take your kids out literally for walk, you know what I mean? And it's just pure like oxygen and trees and stuff, bro. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of tricky.
No, it's just good for your emotional well-being. Yeah.
It's different, man. It's different, man. It's the best. Honestly, it's probably one of the best decisions I've made in my life. You get me? To see things in this country I never see before. You get me? Like, mad,
I ain't
like,
going. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. But I ain't going
it.
without my friends. I ain't going without a couple friends. Do you know the ones there?
Why? Vic, listen.
With me,
Vic,
that's the only thing that holds me.
You can't wait on people. What if they don't? What if they want to move as well?
This is what I'm trying to say, Vic. Listen. For 6 months, I was driving to London because my rugby team was paying my travel. Yeah, you see, once I found a fucking rugby team at a level higher than my club I play at, bro. That I was playing at, bro. Listen, I said, what? Drive to London. You see, after 8 months, my brethren them say, yo, Mosh, we say you're coming back. Saying, bruv, where? You don't see me, I live blood clot life. Me I fulfill blood clot. Me I do things that I never do before, and I'm a blood clot. When I come to London for, I'll do what? Sit down and I wasn't even horse riding them time then.
I'm just joking.
You get me?
No, but it's like I really do know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I exemplify the opposite. I know exactly what you're saying. I want to achieve that, but I'm gonna do that in a small little pack. You know, the ones there. Couple of us.
I think
couple of like, relationships, couple of kids would go buy up a little close somewhere. You know,
sit down there, wait for things, and it's never gonna.
Don't wait on people, you know.
Listen, it's the same thing when people say I'm not ready for a picnic. Listen, the picnic either make you ready or you discover you're not ready, and I hate that. Yeah, it's that simple. Sometimes we sit down there, wait, but we can't afford to wait in this life no more.
But this is true because some of our grandparents, you know, we always had this idea that we need to build back home. So it's like you don't want to do nothing in England, and it's subconsciously like you end up not even wanting to go to the countryside and enjoy actual England, like life, just outdoors, because you're having this thing where it's like I'm working to go back home and enjoy that. So a lot of us have that thing where we don't end up going to the countryside. We live in the city because we need the money. You know what I mean, and things like that. So.
I like the city for aesthetic reasons, just the same way that he likes the country for the aesthetics. Do you like the morning dew and the misty sunrises and stuff like that motion?
Brother,
like
all of
grey forests, the grey rainy forests.
The only thing I don't like is driving when there's mad fog. You see anything else, brother? You see in the mornings. You see if I decide I'm gonna drive to Cheddar Gorge route, right? I drive to Ross Clark, Cheddar Gorge. I drive through the Ross Clark cliff them, and I see the little mountain go up them down on the road. And I look and I see nature. Yeah, I drive in the afternoon when it's warm. I look up in the sky, I see hawks, I see kites, I see, you get me, everything in the sky. I swirl upon the heat and all them things. That it make me know the power.
And that's spiritual. That's spiritual.
It's spirit. Yeah, you understand me? You feed your spirit, not your flesh.
Yeah. See, if I lived up there, I'd make a habit of coming out with my morning coffee before I go in the studio and walking around barefoot on the mud or the grass, whatever I can find that's actually earthy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Things like that. Why is man saying this conversation? Why is man saying this conversation's got you this singing the national anthem in his bedroom? What the fuck?
Go there. I don't know, like Mary, Dubs, Eunice.
Yeah.
Ems. Yeah. What are you so quiet for?
Eunice, do you know what? Eunice likes war. Eunice would like the country. Not my opinion of the country. You can find a different part, but Eunice would like the country.
Blood
Yeah. You know, I find, you know, the English countryside to be, you know, beautiful and all that. When you
Are
look,
you
when
not
you look
gonna
on
sling him a
TV,
shot through the coat?
I used to see. Do you know Emmerdale? Like when the intro.
Emmerdale, yeah.
The Yorkshire
Even
Dale.
though I see,
really
yeah,
nice.
like, yeah.
I've been there. I went to the set. It was pretty good actually, and it's really
I
beautiful.
loved it.
Like the surrounding area is just pure wood. It's really nice.
Crazy.
Yeah, I've been.
But you see, do you know what? I love the city for the same aesthetic reasons, but the reverse. Do you know what I mean?
So
like that's
how could it be the same if it's the reverse?
Because it's the reverse. It's like that's black ink drawn on white paper. My thing is white ink drawn on blackboard. Do you know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's
yeah,
not.
because
No,
I love the city. I love like no insects.
No, I'll tell you why.
Concrete
One
jungle,
is
innit? No insects allowed.
the city is drawn. The country is scarcely drawn. It's totally different. Do you understand me? Most of the country that you see, is forged, by nature. Do you understand me? Whereas you're looking at something that is actually drawn and structured, and that's why for me it's not the same thing. You feel what I'm saying to you? Like,
100%. I'm not connected. I could go nowhere. Even my garden's there, but it's not the same sort of earthy feeling to actually walk out there.
But you know what? Some people have the view that like when they reach retirement ages, then they will exit England and go and live outside. And
I definitely know how to save something.
How these lives are going to still be alive them times to actually enjoy it, and also who knows like what your health will be like. Do you know what I'm saying?
Hannah. Especially when you're living in a city with all these hazards, extra hazards
And-
that don't exist out in the country.
I'll tell you what people are doing now as well, right? More and more, is buying their houses in the country and living in the city. And the reason they're doing that is because they're using the city wages, which is higher than the countryside wages, right? But having the countryside house prices, the countryside mortgage prices, which are significantly lower, and they're in good company, so they're probably getting company cars and so on and so forth. And a lot of people are doing this now. You know what I'm saying? Because in fact, I know my mum knows people that actually live in Jamaica 6 months of the year and work and have their jobs in the UK. Do you know what I'm saying? And different places like that, Sweden and all kinds of things like that. Like because the cost of living is cheaper and you end up with more money in the long run.
For the same reason my St. Lucia nan goes shopping in France on Saturday or Sunday, whatever. Do you know them ones that every couple of weeks she will literally go France because the things that she's looking to get, might as well just get it there, make a day trip out of it. So
what about cabins? Do you guys have a lot of cabins that you can buy?
Cabins?
Cabin.
Do you mean
Nah, so cabins are a bit different, but they've got caravans. You know what caravans are, innit?
Like chalet parks as well.
Yeah, they got chalet parks as well. Yeah. No, do you know what? To be fair,
good mobile homes. You really got some dope mobile homes out there.
Because that is a big thing over here, where I am, and in Sweden and Norway. We have a lot of cabins, so people have the apartments, the houses, then have the cabins in the woods or whatever.
That's exactly it. That's traditional in Finland, Norway, Sweden, Canada to have your cabin in the woods. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of huskies outside as well.
There'd be a few. I reckon there's a few cabins, but more than anything, people have probably just got farms that kind of like on the edge of foresty areas. I won't say the other word. Right. There you get me, but yeah,
I've seen a few bits like that. I've seen a lot of the country is crazy actually. Like, and what I like about it is that just the natural way of it. Do you know what I mean? Some countries are sunny. It don't really have to be that all the time. Do you know what I mean? For it to feel nice, for it to feel spiritual,
Bro, you see when you look at your sunset, at 9 something, see when it's all like 10:20 and it's still light in Bristol and that, yeah. And I'm like sitting there, you get me, in the garden and that, you get me. Like it's crazy, fam. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the sunset at 9 at you guys, yeah? Shit.
Nah, not 9. It's probably. I don't even know what time it is in London. What is it, about 9:30, 9:40, something like that?
Every day it will change. You have to look it up.
Yeah.
Every day, 100%. But it's like there's an ambient glow to the city anyway. It never gets truly dark. Might be what he's saying, because when you go out far enough and there's no ambient light, that's it.
That's what I told man, fam. That's what I told these when I see these F-nuts used to try to send their little threats. I say, bruv, I used to give them one little postcard to one country park. I say, come meet me down there, fam. It's blood clot, pitch black without a light down there. Yeah, you think you're gonna see me in the dark? You're only gonna see me when I smile, bro. And that's gonna, bro, it's pitch black. But you know what happened as well? Your eyes adjust.
Yeah.
Your eyes adjust, and you become acclimatized. Yeah,
there's light. There's starlight, there's moonlight, there's light.
Yeah, the stars is so clear out there.
Yeah, there's so much more
different.
Yeah, man. Totally different. Yeah.
In London, I can orientate myself on the stars. I don't think you could do that in the country, like with my sky.
Nah, man. The Rhine's Belt where the Rhine's Belt's where Rhine's Belt's is. Where I used to live, the moon was pretty much like when it's on its cycle, so I knew like where the moon would be pretty much on its cycle. I could come out my garden and look up in the sky, know where the moon's gonna be. A Rhine's Belt was always right in front of me.
What's a Rhine's Belt? What am I calling the saucepan?
I don't know what the saucepan is.
It's got 3 in a line and then 2.
3 in the lines of Rhine's Belt. 3 in the lines of Rhine's Belt.
That's what I mean. It might. That's why I was asking, because it might be a Rhine's Belt, and there might be another. The other 2 bits that I'm talking about might just be like Orion, and that's a Rhine's Belt.
Orion, but yeah.
I'm not too sure. But
the thing you're talking about is called the plough, the one that's shaped like a saucepan.
Is that not okay? No? It makes sense because it looks like a plough from the right. What's the big?
Yeah, the big bear and the little bear.
Okay. Yeah, now I can always spot the saucepan.
Yeah. The only one I know is a Rhine's Belt, and that's because
that's the one I always look for.
Yeah, because I know it's there when I look at it. So like I said, I can look out of my garden, look outside the front door, and boom, it's right up there. You get me?
There's a reason for that. They usually don't.
I hear that.
Get me? Navigation.
Yeah, that's it. And it's like, but I just changed my perspective, like to make it match up. Do you know what I mean? With where I'm trying to go. I've done it a few times, been lost outside of London and just orientated, like, where do I need to point myself as far as I think I am? Do you know what I mean? Just like.
So, Motion, have I ever got lost in the woods over there or the countryside? Huh? In the dark? Yeah.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Never.
The dark.
In the forest.
Forest.
I'll tell you what.
I have. Bear times.
I'll tell you what was weird straight away. Yeah, driving in the country in pitch black.
That's really.
With my beams. You know when you got your London beams, yeah, and like you don't need them to be bright, innit? You got street lights everywhere. So I'm driving in the country. First few times I'm driving up through the country nighttime, and I'm like, bro, I can't see for shit. And then you put your high beams on, but then the next car comes. Yeah, next car comes, and you both turn off your high beams, and you got a little bit of light, but then you pass them, and then nothing. Yeah, and listen. And that's what I'm trying to say about acclimatizing. Yeah, because your eyes into acclimatizing. So now I drive through the country without high beams. You get me? I very rarely use them. You get me? Because you just got to allow your eyes to acclimatize to shit, man, and eat your carrots.
But you also get used to the roads as well, I think, and once you're familiar and comfortable on those roads, then you're going to have a bit more confidence to drive without those high beams.
100%. When you go to Jamaica, there's no such thing as a street light in where I was some places, yeah? And then, man, they blowing on sides of cliffs and shit. Just they're literally doing speed on roads with potholes and cliff edges and stuff like that. And the way that they know the lay of the land, so nice. Do you know what I mean? That was a long time ago. Don't get it twisted. The Chinese was doing the roads while I was out there. So
it don't change, but they still drive like fucking nutters over there. Bro.
Yeah, because Brownstown is quite central in it. I'm not too sure how modernized it's gonna.
In the country, they drive like mad people, bro.
Shit.
Mad.
Yeah, it's mad. And you see like dangerous vehicles in countries as well. Like, you know, like Like not like just what we would call dangerous with our uppity little British standards. You know, the ones there, 17 people hanging out the back of a dump truck, or you know what I mean?
You think that's
4 people on a motorbike.
Dangerous, man. The fuck.
For real. No, but they're going mad though. Right now they're charging. Like, what if you got a van? They're charging him £12 a day to own it, or something like that. Just like to drive it, £12 a day. Just like safe. Just inventing taxes and that for vehicles, changing the way that the roads work, forcing you through this, that, rare. It's just all like money in it. Just trying to get money out of you every way with the traffic system. So
where was I the other day? I was down in Romford Road, and if you know Romford Road, right? It's just a one-way each way, isn't it? Right. Yeah. But they've made a cycle lane.
Safe.
They have a cycle lane on each side of the road. Gone, for each direction. I'm just looking at this thing, like stuck in traffic, bearing in mind, thinking, okay, so you've got this tiny little road. There's only one lane on either side for the traffic. Everyone knows how much traffic and conjunction and stuff there is there. Do you know what I mean? So what the fuck are we doing? And then you want to make a cycle lane. And did I see one cyclist the whole time I was on the road?
That's what I mean. I'm an old cyclist. You can thank Ken Livingstone for a lot of those grand ideas.
Fucking, I hate that road, man. Romford Road. Fuck yeah, no.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
It's not really like that though, bro. I live near Forest Road. You know where it intersects with all of them different, like there's a long ass road in it. It goes from Black Horse Lane all the way over. It just intersects. It's just constant traffic. Constant. Every junction. It's like a junction.
East is bad for traffic.
Say again.
East is bad for traffic.
Oh, is it? I don't really. Do you know what? I know it's central. There's a bit of traffic and a little bit N-Wheezy, but after that, I don't really know anywhere on the ground like that to say about the traffic.
East is fucked up, man.
Everywhere in East is fucked.
Road, Plasto, all of it is fucked.
Yeah.
Like, so compared to like if we went to like, I don't know, like Wood Green or something, it's just different.
Yep, because there's more than one lane.
Wood Green can be a fucker though sometimes, though. To be fair, going up to top.
Is Wood Green north? Yeah, Wood Green is north.
Yeah.
Right? Right.
Yeah, when I used to go lick my bridges in Tottenham and that as well, man, like mad. Sometimes, man, I get
like right. Yeah, if there's a game on, well, come on.
No, not even just game time, fam. Fucking North can be a fucking nightmare, but.
Yeah, very traffic.
Anywhere inside the damn ring road, innit? They're gonna have exercised their rights or whatever, just to modify. We just hand them over the rights, innit? They just modify the traffic
There's
system.
buses and shit, bro. It's mad. Some of these roads go all the way into the city. So.
Yeah. You look at that E road. Look how long some of that road is, and that, hella different roads that go for miles like that.
On that note, UK thing. Good night, people.
Yeah,
big up, sis.
For real.
Yeah, big up.
Big up, Axel.
Not only her, but yeah, everyone. Thank you for your contribution.
Come on,
but yeah, I'm gonna go to my bed.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Big up,
people,
everyone.
man. You know what I mean? Thank you for
big up.
tuning in. You know what I mean? Hit that.
I'll do some gaming. Let's do this.
Man, you know them ways.
Bro, I'm gonna start studio in about hour and a half. So yeah,
there's nothing else to do, man.
Yeah, just gaming for
hot
now.
girl, man.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get hot. Oh boy.
I just had to hoover up all the insects that managed to get in when I had the window open.
I know, man. Yeah, country life.
Luxurious tower block, bro. They don't come up to me.
I'm telling you, Rocky's like, I leave the window open for 5 minutes just the wildlife comes in.
Yeah, big spiders, all sorts.
Now, fuck the country just for that. Fuck country. How are you gonna deal with all of them spiders, like the creepy?
You have to put some lifting in, innit?
Listen, do you know how I think of it? I think, listen, if we was living in the wild, I'd have to deal with this anyways, right? I'm trying to be a soldier out here.
I'm living in the future.
Vic, you got cats. Cats kill spiders.
Yeah, they eat
What?
it. Yeah.
They do and they don't. Like, I mean, they don't actively hunt spiders.
What?
Well, your ones don't.
They don't. No, I don't know.
They
Like,
had their
actively
face
hunt
smashed in
spiders.
with you.
They let you know though.
Oh shit.
They let you know though. Bro, I was sitting when I moved into this house. I said, well, I'm pointing that way. It's that way. I was sitting next door playing Xbox like Quali in the morning, bro, and a spider was on my shoulder. I just felt it and just like like I just reactively grabbed, and then in my hands was a fucking like a proper creepy crawly. I was like, oh my God, I hate living on the ground floor. I just moved out of an apartment in a luxurious building around the corner, and now I'm in this fucking 4-bedroom. I don't care.
But you don't worry about spiders, man. I got snakes. I got fucking bearded dragon. I ain't worried about that shit, man. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. When you move to the country, you start realizing, yeah,
proper predator.
It's nothing.
Yeah, tell them, Motion. It's nothing.
It's nothing. You know, just a little blood clot spider. We want them to you.
Innit? I'll just get the Hoover.
It's everything. It's not just spiders. It's everything. They all like they fly, they crawl, they walk, they jump, they hop.
Bro, listen. I would rather have a spider in the corner of my room than live in a congested city where people dash with them shitting nappy palm floor and have rats and cockroaches running up and down the town.
Yeah, I nearly ran over a rat on my skate just now, bro. It was dead in the road.
There
like
you
two
go.
Turns away. 2 turns away.
I'm saying I'm cool with the spiders, innit? You get me? Plus the spiders eat the flies.
Yeah, so you don't get true. Like the difference is, like in London, as you said, you got all the rubbish and the rats. And when I moved out of London, I found out there's a local problem with molds. So you know, molds. That's something I've never imagined in life. I would have to think about it.
Molds, beavers, badgers.
Yeah, I haven't experienced a problem, but apparently in the area, a few people have, and so. But I was just like, it's so different, isn't it? It's something you never consider when you're living in London. Like, a mole might dig up my garden.
I do get off the ground. That's what I say. I hate them so much. I'm trying to live off the ground.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought you said mold, you know. I was like, what the
Yeah, that's
mold. Lol.
Not like Penfold. Penfold was a mold.
Molds.
Anyway, one love, people, man.
Yes, big up, man. Yeah,
yes,
man.
Family.
Big up, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Don't know. Big up, Snap.
Peace.